Hello again, friends. And you are our friends, the great Brian Last here, you there, and of course we have another special episode of the Jim Cornette Experience, another Omnibus edition. This one, a very special look, a retrospective of Cody and Brandy Rhodes in AEW. No matter what you want to say, an interesting, a fascinating run they had there. And of course, discussing it on here, the expert himself, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Oh,
thank you, ladies. It sounds like a
cheap
FFA meeting. If we are here, and by the way, it's so ironic. It's like rain on your wedding day. It's so ironic that we are on the bus with Cody Rhodes when Cody spends his life on the bus. A bus is a big deal to Cody, from what I'm hearing. Everywhere he goes, he has to have a bus. So now we're on the bus with Cody Rhodes and Brandy, now with Brandy. And we're not going to talk forever here on this introduction because we're going to be talking forever over the next several days of this omnibus. But what we thought we would do is trace, as you said, from the beginning of AEW and our discussions of Cody all the way through to the end. And we talked about this omnibus a couple of weeks ago that we were going to put it out, but when he left, but we decided to wait until he landed somewhere. There was so much more to the story. So now that we know where he is, we're going to go back over the past, 2 to 3 years and see where he got there. That is going to be how he got there. That's going to be the remainder of this very long program. Am I correct in saying this?
A very, very long program. And also, I think, like I said before, an interesting retrospective because Cody's running AEW, whether you liked it, whether you didn't, whether there were matches you really enjoyed, whether you didn't enjoy any of it, it is one of the more fascinating runs anyone has had, let alone a top guy in a company, in any wrestling company ever. And I think a lot of people are going to be looking back at it, dissecting it, until these NDAs are ripped up. That's all it's going to be, is a lot of people looking back and dissecting it and wondering what happened, what went wrong, what went right at different times, and why did we end up with the conclusion we came to, which was Cody Rhodes leaving the company he helped start.
And also we got to make mention that this is obviously clips from the shows where we were speaking concurrently with the happenings. This isn't a retrospective where we go back and record after the fact and view it with hindsight. We're actually talking about it as it goes on and our evaluation of Cody. And I haven't listened to this whole thing myself, but as I recall from over the past couple of years, it looks like the stock market chart for October 1929. We started way up here. And by the time that we got finished, we were way down there and going, what the fuck is going on?
And it ended with a lot of uncertainty, a lot of traders pulling their hair out, not knowing what to think and what to do. And as I said before, it ended with him ending up in the WWE. It'll be another interesting run there. We'll see how this goes. Maybe the next omnibus down the road will be Cody without Brandy in WWE. But as we said before, the good and the bad. Let's look back on one of the more interesting runs of all time, going back to the archives of the Jim Cornette Experience and Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru in chronological order. This is Cody and Brandy in AEW, the official omnibus.
But you know, they announced more about All Elite Wrestling.
I did. I saw that.
This past week. Yeah, that's a terrible segue. I apologize. We do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for segueing from a bloody tampon and a fucking dive bar to All Elite Wrestling. And I gotta say, Chris Jericho, in my mind, is a great addition in terms of star power and more importantly, possibly behind the scenes experience, depending on how much input he's going to have with things. Because I'm still wanting to see some people, and I'm not trying to take the piss out of anything. Let me put him over first. The guy's a legit billionaire. We found that out. So this ain't any monkeying around. His father is even more legit, I would guess, billionaire, and he's involved in it also as far as blessing it from their statements. They own professional sports teams, so they have obviously a crack staff of business people, and any way that they can put together an office infrastructure, they know what's going on there for a sports-based business. All the professional sports have big TV contracts with one network or cable network or another, so they have access to, contacts with, and know people in TV business. So they got all the business advantages. I'm not seeing yet, and this is nothing bad about Cody or the Bucks or anybody else involved, except for Chris Daniels, who I just saw had signed, experience booking and more or less just experience, and especially the technical side of producing wrestling television. Because as we've known before, sometimes it just doesn't work when you mix different businesses with the wrestling business. There needs to be some experience there as a bridge level that can bridge both sides. So the thing that they're lacking right now is experience, in my opinion. Otherwise, they've got all the fucking tools. This isn't easy as money, or isn't as easy. Isn't easy as money. This isn't as easy as just having the money, so they shouldn't get overconfident. But the only thing they're short of is experience.
You didn't see
what say you?
Did you see the press conference?
I did not. I'm not gonna. Once again, it's not like I watch any other fucking wrestling most of every day either. So it's not like I just didn't want to watch it. No, I just didn't watch it along with everything else I didn't watch that day.
I thought, look, I am hopeful that an alternative pops up for no other reason to force WWE's hand to give better contracts, to give better deals, to somehow force them to have better creative, which isn't going to really happen until Vince is finally sent home or until they do the stock buyback and then sell the company. But I'm hopeful for that reason. But, I'm not trying to be, negative, but I'm so thoroughly unimpressed with everything I'm seeing. Yeah, they've got the money, and Jericho is certainly the biggest star by far that they have as of now. I worry about too many cooks, like I said last time. I worry about if you're giving insurance only to the guys who are executives and not everyone else, but we'll see what happens there. I thought from watching that, and it's a very dangerous line they're going to cross, especially if they're going to try to actually grow their audience, which I think is going to be incredibly difficult. But the Bucks and Cody come across to me like disingenuous, condescending, and pandering to the fans. It doesn't come across like genuine people I would want to support. Now, that's just me. Again, other people do really like them, but we're talking about growing that audience. TNA was able to do a show. We've talked about it before. You have to grow the audience somehow. I don't see those guys as having what it takes to grow the audience. I see them as being able to take their audience and potentially apply it here. Although, they got people to fly into Chicago one day. When you start doing shows in different cities, are you expecting the fans to start flying around from city to city to see your wrestlers? That's going to be a little difficult. But they also announced, did you see, Jim? I don't know if you saw it online, because obviously you didn't watch, like you said, but they said that they're going to pay the women, I guess, somewhat similar, and the pay structure is somewhat similar to how they pay the men, which...
I saw that because I did read recaps and things. I just didn't watch the actual video, but they're not going to pay any of the girls what they're paying Jericho. So I don't understand how that you can't really say you even pay the men the same as the men, because you pay your stars more than you pay you. So I'm not sure what that entails. I assume if you're in a particular kind of spot or level or whatever, they will have different levels, perhaps. I don't know. See, that's the thing. I don't know anything about what these guys with a budget and what their vision is, and if left to their own devices, what are they going to do? That's what we talked about last week. I don't know what the style of the product is going to be. I know that they can't just be all over the page. I've mentioned this because you can't. We've tried it. Ring of Honor tried pairing with Lucha for the live event in Charlotte, when there's like a goddamn ridiculous percentage of Hispanic people in Charlotte. And we had the Hispanic radio station, and we got absolutely no Hispanic fans and all Ring of Honor fans. We tried pairing that. You can't just have, and I'm not saying you can't bring in the Lucha stars, but you can be all over the page. You can't have, when people would say that there's there's a style of wrestling for everybody. Yes, there is. But some of those styles, when you're trying to reach a large group of people, conflict with each other. You can't have goddamn that Chikara where they dress up like fucking, goddamn, no, that's not Chikara, where they dress up like fucking Godzilla movie monsters from Japan. The comedy promotion where they dress up like Godzilla movie monsters from Japan can't coexist with goddamn, the main event in New Japan Pro Wrestling. You can't just be all over the place. You can't have a funny match and then a hardcore match and then an athletic match and then a brawl and then a fucking you have to have styles of athletes and a style of your promotion that complements the other parts of it but doesn't conflict. You can't be all over. You can't have a guy throwing somebody around with his dick in Seg 2 and expect people to really fully invest in the 30-minute long MMA style fucking clash between these guys for your title in the main event. It just doesn't work. So there can be an audience out there, but you can't be all over the page. And you have to realize that you have to appeal to more than just the hardcore indie fans. And sometimes you have to appeal to more than just wrestling fans. You have to appeal to the people that are going to be airing commercials on the program, the network itself, the fucking other companies that you may work with in terms of co-promotions or the live event promoters and the arenas and the buildings. I'm not saying they're going to do this at All Elite, but do you think anybody in a building that they're going to shoot a responsible television program from wants the girls to be pulling bloody tampons out of their twats?
Penis druids.
Or penis druids. Hey, I can see now the fucking the Civic Center in Charleston, West Virginia invites everybody down to bring the kids, and we're going to see 6-foot dicks dressed up. So guys, I wish you all the best of luck. Do more of the good stuff and less of the bad stuff. Take everything seriously and try to establish what your identity is, what the flavor of your ice cream is, and don't put the conflicting flavors in that will run off one part of your audience just because us other part, even if it's you, may think that it's fucking entertaining.
And be careful with the disingenuousness, because it's apparent, and you don't want to come across as guys who are just happy that you found someone to finance you to do all the things that Vince would never let you do.
See, I didn't see this, so I don't get the feedback that you got or the whatever. I didn't see it.
I got a lot. No, wrestling's cool again because a rich guy is going to finance us.
Uh-oh.
That's really what it is.
Are you? There should not be a lot of back padding before everybody knows exactly what your back is. Are you saying there was too much back padding?
A few of the people there seemed like they were drunk on themselves completely. Yeah. And I don't blame them. Look at what they've done. The Young Bucks developed this whole thing. They went out there and they hustled and they built a following and they built a merch business, and you can't take that away from them. Cody left the WWE, saw what they were doing, and immediately attached himself to them as fast as he could. And they got All In off the ground. Again, I know they tried to present it like it was just them, but it was Ring of Honor. It was Gary Juster. It wasn't their jet.
Well, we mentioned that,
yeah.
Because you've got to have it. See, that's the thing. The boys can't just decide I'm going to put on a show in a 10,000 seat fucking NBA arena or whatever. There has to be a company with insurance and infrastructure and ticket selling, merchandise handling, fulfillment, whatever the fuck. Yes, we all knew that, but it was their concept and their idea. So therefore they get the credit for that. But no, they didn't just fucking walk in there and, open the doors up and say, hey, here, Matt, you man the ticket booth and I'll be over at the gimmick table.
But they did of people. They did that. And then they found a guy who obviously really wanted to be in the wrestling business and was willing to finance them and do this project. Now it's going to be interesting because, again, they have to get a bigger audience. They have to grow their audience. Their audience is relatively small in the scheme of things. In the general scheme of things, in terms of having a sustainable long-term business, it's very small. So they have to really be able to build on top of that. And, I've said it before and I'll say it again. And I know a lot of people who tell me Cody Rhodes is a really good guy. A lot of people who really like him and think very highly of him. And
I've to be honest, the times I've been around him here since he's been a grown adult here, I've enjoyed it immensely.
And if he's going to be an executive for the company, I certainly hope that works out well. And it's a role that again, I've heard nothing but good things from people who I trust and who I have good relationships with, so I believe that. However, and a lot of these people say the same thing, if you're going to push him as your top guy, you're going to have a real problem. A real problem. Because there's a difference between being an indie star, even if you came out of the WWE, and being a top guy in a company that's going to have real money behind it. And again, I'm not trying to knock the guy, but Cody Rhodes is not that guy. He comes across like a guy trying to be a wrestler.
Well, if he's going to be an executive vice president, maybe he needs to, and maybe this is what he's intending to do, is just work part-time, wrestle part-time. Well, I guess the whole thing would be part-time anyway to start, but transition to ownership, which is where all the smart people go anyway, and where his dad went to as far as ownership and or creative and booking. And maybe we won't have the situation where he's having to book himself on top, which always whenever the booker is the boss.
I mean, and I'll be very honest with you. I've heard from people in the business, including people who are actually talking to All Elite, if I'm going to be very honest with you, that the fear they have is they like Cody, but will he be like his dad was when he was a booker in terms of the ego? Or will he be, the worst example I heard is Jeff Jarrett in TNA, where it was too much after a while. It was too much of trying to make yourself the top guy and ignoring the fact that you aren't the guy for that role.
Well, back up now, because it was two different things. And to be honest with Jeff, I know where he's coming from, because at least he knew Jeff was always the best worker in the ring on the roster. And to say, well, Kurt Angle. No, Jeff Jarrett is a better worker than Kurt Angle in terms of completely understanding the wrestling business and the psychology of it and psychology of having matches and executing them, et cetera. Jeff Jarrett was always the best worker on a TNA roster, but he wasn't the biggest star. And I know where he was coming from, and that, well, I can do it all myself, and it's my company. I won't walk out on myself, but blah, blah, blah. But it could go too far. However, Dusty had already become the biggest star in the business before he started booking himself to be the biggest star. So there was already, and I say the biggest star in that business, one of the two or three in the entire North American business.
Yeah.
So that, in that case, the egg came before the chicken. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. But what I'm already, Chris Jericho's top guy so far of who's been announced. That's undisputable.
Clearly, yeah.
By
the way, is there a drug testing policy? Have they announced that?
I have no idea. Do you think anybody has a problem?
I mean, I'm not going to comment on that part, but I mean, just beyond that, if you're going to start up this company and the WWE has this policy, remember the WWE got rid of their policy when Nitro started because they wanted to be able to compete with Nitro, and Nitro had guys on steroids, and they said, well, we need guys on steroids.
Yeah. I bet you that nobody's going to accuse the Young Bucks of being on steroids. As Dutch said one time in Memphis, hell, Jerry, the way you're paying us, we ain't even on food. And the Bucks don't look like they've eaten recently.
Well, they are heavyweights now.
So then on camera with the announcers obviously filling with nothing to say. And this is where even JR was lost and had no idea where they were going and had to say, I don't know where I'm going here, guys. The production from a technical standpoint was so good. I have to think that that's people in their ear telling them something's not ready, talent's not in position, the VTR isn't queued up. Phil, we don't know what we're going to do, right? Because they don't usually come out and say, we don't know where we're going. But they started talking about Cody and Dustin, and they played the Cody and Dustin package from earlier. On Cody's entrance, minor glitch, the camera pointed to the wrong tunnel because they had babyface and heel tunnels, and that was a good touch. And he had the big chair, and he's got the robe that looks like Sergeant Pepper, and the sledgehammer. I guess he hit the chair with the sledgehammer, and it blew up, and that was a shot at Triple H. Triple H, because, I don't watch a lot of these pay-per-views. Triple H do thrones a lot.
Well, he did, I think, at WrestleMania, and obviously the sledgehammer's his thing, and from what I heard, it was supposed to be a much bigger, he hits it, and the whole thing crumbles, and it didn't happen. But you can't really complain about the pettiness and childishness of the WWE and then do the same thing. Because that's what it came across as to me, at least. I know a lot of people there pop because, hey, he's taking on Triple H. But by the way, if you have a problem with them, Triple H isn't the problem.
It's the old man.
Yeah.
So
well, but also, honestly, I was just happy that the sledgehammer wasn't something he was going to use in the match. I'm like, oh, no, not this again. But anyway, business, as they say, is about to pick up. Dustin made his entrance, that wild outfit and the face paint. He looks in great shape. And then they had the people eating out of their hands. They took their time. They didn't fucking run off and leave them. And folks, two brothers, both of them from different generations, the sons of a legitimate superstar that always wanted to live up to their father's expectations. It never quite happened for Dustin that he would be the top guy. Now in this world, Cody is being portrayed as the top guy. And that's a story. You can believe it. Plus, both guys know how to work. And the people were eating out of their hand. They came to like everything, but they really liked this, and they liked it because it worked. They worked. They had a nice heat spot with Brandy throwing the water in Dustin's eyes. The little handoff of the water bottle from Cody a minute beforehand. Marvez, I wrote, Marvez killing me here, doing bad golf announcing with a gee-whiz accent. Excalibur wouldn't be rotten with a real name and no mask, I wrote down. They did that turnbuckle spot that was kind of awkward, but Brandy spearing Dustin woke him up, and she hit him with a hell of a spear. And somebody's, well, okay, it's a little girl hitting. Well, he turns around, he's been beat up, he turns around disoriented, and somebody clocks him. It was a nice little spot. And then obviously that was made for Hebner to kick her out, and the people went ballistic, and that got DDP in there to carry her out, and that was another fucking deal. And then here, Dustin got the color while everybody was distracted and sold great, being disoriented, and all of a sudden they're having a pro wrestling match. He's pouring blood. Here's the drama. He's fighting from underneath. The crowd is with him. They actually got a figure four and turned it over. And the people blew. Dustin whipping Cody with his own fucking belt. The people are standing up now. They nearly died on the top rope superplex. But they did great false finishes where people could buy it. The people were going apeshit. They traded those shots. Cody finally hits the fucking big move in the crossroads. And afterwards, people are fucking going nuts about it. Everybody was saying it was the best match of Dustin Rhodes' career. It may have been. He probably had better matches technically as Goldust. I always thought Dustin was a hell of a worker. He was a natural. I never liked the gimmick because that was the first Goldust, because that was the first of shit stains fucking showbiz bullshit that he managed to foist in. And but anyway, Dustin's always been able to do it, and I thought Cody hung with him great here. And then the promo afterwards, where they played off of the promo that everybody remembers Dusty and Dustin doing. Asked Dustin to be his partner against the Bucks in Jacksonville, and I need my older brother. And this was the way that you hug after a wrestling match. Not to fucking sissy-ass fucking goofy, silly best friends. Is it two nerds that don't even have the balls to be gay hugging? It was the way that Beretta and fucking Dicklick came off, but this was a hug from two guys that have reconciled after beating the shit out of each other. This was a pro wrestling match. What'd you think?
I thought it was the best match I've ever seen Cody have, because I'm not a fan of Cody as a worker, as you seem to be.
Well, actually, it's the best. I've seen 3 Cody matches, and this was the best one, so there you go.
Usually, to me, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors to hide what he can't do in the ring. I thought this was the best Cody match I've ever seen. I think Dustin Rhodes is like a fine wine. Because I've been watching him since 1990. He gets better with age. And he's so good. I sincerely hope that his body is well enough that he doesn't have to retire and that he could work somewhat semi-regularly for AEW, because he would be a tremendous asset in the ring beyond whatever asset he would be backstage. I'm a big fan of Dustin Rhodes, and I think he did tremendous here. In terms of the post-match thing, I think it was obviously great for that room. I mean, that room was going to pop for everything. They were chanting AEW before anything even happened on the fucking show. But to me, in the overall context of things, I just saw this promotional package. Dustin should have said, fuck you. You need a brother now? Now you need a brother? I actually thought, I put on Twitter and some people got upset. I said he should have done a swerve and said,
I got news for you. I'm Dick Murdoch's son, and walk out of the room. But you know, that was the only thing I didn't like, was just the idea that they so quickly made up and they're brothers and they're going to move on.
It didn't take a year like it did with Ole and Dusty to convince Dusty to be his partner.
It took, 2 months since he got released from the WWE? That's how long the whole feud went. I thought that was disappointing, but beyond that, I thought this is the best Cody Rhodes match I've ever seen. I think Dustin is tremendous in the ring, and I think the biggest detriment I could say is that when you see something like that, and it's hard to see that and not think of it as a massive positive, what hurts it is the fact that you've had goofy shit on this show. Yeah. Because then the show is schizophrenic.
Well, that's the thing, is the goofs being on here diminished what these guys did, because we've already been conditioned in our brains to not take this too seriously, because it's kind of an so all of a sudden, you know, we're surprised that something so good is broken out on an outlaw show. But I get where you're going with that. But it was that match and whole deal would have been in place in a Jim Crockett Promotions show in the 80s or any of the great territories. It was wrestling, and that's timeless. Then they did another package on Cody and Dustin at Double or Nothing, which was fantastic. And then we go to Darby Allen. And tell me what you think of Darby Allen before I go anywhere, because we haven't talked about this.
No, we haven't. By the way, this is my second exposure to Darby Allen. My first was, and I said this on the drive-thru, when you had me watch The Wrestlers about Gabe Sapolsky, that episode. He was one of the featured featured people in that documentary. So my thoughts on him are based on this match. And I think there's something there with him.
Okay, that's an in-depth.
Well, no, I think he has the ability to connect by taking an ass beating, which is kind of what he did here.
I don't know how to say this, but usually, you know how I like when guys' gimmicks, as the young folks say, their characters, with the way they're presented, when it's as legitimate as possible, right?
Right.
You know what takes me out of this guy? Knowing that his gimmick is legitimate. If I had not seen The Wrestlers and I'd seen him here first, I think I'd be a fan. And I'll tell you what, but I saw The Wrestlers and I'm holding my nose trying to compliment him. Because I think I mentioned when we recapped The Wrestlers, I believe that they liked it on Twitter. The term was one of those skateboard fucks. But this is the guy that he and his friends were pepper spraying each other in the face for fun. If they didn't execute a skateboard move properly, then they had to stand there and let the other guy pepper spray him in the face, and they had milk standing by and everything, and they just do shit like this just out because he's one of these troubled Utes, as Joe Pesci might put it. And they took, and he was doing the skateboard thing because, and this apparently is legitimate, because he don't give a shit whether he gets hurt or not. He likes getting hurt because it allows him to feel something or whatever the fuck that this fucking whole generation thinks. I don't fucking know. So while I'm looking, saying I would say this is a great gimmick. This guy works this gimmick. He's got a different look. He's got a different attitude. I'm seeing it in his eyes, except that his gimmick is he really is a dumb, stupid fuck who wants to get hurt and pepper sprays himself on purpose. I'm so conflicted because that's the one type of human being that I naturally want to scoff at, but yet if it was just a wrestling gimmick and I knew that somewhere in my subconscious, I would like this. He does everything wrong. He's wrestling in tennis shoes and leggings of some kind and shorts, but on him it looks good because he's weird. You got to be fucking with Chris Colt, right?
No, of course, yes.
He's quick, he's athletic. He's intense. Painfully thin, Don Knotts style thin, but he has great balance because he's a skateboard fuck, did we mention? And he takes good bumps and different bumps. At one point, Cody went fucking, grabbed his head and went to run him across the ring, and what you thought run his head into the turnbuckle, and he turned sideways like Jimmy Snuka used to in the late 70s Mid-Atlantic, the way Snuka used to be thrown out of the ring, where he would launch himself through the ropes between the second and third rope and turn on his way through. But Allin did that through the turnbuckles, went all the way to the floor and could have killed himself. It was dangerous. But it was a wholly fuck different bump. And I must mention, we had the discussion of the female referee. The female referee is Aubrey Edwards, and she did a very good job here and was very legit with this. So, and it didn't look too, because she was also, at least her thighs were bigger than Darby Allen, so she didn't look like she's too out of place there. Cody obviously led this. The pace, it made sense. It was up and down. There was a roller coaster. He toyed with him because he was so physically so much bigger and more dominant, and he's a star. But then he gave him the big spots where he'd come back and foil Cody some way. I would hesitate to think. I would assume that Cody is the biggest name veteran, most experienced wrestler that this guy has probably ever been in the ring with. So I would say that this is probably Darby Allen's best match ever in life, psychologically and work-wise, I would think. Because I don't know when he would have ever been in a building this big in front of this many people with a guy like Cody. Would he have ever been in that position before anywhere?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So basically it was Cody was making this, and that's the thing. Cody, in every one of his matches, I don't see any tomfoolery or any silliness or any obvious what the fuck.
I'm starting to come around on Cody, because this is now the second AEW show in a row where his segment, I call it that because it seems like the segment he's booking, it's the best one on the show, and it's the one that connects with me for what kind of wrestling I want more than any other segment on the show. So I got to give him credit.
And did you notice also that he even set up when he gave Darby the flurry and Cody powdered out to the floor, Darby Allen's going to do the dive, and Cody was distracted and turned at the very last minute. So boom, it looked like it wiped him out. He never saw it coming instead of standing there, right? Then the two spots everybody's talking about. And I don't know how they fucking switched these in order of importance. Let's put it that way. The Nestea plunge backwards off the top rope. Darby Allen, Cody's laying on the apron. Darby Allen climbs up with his back to Cody and then just falls straight backwards. Cody moves. Allen hits the apron, hits actually the corner of the edge of the ring, not even flat on the apron, the edge of the ring, back first, spine first, boom. As Lance Storm mentioned, spinal stenosis happens one stupid incident at a time, and then bounces off on the floor. That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. I don't know why that it was, if he did it without asking, they ought to fire him. If he told him he was going to do it and they let him do it, then they're crazy. I don't know why Cody would okay something like that. And besides that, 30 seconds later, he was back in the ring on his feet. He'd thrown a kick. Cody had one of his feet, and he was hopping on his other fucking foot. Darby Allen was. 30 seconds later. That's the only... It wasn't silly, phony stupid. It was stupid, dangerous stupid. But anyway, then Cody put him in his body bag.
I mean, how does it compare to Cactus at the Clash in Texas against Mil Monsters?
Okay, here's the thing. Cactus Jack still remains the only person, white, Hispanic, or any other nationality, that ever got over working with Mil Mascaras, whether he did a job or not. Because of that one bump. Because I knew he had to do something special. And we've told that story before. And I'd seen him do that before. And I went to him, I said, Cactus, if you're ever going to do that bump again, and I don't encourage you to, but you did it in Memphis for $50. This is national TV. If you're ever going to fucking do it, now's the time to do it, because it will get you over. Otherwise, this fucking guy's going to just kill you, just bury you. And he did it. And that it was half as dangerous as from half the height as this fucking thing. And without a goddamn apron in the middle where hitting the apron was actually worse than hitting the floor. Plus, Darby Allen has an extra, or Cactus Jack had an extra 125 pounds of padding. But it didn't get him over because it was forgotten except by the highlight reel as soon as he got back in the ring and continued a fucking match. And then Cody tried to give some time to put him in his body bag that he'd brought out, but then took him about blah, 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 and then hit him with the crossroads just in the nick, but it was a 20-minute draw. That elevated Darby Allen enough. Going to a draw with Cody Rhodes without taking that fucking bump. But once again, if I was a booker and I had a guy come to me and pay me a large sum of money to let me do that, take that bump, right? Or let him take that bump. If it was on a giant platform, if it was our first network TV show and it was an angle with a guy, he could have taken the same bump. He could have been going to the top and a guy that he's in a match with, a program with, featured in a main event. And he goes to the top to come off, but the guy throws something or does something and hits him in the face and knocks him backward, and he takes that same bump. And then they stop the match. And they bring it out and a stretcher and the ambulance. And he's in a fucking body cast for a week or two. And then he comes back to get even. Then you've got, just to take that fucking bump. Jesus. And then anyway, here comes what everybody was so mad about. Here comes Shaun Spears with a chair shot. And I saw him. He didn't swing it irresponsibly hard in a dangerous fashion. His aim was not even that entirely off. It was the lip of the seat back. And thanks to the executive vice presidents, those simpering simpleton assholes, the Young Bucks on the press conference, well, we gimmicked it, but it didn't work. They actually came out and said they gimmicked their own fucking chair on their own show. But what they were attempting to do was take the fucking pin out of the seat thing so that the seat fucking flies up at easier or whatever. But what happens sometimes when you hit a guy with a chair and it was turned the right way, the fucking, that seat back when you're sitting in it, the part that goes right up in between your shoulder blades, the back, that's a lip. When it's folded up, it's curved. And that hit him on the top of the fucking head. And shit happens. His aim was just a smidge off. And you would have thought that you would have thought they'd have done anything that they did in the last fucking match. People were so upset. It's a fucking chair shot. And Cody didn't want to put his fucking hands up, and the way the guy swung it, once again, I'm not trying to reveal all the magic. The Young Bucks have already beat me to it, but it wouldn't have been that bad. So they're upset over that, but they're not upset over what we will get to shortly. And the juice helped the angle.
I thought the match actually was a little too long. It should have been a 15-minute draw. I felt like it dragged a little bit.
Well, yeah. Well, once they took that bump and then the fucking body bag and the whole thing, 15 minutes would have been good, but then they're going to do their first draw. They want to make it 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
But
and then what I was saying before about Cody's segment, just think about the last two shows. The things I actually am curious about and care about now are what's going to happen next with Dustin, now that he's teaming with Cody against the Bucks, but what's for the future for Dustin? What's going on with Cody and MJF? Because MJF was the first guy out there to save him. Very Dusty Rhodes. Everyone comes out to save him.
Yes, and MJF goes over the top at the press conference to talk about how he can remind everybody that he was the first one out to help his good friend Cody.
Yeah.
They've
established Darby Allen, and then also you have now Shaun Spears in the mix. I'm actually curious about the Cody stuff. They're doing a good job with that.
Well, also, are they going to finally have a Young Bucks match that I enjoy? Because the next one wasn't it.
Ooh.
Then they did a great package, which I did watch, on the Rhodes brothers and the Bucks, and they actually talked about the Bucks making fun of shit and making fun of them and made it kind of a shoot little package and set up, that they were going to lose their temper with each other because there was ill feelings. I have no idea where Jake Snake Roberts and Tony Schiavone came from in that package, just out of nowhere, to talk about the Rhodeses and the Bucks. And has Tony Schiavone ever worked with the Young Bucks? He's talking about how great they are.
I am not sure. I thought he was good in the package. I don't know why the fuck they would use Jake, who's been begging them for a job on social media, and let's just all remember, complete white trash. But he's a major name in wrestling. So is Tony Schiavone. But how were they applicable to this? I don't know where. If you were going to get two people to comment in this package, it just seemed an odd choice. Well, maybe they were there. Well, let me ask you this now that I'm thinking about it. How far is Tony, and if Jake still lives in Georgia, how far is that from Jacksonville?
Jacksonville from Atlanta, let's see, would be 400 miles.
Okay, it's even longer. I didn't realize it was that far away. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, because I don't know that I've ever done Atlanta to Jacksonville direct, but you know what? Maybe you would know.
Because that's what I'm thinking. Maybe because they're in Georgia, they were close enough that they could film something last minute with them.
Well, it wouldn't be 400 miles, but you'd have to go all the way down through South Georgia, and then Jacksonville is up in North Georgia and over on the right-hand side, so it's 300 miles. Whatever the fuck. Point is, I don't know why they were in that package. Anyway, but great package. Okay, here comes the Young Bucks and the Rhodes brothers. And I want you people to know that at one point, I have written down here, I'm going to write down this line. This is the best Young Bucks match I have ever seen.
Wow.
I was thrilled that's what I wrote at one point. I was thrilled from the start. They locked up. You could tell that Matt and Nick actually were going to try to show people that they could work as well as do all the flippy stuff. And when they locked up, there was a little extra oomph in it. And they're trying, even though Dustin and Cody are just so much bigger, and there is a size visual credibility issue, right? But they were working. You could tell Cody and Dustin led them through this fucking thing where they did almost the impossible in that they got all of the Young Bucks stuff in the first 10 minutes of the match. They got all this stuff in, but it all made sense. So the Bucks got to do their shit, but it still made sense. People still sold shit. There was a wrestling match going on. Obviously, Cody and Dustin are controlling the fucking thing. They got heat on, they worked at first like the Bucks were heels, right? Where they got the heat on Dustin first.
Yeah.
And Dustin sells like $1 million. And then they give Cody the tag. And they're about 12 minutes in, and Cody's making this big ass comeback. And I'm thinking, they've done it. The Young Bucks have had a great wrestling match. They've done their flippy shit, but it still all made sense. Cody and Dustin are magicians. This is fucking fabulous. And then Cody finishes his comeback, and they don't win, and the match is not over, and then everything settles down, and they start over. And the people were up. And then they go into a second set of heat, but this time they get heat on one of the Bucks. And now they're suddenly kind of working as heels, but not really, but they get heat on the Bucks so the Bucks can get a tag. And then the fucking Bucks make a comeback, and then they all start doing shit to each other. And then it goes on and on. This match went over 30 fucking minutes. And they literally had 3 matches. They had the first match where they got heat on Dustin. Cody made a comeback. They could have done a finish there, and it would have been perfect. Then they started over again. They did another match where they got heat on one of the Bucks and it blah, blah, blah. And then they could have finished and it'd been okay. It'd been fine if we hadn't had the real good match in front of it. And then they all just kept doing shit to each other until it looked like that they were lost and blown up. And at one point I saw a camera pan when they're all laying on the ground and every single one of them was plainly looking at and talking to each other with mouths moving because they were trying to figure out where the fuck they were at this point. Because they'd gone half an hour and they were just doing shit over and over. So, half a fucking hour. If you don't have a clearly defined babyface, a clearly defined heel, You know, I've never seen two sets of heat in the same match where one team got a set of heat on the other team and then the other team got a set of heat on that team. I've seen two sets of heat where we get Robert, give Ricky a tag, then get Ricky, give Robert a tag. But it's just, it had to go so long and broke down into such a mess that even the Rhodes boys couldn't save it. And I don't know why they had to go. And then they were doing a promo afterwards, and the Bucks go into their blasé promo where I don't know what they were going to say. They were swerving like they were going to fucking knock the Rhodeses, but they were probably going to make up. But then suddenly the music interrupts them, and they say, well, I guess we're out of time. And then here comes fucking Shad Khan and the fucking gun violence guy. And here comes Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy, and Brandy's out. And here comes Olivier, Kenny Olivier, the big fucking superstar, after that goddamn marathon match he had, comes out in a pair of shorts and some lime green shoes looking like a fucking gas station attendant. And they all just, it's like now the show is over, and now it's the curtain call after the show where all of the community repertory players come out and thank the audience for being wonderful while they attended the play. And Cody, after he's had this fight for 30 minutes, does what the best promo I've ever seen him do, with the most fire, talking about the goddamn charity and then talking about putting AEW over after he's just fought for 30 minutes and he's not showing one sign of wear. And all of the people who have just fought each other are standing there like, you know, the show's over, so we, you know, and whatever we were going to say, we didn't get it out, never mind, and there's no ill feelings. And then they give fucking Olivier the microphone, and did you understand what in the fuck he was trying to say, or is he on some kind of Japanese drugs we're not aware of?
I was out by that point, but I've always thought he's awful on the mic.
But and I guess, and here's the thing, is apparently his fucking sign-off is good luck or goodbye and good night, and he goes bang. Well, now they're fucking doing a charity show for victims of gun violence. So instead of saying bang, he had to say boing. But he took forever to say, he sounds just so wimpy and so unconvincingly tough, not tough, and so unpassionate and just nerdy. And he said a bunch of fucking words that didn't make any sense altogether, trying to explain why he was changing his catchphrase that I didn't know what the fuck it was to begin with. And then it fell flattered in goddamn a plate full of piss. And then they were off the air. So in this one, I didn't see the pre-show, and I'm sure the librarians or Sonny Kiss took care of this, but they didn't do anything blatantly stupid, silly, or obviously phony on their regular show. And there is some talent there, but it's disguised in such a whirling dervish of 3-ways and 4-ways and interchangeable tag team matches and fucking bullshit and questionable talent decisions with using guys that just because they're friends and they get over on the fucking indies, I guess, because I don't know a single talent scout or agent or person that I worked with in the WWF or at any major company that would have legitimately signed at least half a dozen of these fucking people, unless now they're saying, oh, they're great because they want to get a fucking paycheck. But not at any point that I ever worked for a major company would at least half a dozen of the fuckers on this show be on this show. And not just my opinion. I'm sure now a lot of people are saying they're great because maybe Tony Khan likes them and the people saying they're great want a fucking job. But no, would have never fucking happened. Right now, I saw half a dozen people on the MLW show last weekend before last that could have taken a half a dozen of these people's fucking place, and it would have been a lot goddamn better. And as I mentioned, if they wanted a tag team, there's the Dynasty, there's the Briscoe brothers, there's the fucking Revival. Buy somebody out of their fucking contract instead of foisting off the fat guy and his fucking friend with no mask and a bunch of fucking skinniness. Where was old Mark Queen of Private Party? I'd like to see some more of him.
Oh, they were in the crowd. You didn't see that? They showed a few people.
What?
They showed a few people in the crowd, luminaries in the crowd, including whoever the 2 lawyers were that sponsored the thing. They showed them drinking beer in the crowd.
around. And then
they've just that law firm is apparently the victim, or not the victims, but apparently found guilty of some impropriety, as it was on the internet here not long ago. But go ahead.
But Private Party were at the end of the list of pseudo luminaries in the crowd. Private Party were sitting there in the crowd, scouting, watching the other teams to, I guess, prepare for their next match.
But ringside or in the crowd? Just hanging out.
I think it was ringside.
Okay. Well, when you said they were just sitting out in the crowd, I'm like, what the fuck? Whenever I go to see the fucking Stones, I always run into Ron Wood in the fucking bleachers watching the opening act. Anyway, we've gone on too long already. But
much like Fight for the
Much
Fallen.
like that fucking show. Please, goddamn, I'm too old to watch any more of these shows. I don't have that much life left. So I skipped the Japanese girls and got to Shaun Spears and Cody. Shaun Spears had Tully in his corner. Cody came out with Brandy, DDP, MJF, and their dog, who does not like pyro. And I don't blame him, because I don't like it either. That's why I've got tinnitus. And
what did you think of those entrances? The two theatrical entrances for these guys in the grudge match?
Shaun Spears, I liked. I liked Shaun Spears. He looked like a badass. He looked like somebody they went to some time for, and he carried it off with the way he did it. I don't know why they're dressed up in Star Trek outfits. For a grudge match. Now, Shaun Spears has looked more like I'm a badass and I'm coming to get you, rather than Cody's was like, we're all going to go to the fucking LexCon or whatever.
I don't know. He was in a chair with a spotlight. It looked like cabaret.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, they're trying. I wasn't offended by it. I don't know that everybody was serious enough in Cody's thing for the guy just caved his head in with a chair and fucking busted open, whatever. But then also, Here's what I don't understand. MJF is a heel. There's no doubt about that. That's why he's my favorite wrestler, because he's the only one that you can actually tell instantly whether he's a babyface or a heel. Because most of the guys, they can't figure it out. They can't tell you how. They don't know how to project it, either in the way they walk to the ring or the way that they work their matches. You can't tell which one's the heel and which one's the babyface. And if you can't do that, then your match is the shits automatically. Unless you're both supposed to be heels or baby faces. And then we would know that too. So MJF is a heel, but he's claiming to be Cody's friend. And he's the one picked to be in Cody's corner. But Cody, in this instance, was the baby face because he's the one. Shaun Spears is his former friend. Shaun Spears caved his head in with a chair. Shaun Spears got Tully Blanchard, Cody's father's mortal enemy, to be in his corner. So obviously Cody's the baby face. Does it not hurt when MJF is the one leading the cheers for him? People don't want to cheer MJF because he's a heel. I don't understand. If they're going to where MJF is going to be proven to be a prick and turn on Cody, then that's fucking rotten, because we know that's going to happen, because we know MJF is a prick because he's a heel. I don't understand this. Where can you go with this? The only way that you can have somebody turn on a baby face and not kill the baby face is if the baby face had no reason to believe it was coming. If the fans saw it before the baby face did, it makes the baby face stupider than the fans, and it kills the baby face. Anyway, having said that, this obviously was the best thing so far. They jump-started it right away into action, hooked the people, had a good brawl all around. Great fight, great match. It made sense. It kept the people's interest, even when they slowed it down purposely so that they could pick it back up. They did great stuff with Tully and MJF. They brought Arn down for the spine buster, which was, I'm sure, was tremendous live for those folks, and it was even for me watching on tape. I don't know why Tully left after Arn interfered and left himself. Could you figure that out?
No, that made no sense.
Because it was like, well, now that Arn's gone to the back, geez, my job is done. I don't know what's going to happen from here. I don't know why Tully left also. But anyway, then it ended up Cody hit his finish, 1, 2, 3, and got even for fucking Spears caving his fucking head in. I thought it was a great deal all the way around, a great main event match. Had the people, checked all, nothing embarrassing. That was one thing about the best friends. They didn't use invisible hand grenades. There was nothing on this show. There was stupid things on this show, but not just overly phony and silly. So they've progressed to where some of their bad matches are just bad instead of offensive. But once again, Cody Rhodes is on the best thing, at least so far in this point in time on the show.
I thought it was the worst Cody thing he's done in AEW so far. I didn't like it at all.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was nothing.
How come? What happened?
There was nothing. And they killed off Shaun Spears right away. I mean, we didn't even talk about that. I mean, they killed him. He lost the match. It's over. But I just didn't think there was anything there. I thought the entrances were so stupid. I thought once you got to the match, it was kind of just Cody by numbers. I didn't think it was anything special. I don't know why
but maybe
Tully left.
Is it?
I know the Arn thing was cool for everyone, but I'm not as big a fan as the fucking cheap pop as everyone else is in wrestling, seemingly, because it's a industry-wide epidemic at this point, the cheap pop. But the match didn't do anything for me. It just...
Well, I can say this. If I had Arn Anderson in the building willing to do a spine buster in a Rhodes match with Tully Blanchard, I would have had that done also.
Would you have done it that way? Would you have had it where he ran out for no reason, does it, and then leaves?
No, I would have done it a different way.
Right,
it would
exactly.
Been building toward the finish, but I would have had him do a spine buster. And I know they were building toward, but I mean actually in the finishing sequence. And I'd have had Tully get out of there for a better reason or kept him to do whatever. But maybe it's just because there's a heel and a baby face and all their shit looks good and none of it looks phony or outlaw. And they had a fight and the fans liked it rather than the direct that I'd been watching all night. Could that be it?
That could be it. Like I said,
okay. Well, now let me say this. Up to this point in time, what was better on the show than Shaun Spears against Cody?
Again, it's obviously a little different. I like even though I didn't like the pre-match stuff on the mic, I liked the SCU match. I thought that match was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's not that it was a bad match. It's just, I don't know. It was just kind of, it was just kind of there. Honestly, I didn't really think much of it.
Well, now it wasn't Cody and Dustin. But anyway.
It wasn't Cody and anyone he's been working with. I'm not trying to place the blame on Shaun Spears. I just think I don't know. It seemed dry to me.
The opening package for Cody and Sammy Guevara I liked it. It was sports-like. It was credible. They spent money on it. The shots they had of Guevara from the fucking helicopter or whatever. I mean, they spent money on this and it was produced very well, I thought.
Yeah, I thought it was an excellent package for the first match. Gave me some hope for the show. That it was no, seriously, that it was the first thing that we're going to see on that show. I thought the look was great. I really like how colorful the show was, and that really stood out, especially, there's two different experiences. The experience you had, where you watch one and then you watch the other, but I did flip back and forth a few times, and AEW, it stood out just how colorful it was in contrast to the darkness of NXT, to the point where if you flip back and forth, you want to stay with AEW. But if you started with NXT and you watched it all the way through, obviously you like it a lot better than if you're going from this colorful, exciting show to something where it's a little more subdued in terms of the loudness because it's a small room, and it looks like a small room.
Well, yeah, and, I didn't even mind the small crowd or the look of it because they shot it, it was a nice wrestling show, and we're getting ahead of ourselves, but it was a nice wrestling show in a small building. But you're right, AEW did have the fucking advantage of it. It was just brighter and lighter and more color. And
I've never seen that much color. Like, I know it sounds like a silly comment. Everyone uses color for everything, and there's strobe lights and explosions and shit. But it was filled with color. I mean, that's the only word I could use it. Just, they had those little explosions with the colors. It felt lively. There was something that did feel a little different and lively about it. I thought that was really good. And back to what you asked me, the promo video, I thought it was excellent. That's the way you want to start that show, is the first thing you see is a serious package building up a match with what are two serious contenders for the AEW title. Good job.
And also one more thing, on NXT, the introduction lighting where it's just the white spot over their head and dark. I get what they're going for, but when they're already in the smaller building and they already got the, fucking 60s Batman TV series color on the other show, bright, especially when the guys step out of their fucking mark and then they're just dark, right? So I'd brighten it up a little bit. But anyway, with Cody and Guevara, and I hate the fucking panda head. What is the panda head about? What's going on with that?
I don't know. The panda and the worst nickname. What's his nickname? The best ever. Which, I don't know, it seems silly when the guy's like, whatever, 19 or 20 years old and he has a name that's as preposterous as that. But other than that, I thought that the panda head is pretty silly. I don't get it.
They spent money on Cody's entrance. He looks great physically. The people were fucking just batshit over him. Brandy looks good with him. She's a nice part of the package. But here was my thing. They are treating Sammy Guevara like he's a star already. Sammy Guevara, he was announced at 184 pounds. He is pale white. He's, I guess, early 20s, and he looks like he's about 17. And he's very talented. But I don't know. Automatically, people were just not going to buy him against Cody. And I know that's what Cody had a great match with him to elevate him for. But give this guy the underdog treatment. Give him fucking a few months of television before you put him in this fucking spot. And later on, he gets in a bigger spot by the end of the show. But he just looks so young and so small and so pale. You need to give these guys a chance to get over with people rather than expecting an audience who's never seen this guy before and just looks at his appearance to take him like a main eventer instantly because he can work, but he still looks like that. What do you think?
I don't know. I'm not as critical of it as you are. I think the match itself, the match went a couple minutes too long. I know they were going from one near fall to another, but there were a couple where I was like, that should be the finish. And then they kept going. And the crowd was still into it. So look, what the fuck do I know? I'm just a wrestling fan.
Well, now that crowd was going to, if they sodomized Bambi's mother with a fishing knife, the crowd would have cheered it.
I don't know if they did, but if Cody did, they would certainly cheer it. But I think Sammy's good. I think he has something. I think he has an interesting look beyond the panda shit. But just in the ring, he looks like the kind of guy you may want to slap, you may want to punch, you may want to see him get his ass kicked. He's a little flashy. It elevated him, and it made a lot more sense considering what happens later in the show. I didn't have a tremendous problem with this other than I thought it went a little too long.
Well, here's my notes. Cody worked this like an old-time main event guy against middle babyface type of thing. Everything where Cody obviously was the guy that kept the attention on him, but he gave the guy a bunch. Everything made sense and looked good, except the dive spot with Brandy, I thought once again was too much for now. If he's going to wipe his own wife out, it should have been saved, I think, for a match with bigger stakes. But
not the first match on national television?
Yeah, no. Not the very first one. I'm surprised they didn't do it in the cold open. But Brandy's shot with the shoe on Guevara and then Cody's drop kick should have been the fucking finish. They had him, and the people thought it was the finish, and it would have been fucking. They would have been over the top. That's the one thing that even Cody's, the all elite wrestling matches, invariably hit a big false finish where the people are ready and the place would blow, and then it's a 2 count, and they kick out, and then they go and they don't never get them back to that point again. Because then here, after that huge false finish, then they did a reverse superplex off the top and got a 2 count. And then Sammy Guevara does a big flip fly off the top for a 2 count. I wrote, I'm starting to hate this now.
Yeah.
And then the shooting star into Cody's knees, 1, 2, 3, thank God. They're always 2 or 3 false finishes past wow and into thank God with almost everything they do. And I thought what's it going to take for Chris Jericho to beat Cody? If Sammy Guevara at this point in his life and I'm not even talking about the fact that the guy's not talented. He is. But you have to tell the people that have never seen him before that he's this talented for a while before they see some fucking 20-year-old kid taking the main event star, one of them, to the goddamn limit, and him having to use an atomic bomb to beat him. Referee Aubrey is great. I love her.
She's the best referee in wrestling right now, I think. She's fantastic.
And she's so official looking, and she has the body language and everything, and she's got that game face like, don't fuck with me. I like it.
She's tremendous. Tremendous, yeah.
I love that Tony Schiavone hugged Cody. And that was a nice nod to the past with the Dream and World Championship Wrestling and everything. And then he shakes hands, and then here comes Jericho. Now we're cooking. And this is another reason why that it should have been Brandy pops this kid with the shoe and fucking, because especially they're going to do another angle later on where Sammy Guevara is going to get over. So pop him with the shoe, hit him with that drop kick and beat him, shake his fucking hand, and then here comes Jericho. But instead, the kid survives everything, and it takes, anyway. What does he call it? The code breaker he hit him with first?
Yeah, I think so.
But here's where, and I realized what they were doing after a second because I was sleepy. But he attacks Cody and fucking hits him with the shit. And then they kept the live shot at picture-in-picture while they went to commercial, so nobody would switch. And I've got to give it to him, because I'm going to hate this picture-in-picture by the end of the show, but Jericho kept it fucking fresh. He went over, he cued Ref Aubrey to tell Cody to feed up for the second one. Then he the belt shot. Then he went out and got a camera and took pictures. Then he hit him with a chair on the floor. So you wanted to see that because you couldn't figure out, when's it going to be over? When's it going to end? So even if I'm watching on a fucking small screen and it's like a goddamn inch square, I'm trying to see what Chris Jericho's doing. Okay, that worked. Later on, it would quit working. But that was a great angle with Jericho and Cody, who should have had a more convincing win, especially with the angle they were going to do it afterwards. It's not like Sammy Guevara was going to be consigned to the scrap heap. Well, 1 hour into the program, and it's our first interview, our first promo, and Tony Schiavone's in the ring with Cody Rhodes, or Cody. And the inner circle are doing the air horn thing, and they've already been up there eating the popcorn and everything. I think Jericho was thinking back to an old Smoky Mountain television show where the Stud Stable were down ringside throwing popcorn at the fucking rock and roll and blah, 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 perhaps. Anyway, I don't know how they got the PA mic in the VIP box. That was a little, I know they had tickets and everything, but you don't get a PA microphone to be part of the show just because you get the VIP box. That was a little fucking loose thread there. But Cody got the people up big time. He was milking it. Jericho's promo was fucking classic. You know, the whole daring the fucking babyface to come up and do something about it. Cody's milking it. Then here comes Dustin. Then here comes MJF, and I don't know where this is going, but if MJF's in it, I'm going to love it. Jericho, who's going to be afraid of a guy wearing a scarf. Here comes DDP. They got the legends in. They're whipping these people. They're giving these people a fucking hand job, 10,000 of them all at the same time or whatever. I'm sorry, they're not doing that anymore. 5,000 of them all at the same time. This was fucking great. And then finally, when they go up there to that box and they did the fucking wrap his hand in the scarf and punch the door thing, I'm like, this is fucking great. And here we go. And it's Tupelo with a budget all over again for a second. That's wrestling. A big brawl in the arena concourse, promos back and forth. This, I wrote in capital letters, this is the best thing ever on AEW television. And once again, Jericho and or Cody and or Jericho involved always in the best thing on the show. Have you noticed this?
Yeah, no, I had the same thought. Best thing AEW has had on their television or on any of their shows by a long shot. I did like too when Cody was, Jericho's yelling at him from up there. We're used to seeing one guy on the stage and one guy in the ring and they just yell at each other. And he said, we're not on the other show. I can come up there.
Yeah.
And I got a nice little pop. And then they go up there and they let it go through the commercial too. And Jericho's there. He's got his ticket. There were fans were all around. Security kept diving in. There were guys just all over the place. It was great.
Oh, and by the way, the invisible wall, somebody on Twitter said, what is that, a phrase they use? And the first time I heard that, you know who said that to me?
No. Bill
Watts. 1984, one of the first things I learned when I got in the Mid-South locker room, I later learned that he would say it often, was that, goddamn it, he was so used to, or he's so incensed by the wrestling shows where as soon as the baby faces made the save and the heels hopped out, when they were on the floor, suddenly they stopped and it was like they're an invisible wall. He'd say, it's like an invisible wall comes up. You can't go through. If you fucking stop, he wanted the goddamn baby faces to jump out and beat the fuck out of you, right? So it was a goddamn chase scene to get away from these motherfuckers making saves in Mid-South Wrestling because it looked more real that way. If you couldn't expect them to fucking hold up. If you didn't get out of the way, your ass was fucking toast. And it made for a little more panic in those situations. But yeah, the invisible wall. I popped when I heard that.
Like you said, again, another segment with Cody and or Jericho being the best thing on the show. I've been critical of Jericho for a few years. I've loved everything I've seen with him in AEW so far, at least since the TV started. Let me specify that because he's been able to show more of his character. But this is the problem. I love this segment. I thought the segment was fucking great. There wasn't a single other promo, at least nothing that's popping into my head as I think about it, which tells you part of the story. Not another promo on the show. Not another Tony Schiavone with the microphone talking to a guy and let's see the crowd react. And I think that's what you need.
Hold on here. Let's just go back. We heard Private Party in a package. I don't think we want to hear them on a live microphone. The Lucha Brothers are limited with their English. SCU has been doing the catchphrase bullshit. I'm sure they can do better, but they've not been letting them. And do you want to hear Janela or Omega talk?
No, but you got Moxley on the roster. Moxley could do really good promos.
Okay, well, I'm just saying so far, once again, we're talking about a thin roster, and of the roster, they haven't loaded up on great promos either.
But where was Hangman Adam Page tonight or last night?
That's a good question.
There's a place
I have no idea.
Have him do a promo if he's not going to win.
There you go. So we can hear what these guys fucking sound like, because that was once again, that's why I said an hour in and first promo, but at least it was great.
Can I ask you a question, just based on your knowledge of various characters involved here? You know, Cody left the WWE and connected right away with the Young Bucks, you know, and they rode that wave. I mean, it was already kind of happening with the Bucks and Omega. Cody jumped in, rode that wave a little bit, and then certainly helped elevate things, and probably is the single guy responsible more than the others for getting it past a certain point and where it is now. They all worked together. It was all one unit. They were all a team, you know, doing all in together and all these things. At what point are they going to have a problem where I'm trying to book really serious shit on this show and the show's schizophrenic because you're booking all this other stuff in your tag team division or whatever it may be? Because you could definitely see the clear divide in what is, I'm not, you know.
Do you think they're actually letting individual guys book into, like somebody's booking the tag team division and somebody's booking the individual? Because that's just insane to begin with. There needs to be somebody in charge of everything, and then everybody else gives them ideas.
And the female division, obviously.
Well, everything. Omega. Somebody needs to be in. Well, fuck. All right. Anyway. Came Cody versus Jericho, and I rewound it and watched it from the beginning. I'm not going to go move for move. Everything anybody could have imagined I was going to say. Why don't they just charge us $50 to watch this match? Actually, I would have paid more than what I paid if I could have just watched this match and not had to watch the rest of the fucking show.
But you didn't have to watch the rest of the show. You didn't, and no one forces you to watch any of this.
Well, good, because apparently that's the only way they're going to be able to have viewership in the next several months is if they're forcing people, if they keep doing shit like this. One classic match. And I mean, everything fell in the right direction. Also, fortunate juice, because at first I was like, well, this is too convenient. Cody's going into business for himself. Then I saw that fucking hole in his head. I said, okay, that was fortunate juice. But it added to the fucking match. I figured they probably wouldn't be doing blood this early. Then later on in the next match, we'll get to that. But these two guys know how to work. They know what to do. They had the people. They had a great match. They had a great finish. And then they did a great angle afterwards. And guess what? MJF had fucking heat. With what we actually called last week, because it's the only thing that made sense. And it's just the first thing off the top of my head. But because it made sense and it was a Cody match, they did it. Because he only does things that make sense. and MJF is brilliant. And he got heat. The guy throws the beer on him, then throws the fucking can. You see security going over to grab the guy. Yeah. Imagine that the smartest group of wrestling fans on the fucking planet probably gathered in that one spot. And MJF got heat. Just because he's real. There's nothing else you can say about this. I can go through and say, well, everybody on the roster ought to have watched this match, but it wouldn't do them any good anyway, because if they could figure out what to do, they wouldn't be able to do it. That's why Cody and Jericho are the only two doing it.
You know, I was wondering, it seemed to me like they took the fans a few minutes to get into the match. Do you think the judges at ringside threw people off because they were expecting a long match?
Well, it may have, but also as well, it took it took me a few minutes to wake up. What crowd-killing fucking performance just happened in the arena in front of those people where the only thing they could do was get up and go get a hot dog or piss to get away from it? 25 minutes of fucking outlaw Japanese women's wrestling. After they've seen all those moves on the undercard, then they've had to sit through that women's match. Now it's going to take them a couple minutes to warm them back up. And by the time, and once again, in a half an hour that flew by the time it was over with, the dead crowd that just saw the fucking fat, pudgy female Freddie Mercury was so mad they were dousing MJF with fucking beer and throwing shit at him. Imagine if they hadn't had to get him back. Poor MJF might have been assassinated. If they'd have been up from something that they saw earlier in the night that was any good, it'd have been easier.
Cody obviously busted open his eye, and I think he even broke a rib on that dive onto the ramp. What do you think about the ramp? Because that was something that was there in WCW when you were still there. What do you think in general about using a ramp like that?
Hated it. I always hated the ramp. When WCW started doing it, they started doing it to look big and grand on pay-per-view like the WWF. And I know the people in Maple Leaf Gardens from 50 years of history love their ramp. And that was necessary to get the guys to the ring and back, because you see the newspaper clippings back in the 40s at a hot finish, the guys used to have to hide under the ring in the riot. So they put the ramp up where they could elevate them. But if you're doing chase scenes outside, you can't go all the way around the ring. It was awkward for me as a manager because you can't get around the fucking ring. I don't like it. It attracts attention. It takes away. It's a big, giant thing. I don't like the ramp and never have. But in this case, the ramp was the least of their worries, except that it almost fucking caved Cody's face in.
You know, we talked about the weight belts a few weeks back. Both guys in this match were wearing the weight belts. Is that a back issue thing? Do they have back issues?
Well, not used to be. That was in a bunkhouse match, and you'd take the big, thick leather weight belt off and whip somebody with it. And then Dusty loved to use the weight belt in the bunkhouse matches, and I think Cody started doing that as a little homage to Dusty. And now maybe they're just doing it, and they don't really know. Well, Cody knows, but some people are probably using weight belts and don't know where it started or why, because you just asked. I don't fucking know.
Any problems? I mean, obviously the MJF turn has happened. Some people could say it happened too soon. I've seen that in various places. Some people thought it wasn't explained enough on TV in the weeks building up to it. Do you have any issues at all with the way the MJF turn transpired?
No, if that means that we'll get to hear him talk more and not have to act like a babyface when everybody... Here's the thing. He's such a great heel. Everybody knew eventually something was going to happen. And the people who are complaining, well, they did it too soon, knew it was going to happen. They just wanted to wait longer. But there's no sense in presenting MJF on national television in anything other than the best light and his best performance, and that is as a heel who's just fucked a top babyface and don't give a shit. So as quick as they got him there, I'm happy with it.
Now, you didn't see the promo. Did you watch Wednesday night? Did you see the promo with him?
I have not. Well, that's another thing. We're going to talk about the Wednesday night shows on the drive-thru because I've had 4 14-hour days in a row without watching that much wrestling. Because I do have personal and professional business. So I haven't seen anything yet, but I did record it. So we're going to talk about that on the drive-thru. Cody is next against Matt Nix. This is fine. Cody's back on TV after he had his face busted in, and what a fucking gig mark on his head still. But I hate to pick at everything, but there are 15 guys that I could go to a Ring of Honor or an OVW or an MLW taping that look better. It's a squash match that look better and are better quality workers to do a fucking 2-minute squash than Matt Nix, whoever the fuck he was, because he was taking exaggerated facials and kind of goofy bumps, trying to get attention on him instead of just doing a job. But it was quick. But then, oh, Cody, wherefore art thou, Cody? He's kept everything off of him so far. Everything he's in has been sensible, logical, made sense, got over. People were into it. Top fucking stuff, main event level shit. Angles, promos, whatever. He's doing a promo and he's doing real good with it. And he's, all of a sudden, well, no, as a matter of fact, he didn't even, this is the one he just barely started, really. This past week's was much better, but this one he just kind of started, and all of a sudden, here comes some unknown goober through the ring floor. Now, I've seen this done both ways, and I've done it both ways. Somebody comes through the floor of the ring, they've either got to be an instantly you know who this motherfucker is, it's a big star, or I don't know who the fuck this is, but goddamn, look at that fucking behemoth or that fucking specimen or whatever, right? Like Kane coming through the fucking, or whatever the fuck, right? Mankind. All of a sudden, this fucking guy, some unknown goober, comes through the ring floor and Excalibur says, oh my God, it's the Blade, like he's a household word. And the crowd, they seem to be dead silent. Maybe it was the audio, but they weren't jumping up and down visually either. Then the next one through the hole is the Butcher. He's wearing a fucking monocle. And Excalibur knows it's the Butcher. They did a botched double team move of some description where they tried to suplex Cody on the other guy's fucking, I don't know what the fuck it was, on his knees. He fell down. And then through the hole comes, well, it's the Bunny, which is Allie, who they've already exposed. She was on a show a few weeks ago as Allie?
Yeah, she was attacked by Brandy, Rhodes, and Kong.
Well, now she's the Bunny in some S&M outfit with the Blade and the Butcher, and Excalibur knew exactly who they were, and Jim Ross is saying, who are these people? What was their name? Here's another lesson, ladies and gentlemen, that I learned at the feet of some of the masters. Don't make your fucking announcers look like idiots. If either both announcers know who they are or neither announcer knows who they are. Because if one knows who they are, then the other one looks stupid. In this case, it wasn't your stupid announcer that was looking stupid. It was the good one, Jim Ross, not the stupid one, Excalibur. Jim Ross, to the average American person, has to know every wrestler of any meaning in the world, would you not think? Because of who he is and as long as he's been around?
I think that's his role, actually. He should be that expert. He is the guy with the long track record who, if you've been watching wrestling, you've been seeing on national TV in one form or another since 1985.
And meanwhile, Excalibur has been seen by people outside his immediate family and the Federal Witness Protection Program for the past 8 weeks. But he knows who these fuckwits are and JR doesn't. That means to the average viewer, this fucking show is fucked up. Who are these people? So once again, it would have been perfectly fine if JR had said, oh my God, it's the Blade and the Butcher. We've heard that they've been making noises about wanting to come to AEW or whatever the fuck. But no, just the guy from the garage knows who they are and the smartest announcer in the world doesn't. No, fuck you. Secondly, why does Excalibur know who they fucking are? How would he know who they are when they have never appeared on this television program nor been mentioned before? And maybe he's their agent and he got them. I've written already, this is already the worst show they've ever done. Up next, well, I mean, what did you think of this whole fucking thing? Is this, does Dark Order have competition?
Well, wait until we talk about this week's episode. We'll answer that.
All right.
But I think, I want to give things with Cody a chance just because I'm someone who was not a Cody fan and he proved me wrong. And I've enjoyed what he's done. And if you really look at his segments, beyond the fact that he's the only guy that really gets to cut promos and everything, it's been the kind of wrestling I like. Even this, he's the one guy who gets a squash match. No one else is having squash matches. No one else gets promo time like he does. No one else gets the big entrance like he does. He's been used a certain way, and then all of a sudden, the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker pop out of the fucking ring. No one knows who they are. No one cared. I mean, I don't think that was a sound issue. I don't think anyone in the building cared. And I don't know. I mean, to me, there are better ways to do that. But what do I know? I'm not a booker. What do I know?
I am, and I agree with you. There are better ways to do it.
Sports-based wrestling, like Mid-South wrestling. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
Obviously, these guys do.
But at least on this show, they did good at the top of the hour. They had the Lucha Brothers and the Rhodeses entrances and had that match. And tell me, I've wrote these notes here, but tell me if you get this and if you thought the same thing or now that you think of it. This looked like an 80s All Japan or New Japan match where you'd have a great U.S. tag team against a great foreign team, whether they were Mexican or British or even the Japanese guys. There was some style clash, but they were both good enough to do each other's shit, kind of. Right?
Yeah, I mean, there is one thing I noticed lately. It's that it seems in a lot of these Cody matches, I don't know if it's that he gets in his mind before the match that he wants to do something, but it seems like there's always something he wants to do that it doesn't get done properly because it's obviously too planned out or too choreographed or too overthought, as opposed to just work your style and work your match and do your thing.
Yeah, that's what I like the Lucha Brothers better here than any probably match I've ever seen because once again, the shit made sense. They got heat on Dustin, who fought for a tag, etc. The match made sense. Cody does. They went too far into the area of doing the Lucha Brothers stuff versus the Lucha Brothers doing their stuff because they wanted to make it exciting. But at the same point, Cody and Dustin's where your money is, and Lucha Brothers, I'm sorry, in this country at this time right now are not going to be major pay-per-view financial ratings draws. So anyway, but this was a good match until here's the problem with Lucha is that so much of the botches and flops and distractions are taken for granted because it doesn't make a lot of sense anyway, and it's the spectacle. But trying to do an American finish with timing, that's where they fell apart. Dustin is down. Everybody's down. He finally hits something and out of the heat where everybody's down, the Lucha Brothers and Dustin's going to try to make the tag. One of the Lucha Brothers tries to sneak a chair in the ring, which is Double A's spot. Arn comes around and kicks it out of his hand. And that means the coach prevented somebody from doing something illegal. And then that guy's going to run, you can tell later, is going to run at Dustin, and Dustin's going to hit him with a spine buster and then make a hot tag. Well, after the chair kick, both the Lucha Brothers just walked over to Arn and just stopped and ignored Dustin, who was still selling and trying to get up and figuring the guy's coming at him. And he stood there like a zombie, teetering and tottering, not tagging, while he waited for the Lucha Brother to come at him for the spine buster, which then he finally hit so that they could milk the tag. But he milked it good enough, they still got a pop on it. And Cody went wild on the comeback. Then at a point, the Lucha Brothers cut Cody off and did some weird shit that culminated in one of them picking Cody up at his height and folding him up and dropping him on his head, which I'd take out of the repertoire if I was Cody because he's a star and doesn't need to be doing that shit. But finally, Dustin hits a finish on one of the Lucha Brothers. It wasn't the best Rhodes Brothers match, but it was definitely the best Lucha Brothers match for the reasons I think I just mentioned. It made sense. But they've got to pay attention to their ring positioning because that just shows the greenness of the indie mentality. They buried Dustin on that fucking last bit. He should have gone ahead and tagged, but he was trying to give the guy the spot that they were going to do or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
As I said before, I'm kind of sick of the Lucha Brothers. I know they're talented.
Every week.
And I will say one interesting thing was during this match, I flipped the channels just to see what was on NXT, and the moment I flipped, there was just Dusty. Because it's in the middle of the tag team tournament, and there's Dusty. So Dusty's image was on one channel, and Cody and Dustin were on the other at the same time.
Well, there you go. The Rhodes family still making news. Anyway, then Tony Schiavone went to get Cody's answer on MJF's challenge, and Arn he interrupted and said, "We'll get back to you." And I mean, his delivery was fine, but why didn't they give him a little bit more pithy comment to make there? And then that is followed by one of the most brilliant segments that I've seen in a long time, Cody Rhodes. Imagine that. He gets a huge entrance with major music and lighting treatment. He owns the ring. He gives a promo that he obviously, if he wrote it himself. If it wasn't off the top of his head, it's his. With great delivery and vocabulary, amazing storytelling, puts emotion and inflection in it. Kept you hooked on the story. He's like Dusty instead of a jive Dusty. Dusty spent a lot of time around Tom Boogaloo Shaft and fucking superstar Billy Graham and all the, jive talking bullshit. Cody didn't do that, but he's got Dusty's way of saying a sentence out of the blue that wouldn't make any sense on its own, but in the context of the story he's telling, it furthers it, but it still doesn't make sense if you transcribed it and wrote it down. But because the way he says it, you understand. An inflection that rises and falls, and the pace that quickens and slows down. Sometimes he's quiet and sometimes he yells. It's the same Dusty. It's just not the same as Dusty, but it's the same type of performance as Dusty, but he's just updated it and made it his. And he gets the stipulations over, and he does a wrestling promo while he's still kind of winking at the smart fans a little bit every once in a while, but he gets away with it because you believe that even in the worked world that he's in, obviously, after the fucking expose you just saw in the previous segments, that he's still mad at Max. And that's, I could not believe the difference between going from a messy example of this new age, modern fucking gymnastics, wrestling, cosplay bullshit, going to a guy cutting a promo that would have been phenomenal 40 years ago or 20 years ago or whatever. It's pro wrestling and it's timeless. And then I'll let you comment on Cody, but then immediately on the other side is bookended by a fucking pre-tape from Jelly Nutella where he looks like a kid playing pro wrestler, like a fucking midget that got in his fucking older brother's closet and is trying to tell the mirror that he's a bad boy. And it looks like any fucking professional wrestler on top of the last 30 years would have been giving this kid an autograph or fucking flipping him change to go get the fucking car. What is this show about?
It's about 2 hours. And
yeah, it's a hen weigh. Well, what's a hen weigh? About 3 pounds. But no, it's like I'm not watching for a show anymore, start to finish. I'm watching for train wrecks and brilliance. And the brilliance stands out even more because of the train wreck aspect, and the train wreck possibly makes it stands out even worse because you saw Cody. He's a fucking guy who knows what the fuck he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. He knows what to do for that crowd. I personally wasn't as gaga over the promo as you were. I think Cody in his worst moments is similar to Brandy in that it's someone who took too many acting classes. And for me, this is something that I was critical of Cody well before AEW, and I thought that it's improved since AEW, but I personally thought that promo was a little too, a little too artsy, a little too much, a little too rehearsed, a little too. I want guys that talk in a way that sounds natural and sounds real, not their version of scripted WWE promos. I'm not saying that promo was scripted or wasn't scripted, but it came across to me as pretentious. And I'm not saying it was completely awful, because then you see a pretentious one like Jelly Nutella, and it's like, this is just worthless.
Yeah.
Why is this guy still on the show? No one likes him. He's one of the few guys they've signed that you could say has go-away heat with, even now, their audience. It grows each and every week. But I thought the Cody promo, you know, he gets too cute, I think, in a way. I think sometimes it goes to his head.
Okay. Let me say that I think he comes off, when he's doing that, I don't think he comes off as too scripted and rehearsed, because he does it well. He comes off as heelish, because a little cocky-ish, whatever, which I thought is what he was going for in this post-heel and babyface world, where he's still a bit of a prick. I don't know. But it was so much better than anything else I could see on this fucking network. But I get what you're saying.
And no Arn, by the way. I mean, they spent a few weeks building up Arn as his guy. Arn isn't there.
Well, that's one thing I was good. Did I miss something where they had the match that Arn was, or was Arn supposed to be there on an ongoing basis?
I don't know, and I don't know if I missed something on commentary where they talked about it, but that's one of my big complaints, even about the good stuff in AEW, is that it seems like they always forget to. There's always little details that are just not addressed, or not addressed in a manner that I would notice it when I'm watching the program. But I have no idea. Well, let's talk about, what do you think of the stipulations that MJF laid out? Is it too much, too soon for this feud and this angle? You know, you have to have a cage match with Wardlow. We have not seen this guy in a match yet in AEW. Like, are all those, the 10 lashes, are all those stipulations too much, too soon for this angle? Does it fit in with what they're doing with Cody and MJF in your eyes? What do you think about this?
Well, let's take one at a time. A cage match with Wardlow, if it's a cage match, did they announce where that match is going to take place?
You know, I thought they said Atlanta, but maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong.
Well, but I mean, it's on the television show.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, well then I'm all in favor of that, because goddamn you, unless they try to have a 20-minute main event fucking pay-per-view quality match, if they do 7 minutes at an angle of something and get this guy over as a bit of a beast and give Cody some other, obstacle to overcome, or put something in his way where he's injured, whatever the fuck, they could do a million things with that. I don't have a problem with that. Not touching MJF until the pay-per-view, well, that just opens up a promo or some type of facial one-on-one, or that they're in the presence of each other and Cody gets his opportunity and he wants to real bad, but MJF's taunting him, if you hit me once, you can't have the fucking match. Yeah, that type of shit, right? With the lashes, that may go together. Can you imagine it? Okay, I've got to get down on my knees and let this guy whip me and then turn around and I can't fucking hit him. What happened? Maybe they've got a twist on that. Who knows? I don't even want to spoil their shit, and I don't know, right? So on the surface of it, it's not ridiculous. It's how they do it, and whether they waste shit or whether they do shit to build interest in the pay-per-view match. So it's not necessarily all the ingredients. It's the way they put them together and how long they cook them.
I just worry with Wardlow, and again, we don't know what the booking is yet, but I don't think they've done enough to establish him as the monster, the big Bubba Rogers for MJF. And now you're throwing him in a cage with Cody. I don't know. That's
well, but once again, I didn't say they shouldn't have a long match, and I'm not saying that Cody ought to win, because they didn't say he has to win, did they? They just said he has to have the cage match.
I think that's
true, yeah. See, there doesn't need to be a finish, because it's on fucking TV for free. If you get mad there's not a fucking finish in the angle on the free TV match, here's an idea. Fuck you. That's just from a booker. It's ridiculous.
Okay, well, our final question here this week on the Drive-Thru Gym was sent in to CourtneyDriveThru@gmail.com from Charlie in Starkville, Mississippi.
Oh, for heaven's sake. All right, I knew it had to happen.
In a recent interview, Cody Rhodes said that AEW is a mix of old and new school wrestling. Cody said, quote, "I like Memphis wrestling, Southern wrestling. I revel in that old school. If you mash that up with the new school and create something new, like Darby Allen does or MJF, people will let you know how much they love it." What are your thoughts on Cody's take on AEW?
Well, with Darby Allen and MJF, they have in effect taken new guys, but it wasn't, especially with MJF, it's not really a mashup. He would have been a talent in any generation, so it's not mashing the old with the new. MJF is a pro wrestling guy. Darby Allen, to me, the mashing of the old with the new is just his size. A guy of his size may not have gotten an opportunity, in the old days, but if, as we've talked about here on the show and when we've done the AEW reviews, he's got something. He's graceful. He's athletic. He's got a charisma. He's got a newfangled gimmick, which is a mashup also. But still, he would have probably, cut the mustard, as they say, in the territory days. Where the mashup to me that doesn't work is when you get your My Little Dog Pockets or your Riho or your all the other stuff that we talk about that is just, that's like mashing up strawberries with mashed potatoes. If you put strawberries in your mashed potatoes, people are probably not going to fucking like it because it kills the potatoes and the strawberries. And so that's, to me, is why I think the show is schizophrenic. If you're going to do that fucking Invisible Man, video game cosplay wrestling bullshit, then do it. But if you're going to try to do real wrestling, real pro wrestling, traditional pro wrestling on the same program, I don't think it works because the strawberries that you put in the old time wrestling fans' mashed potatoes make them not like the old fashioned wrestling or not want to stick around to see it, and vice versa. The people who just want to see video game bullshit, they're not going to necessarily like in most cases, they actually can like the old-fashioned wrestling classics because they get involved in that. It's just this new horse shit that the classic wrestling fans don't like. That we've said it before. Young people can watch the old stuff on YouTube and get into it, but the old-time fans hate the new shit and can't get into it because it just doesn't fucking work for what wrestling is. So, So I don't think his analogy is correct because they're not mashing old with, they're mashing old with new, but the only shit that actually fucking makes sense is the young guys doing the old shit.
And it drives me crazy. And they started it when people compare it with Mid-South Wrestling, because there was nothing about Mid-South Wrestling on the show other than the fact that Jim Ross exists on this program.
Yes.
You watch Mid-South Wrestling, and there's a plausibility that's applied to everything. Everything's explained. Everything makes sense. Even if something isn't on that show, they address it. They talk about it. It's not something happens in a segment and then it is forgotten for weeks. It is not things that are completely, even if something isn't plausible, try to explain it so that it is. They don't have that. Yeah. There's nothing Mid-South Wrestling, and I know Mid-South Wrestling as well as anyone. There's nothing that's like Mid-South Wrestling on this show. But on that topic, we didn't even talk about it.
Well, All Elite Wrestling is a combination of two things. It's a combination of late 90s era WCW television, and I'm not saying that as a knock. That's the way that it looks and is formatted and is presented, and the other combination is with modern indie level bullshit.
It's WCW Nitro meets Pro Wrestling Guerrilla.
Well, there you go.
What did you think? We didn't even talk about this on the show, and it's one of those things that I really hate. Their fans seem to like, but that opening car crash tag team match, the 4 teams just going out and doing everything they can to the point where I was exhausted. That spot with the suplex where all 8 guys are suplexing each other. And we can, it doesn't even matter that it's Orange Cassidy who gets in there and he's the deciding vote, or, for lack of a better term, in the suplex. It's the actual spot itself. What do you think of that? I hate that kind of shit.
Well, no, it's stupid and ridiculous, and it tells, once again, everybody that's in the arena and everybody watching on television, okay, we just want to remind you as if you needed it, we're all working together, nobody means any of this, and we just, we're tickling ourselves. And it's just a way for them to shoehorn the fucking idiot My Little Dog Pockets into the thing. they still don't want to pull the trigger and actually have him have a match because it will get such backlash from people who are so offended by the fact that he's on the program. But they think if they do these little things, then people maybe not get sick of him or whatever. I don't know, but it's just fucking stupid. And to do that on national television, and I will admit, people say, Cornette never admits when he's wrong or he's done something bad. I'll say this and then we'll play our songs. I did a stupid spot like that one time for my own amusement, and I'm not proud to admit it now with the, stand I've taken. But yeah, at St. Teresa's Gym in downtown Louisville at one of our church gym practice shows, we had a 10-person tag match with the Disciples of Sin and Sin against Kenny Bolin and the Bolin Services Group. And we did the old fucking spot. I told him to do it because I wanted to see it. It's my girlfriend and my best friend and a bunch of guys in wrestling school in front of 60 people in a church, and it was not being taped. I said, all right. And as before cell phones. So just see if you can do this. The headlock chain, where the babyface grabs a headlock or the heel grabs a headlock on the babyface, right? And then here comes the babyface grabs a headlock on a heel, and here comes a heel, and they do that. And finally, right in front, the last person to grab a headlock, Bolin is somewhere near the front, but the last person to grab the headlock is Sin. Now there's 10 people in a headlock chain. I said, all right, throw Sin into the ropes when she comes and hits the next person. Then all of you take the bump. Is one tackle, right? 9 people take a bump. Now, this will be funny, and we'll get a laugh, and it won't hurt anybody, and it'll lighten up the tension, whatever. Bolin's big fucking feet, and the fact that even then he was past 400 pounds and almost immobile, he stepped on somebody as they started to do the little shoot-off, and it just looked like fucking dominoes. Sin ran and hit the ropes, but because Bolin and his weight and everybody was holding on to each other, and it's impossible to fucking make him go any direction he doesn't want to go. When she comes back off the ropes, he had tripped the entire other 9 fucking people by being in the middle of that. When he stepped on somebody's foot and tripped them and he fell, he took everybody with him. She ran back and there was nobody standing up to fucking run into. I said, all right, that's karma. I'm gonna ditch the fucking comedy spots. And we just, so yeah, I think that goddamn suplex on national television from a supposed big budget, operation. It's just, they can't be serious. And that's what, once again, pisses me the fuck off. They've been renewed for 4 years because the standard of viewership and with the viewers you need to draw is lessened so greatly. But they've been renewed, and they've got a billionaire backing them, and they've got national cable television. They have all these assets going for them, and they can't get their head out of this fucking local, yokel, rec center, PWG, outlaw indie bullshit enough to make a product that people could not be embarrassed about or think is just all bullshit. And we're just all kidding. We're just all putting on a show. They just can't get their heads out of their ass and be serious. And that's the most offensive thing to me. They just can't do it no matter how hard they try. Well, they don't even try. Cody tries. MJF tried. The people who are trying to be serious are doing well at it and are getting over. And the other people are having the same fucking shit they do every week, and then they're giggling about it.
It all comes from the top.
And shit runs downhill. Kip Sabian with Penelope Ford against Cody Rhodes with Arn Anderson. This went through a break. Kip Sabian looks like a high school kid in a drama class production of West Side Story with Penelope Ford, who we know personally, she's got to be a crackpot because she's fucking around with Jelly Nutella. And secondly, we've established that she's a shits in the ring because we saw that last week, did we not?
Did we? Did she do something in the ring that wasn't good last week? I don't remember that.
Was she not the one that couldn't fucking lock up? Did she not work last, or was it somebody else I'm thinking of?
It may have been someone else because I think she was in the intergender match that wasn't on the show.
Okay, well then I'm sorry. Then I'll wait to see what she can do in the ring. But anyway, the first half of this match, the first segment, was a good top guy versus mid-card guy match, and Cody kept it a little interesting and gave him a little bit. And right when they went to the break should have been when they were going to the finish. And Cody should have hit the crossroads, boom, 1, 2, 3. But instead they go through a break. Then they come back. And Arn and the referee get into it. And Arn is kicked out of ringside for getting in the ring and chest bumping the referee. Why was this happening? He made Arn look stupid. Nobody wants to see Arn get kicked out of ringside. Why is Arn arguing with the referee when Cody is in a match with Kip Sabian? What's Arn supposed to do when Cody's in a match with the fucking MJF, his mortal enemy? Shoot the referee in the head? Then, when Arn gets kicked out, Penelope and Kip, I can't even believe I'm saying those names on a wrestling program. Fucking hell. Penelope and Kip go to do a kiss spot, and there comes Jelly up from behind the fucking railing, and they kiss him each on each side of his cheek. He jumped in the middle of them and made a funny face. Cody Rhodes, your top baby face, is in the goddamn ring watching all this shit with underneath talent doing their own bullshit when he's supposed to be winning this fucking match. It's fucking stupid. Then they go in the ring and Sabian gets more heat on Cody. That's why I wrote down, what the fuck? As a matter of fact, I wrote down, do a good 8 minutes and Cody hit your fucking finish for fuck's sake. And then finally, Cody gets mad and hits the crossroads 3 times on Kip Sabian.
And that looked great. I got to say, Kip Sabian took that crossroads better than anyone else. It looked fantastic.
And you know what? It was perfect if they were going to do videos from the hospital for the next month showing Kip Sabian in traction from taking 3 of Cody's crossroadses. But he's going to be back on TV, I'm sure, on a YouTube show next week. 1 crossroads and put your foot on his fucking chest, young man. Because if you don't get over, nobody else in this fucking company besides Jericho is going to. Because they don't know how. So it's up to Cody, MJF, and Jericho to save this goddamn thing. So hit him with a crossroads, put your foot on his chest and pin him. If you're going to give him 3, make sure that we see the footage of the fucking neurosurgery that follows, Cody. On Kip fucking Sabian? No. I've been telling guys this in locker rooms for the past year since I realized what they were doing. Everybody is sitting down with guys, regardless of how they're presented by the promotion or how they're perceived by the fans or what they look like or what their talent level is. They're sitting down with everybody saying, let's have the best match we can. What do you do? I'll do all of your stuff. And then here's what I do. You do all of my stuff. No. Unless it's 2 main event guys in a big pay-per-view match for the championship to blow off the whatever the fuck. If it's a top main event guy and a middle card guy, have a nice match, give him some offense, kick shit out of him, and beat him with your finish. Fuck's sake. This is not goddamn rocket science. Then, remember how, well, what did you think? I'm sorry, I skipped ahead of you.
Well, that's quite all right sometimes. I personally like Kip and Penelope together as a unit. I think there's something that could be done with them. Hopefully after they get through with the Jelly Nutella feud. And I don't like backstage vignettes that look fake. You mean to tell me Jelly Nutella sneaks down the ringside, no one reacts to him because he's not a star.
Right.
And he pops up perfectly timed.
Yeah.
Right as the camera's there. See, again, it's just...
because he knew they were going to do that.
It's just one of those silly things I don't like. I did get a kick out of him giving him the middle finger as he backed off into the crowd. That cracked me up. But, again, it went too long. But I'm going to hone in on the Arn Anderson thing. They blew it with the introduction of Arn as Cody's coach. They did it in a press release. And then all of a sudden he's with him on TV. We're supposed to not only watch their YouTube shows, but read their press releases now. He has done nothing. He has added no value to any of this.
Can you imagine the promo that they could have done if Cody called Arn out and asked him in front of all the people for the first time to be his coach and let Arn consider it and let Cody sell him on it and let Arn look at the people for their thoughts and then the handshake and the seal of the deal? That's television that they ain't fucking showing me when they're showing me goddamn Big Swole.
not just one of the great promos of all time, but one of the great promos in front of a crowd of all time. He did it during the Nitro era, and he was fantastic. And I do not believe
my spot.
He has done maybe one.
But there was an homage on one of our shows recently as an hour and a half or so
That's
ago.
right. But in terms of the promos he's done on AEW TV since becoming the coach for the Rhodes brothers, there was that one where he basically said, we don't have anything to say. We'll say something next time.
Yeah.
One of the great talkers of all time. He's out there right now. They have not utilized his talking at all. This thing with him getting kicked out because of the boot. The boot offended him so much he had to go in there and belly bump the referee. And then get kicked. It's just so stupid. It's like, for every step forward, there's 2 steps back. In my eyes, I know to their fan base, everything's perfect. Everything's grand. You can't do anything wrong. But it just doesn't make sense sometimes. It's like you have an idea and you go from A to Z, but you don't fill in any of the points in between. I don't understand what they're doing. It's a waste of Arn Anderson. If you're going to use Arn Anderson in a role like this, use Arn Anderson. Don't just have him out there in a sweater vest, walking you down to the ring, and then leaving, and he doesn't say anything.
I had Arn Anderson for one television taping in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, and we created one of the 5 most well-remembered segments of the 200 episode run of the series. And they've got him every week.
And Big Swole and Nyla Rose are going through a commercial break. That's the thing. They have a lot of people there who could actually do some talking without being scripted. And we don't hear from them enough. And instead we get matches that go too long that, you know, forgive me if I'm wrong. I mean, like some of the Young Bucks matches go too long, but their audience is into it. No one's into Big Swole versus Nyla Rose. And I'm using them as an example for other matches that have gone that long too. Utilize Arn Anderson. Where the fuck is Tully Blanchard?
Well, he got kidnapped and tied to a chair, so he's pretty much impotent.
Have we
after
seen
his
him
second
since
week
then?
on television. Maybe that may have been his. He may still be in fucking. Who did it? Was it Jelly?
It was Jelly. And by the way, what happened to that program? What happened to Jelly Nutella and Shaun Spears? I'm not saying I was a big fan of that program, but if that program built up to Jelly kidnapping Tully Blanchard and having him duct taped or whatever he was, tied to a chair on the stage, and then nothing, and then it just went away. The Dork Order beat up the Young Bucks, an angle that everyone shit on, everyone was offended by. It was a huge beatdown. They beat up the entire Elite, and nothing since then with the Elite and the Dork Order. It's like no one is there dealing with quality control. Quality control is more than just how many flips you can do in a match. It's, does this shit make sense? Is this laid out correctly? Does the format make any fucking sense? But again, what do I know? I'm just a lifelong wrestling fan. I don't.
Well, you know what? I'm thinking that maybe Tully saw that and said, you know what? Here's my chance to get to fuck off this sinking ship. And when they called him to come back to work, he said, no, I'm still tied to the chair in Jelly's basement. I can't get out. And then suddenly, we're at a different television show. Here comes MJF with Wardlow. Here comes Cody. Guys who look like stars, big entrances, a personal issue. Everything slows down so we can absorb what's going on. MJF, if God forbid, and I know there is no God, so wrestling gods forbid, unless one of these fucking untrained goofs hurts MJF, he will make millions in the WWE. He will be one of the highest paid talents in the WWE one day. You know, whenever it happens, and it will, just from the time he comes down the ramp, he mocks people, he taunts them, he makes facials, he did the same thing to Cody. It doesn't break character, doesn't wink at anybody. He is who he is. And the only thing I didn't like about this is taking the guy's belt off and using it. I realized, he said, okay, I'm going to take Cody's own belt and I'm going to whip him with it. But they should have got a whipping strap. And I will explain. Because somebody asked on Twitter, how do you work giving somebody lashes? You don't. The only work is the lashing implement. The thinner, and I'm not talking about thickness of the leather, I'm talking about thin, like if you got one of those little thin dress belts, it's only like 3/4 of an inch wide, right? Rather than a jean belt that's a couple inches wide.
the thinner the belt is, the more it hurts and the less noise it makes. The thicker and wider the belt is, the less it hurts, the more noise it makes, and the better the marks look. I'm not talking about the fans, I'm talking about the actual welts. So they should have had a special whipping strap that they got. I've gotten some of them before for whipping matches and everything. You get it as long as it's flexible, not the thick leather, but flexible. It doesn't have to be thick, but it needs to be wide, and get it where it's broke in a little bit. And then what you do is you apologize ahead of time, and you make sure that you don't whip a guy in the face or wrap around the side and get his nipple or whatever. You bring it straight down across the back, absolutely as hard as you possibly can. Flat, hard across the back. That will cause welts, that will cause bruises, that will bring blood. Done it a bunch of times. If you do that, and also, you don't take the belt and just like hold the belt buckle and have it loose, like MJF did. You double it up, because when you double it up, it makes even better noise, because the noise is hitting the back and the other half of the belt hitting the belt at the same time. But otherwise than that, there ain't no work to it. And that thing will light you the fuck up. And when I was in the first Clash of Champions, when I was whipping Bobby Fulton, the Midnighter holding him over the ropes, and I'm going to town whipping him, I've never heard a poor son of a bitch scream like, Tommy, because he couldn't leave. He had to wait until Tommy came and saved him, right? And Tommy's still fucking selling his goddamn optic nerve injury, and where he got fucking blinded and brutalized by everything else, and he was a little late, and Bobby screamed, Tommy, because goddamn, I was laying it into him. But that's what you got to do. That's how you work lashes. It's not working the lashes, it's what you lash with. But they took their time with it. Cody sold each one a little bit more. The heels came out to watch, which kind of made it important. Double A, Arn Anderson came out to try to support him. Dustin comes out trying to take the rest of the lashes, but no, that's not part of the deal. They took their time again till Cody was near tears. Brandy comes out, which would have been great because his wife is concerned, except that she's been a heel and, her credibility is nil because she's been a heel in that other bad thing. So what the fuck? The only other thing, I thought the last shot to Cody's chest was a little anticlimactic, but then MJF ran over and gave him the football kick through the uprights into the balls right before he ran out of the ring. So that was a good way to end it. But that segment I liked, but obviously, because now you want to see the pay-per-view more, to see Cody get even. Cody looked like a stand-up guy with some guts that was going to take this punishment in order to get what he wanted. MJF, and when MJF give Wardlow the belt for the big one that brought the blood, that was fucking great. He's a weasel. It's a different television program. Because Cody knows what he's doing like Jericho, and so does MJF, and the rest of them are fucking lost in the weeds.
The show was bookended by really good, serious stuff. I don't even know if we said it, but Santana, that was the one who Moxley got in the eye. He did a really good fired-up promo.
Yes, that's right. It was a backstage, pre-tape or a post-tape or whatever the fuck. Yes, yes.
It was bookended by good stuff. They've got me actually excited. I hope they don't blow it with this cage match. They've actually got me excited to see when Wardlow starts getting physical, because I think he has been perfect in that role with MJF. Perfect. He's been his big Bubba Rogers, and I think he's been great. MJF is just off the charts good. I thought Cody was good here. I thought there was no winking at the camera, and I hate to say that's an accomplishment, but with this show, that's an accomplishment.
Yeah.
The only thing I didn't like, and I don't know how you could have done it differently, you I'm sure will have an idea, was after the kick in the balls, MJF and Wardlow just ran as fast as they could out of the ring, into the crowd, far away. There was something about them just sprinting out, especially Wardlow. I don't know. There was something about that I didn't like.
Yeah, well, I love MJF running away.
Right, but
because he did what he, but Wardlow being with him. They could have even right before the last lash, they could have anticipated that when they were going over it and said, well, what about the deal is after Wardlow takes that fucking shot, somebody kicks him out of the fucking ring because that wasn't the deal. So he takes the one shot that brings the blood and then, no, you got to get out of here. And he has to stay on the floor and give MJF the last one or whatever. That could have avoided that real easily. That's one of those things you bring up at a production meeting if you know what you're doing. What about this guy? We forgot about him.
He shouldn't be afraid of anybody. So
no.
Whatever it was, have him out of the ring, have him ready for Max to run as fast as he can towards him. But I didn't like the idea of MJF and Wardlow running away.
Yeah.
But I see shit like that, and it gives me some hope, and I just wish they could fill out the rest of that roster with serious. I don't have much hope right now for the tag team division. The women's division is a loss. But with Jericho and Cody, and I like Darby Allen, and obviously other than that video, he wasn't on the show, but at least he works hard, and he looks like he lays his stuff in. There's enough good stuff there to give me hope. I just gotta wish that they find a way to cut bait on the shit that doesn't matter, the jelly Nutellas of the show.
They're not going to, because that's all their high school friends, and that's what it's all about, giving your friends jobs. And then help me on this, because my DVR cut off as MJF and Wardlow are going upstairs, an alleged fan, and I saw enough of it to know that obviously it wasn't legitimate, because I've seen plenty of legitimate people fucking come over a rail or whatever, and that wasn't it. But then my DVR, it freeze framed right as they were starting to beat the guy. So I didn't see the fucking resolution of it, but
that was it. There was nothing else to it. And it looked like he was wearing trunks or at least shorts. But,
see that. And here's another, that's why in the old days, a lot of promotions would not do the fan out of the stands angle that introduced, like, the big country boy comes in and we make him a wrestler because he threw the heel out of the ring or whatever. But that old fan in the stands angle would give the people the impression, okay, well, if I jump in the ring from the crowd, then I'm liable to get to be a wrestler. And it would actually increase people jumping into the fucking ring, and in territories that were already having that problem, like Mid-South or anywhere in those days on a weekly basis, where guys were jumping in the ring to try to really attack somebody or fucking cut them or whatever. You didn't want to do that. Now, obviously and it was obvious, I guess, to us, because we've seen it. Maybe it wasn't obvious to everybody that wasn't a real fan. But regardless, that gives people the impression, hey, maybe I could get in on this too. And that's not something you really want to fucking do. They're trying to show that MJF's getting all this heat. But I wish he'd have called me, because I can tell you how to make it look a lot better than what it did. Make it look a lot more fucking legitimate. But that's just me.
That angle made me just a little more pissed off that they threw MJF into the pool.
Well, yeah, because that just set them back. But they can't help themselves, because they're not booking wrestling, they're writing Saturday Night Live. Chris Statlander versus Hikaru Shida. I wrote, Chris Statlander looks like something I cannot watch another Japanese schoolgirl beat a potential American star just so Olivier can do whatever it is he does to Japanese anime. But then suddenly at the finish, Chris Statlander actually wins 1, 2, 3.
She's an
alien. So that was positive.
Did you get that on commentary? She's an alien.
No, I skipped all. She's a what?
Apparently, she's an alien from another planet.
No, they're not saying this.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, they on commentary, maybe they're a little tongue in cheek, but that's her whole thing, is that she's from another planet. Now she's here in AEW, sports-based wrestling, just like Mid-South.
Yeah, Watts always had those fucking people from Mars and Zambodia come in for the tag tournament once a year. All right. The lights go out. Here comes Awesome Kong and Brandy. And I'm a fan of Awesome Kong. I have no idea what the fuck Brandy Rhodes was talking about. It was stagey. It was theatrical. She tried to get Chris Statlander to join the Nightmare Collective. How can Brandy be a heel and Cody be a face? Cody even referenced it. But what the fuck? How do they not speak at dinner? Is Cody not saying, why are you doing these awful things all of a sudden? Or is Brandy not saying, come join the Nightmare Collective? And how does Brandy get to have the Nightmare Collective when actually she's only related by marriage to the fucking Rhodes family? This does not make sense. This does not make sense. It's the fucking Chewbacca defense from South Park. It does not make sense. Look at the pretty monkey. It doesn't make sense. This whole thing does not make sense. And then Statlander don't want to do it, but a fan at ringside is, oh, yes, I want to pledge. I want to pledge. And she gets and they cut her hair off with a fucking knife. During the picture-in-picture, by the way, I did not know that LSD was still a thing.
Oh, yeah.
You don't hear about it in the fucking papers anymore, but apparently Tony Khan, does he have a fucking chemical laboratory in fucking Haight-Ashbury where they're making this shit? Because all these people have to be on it.
He couldn't handle acid. Come on. This was awful. Like you said, overly theatrical. And like this was my worst fear with Cody. Cody's in there. Cody has power. He's going to do something that's because he's taken acting classes, and clearly she has too, where it's going to be just overly, I'm playing the role of a wrestler. And Brandy's stuff is just awful. I don't know anyone who likes it. I know some AEW defenders, and they don't like it. It just seems like the wife of the guy who's one of the executives getting to do her thing, despite the fact that it makes no sense and no one cares to see it. And it's just so stagey and so overly theatrical. And now we have 3 different weirdo evil cliques: the Dark Order, the Butcher, the Baker, the Candlestick Maker, and the Nightmare Collective. And the girl who was clearly a plant in the audience, the camera was right on the one girl in the front row.
Yeah, the one girl in the whole building of however many few thousand people, and right next to a security guard is, oh, okay, go ahead. You want to pledge? Go ahead.
This is so bad.
That really happens all the time.
If this was on WWE TV, people would be pulling their hairs out. This was so fucking bad.
People would be pulling their pubic hair out if this was on WWE TV.
Perhaps with the Lawnmower 2.0.
No, that doesn't hurt. They'd be pulling them out with tweezers one at a time, which is what watching this show feels like, pulling your pubic hair out one at a time with tweezers. You got a good match, Brian. It took Cody to do it, but we got a good match. Gold, Jerry, gold is what we got. I must admit, I would have done the finish a little different, but I was conflicted, and I've come back and I've thought about it again. And maybe he was right all along, but let me go to my notes. I liked the package on Cody and MJF because it told the story. There's distinct personalities. There's a heel and a babyface. They made the cage itself in the match dangerous and important. They talked about it. It's like suddenly I went to an Outlaw Mud show and pro wrestling broke out. The lowering of the cage looked great because they slowed down, took their time with it, and that always looked good since Vince got the fucking budget to do that, instead of having the fucking ring crew put the sides up with fucking zip ties. They clearly and plainly stated there'd be no escaping the cage bullshit, which has always been bullshit, and they were going to do real cage match rules, pinfall or submission only, no other way to win. So that was obviously a positive. Wardlow looks great. He looks like a star. He looks like a beast. Cody came out with Arn and Brandy. To me, that's too dangerous an environment to bring your wife. Wouldn't it? If you're going to go have a fucking fight with some fucking evil guy that's twice your size, are you going to let your wife come along?
She's going to get on TV one way or another. Look, they just announced their new figures, their new action figures, and she's somehow in the first set. Want to guess which figure is going to be the lowest selling figure?
Well, anyway. But yeah, otherwise than Brandy being out, Arn being out was great because MJF was out with Wardlow. They start the match, and wouldn't you know, Cody actually knows what the fuck he's doing. He's a member of the Rhodes family. He's in Atlanta. He's against a fucking beast that they have to try to make a threat. He's in a cage, which they can use to establish as dangerous, the first AEW cage match. And, of course, he gets color, which if you have a cage match and you don't have blood, it's fucking ridiculous. And I don't believe is a pretty good job if it was that phony bullshit fake blood that the WWF tries to use and other people try to use on occasion. This was done the proper way. And he fought from underneath the whole time. You can tell Wardlow's green, but Cody sold and he fought from underneath. He sold, but he didn't die. He stayed alive. I said, boy, that cage, they should have hooked it down at the bottom or something, or it should be a little bit smaller, because instead of being thrown over the top where you could hit the cage and bounce off of it and go back in the ring, it was just bowing out, and poor Cody was, I'm sure he didn't plan a few of those fucking flops all the way down to the apron, but, you know, it was too much room. But otherwise than that, then Cody makes one comeback, and it was the perfect comeback because he just hit something, boom, went to 10 punches in the corner and hit the elbow, and Wardlow gets the nut shot. So he got him up, made sure he was still alive, and then Wardlow pulled the rug out from under him. That's all he needed right there to stay in it. So Wardlow could get some more heat. And then they do the spot with MJF teasing, trying to get Arn to slam the door on his fucking head like he did to Dusty years ago. And of course, Arn thinks about it for a second and then hits MJF with a shot, and that gets a big pop. Then Cody makes a bigger comeback and does a little bit more this time, but Wardlow stops him again and hits him with that big dive off the top. I'm not sure that guy should do a swanton, but nevertheless, now the team is in need, and MJF hands the ring in. Now, of course, it would have been fantastic if MJF had won 15 weeks in a row on television previously by knocking a fucking sucker out with that ring, and that way it would actually be really over, but we have to allow for modern wrestling, and that if something happens once, then they're going to fucking capitalize on it. But he hands the ring in that he used against Jungle Boy last week, and Cody gets it. This is pro wrestling. The Sheik dropped his pencil. Oh, my God, now Bull Curry's got the fucking pencil, or Pampero Firpo. And the people go crazy over that. MJF is going crazy, trying to climb into the cage. Brandy hits him with a chair. Anybody else would have sold the chair. MJF didn't sell it because it's a girl that hit him, and he knew better. He jumped down and confronted the girl and was about to punch her lights out when Arn dumped him over the rail. But I guarantee you any other heel would have sold that chair for Brandy, and it would have killed him deader than 4 o'clock.
I didn't like Arn doing that to him. I don't think anyone should have gotten their hands on MJF. It's a few weeks ago he got thrown into the pool. He is the heel that Cody's trying to get to.
Exactly. But
he shouldn't be made to look weak at all.
I agree with you there, but if it was a choice of selling a chair for Brandy or getting dumped over the rail by Arn, I'll take Arn.
I don't think two wrongs don't make a right, but I agree with you on that. But he shouldn't have, neither one of those things should have happened.
But they had to shoehorn a spot in for Brandy. It was obvious, right? So there it was. Here's what I had an issue with first. Cody boots the guy, drops the ring. He gets the ring. He fucking pickles him with him, and it turns right into the crossroads. 1, 2, kick. And I'm like, no, Newman, fuck. That should have been it. I'll explain why in a second. But that was not it. He kicks out. So Cody goes to the top, does the moonsault off the top of the cage, knocked the fuck out of Wardlow on the way down, it looked like, and covers him 1, 2, 3. I wrote at the time, incredible, but no. Because the thing is, with that, you change the meaning of the finish. If it had been boot the guy while he's putting the ring on, get the ring, punch him with it, and then hit my finish, then what Cody would have done was we used to call it a babyface fuck. The heel normally fucks the babyface, right? But in this case, the babyface fucks the heel. He hit him with the gimmick and then hit him with his finish when he was stunned. So it would be a fuck, and it would leave Wardlow with an out. He wasn't beaten fairly. There could always be an asterisk next to that. But once that has failed and then you hit him with another move, the momentum has changed and it no longer becomes you fucked him, it becomes you beat him. So in this case, he beat Wardlow instead of fucking him. And the move got a huge pop, obviously, but it didn't fit the fucking story and the personalities involved. And I was upset about it at first. And I would have thought that Cody being a Rhodes, he would have won this in that fashion with a babyface fuck, but then come out of it with some type of injury or handicap, disadvantage, a body part, something is going into the match with MJF, something's wrong, he's got a weakness. But in hindsight, when I saw the way that they've replayed it and that they've played it up and everybody, I mean, it was an incredible move. For the same reasons that I didn't like it to begin with, now I think I'm liking it more because it was like the old days when I said that the first David Von Erich Memorial Show at Texas Stadium was a match that needed a stadium because they were going to draw twice what they could get in Reunion Arena for Flair and Kerry in honor of David. Every succeeding year after that, it was a stadium that needed a match. They had a stadium show booked and they had to put a match in there to make it worthwhile. That's a completely different fucking way of looking at things. This move was Cody, after I saw his off-air promo, which everybody went crazy about, he wanted to do that move in Atlanta. He wanted to get the video. He wanted to create the buzz over the spot. He had to do it off the cage because there's no way you can get up that high any other way. So this was his opportunity. So instead of making the finish fit the match and the program, he went for the big moment and he put his move in where it didn't necessarily belong because he felt that the moment and the pop and the buzz off of that, Cody doing it off top of the cage in Atlanta, and also the personal enjoyment, to be quite honest, was more important than actually what should have happened in the match. With that audience, he's probably right. Because, yes, it would have made more sense and Wardlow would have been protected as more of a monster and it fit the fucking picture and it's logical wrestling. But as we've seen by everything else that those people had stuck down their fucking throats that night, they don't care whether anything makes sense or not because they're just there for a fucking hoot. So normally Cody makes sense. In this case, he went for the fucking pop and the buzz of the big fucking move. I don't hate it as bad as I first hated it because now I see what he was doing because with that audience, it doesn't matter to begin with. But that's what I thought of the match, though. He did a great fucking job, and it was obviously one of the better things that's ever been on AEW television. But as we've seen, that's unfortunately, except for Cody, Jericho, and MJF, a very low bar to fucking hurdle.
You know, as you're saying that, I'm looking on Twitter. Someone had just sent this to me. Apparently, in terms of the ratings, the quarter-hour ratings, the three top people in AEW are Jericho, Cody, and MJF.
You think?
And Moxley. Moxley's in there too, actually.
Well, he's had a lot of WWE television, so people know who he is. They haven't made the same mistake with him they've made with their alleged homegrown guys. And the off-air promo, by the way, of Cody. In the same promo, we went from the outhouse to the penthouse. I didn't like the whole thing. I liked the end of it. I thought the end of it was fan-fucking-tastic and should be on television. I think the beginning of it, if I'd have been in the back, I would have fined Cody when he came back. Because after that fucking, go back and watch it now that I've said that. Don't just, if they play a clip, watch the whole thing and see exactly what he said. After that cage match, he's bleeding. He's gone through all that. He's flown off the top of the cage. He's beaten this beast. He gets up, he gets the microphone, he thanks the production crew. He thanks the fucking crew at the building. He says, this is the best episode of Dynamite yet. He's an executive vice president doing a rah-rah. It's like a fucking curtain call. Yeah, what about our staff and our crew? What about our fine cast, folks? The first minute was fucking ridiculous and should never have been said by him in public. And then he does an incredible, emotional, heartfelt promo about falling in love with wrestling because of his dad 100 yards away in the back of the old fucking Omni there on the Baker Street entrance or whatever the fuck. The point is, tells the truth, tells a true story, is emotional when he does it, and gets a great fucking pop. That should have been on television. They should show that clip. But once again, he took people out of it. Then what about greatest episode of Dynamite ever? Which means, oh yeah, boy, didn't we do a good job of producing this? And what about our crew? Did anybody else see that but me?
I thought that was odd. But obviously the fans there didn't care because they know that he's an executive vice president.
Well, yeah. That they don't. That's the thing. They don't have to make any kind of sense for those people because those people are just there to see wrestling as a fucking joke and a hoot. But they still get worked by the good stuff because the good stuff makes sense and they can follow it instead of just watching this fucking video game bullshit. But every time you do something that gets people halfway emotionally invested in this shit as something serious otherwise than just this fucking, I'm going to watch some guy stick his hands in his pockets and do stupid bullshit. Then even the guy that gets him into it, then say, oh, hey, what about our cast and crew, folks? And boy, what a great episode. We're always going to give you our best. Fuck. Can anybody just be serious and do what this shit is supposed to be? I swear to God, it would be like if fucking Jerry Lawler and Terry Funk had a fucking pull apart at the Louisville Gardens in 1981, double juice and 10 guys on each man trying to pull them apart. And then after they fucking drugged Funk to the back, Lawler got on the microphone and said, boy, I really want to thank you guys for coming out tonight. What a great show we had. No, he was cussing out the fucking state athletic commissioner, was threatening to fine him if he didn't fucking stop the goddamn pull apart. Lawler said, if you think it's over, you get your ass in here and try to stop it. I'll knock you out, to the state athletic commissioner. And the people were fucking being held back by their jackets and their ties and their clothing from jumping in the ring to get in the middle of it because the scene was chaos. And everybody was afraid there was going to be a riot. That's wrestling, not this fucking hokey bullshit. So they do it and then they don't do it. That's all I got to say about that. Thank goodness. Next came the match we've all been waiting for, MJF and Cody. And thank goodness, because I was losing my patience a little bit again. MJF is a star from the time he walks out, his facials, his attitude, we know that, but what the fuck is on poor Cody's neck? Oh, I remember when Brock Lesnar got that fucking tattoo of that awful goddamn thing. Was it the thing on his back or the thing on his chest he got first? It was either a dagger on his chest or some goddamn Harley Davidson bullshit on his back. And didn't tell him. He was here in OVW, didn't tell anybody. And they saw it after the fact, obviously, and oh my God, we got memos, and that's where they put in the rule, no talent is to get a tattoo unless approved by the office, because they're trying to sell the All-American boy NCAA champion from the University of Minnesota, and he looks like a goddamn fucking Hell's Angel with short hair. But the product placement is suspect on that tattoo, don't you think?
I have a lot of thoughts about it. I think it's the biggest mistake of Cody Rhodes' life. I think we could also call it Exhibit A in his upcoming divorce proceedings. I think his father had a splotch and now he has a splotch.
Oh my God.
I think he has a neck tattoo on his chest and a chest tattoo on his neck. I think whoever are his friends that didn't talk him out of that aren't really his friends. I think it's just a colossal mistake. They're about to put out an action figure. Doesn't have that stupid tattoo. He's an executive vice president who wears a suit and represents the company. And now he has, I've heard a lot of people say it looks like a bad prison tattoo. Just even if you wanted one there, the size of it, it took me out of the match in a lot of ways.
And the color of it, the brightness of it all.
You know what? It's just, it makes me question any decision Cody Rhodes makes in the future. What a bad decision. Just what a stupid move. And I heard his wife did an interview where she said she wasn't happy about it. I'd like to know what Tony Khan thought about it. All of a sudden, his executive vice president shows up with a prison tattoo. I don't know what the hell Cody Rhodes was thinking. What a horrible, horrible idea that somehow went from his brain to fruition. I don't understand.
You know that big red spot that Dusty had on his side, right?
Yeah.
So in Mid-South, right? It was the August? I think it was the August Superdome show.
In 84, yeah.
In 84. We get the word about 5 weeks out because we, advertised the big dome shows, way out. We're going to get to work in the Superdome in New Orleans in one of the feature matches with Dusty Rhodes and Junkyard Dog. And I'm like, oh my God, the fucking place is good. They're going to blow. This is going to be, we're going to start a riot. The reaction's going to be incredible. Plus, to that time, I had never met Dusty Rhodes in person. I'd seen him work live before I got into business, but I'd never met him. And so I'm like, we get to work with, and this was when Dusty was one of the three, it was Dusty, Flair, and Andre, right? One of the three biggest names in the business. So, and I'm doing all the promos, and I'm really geared up for this. And of course, as we later found out, that's when Dog left, and it became Dusty Rhodes and Sonny King, and the heat level when Dusty was in the ring in New Orleans was off the charts. When Sonny King tagged in, it cooled quite considerably. I've never been so disappointed. But anyway, one of the promos I did leading up to that was, let me tell you something, Dusty Rhodes, you're coming in here to Mid-South. This is our backyard. You may be a big star in the rest of the territory, or the rest of the world, but you know what you are to us. You're just a big fat guy. You know what that red spot is, Jim Ross, that red spot on his side? That's where he had the word Goodyear sanded off of him. And then somebody afterwards said, hey, you know Dusty? I said, no, I've never met him. They said, you better hope he don't hear that promo. And then at the Dome that night, that's where inadvertently I first got over with him because they had done the deal. They'd taken my tennis racket away. It was a fine to carry the tennis racket, and Duggan's two before they'd fined because Watts figured the Mid-South had to do something about the foreign objects, right? So I get around it for the Superdome by wearing a tuxedo, and I've got a cane. And I go to the finish is I'm going to roll in the ring while Dusty's going wild and the referee's distracted, and I'm going to swing the cane at him. He's going to duck and hit me with the bionic elbow. And, of course, the locker rooms were separate. We still never met, right? We worked with him. I've never met him. And I told the referee, I think it was Carl Fergie, I said, please go over and tell Dusty that I'm going to swing at his head, so please duck, because I don't want to, I'm thinking that I'm working Dusty Rhodes, and we knew he was the booker in the Carolinas, right? So we're trying to get over with Dusty. And Fergie says, I'll tell him. And some bitch, when months later, when I actually did end up speaking to Dusty Rhodes on the phone for the first time, because he had wanted us to come to the Carolinas, he says, so you're the kid that was going to knock out the American Dream in the Superdome, eh? He loved that shit because and the way that the boys bumped for him, and then Flair had been coming in seeing the matches with the Rock and Roll and pitching us to Jimmy Crockett. So we were made off of that. That's when they started wanting us in the Carolinas. But I don't know that he ever did hear about I didn't bring the promo about having Goodyear sanded off of him up to him ever. I don't know if he heard that one.
Well, you haven't given your thought. What did you think of the tattoo?
Well, no, that's why I don't know what the fuck he's thinking. For all the things you just said, I couldn't have said it better myself. At least he's still having good matches. I was so overwhelmed by that. It took me a second, but the band doing Cody's entrance was a nice touch. Made him look bigger. He did have a lot of backup with his whole team coming out. But here's the thing again. I don't know why Brandy's at ringside if this situation is so dangerous. MJF has been a thorn in his side and stabbed him in the back. Wardlow, this giant monster who almost killed him in the cage. I can understand Arn being there. I don't know why Brandy comes to ringside except to get on television.
That's the one complaint I have about Cody matches, and I was thinking about it during this match. There's always smoke and mirrors. What I mean is there's always shit at ringside. There's always either Brandy and now Arn. There's always stuff happening that probably doesn't need to happen to make the match great. And in this match, it kind of, I thought, unnecessary is what I thought.
Well, it was a little cluttered. It was a little after the entrance. Most of the people went back. But anyway, they knew what they were doing with this because the people, the girls' match had kind of settled everybody down, but they didn't start out too hot because then it would have looked like every other match. Every other match so far had jump-started and just started at 100 miles an hour. So they ring the bell, and MJF keeps taking a powder. And he knocked the fucking fat guy's hat off, and he tossed the beer on the other one. He's fucking great. What Cody did, MJF sold everything perfectly because he took the heel getting his ass kicked bumps rather than the bumps they teach you in wrestling school. Did you see the difference? He bumps differently and with personality for each move that Cody does instead of just everything looking the same. They did different shit in this match than in all the other matches. Different moves, different pace. MJF took fewer bumps in this thing and meant more than anybody else's on the show. He got pops equivalent to the fucking table crash for just getting his fucking ass handed to him in a normal way. Cody's dive onto Wardlow got a huge fucking pop when he tried to prevent Wardlow from, and that's another, Brandy has to do the crossbody, and at least they're not having Wardlow sell, but still. She throws the beer on him, and then Arn backs him up, and then she crossbodies him, and he catches her, blah, blah, blah. But I wasn't crazy about all that. Still, nevertheless, I like the fact that they took their time, and they had a pace with this, and they worked holes, and they told a story. And Cody had been slightly selling the toe from the start of the match, and with the toe being broken in the cage match, the news was already out. So then finally, when fucking MJF gets advantage and takes his fucking boot off and bites the toe, he's biting the fucking guy's toe, and the people are reacting like he's fucking taking a chainsaw to him. Because they were into it. And they understood what was going on. I missed how MJF got his juice. He got good juice, but how did it happen? I know how it happened, but how did it nominally happen?
They never showed it or explained it. I thought the same thing. I was like, what caused the juice? By the way, I also thought, is it real juice?
Oh, it looked pretty good. I think you would have a hard time, keeping fake, I hate to say the word fake blood, but I'll say it, fake blood on your head for that long for the rest of the match. But also because it didn't stain and discolor him even after being wiped off like that fake shit usually does. But I thought that just because he probably, I'm not trying to knock MJF here, but he's probably not an experienced swordsman and figured somebody's going to see me unless I just go down and do it under the ring. Because I did that a couple of times, first couple of times, because I was always freaked out about that. But you don't think it was a gimmick, do you? I thought it looked pretty good. I've never seen gimmick blood look that good.
I don't know. Like I say, it just popped up with the blood. That was kind of...
Well, that was my explanation for it, was we'll go down and maybe they won't fucking realize, but I'm going to go underneath and do it so I don't have eyes on me while there's... But you can create other distractions, which they were anyway with Cody and the other stuff. But anyway, the vertical suplex over the top rope to the floor, the Dynamite Kid Tiger Mask spot, that was fucking phenomenal. It was very well done, both athletically and also at the right time, and safer than most of the things these guys do, but still got the same kind of fucking pop. But these guys just know what the fuck they're doing. Because I wrote here, they weren't just doing this stuff, they were building to it, paying it off, and selling it afterwards with no obvious cooperation. They went in the good 1-2, even though they started doing forearms. I hate that, but for the 1-2 with body language, they weren't just punching each other and nothing below the neck was registering it. The wobbly legs and the fucking stagger. And then the people came apart when Cody finally took that belt off and whipped MJF. And then pleaded with Paul Turner, one more, and Turner turns his back. If you're going to fucking do something with the referee that's shady in terms of realism or not, that's the kind of thing to do. because Cody, after all he's been through, and he did get whipped on national TV, and he's sympathetic, and he asked the referee just one more time, and the referee turns his back there, boom, whack, boom, and okay. That's the kind of thing you can play with in a top match with top guys who do it right. And also, did you hear the whacks? Because how wide that belt is.
Yeah.
See what I mean? Anyway, MJF crawling to Cody and begging, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. This is classic. He's got the shit kicked out of him. He's bleeding. He's crawling and fucking begging. And then when he thinks he's got the fucking Cody distracted or whatever, he spits in his face and goes to get the ring. And the camera missed the ring fucking pull out. Did you see that? Or not see that, as the case may be.
Yeah, and in general, I don't know if this is the place to say it, but there's too many shots of fans in the crowd at the wrong time.
Yeah.
When there's stuff happening in the ring, they show some fan just randomly. And
making an oh shit face. Oh my God, I can't believe that happened. Yeah. Well, I'd like to see more of what's happening. You know, afterwards, after the reaction, after a big finish or whatever. Yes, but in the middle of the match, you're playing with fucking fire. Anyway, he turned around and got the ring. We saw it on the replay, but we didn't see it live. But I've obviously, when he hit the punch, I knew what he was going for. Or when he swung the punch, rather, he swings, Cody ducks it, hits a crossroads, won't pin him, grabs him, hits another one, won't pin him. I could have sworn, I would have put money that Cody was going to win this match, and then MJF was going to get heat after. But son of a bitch, Cody went the other way, and honestly, that's what Dusty would have done. He would have won and then got heat after on him. But Cody went the other way, and this worked, and it did more for MJF, and it's prolonging this thing. But the way that he ducked the one shot with the ring, hit the two finishes, could have beat him, but he didn't because he wanted to hurt him more, and then MJF gets the fucking lucky shot and falls pretty much unconscious on top of Cody, 1, 2, 3. That was fucking great. And the people in the building got it. And then the people at home got it when we saw the replay. And, of course, the announcers said, oh, he's got the ring, because the announcers didn't see it because the announcers are watching their monitor. So they didn't call it at first. But otherwise than that, which was neither of these guys' fault, that was my favorite match of the night. That was fucking it. And once again, when wrestling matches break out on this show, it stands out so much that I like them even more. But that was fucking perfect to me.
I thought Cody sold the ring shot fantastically. He just went right down. It was perfect.
And that's the way you get it over. Imagine if the other guys are getting run over by fucking Volkswagens and being battered by jackhammers, and this guy gets punched by a guy with a ring on and fucking goes down and gets sympathy for it. It's not that hard to figure out, but nobody will look at it.
You know, when you hear people say that wrestling's evolved and it's changed and everyone has to change with the times, I see people like MJF, the Revival in the WWE, great example, guys who do things the way I miss guys doing it. The guys who do things the way I think you can do it and get over it nowadays, and they do, it gives me some hope. MJF is so good, considering his age. He's just so good. And I'll tell you one thing, that Cody neck tattoo, if they ever wanted to find a way to make Brandy a sympathetic babyface, knowing she has to go home and look at that, that definitely made me feel bad.
Hey, maybe he can come back with MJF and a loser loses their tattoo, or MJF's hair versus Cody's tattoo, and they can have it dermabrased or whatever.
You know, I remember years ago getting upset when all of a sudden Triple H showed up on Raw bald, or, you know, at least with a crew cut.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, why not do a hair match? You've had your long hair for years. It would mean so much if someone got in there, held you down, and cut your hair, building up to something. Same thing with this. I saw that tattoo. I'm like, man, if you're going to get an ugly-ass, horribly placed tattoo like that, make it a gimmick. If I beat you, you have to get a tattoo on your neck.
And by the way, you'll notice that they thought that up their hair matches is just too wrestling until Vince and fucking President Pigshit had one and drew the biggest buy rate in history of buy rates. Anyway, Cody and MJF package didn't have any newsletter quotes. It had blood and drama and was a serious package for a serious match that got the point across that MJF, the man who stabbed Cody in the back, was the winner of that match, and he fucked him. And then Cody comes out for the promo, and he's fucking over. And besides the fact that even wearing a suit, you can still see that fucking neck tattoo that will forever be known as the most questionable decision a top babyface ever made.
Cody's boner.
Good God. I like his promos. They're different. He has a cadence like Dusty did without the jive. I know sometimes you say he's overly dramatic or cinematic or whatever, but he's got those ups and downs in the part where he spits out a line and the part where he pulls it back a little bit. He doesn't have Dusty's lisp, but he doesn't have Dusty's drawl, and he doesn't have the jiving, shucking, jiving, superstar Billy Graham / Tom Boogaloo Shaft bit, but it's still the Rhodes way of talking, just updated. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I can see that.
And I like it compared to, he's different. He's different from everybody on this program, and he's different from most people. And he gets it out, and he makes the point, and the people like it. Here comes Jake, and he looks pissed. See, I gave you that one. Hit it out of the park.
Noted piss drinker, Jake Roberts.
God damn it. I didn't expect Jake, right?
Or his haircut.
To be the one to interrupt, and that's why I was going to ask, why is one side of Jake's head shaved? It looks like he's the one that got somaed on a plane. And he's on the other side of it for once and fucking got shaved or whatever. But anyway.
Well, here's a question for you. If Jake's a big surprise coming out, why do they have, it's not the Titantron, but why do they have a video ready to go with his logo and his name and music ready?
Well, yes, that's another thing, because they think the television production is more important than making people believe in the product and fooling people and removing their allowing them to suspend their disbelief, et cetera, et cetera. Everything's got to be so overly fucking. You could have done the same thing with Jake standing up from the fucking fourth row and walking over the fucking rail, because everybody would have known as soon as they saw him who it fucking was. But his voice is shot from whatever his habits have been, but he can still cut a promo.
Yeah.
And that's something you wanted to, I wish his voice was better, because I wanted it to have the power that it did before. And it's a little fucking painful to listen to that every once in a while. But he can cut a promo and tell a story, and he can sell. So he has a client coming. Now, knowing them, they could fumble this and it could be a fucking popcorn fart. But if it's somebody really fucking good, then this could be something, right?
The rumors are it's either Lance Archer or Brody Lee, who was formerly Luke Harper in WWE. Those are the rumors. It could be someone else.
Well, Lance Archer was Lance. God damn it. What was his name?
I don't remember now.
In
Lance.
TNA.
Yeah. I can't remember.
I know him. I'm saying Lance Cade in my head, not Lance Cade, obviously, but I know Lance. I can't remember what his former name was. But he's a big guy. He can fucking move. I haven't seen him work in several years, so I know he's been doing a different thing in fucking Japan or whatever. But I don't know if just because Brody Lee has been on WWE television, whether that's the right fit there, because have they beat him to powder or marginalized him like everybody else that ever leaves there?
They didn't book him correctly, but he was one of those guys, I believe, that was off TV for months before they actually let him go.
Okay, well then in that case, maybe he might be halfway fucking frick.
And there was a bit of a dispute that I think their fan base is probably aware of, where he wanted out of his contract and they wouldn't let him go for a while.
Well, damn their eyes. Anyway, so Jake's got a client coming, and he turned his back on Cody. And if Jake's straightened up and he shows up for everything, and the guy's good, this could be interesting.
He's lucky, Jake said, you never turn your back on someone you're afraid of or someone you respect, and then he turned his back. Cody's lucky he did that, because Jake's way of showing respect, as talked about on 605 Super Podcast, is drinking his own piss.
Well, but that's when he was in a high state of inebriation. Or an inebriated state of highness, one or the other. I don't know if he does that since he's straightened up.
That's
anyway,
why his voice sounds that way.
that piss is terrible on the vocal cords. It's very acidic.
I tweeted out what Cody should do to counteract Jake is bring Honky Tonk Man. Because Jake blames half of the things that happened wrong in his life on Honky. Hey, it's Honky Tonk Man. Everything's Honky Tonk Man's fault. Bring Honky Tonk Man. Throw Jake off his game.
He could hit him with the guitar again. Anyway.
And Jake will claim it was not gimmick.
The first match was Cody against Ortiz. Why the fuck does Cody need his wife, not even for the fucking dangerous grudge matches, but just for the run-of-the-mill matches? When he's got Arn Anderson in his corner, Brandy needs to come to ringside. And Brandy interferes even when AAA doesn't.
I said it last week. Brandy is going to get on that show one way or another.
Cody's a great worker. He's smooth. He's solid. He's in the right place. He's got the body language. There's nothing wrong with this match from his standpoint. Ortiz can do some shit, but he's also being presented as more goofy than dangerous. And when Rick Steiner was goofy in the Varsity Club, you still thought that he could stretch your ass, and he was a badass-looking fucker. But this is like if somebody drew a caricature of Pampiro Firpo and said, play it for laughs. So if they're going to present him as goofy, not dangerous, this match went too fucking long. Until they put more main event credibility in Ortiz, Cody should have won quicker. There was nothing matter with the match. If Ortiz was a main event single, it'd been a great match. Cody makes a comeback. Ortiz stops him. Brandy foils Santana. Ortiz superplexes Cody off the top rope for a 2 count. And then Cody hits a dive on Santana, suplexes Ortiz on the ramp. I forgot to mention Lance Archer and Jake come to ringside through the crowd. So that was a big reveal. Oh, here they are walking through the audience. That's his new guy. I didn't think Lance Archer particularly made a high-impact debut, but nevertheless.
You know what, though? I got to say, it's kind of been a trend. Like, even way back before the TV show, when they had Tully Blanchard in that YouTube video, where all of a sudden he comes out and he's Shaun Spears' manager going into the Cody match. It's like that first appearance, like, oh, wow, Tully. And he talks a little bit. And then they really don't use him well ever again. Arn Anderson has barely said anything on AEW TV. He's just there as arm candy like Brandy. And then Jake, who is a notorious piss drinker, comes out last week and cuts a really good promo. And this week he just walks through the crowd with his new charge, which we'll see what happens. I thought it was a bit underwhelming, but you know, like they're using these guys and giving them chances to be on TV again. And a lot of people are excited about that, but then they don't do anything with them. But we'll see what happens with Jake.
Besides that, it's not like, well, then they give them a chance to be on TV and then don't do anything with them. It's like it's charity. Then they bring in a goddamn new in-ring star that allegedly is going to be a main event guy like Lance Archer and the impact he makes. And by the way, it's Lance Hoyt is who he was in TNA. I remember the name.
Oh, that's right.
But they bring him out and he walks through the crowd with Jake and sits in the fucking stands and doesn't really do anything. They get, stands up a time or two like he's going to climb over the fucking rail. But anyway, the match with Cody and Ortiz, they did a bunch of back and forth. Then he worked on Ortiz's leg and got the figure 4 tap out. Okay, fine, but too long. And couldn't 5 minutes of that been given to Jake to announce his new protege and bring him in and let's hear what he has to fucking say or whatever? I don't know. Anyway, then Santana slapjacks Cody's leg. And AAA comes in, but it's like there's a no contact rule. And I know AAA just took a bump last week, and I think he gave somebody a spine buster on a pay-per-view or somewhere, whatever the fuck.
AAA.
Or double A. AAA. Double A.
Threw me off. I was like, what the hell is he
Double A, Triple H, all these letters. But Arn, he just comes in and stands over Cody, and the heels start backing off like I expected a spine buster there or something. Here comes Omega and Matt Jackson to run in and make the real save and run the heels off. But then Jericho is on the screen with Hager and Guevara cutting a promo on Blood and Guts in 2 weeks. And I did like pumpkin head dipshits. It was another of Jericho's quotes. But then here's the thing. So Cody's already won, but then the heels got some heat back. But then Cody's coach almost got involved but didn't. But then Omega and Matt, thank God the Road Warriors ran in. And at the sight of those intimidating fucking people, the heels all ran off. But then suddenly Jericho and the Inner Circle are ready on the screen to come up and talk about this. And the camera widens out. And this is the first thing that Jericho has been involved in that I despised. But when that camera widened out and there was Nick Jackson laying there under a roll-up door, stuck under a fucking door with fake blood coming out of his mouth in an obviously staged position, not trying to get out from under it. And guess what? Those doors don't fucking lock unless you put them all the way down. All he had to do was push. They go right up. They're on a fucking wheelie system. It was so fake and so phony and so bullshit. And then when the baby faces come in to rescue him and they're trying to lift it off and they obviously lift the door up far enough for him to be able to move, he still won't fucking move. And then they're going like, oh God, we don't know what to do. We don't know what to do. That hurt bad. You had to tell me that half the people watching at home are going, oh, come on.
See, I didn't take it that way.
What?
I didn't. I took it like they kicked the shit out of this guy. They put him under the door. They probably slammed it down onto him a few times and then just left it there. Not that he couldn't pick it up, but they just kicked his ass. He doesn't have the power to pick it up. I wasn't thinking that he was locked into position. I mean, he had the blood coming out of his mouth. I was thinking they fucked him up.
It doesn't take any power. You can lift one of those arms or one of those doors with one arm, with one hand. You can take it up. But besides that, he wasn't moving and selling. He was just laying there like he was stuck under it.
Yeah, last week you wanted Moxley to stay down. Nick Jackson stayed down.
We never saw him get hit once. Last week we saw Moxley get hit 175 times with everything that wasn't nailed down. He wouldn't stay down. This time, first time we see Nick Jackson, he's already down and laying there and won't get back up. It was phony looking. I would not have cleared that to air on OVW television. We would have shot it again. So then off goes Nick in an ambulance.
To a medical facility.
To a medical facility. And Cody and Matt follow him. So now they're out of the building, right?
I have to say, we kind of said this, or I said this during the review of the match from the last pay-per-view event, but it became more apparent on this show. Matt Jackson is like Road Warrior Animal and fucking Ted Arcidi.
Oh my
God.
God.
These guys in one. He just has unlimited power, strength. He could do a run-in and save anybody.
Now, I'll get to that. Can you hear Dusty when you hear Cody talk?
Sometimes, yeah.
I'm not talking about the content or even the lisp. I'm talking about the inflection, the cadence. If you close your eyes, I thought Cody's promo to open Dynamite was brilliant because not only because of the content, and he obviously worked hard on it to tie in what they were doing and what was going on in the world with their situation, but Dusty had that roller coaster inflection. Dusty had that cadence where he'd spit a bunch of words out quick and then he'd draw back a little bit, or he'd say something loud, but then he'd throw away an aside like, wasn't blaming nobody but myself. Cody does the same thing, but instead of it's the opposite in some ways because it's not Dusty shucking and jiving, and it's not mispronouncing words on purpose, and it's not doing that whole thing to be cool because 70s cool was like that. But Cody has taken the way that Dusty talked, the patterns, the inflection, the cadence, the way that he made points and came to the end of a sentence, and he's gone the complete other way with it, and he uses words that almost nobody can pronounce correctly, and he can still spit them out fast, and he didn't. That was one take, and he had great content and great delivery and didn't fumfer. He used his acting training. I know he's taken acting classes, and normally I would hate that because wrestling's not acting, it's reacting. But he's used his acting training to be himself. He's not acting, but he's speaking from his heart with the acting training to back him up. But he still has conviction. He's not playing a part. Do you see that with the similarities with him and Dusty, even though content-wise and verbally they're almost completely polar opposite?
I could see what you're saying. However, I also think at times, and I'm going through one of those periods with Cody where I'm kind of going the other way again, where I think it is too much acting and it doesn't feel genuine. Even if what he's trying to say are the points, the way he's presenting it doesn't feel natural to me right now. And I've gone through different periods with Cody. Before AEW, I thought he was completely preposterous and just, completely...
Preposterous,
baby. I blame no one but myself. I thought he was completely preposterous and just pretentious. And then I got into him with AEW when he had guys to, do his promos about, and he got to fire up a little bit. But now, the last few weeks, I've kind of gone the other way again, where it feels too, for me, phony.
I don't know. I thought he did a great job with this one because I was sitting there going, could I have done that promo that smooth? And
it may just be me. I'm willing to bet that I'm probably the only person out there who thinks that right now about Cody, but that's the way I feel at the moment.
I think you're in the minority on this promo. I think, but
probably.
I've seen what you're saying in the past. I've seen him cross over into a little theatricalness, but but here's the problem. He had to hand it off. And then here came Kenny Olivier and Matt Jackson. And it instantly made it acting to me because neither one of them is the thespian, the lesbian, the orator, the oraler, whatever the case. They're not Cody. Olivier gets in and tries to emote, but he's got such a wishy-washy, unconvincing demeanor to me to begin with that you could tell he almost looked at one time and looked up at where Cody would look at the camera, right? Olivier was kind of looking up and going, well, we don't know whether we'll even be here and such and whatever the fuck. He's trying to be dramatic. And then Matt Jackson is a little bit better on the mic, but he looks like a child. So I thought that once that Cody did that great buildup and had to hand it off to him, the energy level dropped. And when Paige came out, when they said, can we all be together? And he just gives them the cheers, right, with the beer. Did he have to come out like he was drinking at a wake? Wouldn't the fucking cowboy shit guy have come out fucking hot dogging a little bit with some personality or maybe jaw jacking or with some personality or facial expression besides a somber cheers? What about, okay, you got it, we're going to do some cowboy shit or whatever, and then a little shot at Matt? I don't know. That was a little flat to me, just the little cheers thing, because it was so quiet there. If people had been reacting to it, maybe it would have been different.
See, I thought that was the best part, actually. I thought that was the perfect way to handle that. Because it was dark, because there were no fans. I mean, at that point, you didn't even know there were wrestlers sitting in the audience. You just thought it was...
But why couldn't Paige have come out and just even said something off microphone from the back, and he could still give him a cheers, but just not be so just laid back and somber faced and just...
But it matched the tone of the entire opening promo. If he had come out there like that, I think it would have just thrown everything off.
All right, I'll tell you what. I'll give you Cody theatrical, and you give me this one, or vice versa, because we ain't gonna get into it. But then, when Olivier closed up with talking to all the people in TV land, go back and look at this now. When I say this, what I'm about to say, go back and listen to after the page says cheers. Everything Olivier said from that point on sounded like patter at a James Taylor concert. Just fucking, okay, listen, Dynamite. And he tried to put bass in his voice. It's not there. And then they blow off the shit. But and a lot of people on Twitter said, well, they must be listening. And I'm sure they are. They put the boys in the audience in little groups sitting around to pepper the fucking place. And they had shit going on. It's like studio wrestling when there's a fucking blizzard. And 6 fans turn up and not even all your wrestlers. You got to make shit up on the fly. We've done those shows many times over the past 40 years like that. And they were making the best of it, but they weren't making fun of wrestling and just going through the motions. They were letting everybody go out and have the wrestling show, but do their own shit to perk it up a little bit.
That made the show.
Yes. And MJF, of course, as we would think, an MVP. He and Spears are betting, and then Tony wants to get in on it, and he's yelling, and he's got that voice. He never gets sore, and you can hear that motherfucker a mile away. But, so that made some atmosphere. It doesn't have to be, the focus doesn't have to be on the lit up empty building. Look how many empty seats we got. The focus is we can't have people, but we're still going to have a show, and it's got to have some energy. And of course, they shit the bed right off. Here comes fucking Best Friends, but I understand it could be worse because it was supposed to be a 6-man and Pockets was supposed to be involved.
But what did you think? The other big decision I thought, and I saw some other people on Twitter thought the same thing, was that they didn't shoot the empty seats. The stage was behind the ring.
Exactly. Hey, most of the television programs I've done in my life, I've spent all kinds of time and effort trying to shoot around empty seats. I don't shoot them on purpose. Yes, they shot the stage so that it wasn't jumping out at you that this place was empty. And you could hear some people and you could see some people, and there were people at ringside. It just wasn't a lot of them. But so you understood that, okay, this is, everybody knows why they can't have fans, but still it's death. It's just a closed set. It's fucking a hollow, echo. No. You have some energy, and it's not. I've seen people actually say they should just pipe in the crowd noise. Oh my fucking God. Besides the fact that if they had the WCW people piping in the crowd noise, when they used to sweeten the audio, when Vince started doing it, Turner started doing it back in the early 90s, and they were so bad at it, you could actually, when guys were in a stationary headlock, you could hear people hitting the mat bumping from the match they took the cheers and boos from. But no, even if you pipe it in the building where the guys can hear it, it's recorded noise. It's not about the noise. It's never been about the noise. It's about the reaction and the feedback and the energy and so it's not even about the volume of the noise. It's about whether it's actually happening in response to what you're doing, both for the performers and for the viewer. You could play a goddamn tape of a 10-minute standing ovation audio in the background of a shitty match. It ain't going to make it any better, and it ain't going to make the fucking guys in the ring make it any better. But if real human beings in real time are there reacting, the ooh to the potato, or the yay to the return, or the boo to the fuck finish, or whatever, that's what makes this. That's what I was saying last week. You got to have some kind of feedback. It's not about the volume of noise and when it was recorded. It's about the in the moment. It's reaction, not noise. And this showed the difference. Did it not? Quite plainly?
Absolutely.
Which is why I told them that they couldn't do it the other way. So All Elite Wrestling listens to me. And the last segment, the Inner Circle and the Elite folks, from the time Guevara and MJF singing Judas badly, I wrote down here, these guys were having fun with the situation rather than WWE making fun of the business in this situation. And the Matt Hager and Santana and Ortiz against Cody and Matt and Paige. Thankfully, since Brandy was ring announcing, she didn't have to corner this.
And by the way, I know she doesn't want to ring announce anymore, and we always joke about her finding a way to get on TV no matter what.
She was a good ring announcer.
She was worlds better than Justin Roberts.
Yeah. Well, of course. And Omega and Arn, I guess Omega has a broken hand he's got a broken pinky. That's why he's been out of action with a broken pinky. Did you hear this?
Yep.
That's why he cannot compete. Ricky Morton literally had a broken hand. When somebody tweeted the clip of me cutting a promo about Ricky Morton wearing a cast on his hand, when we were working a program, the first big program for Crockett with him, Ricky Morton broke his hand, his actual hand, and put a cast on it and never missed a fucking match. And this guy's got a broken pinky, which I could make all kinds of fucking jokes. But anyway, I love this also, though, from From the time Jericho said, well, there's Arn Anderson with his Waffle House menu, the clipboard that he has as a coach.
Jericho was great on commentary.
Yeah, Jericho was fantastic. He was being entertaining and still being a heel and getting shit across. Cody and Santana was tremendous. They worked. Again, this match, there were heels and baby faces, and they worked. They didn't just start doing every move they ever knew. You know, a little argument between Jackson and Page, a nice steady pace, not 100 miles an hour, so you could absorb it, and it seemed like it made sense. They got some heat on fucking Cody, and he sells so well. And of course, Road Warrior Buck, I wrote, was the toughest guy in the building. At one point, instead of just trying to go stick the fucking heel to try to help your partner without breaking up the heat, he jumped on one of the heels and just peppered the guy with 86 punches, which is called basically throwing a wet blanket on the fucking heat. You're shitting on your partner because the guy in there selling has built to a certain level. And when the babyface has to come in and do something unless he's given a reason not to. So a lot of times on the heat, if there's been a double team by the heel and the partner that's having the heat put on him goes down, the babyface has to come in and grab one of those heels by the fucking shoulder and spin him around and punch him one time. And then the referee steps in and starts backing him up, and he's protesting as the heels are feeding on the corpse while the referee's backing the partner out. But he made contact. He did something, but he didn't throw a wet blanket on a fucking heat. He didn't make it all for naught. He didn't make you have to start again. He didn't make a comeback at that point while his partner is still selling. He did what he needed to do to keep himself alive for the people and to make it look like he was trying, but still not interfere with the heat that his partner is fucking setting. Instead, Road Warrior Buck just jumps on one of the heels on the floor and just tattoos him 100 fucking times. Boom, 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 boom. I'm like, what the fuck? But they don't know because they've never gone to wrestling school. We forget. But anyway, Cody sold his ass off. Page made a nice comeback. By the way, I'm blocked by Adam Page on Twitter. Did you know this?
You know, funny enough, I just noticed the other day I was blocked by Adam because someone tweeted out something that he had done, like a list of how to handle the coronavirus.
Yes, it's the same thing. I said, well, why don't I see this? And he's blocked me. What did the guys say good shit about? So maybe he is drunk. I don't know. But anyway, we're blocked by Adam Page. But Page made a nice comeback. Cody throwing Ortiz into MJF on the floor, I thought was fucking hilarious. And then it got complicated. They went through some shit, back and forth, blah, blah, blah. But finally, Santana rolls up Road Warrior Buck. Now he can be powerbombed by 6 people and pop right back up and make a fucking hell of a comeback. But that fucking small package, boy, that'll take you down every time. But that was a good match. All these matches were good because they didn't overdo them. They didn't do all the dives and all the 100-mile-an-hour bullshit back and forth where you can't tell who's giving the move and who's taking it because they didn't have all those goofy fans that wants to see that shit in the building skewing their judgment. And for a television audience, you could actually follow this shit. These were the best matches up and down. It's the best show they've done, best matches up and down they've done. And Jericho was hilarious. Of course, they ended up going home, I assume, 3 minutes early because there was a little fucking stretch to Jericho's promo.
Yeah.
But he can do it. That's the thing. Imagine if you'd have put one of the guys from the Performance Center out there and said, just kill time, talk for 3 minutes. Don't say anything. What the fuck are they going to do, right?
Plus, how great is Guevara? I told you early on that I loved him in that role with Jericho. Yeah. And he owns it. He's so good in that role now.
But anyway, they kill the time until here comes the drone. And they had to be so pissed because that would have gotten a huge pop in front of people.
Massive pop.
Massive pop. Hegstrandish in its fucking volume and Laurinaitis-like in its endurance.
And Road Warrior Buck-like, and that those fans will go crazy for it.
Yes, yes. But when they see Matt in the balcony, I guess that would have been a huge blow. I don't mean a huge, the people would have blown, they would have cheered, they would have popped. That would have been a huge pop in a fan-filled building. I'm wondering if with no fans, if he should have come to the stage or done something to where he hit Jericho with the twist of fate or anything and made some type of physical impact. But it's great he's there, and it's even better that he's not involved with the Dork Order, because now they got another main event guy. But I'm wondering, should he have been physical in that instance because there was no people there? But still, it's great that he's there, and they went off the show on a high note and drubbed NXT in the ratings.
So who controls the drone? Was he flying the drone, or does he have
I don't know how these the only drone I've ever seen in person, right? I'm standing in actually on my deck outside here at the office one fine spring day, enjoying the weather, just idly minding my own business a couple years ago, and I saw all of a sudden, I thought it was a goddamn big bird that had somehow had a heart attack and died and fallen out of the sky and landed in one of my maple trees. I'm like, what the fuck? That looked like a fucking big bird, and boy, it was coming down fast. And then I think nothing of it. And about 5-10 minutes later, I look out the window. I see some guy walking around in my backyard. Now, there is a subdivision behind there now, back there. But I'm still not used to having people behind me. And this was the first time in history of 60-plus years of the Cornettes living on this property that there'd ever been anybody in our backyard that we didn't invite or know was coming. So I went down there to have a conversation with him. First words out of my mouth was, "Can I fucking help you? I'm looking for my drone." Turned out as one of these yahoos lives over here in the subdivision back there. He didn't come over my fence because it's an 8-footer, but he had come over from the neighbors and then popped over my fence. But the point is, he's looking for his drone that has fallen out of the sky. But he's way off. He's like 200 feet off. I said, "I'll show you where it is." I just saw it, and I take him to the tree, and it's like 30 feet up in the fucking tree. I said, "Can you can you operate it so it'll fly out of there?" He said, "No, it's kind of dead." I said, "Well, I ain't climbing that tree, and you don't need to break any of my branches, so how you going to get it?" So we got a long pole, and he shimmied up as far as he could, and we knocked it out of the tree, and I saw the drone. That's the only drone I've actually ever been around in person.
If that guy only knew how lucky he was your mother wasn't there. She would have met him with a shotgun.
No, she gave Larry the shotgun a long time ago. She would have met him with a .22 rifle. Anyway, but AEW, All Elite Wrestling, empty arena for what was that, March 18th? From me to you, you did more of the good shit and less of the bad shit. And that's what I've been trying to get you to do. And through one lucky break or another, most of your comedy bullshit wasn't there, and it helped the program immensely. And the guys were allowed to be themselves and inject some of their personality into the program rather than being sanitized of all personality whatsoever.
Does it give you hope for next week's show if they have to continue with the empty arena format?
Well, if they do it like that, and now because now every single one of those guys, I'm sure, has ideas. I would imagine MJF has a million of them, of what else they could do to make it entertaining. And so they could do that, in my opinion, for a few weeks if they had matches this good and they had the patter around ringside. But they kept saying on the next Dynamite rather than next week because they don't even know, what the situation is, like none of us do. But they can't have the blood and guts match in an empty building. They better not do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking they're going to do, unfortunately.
Well, no, boy, I'd hate for them to just get one fucking round of applause one week, but no, do not do that. No, do not do that. That match needs the crowd. And besides that, if you give them away the first one for free on television with no people and it sucks, then they're going to have to go back to Newark and make those 10,000 people happy again at some point. And they need to give them that match.
They're going to take it on the road for the bash. Isn't that what you do?
Not before they're building a dome of steel in Atlanta. The first year, there was one on July 4th in Atlanta and then one in the Orange Bowl in Miami on July 31st. That was it for the War Games in 87. Because Dusty knew, You had to make it special.
And how many times did they do it in 88?
No, the War Games?
Yeah.
They only did what? Couple, 3 in 88. They did the pay-per-view, but and there weren't that many. They didn't beat the scaffold matches they were crazy with, but they didn't beat the fucking War Games up until Turner took over.
Yeah, and then in 89, the most underrated one at the Bash 89, but you guys didn't do any of those on the road, did you?
No, I was just for the pay-per-view. All right, but anyway, AEW. I want to make sure we get that in. I actually applaud them for once. I don't applaud them for any of the people that I never applauded to begin with, but they did the best with their situation. Tony Schiavone is in the risk group, but apparently he'll go anywhere. Tony's fearless. JR did not go, and I've wondered why that JR would have been traveling over the last couple weeks, because he's definitely in the risk group age-wise. Excalibur, the only risk group he's in is in the Columbia School of Broadcasting, using him as a bad example. He's at the risk of that every time he opens his fucking mouth, but he's supposedly fairly young and chipper. He couldn't be there, but Tony Schiavone, an elderly man, at least 2 years older than me, he can be there.
How far away is Schiavone from Jacksonville? Is it a drive?
He lives in Charlotte. No, he lives in Atlanta now. That was fucking 6 hours, maybe. The point is, if he's going to fucking go out in public, for heaven's sake, so he didn't have to fly. JR would have had to fly, which is probably why he didn't. Excalibur, he needs to be run out of town on a rail, much less put on a fucking COVID-19 infected airplane. But anyway, so poor Tony. He's got to be the one to risk his life, but he also risked his professional career we'll get to that at the end. So he opens up with Cody and Omega on Color. What did you think of Cody on Color?
I thought there were positives. I thought there were negatives. I thought at times he was good. At times, I don't know. Everyone's energy was at a weird level. I mean, especially Omega. He started with Omega, and it was like he was doing a golf tournament.
Well, that's what, don't wait any longer for Cornette to knock Olivier. Yes, he sounds like he still makes faces and sounds like a fucking nerd, even when he's on Color. And, in the hush tones. Somebody on a YouTube video said he's got such a chill-sounding voice. Yeah. Chilly like he's been dead for 3 days on ice in a morgue. Just boring, just blah. I liked Cody. He's never done that before, and it takes a while before you can master the art of color commentary, but at least he had a vocabulary. He put something into it. He was different, but he was pointing out a lot of shit in the matches, or, his historical references were mostly on point. I think he put the first Clash of Champions in Miami, but that's not his fault.
He said Darby Allen is like a young Sting. I like Darby Allen a lot. That's the worst comparison I've ever heard.
No, I can see where he was going with that. The blonde hair, the face paint, the fucking energy that he usually has. I liked Cody more than I didn't like him, as far as being on Color, but it was different. But it was certainly better than they had an awkward show billboard at the top because Olivier's just useless in any capacity. But did you notice that Cody makes his entrance to the ring for his match, and Olivier ain't been on the air 5 minutes and admits to being a backyard wrestler? So I haven't had my friends announce me since I wrestled in the backyard, where you still ought to be, you fucking Harpo Marx looking goof. But how did they start the show out? Jimmy Havoc. How did he get there? Isn't he from England? They should have put him in quarantine before the world was ever even sick. Look at him. He's got to have something. Is it just that all the heavy illnesses he's got makes him immune to the coronavirus? Is how he was able to get there? What the fuck? So Cody versus Jimmy Havoc. None of the boys in the seats, the wimpiest, nerdiest color guy ever, and Cody has to have a match with Jimmy Havoc. And here's my note. It's ridiculous to put Cody in this situation of being competitive with this fucking guy. Cody is their main event guy. One of them, one of a very select few. He's one of the only guys that gets his matches over and can cut promos. Now I see why you never hear Olivier talk and do promos, because he sounds like such a simp. But Cody is one of their most valuable players. And yes, this did make more sense than any other Jimmy Havoc match ever. And yes, Cody did he kept control of most of it. He tried to give him some stuff, but still the visual of this obviously fucking pale, fishy white, nobody, a small little fucking scarred up freak who does hardcore matches and staple guns people and all that shit, going fucking toe to toe with one of their main event guys for this long. At least they didn't treat it like a training match like, the WWE guys are. They worked hard, but goddamn, Jimmy Havoc. It went too long and it got old quick. You cannot ever use this corpse-looking fucking cretin in anywhere near the top in a major promotion, at least in the United States. Maybe in Japan, they like him when he sets himself on fire and stabs shit through his fucking protuberances or whatever. But to me, this just diminished Cody. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, it was the best Jimmy Havoc match I've ever seen.
Well, yeah.
I think, before I even get to Jimmy Havoc, I will say, I've said this before, Cody, it seems like he's always trying something in the match that he shouldn't be trying, and it is clunky. I think it was like he jumped off the ropes into a diamond cutter, and it just looked really bad.
No, he jumped off into Havoc trapped the arm. Wasn't that what it was?
Or did I see that somewhere
else?
He jumped off the rope, and he was supposed to catch Jimmy Havoc in a diamond cutter, even though he wasn't facing him. But it didn't look good to me. I think, I'm going to play devil's advocate here with you. They obviously had a very short crew, a very short staff. A small crew, I guess I'll put it, for this show.
They always have a short crew, but now they had a small one too.
They had a small crew, and the only heels that we really saw on this main show that worked were Kip Sabian, Sammy Guevara, and Jimmy Havoc, right? Because, the other guy, there was a squash guy, I don't remember any other, Jake Hager, and they didn't want to throw him into just any, I think what they did with him was actually all right.
Yeah.
So you didn't have too many guys that could work with Cody. I agree with you maybe about the length, that Cody should have won quicker because he is a main event guy and Jimmy Havoc is a YouTube AEW guy. There's like two different tiers of AEW stars. There's main roster guys and YouTube guys. And there's guys on television and there's guys that the billionaire was suckered into signing before he fully realized what he was going to get, and now he's got to hide them. You can put it that way too. He's a big boy. He makes his own decisions, Tony Khan. I'm not going to give him a pass on any of these signings, even though the executive vice presidents may have wanted some of them. But other than the length, the idea that Cody worked with him and beat him on TV, I don't have a problem with that because I think they didn't have too many guys. They needed Cody to beat a heel.
Yeah.
And you had him. Like I said, we saw who was in the truck in the back. It was like Billy Gunn and his son and Dasha.
Boy, Cody and Billy Gunn would have been probably interesting. Come to think of it. I just can't see rewarding. When you put somebody like Jimmy Havoc on fucking television, it tells everybody in the world, well, I could do this too. It just demeans the business. He looks like shit, and nothing that he does in the ring can compensate for all the stupid staple gun, hardcore, scarred up bullshit that he's done. Remember I said he couldn't make the MLW show last year WrestleMania weekend because his arm opened up? He'd come to this country with his arm laid open like a goddamn gutted like a fish because of some fucking death match bullshit he'd done in fucking England where he sliced himself from asshole to appetite and missed out on the second day of the fucking two-shot because his arm opened up. It's just a fucking free. You don't want people like that in the locker room associating with the other. That's a coronavirus of a different kind. putting death garbage match guys in fucking professional locker rooms normalizes them somehow to the rest of these guys that don't know that they should be shunned because of their fucking stupidity. Just in my opinion. And then Cody had to hit his finish twice on this fucking schlub. He did it like, I'm mad now. He didn't try to cover him after the first one, but still, it just rewards stupid behavior when people like that are used by supposedly major promotions.
I really liked I was going to say Aubrey. I always get Audrey Meadows in my head when I think of her. But I thought she was great. She's the best referee they have. I wish they just used her for every single match like you did with Hildebrand. She's so good.
Yeah, well, she's always got the game face on, and she slides into the counts, and she looks official, and she's got the body language. And then and I know some of their other referees, but goddamn, she's just in so much better physical condition, so perkier, so much more authoritative, and they don't bury her also because of that. They bury all the other referees, especially that poor fucking emaciated, bald-looking fuck that does all the tag team matches that just stands there, just waves his arms in circles because nobody even knows he's there.
That guy's the worst referee they have.
Hell. Well, but they make him the worst one. Who knows if he was actually refereeing something that made sense and was allowed to have some authority. He'd still look pretty wishy-washy physically. But anyway.
Another complaint I had, and I guess this may be the place to say it, is that when I saw Orange Cassidy at ringside, I kind of wished he was on commentary with Tony instead of Cody Rhodes. Cody he's awful on commentary. And by the way, I thought he was awful, and then I made the mistake of switching over to NXT, and apparently that Sam Roberts guy used to be on Opie and Anthony.
Oh, God.
They put him on commentary. That was the single worst thing I've ever heard. But Cody, I just did not think he was doing AEW any favors with his commentary. I don't know what he's trying to do, trying to appeal to the smart fans or what it was. Colt Cabana, who I am no fan of, I thought did much better than Cody.
Did better. Commentary. Yeah, because imagine we're saying this of Colt Cabana. He was a little less smart and a little less inside with his commentary than Cody was. But at this point, does anybody think that they're going to pick up any new viewers at this point in time, especially with these shows, or are they just saying, hey, we're just going to keep the people happy that already like us and they know what the fuck we're talking about? There's no hope anybody else is going to start watching this shit now.
Do you think every wrestling company, every WWE and AEW should both have that philosophy? We're not going to get any new people right now for the next few months. They're having a tough time retaining their people they already have because, AEW's done a much better job. Last week's show was awful, but 2 weeks ago, and then this show, at least they had an atmosphere. You can kind of get into it. But it's really hard. You pointed it out before when you said, how are they going to do these empty arena shows? It's really hard to have a show stay interesting for 2 hours with no one there. And not even no fans there. You can't even get all your wrestlers in there.
Yeah, no. You asked, how was it you exactly worded it? Do you think they've just given up, even in WWE, on the idea of getting any new fans? I think they should probably, if they didn't do that 2 years ago, they've just been fooling themselves with whatever the fuck they've been doing. The shows that they were doing in front of people wasn't going to get them any new fans. So the thing I see here is that WWE has more viewers, obviously, but they also are losing them or possibly will lose them at a faster rate because, those people are, if they've been longtime viewers, they're used to something exciting or trying to expect something exciting. They just haven't been getting it lately. If they haven't been watching very long, but they've been watching the shit that they've been giving them, I don't know how devoted they are to where they're going to fucking sit through a bunch of empty arena shit that they're not even doing as well as AEW. So the WWE may lose, even though it may be temporarily. If you like the shit now, you'll come back to it when there's people in the stands. But All Elite is almost bulletproof with that core audience of 500,000 people that they're going to like. If they squat down and take a shit in the middle of the ring, they're going to fucking like it because they just want to like it. So I think they ain't going to get any new ones, but they won't lose too many more of what they've already lost because they're looking at it as a fucking charity watch every week. We got to make sure we keep supporting these guys or they'll go out of the business.
What did you think of Cody on commentary?
I didn't like it as much as I did last week or whenever it was. Whenever the last time he did it, I thought, well, it's different, but it's novel. But I think they're just, in a lot of cases, to keep their morale up, they're probably maybe entertaining themselves in some respects here also. But at first I thought it was different. Now I'm thinking that different might not be great. The opening of the show, I loved the Cody and Darby package. I love their packages. And this was serious. And it was two guys with a reason to have this match and a reason to kind of be pissy with each other. Darby's speaking style fits him. I love the corporate sheep thing and there's, Cody in the fucking suit and tie, and there's Darby in the furthest thing, but that's relatable. Even though everybody loves Cody, all the fucking young skateboarding fucks will get behind Darby, as even some of us old middle-aged white fucks don't like people that wear ties. So they set it up, and it's totally serious. But imagine that this is Cody involved in it again. And before you shit all over it, because it's Cody involved in it again, I like the way they built it, and I liked their match until the finish. Why don't you go ahead and unload first?
I thought it was good. I thought the package was really good. I don't shit on everything Cody does, just the stuff that isn't that great. I understand why Brandy comes to ringside with him, but she doesn't have to get physically involved in every single match with Cody. And I thought for me, that took me a little bit out of the match for a moment. But I thought it was a good match. And I also think if we're looking at long-term booking, well, I'll talk about the finish in a second. If we're looking at long-term booking, I think Darby has to beat Cody at some point in the next few months, because this is now twice where, well, I guess the first time I went to the time limit, and now Cody beat him, so it's kind of setting up Darby getting the win. But I didn't like the finish because neither guy had both shoulders down.
Well, here was the whole thing, and I'm with you on. Although when I wrote in my notes when they did the spot where Brandy got taken out, I wrote, "Thank God." Okay, she's there. Even though both these guys are baby faces, she doesn't need to be at ringside because the baby face doesn't need a manager unless there's somebody else in the other guy's corner. But I understand she's there. But like you said, they had a nice wrestling match. They did good shit. But then they do the spot where Brandy gets taken out. And, oh, my God. Okay, well, if that's what happened, then that was great. Now she's out of the picture, and they're going it on their own. And it gives Cody a reason to start being a little bit of a heel on Darby Allen. So I was fine with that. They go to the break. They come back, and Cody's got heat going on Darby. As I said, he's got a reason to heel because Darby just accidentally charged into his wife. Chris Jericho's great. I'll say that again on fucking color. I think actually that what they ought to do if they're smart is when everything gets back to normal, put the regular commentary team back, but have a $2.99 a month service where you can listen to Jericho do the commentary.
He's great.
And people would pay.
Yeah, he's great on commentary with Shivani, yeah.
But anyway, so Cody gets a heat on Darby, but he wasn't really healing. As I used to say to some of the guys, when we'd lay out matches, don't just automatically start gouging eyeballs and kicking dicks and flipping the fans off, but be rough and be mad and be, manhandle the guy. That kind of healing. It was good work. Darby Allen sells well. This match made sense for the most part. Darby starts making a comeback and starts working the leg. And here's one of it's just always when they try to get a spot with a girl in. Britt Baker, as Cody rolls out of the ring and he's wandering around, he's trying to sell what's going on. Darby Allen grabs the referee and distracts. I think it was Aubrey, right? Grabs referee Aubrey and distracts her. And Britt Baker hits Cody in the head with her shoe at ringside. Why did Darby distract the referee? Why is Britt Baker helping Darby? We understand that Britt Baker is just a cunt and is a heel and don't like anybody and wants to stir shit up, so that's fine. But why would Darby help her in that? That's what didn't make any sense. They could have done it where Cody just rolled out and fucking leaned on the railing for a second and Britt got a cheap shot in, and Darby could have been looking over the fucking referee's shoulder and seen it and jumped out and grabbed Cody and go, don't do that to Britt and throw him back in. You got to keep people fucking consistent here. But now that was for Darby Allen to get a little bit heelish and get some heat on Cody so Cody could make a comeback. But once again, Darby's already in this match. He's already been taking punishment. He can get rough on a guy that's been rough on him without switching completely heel. Anyway, they go to another break. When they come back, now Cody's making a comeback. Here's the other thing. The weight belt. He makes his comeback. He takes the weight belt off. It's like Lawler's strap. He drops the strap. He makes the comeback. He takes the weight belt off. People are ready for a comeback. But then he didn't use it. He just gave it to Aubrey. And everybody said, well, of course, because if he'd done it in front of the referee, he would have been disqualified. Well, no shit. But at the same time, they just distracted the goddamn referee for a fucking shoe to the face, which is not even remotely germane to either of the people in this match. You can't distract the referee or come up with a reason why Aubrey would be distracted for the top babyface in the company to one time do his signature thing and whip a guy with a fucking belt. If you're not going to whip a guy, if you're not going to use it, don't take it off, because then it's a popcorn fart and it's a letdown. And once again, it's a signatory thing to start Cody's comeback. It has to be used once. And yes, it would be a disqualification, but distract the referee. There's all kinds of other things going on this program that don't make a lick of sense, but they're going to fucking die on this hill, as they say. Anyway, Cody's selling the leg big. And Darby Allen got a crossroads. 1-2. Kicked out. Darby got the figure 4. Brandy comes back out. She's selling in a phony way, and she looks like she's creeping and sneaking with a bottle of water. Dustin gets out of the figure 4, but she gives Dustin the water bottle, Cody, I'm sorry, the wrong brother, gives Cody the water bottle, which Cody, this looked awkward and what the fuck, and the whole spot is for Darby to snatch it away and hit him with it. But now she's back out there. Why? She's not a heel that needed to come back out and get involved in the finish, and she's not a baby face that needed to come back out and counter a heel in the finish. So there's no reason she needed to come back out, and I didn't get the fucking water.
A lot of baby faces get thirsty in the middle of their matches, and this is the first time I've seen them facilitated with a water bottle from the back in the middle of the match.
It's almost like she's going to show up looking through a window at some point just to make sure her face is on there. Anyway, so Cody hits the fucking crossroads 1-2, and Darby kicks out. Okay, this match has been good except for these set piece spots were a little forced in whatever case. But anyway, finally Cody does the coffin drop, which is Darby's finish. But he hits Darby's knees. Darby gets his knees up. Okay, great. Then Darby does the perfect coffin drop and hits Cody. And then Cody does the old deal, rolls him up like they used to do with the double knockout, when one guy would fall in the mat and one guy would fall in the ropes and fall over the top of him. He just rolls him up backwards, and basically Darby pins himself. But Cody, after taking the full force of not only Darby's knees in his back from him trying to give the finish, but then Darby giving him his finish unobstructed, and Cody's got enough wherewithal to hook anything to make it look like he's holding the guy down. I didn't get it. Either Darby pinned himself by accident was the thought, or somehow Cody hits it but uses Darby's momentum to roll him over and gets the pin. It didn't materialize visually like I'm sure that they thought it would. It didn't make sense. It didn't look right. And I'm like you, I think Darby should have fucking won. But he could have won by some kind of either a fluke or a disputed thing, or you could have used Brandy in some way to cause Cody to lose. But right now, Darby had just looked like a plate full of piss at the end of that thing. Great match, elevated him, and then he foiled a guy trying to use his finish, then used his finish and got beat instantly.
Like I said, I'm sure that Darby's going to beat Cody sometime over the next few months, but it's been clear they've been building towards Cody and Lance Archer from the moment we found out Lance Archer was going to be there.
Well, and that would be fine. It would have been fine if Cody to beat Darby Allen with another fucking finish. I just didn't get this. And I hated not to like, because the rest of it was mostly so good that I hated not to like the finish, but I didn't get it. I didn't understand it. It didn't look right. Anyway, Scorpio Sky package. This was not as good as last week. Last week, I thought he was human. He told about his back injury. He talked about himself. The first half of this package, he didn't feel like he fit in with the veterans in SCU, Daniels and Kazarian, until he discovered his catchphrase. Like that was somehow important. Can you imagine a guy in a UFC? Boy, when Dana White first signed me, I didn't know whether this was going to work out for me or not. But that time I did that interview and the people popped when I said that thing. That's when I knew I was perfect for the UFC. And then, some stuff on his match with Jericho, and he wants to be the best and etc. But it wasn't as inspirational as last week. The Cody package at the beginning on the tournament. I know you're going to fucking hate it. I liked it. It's movie-like, but I liked it because Cody, he says that shit well. He's well-spoken. He emotes. But nothing about this was hokey or phony in terms of making fun of the matches being fake or silly. It was just kind of cool shot video, and he's putting everybody over in the tournament. I didn't have a problem with that. Well, I know you don't like Cody's more theatrical points.
I don't like the theatrical segments in wrestling in general, the ones that are just completely ridiculous. There's no plausible reason why there would be this little control room on a soundstage that's being filmed. Like, this just doesn't make any fucking sense. Beyond that, I think Cody in front of a crowd is one thing. And even there, I get to a point where sometimes I'm like, okay, you're hamming it up. But when I watch this, it's seriously, I tweeted out, it looks like he's auditioning for a show on the WB. And then someone actually corrected me and said, oh, actually, it's the CW now. So that's what it comes across. It comes across like a guy badly trying to be an actor, badly trying to play a role. And to me, it just comes across as completely preposterous. I don't know why. Well, other people like it.
So you're saying it was a club sandwich with extra ham. That's what you were saying here.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. I wasn't a fan of this at all.
Well, once again, with some of the other stuff on here, I could have taken more of this. Speaking of Granny's panties, let's talk about AEW, because AEW is kind of like Granny's panties. I really can't think of a similarity. You got me so frazzled. I can't form a cogent simile to Granny's panties, but it sounded like a good segue. Well, it's because Jelly Nutella was in the opening match, and he looked like he was wearing Granny's panties. Anyway, they bring all their roster back. They test everybody. They go back to the full steam ahead, and it wasn't as good a show as it's been the past few weeks because they can't get out of their own way. And I will explain in detail.
That was my big takeaway, too. I'll just say it here at the top was I enjoyed the show better when they had less of a roster there. And I also will say I enjoyed the show better with Shivani and Jericho on commentary.
Yes, because once they got JR and Tony and Excalibur, Exhibit, whatever his name is, back together, they're trying to call a big time television program. And I don't want them to make fun of the business, but it was more entertaining to watch an empty arena show when Jericho was making fun of people, when he was actually being a legitimate heel and making fun of people. And you kind of, every once in a while you figure, well, I know that's Jericho. He's just being Jericho, but I think he kind of means some of that shit. But they were just commentating on regular shit, and this ain't regular shit. But yeah, I agree with you there. And also, MJF this time was in the building. He's actually in the building, and we got a 2-minute pre-tape and a minute at ringside. Why couldn't he have sat in for Tony, who we've heard a bunch of lately, with JR and fucking the masked guy, and done color on Cody's match or something, because that would have added some oomph to the commentary without being silly or phony. But I know he's going to be on next week, thank fucking God. But still, they could have got more out of MJF. But that's the thing is, we said it last week, one of the things that's biting them in the ass is, even when they have a large number of members of their roster, because they've picked talent so poorly and chosen such marginal, underneath indie level guys, that they can't have these guys on television, especially when they need to go a couple of segments and get anything out of them. If they had a full roster of competent professionals, it might be different. The opening thing with Cody and Jelly, I'm sorry. It looked like Cody was having a match with a guy that works at Valvoline who won a contest to get to play wrestler on television. And I saw a clip of Jelly actually doing a sit-down interview, just speaking, not even about an issue, just something about him. Somebody tweeted, "What do you think about this?" And I couldn't watch but 20 seconds of it. But basically, he really is just a mush-mouthed idiot. He didn't go to wrestling school, and apparently he didn't go to school. Because he's just some fucking guy that you'd think would be hanging out somewhere in fucking New Jersey or wherever the fuck he's from. Oh, man, yeah. So Cody led the fucking idiot through a match and worked competitively with him. And there was nothing, it's probably the best match Jelly will ever have, but it was, once again, it looked like a Make-A-Wish deal where here's a star leading this guy through it, telling him what to do, and it just looks so low rent and outlaw. Because you're trying to, yes, I know Cody is trying to do the best he can to have a good match with the opponent that he has available to him on their television program, but that's where it comes in that they should have picked better talent, and they should have fucking picked better when they had the chance, because now they're stuck with these guys and they can't use them every week. So they got to rotate it a little bit. So what we ended up with was on national television in already trying times because of the pandemic that at least they're allowed to fucking acknowledge. You had a tiny little guy with a cheap outfit and a stupid looking haircut and zero athletic look, a flabby, pale, white, sway-backed fucking body, facially looks like a crackhead that lives on the beach.
No muscle tone.
No muscle tone whatsoever. Being allowed to do actual pro wrestling moves, even as sloppy as he does them, with a star, it devalues the whole fucking promotion visually. For anybody watching otherwise than the people who already wanted to, who already have been supporting them, and who are going to do it through thick and thin, no matter what, to develop any new kind of audience, when they tune in and see this for 20 minutes, you can buy Cody as a wrestling star. You cannot buy Jelly Nutella as a wrestling star, whether he does the moves well or not. Even if he can fuck, it doesn't mean he's Ron Jeremy. So what you have then is, to a large percentage of people who may tune in and give it a chance, or say, hey, there's wrestling on or whatever, it's like, well, this is that, low budget stuff. Even though they're backed by a billionaire, they look low rent because of what's on the screen, which is a fucking little guy from Valvoline wrestling a fucking match with a wrestling star. The match made sense as a match because Cody led it, but it made absolutely no sense from a business standpoint to have this jabroni last more than 5 minutes with one of their top guys. And the visual of them constantly having subpar looking talent on the TV show, besides a squash match, just makes them look like what they are, which is number two when they don't want to be. They don't want to be viewed that way. And Jelly was kicking out of shit. Did you notice his body is twice as long as his fucking legs?
Yeah, I did not notice that.
He looks like somebody, the young folks, Google a picture of String Bean from the Hee Haw TV show in the 70s. Old String Bean. He was a country comedian and musician. And he wore these fucking short pants that made it look like his fucking legs were about 1.5 feet long, with his belt around his knees and then a long top to make it look like his body was 4 feet long. That's what Jelly Nutella looks like.
Well, it always looks like his pants are going to fall down.
Well, it's because of his sway back and his fucking flabby ass. But it just... Go ahead.
He did kick at him like everything. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. You said... whatever you said, because Cody walked him through it. The match, you put it in a way that it was all right. It was all right for like a 5-minute match. It went almost 20 minutes. He kicked out of almost everything. There were a few spots that were completely blown. There was one point I lost it. I was laughing.
Where Cody tried to shoot him to the ramp, and he tried to do a headstand on the ramp, and he couldn't get more than 2 feet off the ground. His feet never came more than 2 feet off the ground.
That was fantastic. I lost it. I thought that was the funniest thing I've ever seen. But yeah, I mean,
that's the thing. The match made sense if it was somebody else having it with Cody. As a match, it made sense if it was anybody that could have been convincing in the Jelly Nutella role to be having it. That's what I'm saying.
If he can't beat Jelly Nutella in 20 minutes, if it takes him 20 minutes to beat him, why should I think he has any chance against Lance Archer or any other main event talent?
You are correct. But speaking of which, next coming up, Brandy seated at a desk doing a promo about Lance Archer and Jake Roberts. This might have been good. Actually, no, it wouldn't have. It was plainly, obviously scripted and being recited by her. There was no natural delivery to it at all. But it also sounded like she was going to bow up at Jake Roberts. You're not going to slap me. Well, what are you going to do about it if he decides to? It came off as heelish to me, almost her demeanor, but it's obviously a well-shot vignette with somebody reciting scripted verbiage. This did not come from the heart.
Once again, this is not sport-based wrestling. This is an audition for a show on the CW. A villain on Supergirl or The Flash or whatever these shows are. That's what that was. She's very good at delivering lines. I should be good on a scripted show. But it came across as completely unbelievable. And
well, because also if it was a scripted show, there'd be somebody better scripting the lines.
That's right. Well, this was just the beginning of our moment of Brandy here. A shot of Brandy.
Yeah. Talk about, it's a jug of Brandy. And look at that jug, by the way. Anyway, so here comes QT Marshall with Brandy against Lance Archer with Jake. So automatically, you would think that Brandy would have the advantage. Once again, Jake Roberts, a dangerous, evil human being, is out here with the Murder Hawk monster. And Cody's going to let his wife go to ringside with a underneath card guy, the way that QT, I like QT, but that's the way he's been presented. So here you've got
she didn't go to the ring with him. She didn't go to the ring with Cody.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What if she's going to be out there? It didn't make any sense. She's telling people that probably Jake is going to try to corner her, intimidate her, but it ain't going to work. Well, how's it not going to fucking work? What are you going to do to Jake to begin with? Nothing. And secondly, QT Marshall is not Cody's brother, Dustin. It's QT, and so Cody's letting his wife go out here with the Murder Hawk monster and Jake Snake Roberts. They must not be that dangerous. I love Jake with the mask. This was a good match. Archer, he gave QT offense when he needed to, but stayed on him and never totally let QT take over. Archer, he worked his ass off to keep up the intensity more than he did last week. Maybe he's been listening. I love you, Lance. In the Brody Lee versus Lance Archer sweepstakes, Lance Archer is winning in a runaway with this as far as being a new top guy.
No contest.
I said they had to do a spot with Brandy and Britt Baker with the fucking shoe, and that really distracted from and got in the way of the business of the match. Because suddenly, why did Britt Baker hit QT Marshall with her shoe, and then Brandy gets the glory of throwing it away? But they should have been concentrating on Lance Archer here. I will say one thing. If Lance Archer did the head palm shoot off into the ropes on one of my shows, I would fine him $500. I hate that, and it looks so bad. But then it was a bit of a comeback, but Lance hit a big finish, boom, and then pinned him with the claw. I'm not sure about the claw. I thought the finish looked good. I'd like to see more impact maneuvers from these big guys. Boom, 1, 2, 3, convincing, rather than the tap outs and the, stationary pin type of things. But that was a good match and got Lance Archer over more than most things they've done with him. But then, once again, Britt Baker, I know they've switched her heel, but what does she have to do with this issue? Is Britt joining Archer and Jake? She jumped Brandy and DDT'd her and then tossed her in the ring. But Britt tried to toss her the wrong direction, and Brandy ain't used to rolling, and she couldn't hardly get her in the ring. But then Jake brings the snake in, puts the snake on Brandy. And again, nobody helped. The fans would have cheered. They're like, oh, shit, they're going to get rid of Brandy. But why was Britt Baker involved? Why could
I could tell you
Brandy?
Why.
Well, hold on. It just real quick. If Brandy went to check on QT and had her back turned for a moment, and Jake came up behind and fucking flipped that fucking snake over and jerked it back on top of her, and oh, shit, it'd have been the same thing. But, she was laid out by a DDT from a girl that had nothing to do with the angle, and then all Jake did was really just lay the snake on her already. They never fucking did any damage to Brandy for any retribution to be called for on behalf of Dustin.
Well, first of all, you're leaving out that Jake dry humped Brandy.
Well, yes. Well, he did that too, but that was after he put the snake on her.
Which was quite a moment there. No, Britt Baker, in a matter of a few months, has gotten over, I think, with the AEW fans and even people like me who we watch every week. We want to like AEW, but there's so much that we don't like that it kind of makes it so that we can't say that we're AEW fans. But she's gotten over with everyone as this heel. She's been great in that role.
Yes.
Just every time they show her in the crowd, she's just become dynamite, for lack of a better term, on this show. So naturally, Stephanie wants to get into a feud with her. So she can
Stephanie, you mean Brandy?
I can slip up there. Actually, yeah. So Brandy, now that I think about it, I guess. But naturally, Brandy wants to now be in a feud with her. So in the middle of all this, the top female heel, Nyla Rose, aside, Brandy has to get involved with her. And then after that theatrical promo, she has to get in there, and she's now in this thing with Jake. It's so ridiculous.
If it had been up to me, I said, well, Brandy rolls in to check on old QT. Jake comes up from behind her and grabs her and gives her the fucking DDT. And she's laying there, and then fucking Lance comes up and dry humps her. And fuck the snake. And then you think Cody wants to get even? That's something to get even over.
Well, here's another thing. They did a good job on commentary. They explained that Cody, because it's, I guess, attached to the football stadium.
He was too far away.
Too far away to get there.
We never saw him come after the fact, did we?
That's the point. We never got the fired up promo. You motherfuckers, you went after my girl. You dry humped her. You DDT'd her. I'm going to kick everyone's ass. You needed that. We shouldn't have to wait a week to see the fired up husband.
Yeah, well, if he's that fired up a week later, he'd have had a heart attack. Yeah, there's parts of things here, but and I saw somebody said, well, they couldn't have a man touch a woman. Well, they could if they want to get some fucking heat. Jake DDT'd Dirty White Girl while Dirty White Boy was handcuffed to the fucking ropes and watching. And that was some heat in the fucking building. Of course, Jake then fucking never showed up again. But anyway.
He DDT'd Dark Journey in 86.
DDT Dark, yeah. The point is, it's just all over the fucking place.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If all of that had happened the way it happened with a crowd there, where they had popped for Brandy getting DDT'd and then...
Yes.
They would have gone.
They would have cheered. Yeah, they would have cheered. They're in the big arena. I don't like seeing the sky. I like the smaller room. I know now because but not only because it's a bigger place, but it's outdoors. They obviously had, I won't say they weren't fans, but there were other people. There were crew members. There were women screaming. There were other people that you really didn't see sitting up in a section of the stands to make more noise. Am I correct on this? Besides the folks at ringside this week.
Yeah, I figured they must have been crew members and, friends and family of the wrestlers.
Yeah. So if they've got an outdoor place and a bigger place like that, they did have more noise. My God, why can't the fucking richest wrestling company in the history of the known planet pick up on this and have some people making noise somehow? They're breaking every other regulation, but that helps. I still like the small room, but I can understand if they traded that. I like having the underneath and prelim guys and the trainees and wrestling school students around ringside. If they're letting crew members and people like that up top, I don't know why they wouldn't put some of those people down there. I don't like having top guys. We've passed the point where now if they like to have an MJF level guy or anybody they consider they're going to be using any money matches on pay-per-view or whatever to have them around, I think we've passed that point. We've crossed that bridge. Because it doesn't look good to have top guys out there being normal, just being one of a group. Here comes Lance Archer, and he's already beating up a stooge from backstage. Explain to me why that they would do this, Brian, somehow.
Well, it's kind of been part of his regular routine since he got there. He would walk around the ring and hit a cameraman or a wrestling student sitting at ringside. I guess he's just so fired up being the chicken hawk monster that he just wants to come out there.
Wait a minute. Dad, you mean the murder hawk monster?
What did I say?
You said the chicken hawk monster.
No. The murder hawk monster that he murders everyone in his way.
Okay, here's the problem. I can see if a guy is all jacked up, I can see Vader doing something like this, or Stan Hansen. The guy comes out, he's walking around ringside, the cameraman doesn't get out of the way quick enough, and he gives him the shove, and you see the camera go ass over tea kettle, right? That's fine. They had fucking Archer come out, and I think he did that once, and the next week he hauled off and slugged somebody. Okay, once again, we're making it ha-ha where we don't need to make it ha-ha, because the further before the guy even gets in the ring and does anything, the more he does that make people go, well, that can't be right. I can even believe in the context of the logic of the wrestling universe that he can, on a closed set, punch one of the preliminary wrestlers in the face, even though he's on the other side of the railing. I can buy that. But when it's something that happens every week, then it's obviously something that's staged and contrived. Even when they try to change it up, he's still beating up a civilian. Now he's taken one of the crew members and started beating him up in the back and thrown him out the entranceway. And there's no repercussions of this. And they don't mention it again after they mentioned it the first time. And nobody files a lawsuit or whatever. You can do angles like that where a guy legitimately loses his shit and strikes one of the fucking crew members and make a big goddamn deal out of it. And maybe the guy's suing, whatever it's too ha-ha. They don't need to do that. It doesn't get him over. It just makes it a setup, staged fucking thing that now is going to happen every week in some fashion. That's the way I look at it. Anyway.
I can't disagree with you.
So then Jake did his promo, the sexist promo. I'll apologize to you, Brandy, when you kiss my ass and get in the kitchen, rattle the pots, pans around straight out of the fucking any heel playbook. They're interrupted by Cody's truck out in the parking lot. He comes out, comes down the fucking deal, gets in a brawl with Archer. Besides the fact that something didn't compute about every time Cody punched Lance Archer in the head and Lance doesn't snap his head and sell it well, he just kind of turtles up. And there were a lot of them, so you could see through them. Point is, it was a brawl with Archer. It was exciting. They kept it moving. It was even Steven. It wasn't like Cody was kicking the shit out of Archer. He was standing up to him. You can see Dusty in that position with fucking Tully Blanchard. He stood up to the heel. The heel didn't back up from him. They both fought. It's better than most things on AEW television. And then Jake, the manager, pulls Archer out. I thought that took a little too long. Cody should have been rushing him. Maybe people should have been holding Cody back. But they're juicing up their pay-per-view things, so that wasn't the worst way to open up the show. I don't know. What'd you think?
I really liked it up until Cody showed up. No, listen, hear me out. First of all, I thought Jake, it was a good promo. Unfortunately, I thought this kind of was in line with some of the previous Jake promos where
all the heat's on him.
All heat's on him. Archer's just stomping around behind him. Has nothing to do with the big murder hawk. It's all about Jake. So then Cody shows up. The camera just happens to catch him. Then there's another camera in the truck. And then there's another camera to the side of the truck. He's revving up the engine to drive 5 feet into a barricade that he barely touches.
Yeah, because he didn't want to mess up the bumper.
He drove 5 feet after revving up the engine like Mr. Tough Guy. By the way, the truck has the ridiculous tattoo on his neck on the truck. What a mark for himself. But anyway, he charges after Archer. I'm like, oh shit, now things are really going to happen. Archer's going after him. And they start brawling, and I just didn't think, maybe it was because the brawl went too long. There were a couple points in there where, kind of like Cody's matches, I felt like he did shit he didn't need to do in this spot. You don't need to do that thing where you jump on the rope and, jump backwards into the guy. You're in a brawl. Don't do moves. And then I think the one thing we were missing from last week and this week is a fired up Cody promo. In Cody's best moments, he's a great promo. Why haven't we heard this guy go off about what was done to his wife?
If that had been Atlanta TV 30 years ago, after the break, he would have come back. Dusty would have been at the podium.
Right. And that's, by the way, that's the way it should be done. They would have come back from the break, and Cody would have been there, standing next to Jim Ross and Masked Man and Tony Schiavone, and he would have just been going off. And now you're like, oh my God, we've never seen Cody like this. What will this mean for the match? Instead, we saw that he revs up his car, he drives a couple feet into a barricade, and then, and by the way, and again, Jake got all the heat on himself. So unless Jake's going to work a match, and I don't think Jake's going to work a match, I don't know what exactly they're doing with that, but that's my 2 cents about it. I like the promo that Jake did as a promo, although I don't know if it got Lance Archer over at all. And then I just thought the brawl from the moment they showed Cody in his truck, and then there's the side angle from the passenger seat. I mean, it's so ridiculous. And he's right there. They didn't notice a truck. You watch his path. When he gets out of the truck and he goes over the barricade, it's just a straight line to the ring. No one noticed this truck just sitting there with Cody behind the wheel?
With the tattoo on it. That way it was completely disguised in that fashion. Here is one thing. It's like when I used to cut promos for Yokozuna, what they would do is they would focus on him and the mean face and the eyes with the evil intent. You'd hear me talking, but you didn't need to see me most of the time. Right. You'd see him. And what about if Jake had come out there? And I liked his material because he's such a fucking prick heel.
It was good material. It was a good promo promo. Yeah.
But what if he had come out and said, here's the thing, Cody. I know what you thought you had here. You thought you had your own little paradise, your Garden of Eden, with your own little Eve, where you'd come in and you'd be running things. Because after all, look at your associates. You got the 2 midget twins, the little kids that like to play in their backyard. You can not only wrestle circles around them, but that you can manipulate them, run rings around them. You've got the blood. You've got the genetics. You know how to take care of little goofs like that. And the other guy, he couldn't get laid in a whorehouse with a fistful of 50s. You're the superstar around here. He's just getting in his own way. You knew you were smarter than all of them, and you had it as your birthright to be the big star in the big company on TBS networks. But along comes Lance Archer. Along comes a guy who's bigger, a guy who's badder, a guy who's more intimidating, a guy who can take everything away from you physically in the ring, and he's got me alongside of him, Cody, Caesar. He's got me alongside of him because even though your father was a great manipulator and passed it down to you, nobody, Dusty Rhodes or anybody else, has ever come close to the mind manipulation of Jake the Snake Roberts. So together we're a package that threatens you. But where you're most threatened, Cody, is that Eve to your Adam, that Cleopatra to your Caesar. You know that there's occasion that she looks up at you. She sees that blotch on your neck, just like the old man had a blotch on his side. And she sees that made for CW network face with those pretty eyes and no evil intent behind them. And she sees that average physique as it bobs up and down. But in her mind's eye, she sees the eyes of the murder hawk. And that's where the camera starts closing in, right? She sees the eyes of the murder hawk. She can feel the sweat dripping off of him and his muscles rippling as he in her mind does for her, Cody, what you can't do in her bed. That's what most intimidates you. And that's what's going to be your downfall, because we are in your head and you realize that this man is in the head of the woman that's beside you in bed and you can't stop it. Shit like that, right? It's fucking Jake. He can get away with that shit.
That's a great promo. Yeah.
But anyway, but instead they're going to have him beating up the crew members. So here comes Mike Tyson. It didn't have the same effect on business as it's Austin and Tyson. It's Austin and Tyson. For the TNT title and decorative hubcap, Cody with what?
No, it was. I mean, I know now they're saying the title wasn't finished, but what an ugly.
What are they going to do? Remake it completely? That's like saying a Mona Lisa wasn't finished when she looked like a middle-aged truck driver. They started over again completely. If they started over again, maybe the belt will look nice. But anyway, for the TNT title, Cody with Arn Anderson against Lance Archer with Jake Snake Roberts. And I figured this is going to be the other match that I like. And then everything else is going to go downhill. But it started going downhill about 2/3 the way into this one. Cody fought from underneath the whole time. Lance Archer took over right away. Cody did everything right. He made Lance Archer seem like a fucking big badass. Lance was almost always in charge or shutting him back down. He kept it interesting. They fought in the arena, but Cody got choke slammed on the fucking concrete. At one point, Lance Archer pressed Cody in the ring and tossed him over the post to the floor like Lawler and LeDuc in 78. Only they ain't going to remember this 40 years later, because then they had another 20 minutes of match after that. And Lawler went to the hospital. But anyway, I digress. They caught Mike Tyson yawning one time in the middle of the fucking heat on camera. But Archer stayed on him. Whoever that big swole idiot is, they've got the boys and girls in the crowd. Somebody needs to fucking back her up a little bit, because she was trying to be the fucking front row fan that gets in everybody's face. But she was in Lance Archer's face with her screaming at him with her fucking finger, etc. Yes, if she's not a fan, and he knows that. If it was a fan, fine. She's not a fan. She's a wrestler. He should have pie-faced her into fucking next week. She's burying a fucking giant heel, bowing up and knowing that he's probably not going to do anything. It's pay-per-view. They ain't going to get kicked off television, but a woman not scared of Lance Archer. I will critique Lance Archer again. He needs to stop making faces for the floor camera when he's actually doing shit to somebody. He's gouging Cody's eyes or choking him or whatever. He's making faces for the floor camera. Anytime you've ever put both your hands around a motherfucker's neck and choked them, have you not been looking directly in their face when you did it?
No, usually I'm.
No, both your hands around the neck. No, I'm not talking about a rear naked choke. I'm talking about we're in a fight and I'm fucking choking you, you asshole. Or you're having fun with your significant other, but you're looking in their fucking eyes, one or the other. Point is, Lance is walking around making a lot of faces for the floor camera. And anyway, they did the deal toward the end, the DDT spine buster trade, where fucking Cody hit a DDT to mock Jake, and then Archer hit a spine buster to mock Arn, which was fine. That's good. Cody did a big Cody cutter off the top rope and made a big comeback. And then Lance Archer stopped him and everything came to a halt. And I wrote, could they not have gone home from here? They had to go a little longer. And they then, they had done the deal where Lance Archer did they didn't call it Old School by The Undertaker. They called it Shades of Don Jardine, which is also correct. But Lance did the rope walk early, holding on to Cody's hand, right? And rope walked and then came off and hit the moonsault, which, okay. Okay, right? That was fine. But then he takes Cody's hand again and rope walks from buckle to buckle. and then stands there. He's got Cody's hand, but he's looking directly over the ring post while Arn Anderson walks up the stairs, and he's looking at him and sweeps Lance Archer's feet out from us so he can crotch himself on the top turnbuckle. He was looking at him, and he stayed there for Arn to do that. Was that not a buzzkill? Was it just me?
Now, by the way, why was Jake distracting the referee?
Well, he was trying to say, hey, referee, look, they're trying to do some shit behind your back. And, of course, the referee had, but yeah, it just... So, boy, the last 5 minutes, if they'd have just gone on. But anyway, Cody, at that point, barely hit a reverse superplex on Lance Archer, because I know Cody's a tall guy, but Lance is so big and tall. That's a fucking, it was a little hairy there on the turn. I don't know why they have to do reverse superplexes instead of just superplexes. Because somebody in a spot somewhere this night killed the fucking superplex when they did that stupid thing where you give a guy a superplex and then he hooks your fucking legs because the impact didn't bother him at all. Anyway, then here comes the second referee. Stooges Arn off for doing what he did. He gets kicked out of ringside, and Jake gets kicked out of ringside. And once they both get kicked out of ringside, then Lance Archer hits a big old German suplex, and he starts waving for Jake to come out. And Jake does come out. They just kicked him out of ringside. And then why didn't fucking Arn come back? Arn didn't come back because it wasn't the spot. Jake comes out with a bag that allegedly has a snake in it, but it didn't really have a snake in it. But he had a bag, and then Tyson gets to block him off, right? So that's Tyson's spot. Literally 30 seconds. Arn couldn't have I know Arn, he doesn't move that quick on stairs anymore. He couldn't have got down the stairs from the gorilla position, and Jake's already back out after getting kicked out of ringside. Anyway, that's the spot where Tyson blocks him off. He did not hit Jake. Apparently, Jake told Tyson, I didn't sell Muhammad Ali in the Superdome, motherfucker. I'm not going to sell you either. I guess that's what he said. So then Lance Archer, while there's this distraction, Lance Archer grabs Cody, turns him toward the ropes that he wants him to go to, and by his hands on his shoulders, and does the head palm shoot off, and Cody went with it. Right then, I wanted to fucking shoot my television. And Cody comes off the ropes, and they do a fucking thing, flip, and Cody hits the crossroads 1, 2, 3. First 2/3 of it was great. It went too long after that, and the finish was not good because it didn't make sense. And Lance Archer, again, Lance, I remember you from TNA. We've had a number of wonderful conversations. I will hunt you down if you don't quit doing that fucking head palm shoot off, that phony bullshit that not only kills your opponent, but kills you. And every time you do it, instead of the people paying attention to what you're fucking doing, are sitting there looking at each other going, "Did you see that? That was fucking fake as shit." And not paying attention to what you're doing. All right. What'd you think?
Well, first I'll give a positive. I think that the AEW fans, if they were actually in a building watching this match, they probably would have gone crazy for it because, it's free pass Cody. Cody gets a free pass from everybody for his matches. And I don't even say that as a bad thing. The fans are invested in him, the AEW fans.
Well, also, and he builds his matches where there is drama and suspense and etc.
But he also has no idea. He also has no idea how to lay out a match. Every single match has just a ridiculous amount of outside interference and managers running around. And it's every match now.
Yes, but what I was saying was the people helps in that flavor of a match. But when there's no people, it exposes how overbooked a lot of this was because it just was too convoluted, went too long, too many moving parts. So I agree with what you said, but I didn't have time to say it first.
And I guess I just thought it would have been a different kind of match. I want to remind you, 3 weeks ago, Brandy Rhodes, DDT'd by Britt Baker, rolled in the ring, a snake is put on her, and dirty old Jake the Snake, a noted piss drinker, starts dry humping her. Since that time...
How do we know it was dry?
Well, since that time...
See? I mean, it could have been more heat. It could have been a wet hump.
Well, since that time, Cody
We
has
have
not
heard
said
from Cody.
Cody hasn't said shit. Arn Anderson and Jake had a bizarre segment that went nowhere. And then this match, which was just a match, and Cody beats him, and he celebrates the title, and that's it. I mean, it could have been a blood feud. It could have meant something.
It could have been a
it did mean
contender.
something. It meant Cody wanted to get the belt. He wanted to be a champion of the company, and he's now the first AEW TNT champion. Once again, not for me. I thought it was all right. However, if there was an audience there, it would have elevated it. It would have been elevated by an audience there because they're so into Cody's crap and they react so heavily to it that it would have lifted the whole matchup, I think.
I agree with you there that people would have helped it. I agree that also a little shorter would have helped it. Not as complicated at the end would have helped it, but also I just don't know. Just all of the things you said. When did the Horseman break Dusty's leg and we never heard from Dusty?
Right, exactly. Imagine if they did something to Dusty's wife. How would Dusty have reacted on TV if Ric Flair kissed Dusty's wife?
He'd have probably given him a bonus. No, I'm kidding.
He would have run out there with a baseball bat or something.
He would have driven his truck in the building and run him down. That's what he would have done.
Yes, he would have driven his truck in the building and run him down. He wouldn't have driven his truck after casually waiting there.
Yeah, he wouldn't have driven into a barricade.
Yeah, it was just, I don't know.
Imagine what happened next. The best match of either show, if you're considering both shows professional wrestling shows, immediately followed. Jake Hager and Cody. A wrestling match, much like last week with FTR, suddenly broke out in the middle of the fucking American version of Benny Hill. I love Hager's wife. I mean, I don't know if she can work. She'll be great because she looks hotter than the fucking 7th level of hell. And she did a slap good. I didn't care much for her fucking little milking segment she did a while back at ringside. But if she can work any at all, she dresses him up. Because remember, we've talked about, the way he dresses and his facial expression, he looks like a fucking stockbroker playing around a golf most of the time. So she dresses him up. Cody had Arn. Jake Hager's music is fucking horrible. He's a white guy from Oklahoma, amateur wrestling champion, and it sounds like gangster rap. What the fuck is that? It sounds nothing like anything he ought to play. Jericho was hilarious most of the time on commentary. I'm starting to like to listen to Chris better than watch him work. When they sold the nightmare fucking temporary tattoos, and he said, "Put the nightmare tattoo on your ass, Shivani." I enjoyed that.
Boy, it's too bad Cody's isn't temporary.
Boy, I tell you what, I bet he wishes he could pay a lot of money for a temporary tattoo.
I bet his wife does too.
But no surprise here. Suddenly, in the middle of all the hilarity and the bullshit and the foolishness and the bad booking, a fucking wrestling match breaks out. They were serious. It was nice work. Hager looked better here than I've ever seen him because he listened. All the shit made sense. It was put together well, and Cody stayed on him, at least I'm pretty sure verbally, so he was not allowed to wander around and get into his own fucking devices. This is the way I think Hager ought to look. He looked like a big badass bruiser, but Cody still fought from underneath. Hager didn't fuck up a lot of shit or try a lot of shit he shouldn't be doing. It had a big match feel with guys who look like stars and have been presented as stars in this environment. And people that are undisputedly, Arn Anderson's at ringside. Cody is a member of the Rhodes family. Hager's been on WWE television. There's some fucking players here. And the shit looked good. The first segment pretty much built to Cody with he didn't even do a dive. He did the big leap and the jump with the double axe handle or double sledge or whatever off the top to the floor on Hager. And then Hager ended up laying Cody and AAA and AA out to go to the break. So that was pretty good. And we come back with heat on Cody. And Cody he sells his ass off, but he timed his hope spots good. He had some fire on his comeback. They went into the back and forth. It was competitive there. Catalina got the slap in. Dustin came out and got a punch in. Cody does love to have the cameo appearances for the little pops in his finishes. Sometimes it gets overdone, but this all worked and timing was good.
There's always outside interference every
but
Cody
there's
match.
it is a hallmark, a trademark. But then I like this finish, and Hager, I hate that fucking neck hold, the neck clutch, or whatever the submission hold he gets. It's neither fish nor foul, whether it's neither a lay down nor a stand up hold, and it's too close in and you can't. I don't like the hold, but when Hager got the fucking neck trapped and Cody rolled over and switched it, so he pinned him while Hager still had the hold, but Cody got the pin. I like that. Jake Hager looked the best that he's looked in the ring as a experienced professional on this program. Cody slipped over, but leaving plenty of room for debate because Hager's up immediately and Cody's down selling. And it was just the babyface outsmarted the heel. Nice little fucking finish there. I liked the match. I liked the finish. Up until then, of course, they always have to do an afterbirth. I thought Hager just fucking knocking poor old Mike Posey, the referee, out with one shot while the faces stood there and did fuck all but look at him. And the referees and agents had to come run in and, get him. I thought that was blah. But this had to be the best match of both nights or both shows, didn't it?
Either this or the Thatcher match.
But, well, see, as I said, the Thatcher match, as purely as a contest and as a match, it was better. Those guys are both better workers together at that style, and they meshed. But as far as a main event, remember I said, it's nice to have on the card as a main event, important match with top guys in the company. This was not only good and not embarrassing, but got every point across and got everything accomplished that needed to be done. And it's probably the only thing on either show all night that fit all those requirements.
By the way, the upcoming Puppy Bowl.
Yeah.
Hate to play spoiler. Pharaoh wins.
Oh no!
No.
Wouldn't you know who won the Puppy Bowl? My dog Pharaoh. My dog Pharaoh won the Puppy Bowl. I swear to God, they got to do that.
One of my favorite lines ever years ago at Fan Week, Masa Hori was there, my good friend Masa, and he was going, what was her name? Peggy was driving him around.
Yes, Peggy Lathan.
And she was going to take him to the Dixie Stampede. And you said, Dixie Stampede, Dusty's going to win it.
So the first match on this Fun Fest. We had 2 weeks of Fyter Fest. Now we got Fight for the Fallen. As I said, they ought to get the F out. Cody defends the television title against Sonny Kiss. We finally get to see Sonny Kiss is in that group of people that was signed when AEW first started and has been relegated to audience on television, dark matches on YouTube, and various and other sundry low-profile places because they realized, along with the librarians and all this other horse shit, that they signed a bunch of fucking outlaw talent that has never been properly trained and is only good to look like a fucking local version of America's Got Talent. And this was an example of it. And once again, I don't care about Sonny Kiss's sexual orientation. I don't care who he's attracted to, who he dates, who he is involved with, who he marries, lives with. I don't give a fuck about that. But if he's going to act like a professional wrestler or call himself one, I'm going to point out the obvious inaccuracies in those statements. First of all, the entrance. What the fuck with the cheerleaders? Oh my God. He was a better dancer than the female cheerleaders, which I don't remember seeing Muhammad Ali dancing with the Rockettes before his third fight with Frazier. I don't see Dusty Rhodes doing a cha-cha with dancers from the Flamingo before his title match with Ric Flair. I don't see anybody in the UFC. Sometimes they have dancing girls, but they don't outdance them. How was this in any way supposed to make him intimidating as a professional fighter? What we had here was a goddamn dance routine on Dancing with the Stars, and there's a place for that. But not immediately followed up with this fucking clown in this goddamn clown outfit being competitive for 20 minutes with who's supposed to be in this company pretty much the top babyface. Also, Sonny Kiss, what is the matter with his back? His ass is 2 feet behind the rest of his body. He looks like he's doing a back bend when he's standing up straight. The fucking lipstick, the goddamn false eyelashes, and he's not even the heel. Adrian Street could get heat with false eyelashes. This guy is supposed to be the babyface. I know this because Cody, his opponent, immediately jumps him at the bell and beats the piss out of him and then does push-ups to taunt him and take him not seriously. So that means that Cody is the heel, and Cody's babyface manager is yelling at him for doing these things, and Sonny Kiss starts selling. What the fuck?
Yeah, by the way, I'm going to disagree with you on Cody being the top babyface in the company. Cody's a heel. It's been subtle, but Cody's a heel with a babyface manager. He's a heel with Arnold Skaaland. They've made Arn Anderson, one of the great heel talkers of all time, an ineffective babyface manager.
An ineffective babyface putz.
And you could tell they're teasing an eventual complete Cody turn. But go watch the last several weeks. Watch everything with Cody. Cody's a heel pretending to be a babyface for the time being, but Cody is a complete heel in my eyes.
All right, well then, at least then if he turns, then we'll know one or the other. Because right now it's a fucking mystery, like everybody else in this company. Who's a heel and who's a babyface? They don't even know. And I don't care whether he's going to turn heel or if he's going to stay a babyface or he's going to goddamn be a fucking tweener in betweener. Who's going to buy a chorus girl in a fight with a supposed professional wrestling champion? And that's what we're expected to being presented here. And you know what? As I said, I managed Adrian Street, who actually could wrestle. But I managed Adrian Street. If Sonny Kiss was the only gimmick in this fucking program, it would probably get over. And I don't know why it wouldn't get a ton of heat, except they wouldn't want it to get heat. But you're not going to get a ton of people wishing that the chorus girl becomes a fucking champion. However, because it's only one of a multitude of gimmicks and funny costumes and people you don't know whether to cheer or boo and what the fuck, it just looks goofy. Because it all together looks goofy. So this match goes on for fucking ever. Cody was acting like Sonny Kiss was no problem, as he should. He shouldn't act like he was a physical threat until he later on in the match made him one. But now, as I said, the supposedly babyface acting like an asshole. The manager is fucking blistering him for it. The prancing Exotico is the sympathetic underdog. And then suddenly, the 5'6", 188-pounder with scoliosis on his back starts kicking the shit out of Cody and then does some cheerleading handsprings. I'm not making it. As I said, folks, we're going to have fun with this show. I'm going to tell you what really happened, and you're going to laugh and tell me I'm lying. Sonny Kiss does some wonderful gymnastics, but his strikes and punches land with the force of a butterfly in a high wind. He does the pushing girl forearms instead of throwing punches. The Matrix shit. It was so out of whack with what Cody Rhodes, a top star in the company, ought to be doing or going along with. It looked like Cody was trying to work with Raka. So awkward. But now we know what Nadia Comaneci would look like if she had been a professional wrestler. Sonny Kiss. Sonny Kiss gave Cody his own fucking move, the Crossroads. We're still talking about an underneath fucking wrestler. every week, underneath talent with no potential to make it as top names in this industry, in this company, or in it's definitely in the WWE, regularly pushes the guys that you could buy on this program as top main event stars to their very fucking limit and then some. On the theory that these fucking stars are allegedly, I guess, so fucking egotistical that they think that they're so over that they can elevate this dreck talent by being competitive with them, and all it does is sink the star. I wrote, why is this so competitive? Does Cody really think he can make a star out of this? He gave Sonny Kiss an Alabama slam on the ramp and got a 2 count. Sonny Kiss got his foot on the ropes. And Arn is pissed at fucking Cody. It's still in this match.
And they're teasing Tully in the crowd, interested in Cody.
Yes. But the whole thing is he can't beat Sonny. And then he rolled him in after the fucking deal and got a 2 count and got the foot on the ropes. Then he gave Sonny and by the way, this is not Sonny like Sonny Tammy Sitch. It's Sonny like Sonny Bono, right? Sonny. Sonny Kiss, the fucking head first deal. What do they call it? Where he dropped him head first? And it looked like he dropped him head first over his back, whatever the fuck. He got a 2 count and a kick out of that. What are we are proving here that Cody Rhodes cannot beat a cheerleader. Then he hits the top rope superplex. And what Cody wanted was for Sonny Kiss to turn a shoulder in the nick of time. But since Sonny Kiss has never been put in this position to have a main event match against anybody who knows what he's doing, what he got was a weak slow motion lift my arm instead of the dramatic, because the fucking green fuck doesn't know what he's doing in this position. Then while Cody's arguing with the referee, he actually had to stand there and go back and watch the tape, folks. He's arguing with the referee, and Sonny Kiss is trying to fucking kind of scooch over to do something, but Cody stands there and finally has to look behind him and say, "Schoolboy me, idiot." He looks behind him, looks right at the guy laying there, and then suddenly gets schoolboyed by surprise. And then Cody Rhodes gets a crossface and can't make the cheerleader submit. And now he is straight out heeling on Sonny Kiss. And Sonny Kiss is selling. Am I lying so far about anything in this match?
No.
So then, Sonny Kiss is selling. Cody rips the turnbuckle pad off. And he's going to fucking ram Sonny Kiss into he has to resort to this now to beat a preliminary fucking underneath wrestler. I would say heel or babyface, but nobody knows which. But Sonny Kiss reverses Cody into the bare buckle, and it looked like shit. It was awkward because they tried to do some fancy shit and just a little fucking reversal. They tried to do some goddamn flippy fancy shit, and Cody missed it with his head. So it looked like shit. Now Sonny Kiss is fresh as a daisy after all this, throwing his girl wrestler forearms and shrieking at the top of his lungs. Hee, hee. Only it didn't have the same effect of scaring people shitless as it did when Terry Funk did it while he was spurting blood everywhere. And then out of nowhere, Cody hits the crossroads. 1, 2, 3. Boom. And guess what they did then, Brian?
They embraced.
They shook hands and hugged each other. God damn it. Fucking shit. They hugged each other. I'm trying to have fun with this, but this is so ridiculous. I'm not lying. Another match on another program where they beat the piss out of each other, mostly in a phony way and something that nobody can believe, but they do it. And then they hug and kiss each other.
I think one of the big problems with AEW, and I don't think it's good for the long term for the company, and I don't think it's necessarily good for the program without seeing the ratings breakdown of the segments. But The idea that everyone has to elevate everyone else so that every match is 50-50. Not necessarily 50-50 booking. I mean, there was no doubt Cody was going to go over. But Cody has to have a long competitive match with everyone he wrestles. And I believe they're trying to get that person over and show that they could exist in a competitive match, but I think it does the exact opposite. It's counterproductive.
Exactly, because you have, first of all, the reason why people get over by having a competitive long match with an established star is because it usually doesn't happen. On television, against a lesser opponent, the star usually looks dominant, or used to, and is supposed to, because then after you establish in people's minds that that's the norm, then when the guy comes along that nobody really gives a chance to, and he takes the guy to the limit, that's what makes the underneath guy, even when he loses, because he's done something most people don't do. Cody Rhodes has been taken to the limit, so by everybody, every top guy here has been taken to the limit by every outlaw schmuck that just learned how to lace his boots last week. So as we will see later on, when we get to the real cartoon segment, well, you talk about the cheetah segment, that's coming. But that's the problem. And also the problem is some of these people think they're over and they're not. Cody has the ability to get over with a wider variety of people, but the rest of it, the Road Warrior and his brother Balding Buck, Twinkle Toes McFinger Bang, they're over to such a small audience to begin with, the 500,000 to 700,000 people that'll put up with this shit every week, and even not all of them, they can't elevate anybody. They need to be gotten over. They made their cardinal mistake on this program when they started it out and assumed that the Young Bucks and Twinkle Toes were over, and have worked like that since, and that's why they're not over. Because nobody on a mainstream television basis knew who the fuck these clowns were, and they've given them no reason to want to find out. Anyway.
I will say Sonny Kiss is seemingly an extremely talented dancer. You said it earlier. He was doing better with the moves than the cheerleaders. But with that said, I'm not exactly sure what the audience is for that. Who is going to, if there were fans there, are they going to sit there and cheer Sonny Kiss doing a dance routine?
Don't you see all the young and former cheerleaders in the audience for wrestling these days that will look up to Sonny Kiss, or all the gymnasts that will look up to Sonny Kiss? No wrestlers will look up to Sonny Kiss because he's a fucking joke and an abomination as a fucking professional wrestler. Maybe with 5 years decent training somewhere from somebody that knew what the fuck they were doing, because he is a good athlete, but he's a rotten fucking wrestler. So the wrestling fans are going to have a very short attention span for that. And the people that are going to cheer for him are the people who want to be seen as cheering for a member of the LGBTQ community living his dream, whether he's out of place or not. And he's out of place in this fucking program. Well, not out of place in this program. Out of place in wrestling, but not this program.
But a very, very talented dancer. I was watching. I was like, wow.
And a wonderful cheerleader.
He's better than a
gymnast.
He was better than the cheerleaders.
Yeah,
he was better than the cheerleaders at doing those dance moves.
If he got that sway back fixed, maybe he could go far.
I don't know what you're talking about. Now I have to go back.
You go back and look. When he's standing there, his ass is 2 feet behind him. The rest of him. His
back just have a big ass.
Well, and tell me that back is not curved.
I don't know. Now I have to go back.
Well, you need to. All right, the next match. This was the one I was waiting for, because I thought this will be the ultimate test.
Wait, one last thing, by the way. No promo from Cody. We haven't heard from Cody in a while, since that press conference several weeks ago. People who like Cody will tell you he's one of the best promos in the business. I'm not as high on Cody as other people, but when Cody is on, Cody is a great promo. Haven't heard a peep from him in weeks. He just teased being a heel.
By the way, MJF was in the fucking audience.
Well, we can't get MJF 2 weeks in a row. That's asking too much.
But a fucking minute promo from the best talker in the company.
I agree.
Or a minute promo from, like you said, from Cody, a top star in the company, instead of these fucking endless goddamn gymnastics meets. Nobody talks. Except, well, if you're over 50, you get to talk. The announcers and the managers get to talk sometimes. But meanwhile, over at Comedy Central, they had the other program. And the way they started this off, AEW, Brian, came that close. You can't see, but I'm holding my thumb and my index finger very, very close together. That close to almost getting the coveted Jim Cornette grade of 100, A+, perfect segment. And they fucked it up.
I'm going to guess the thumbtacks are what fucked it up for you, because I know that's what fucked it up for me. We'll talk about it in a second, but beyond that, I loved this opening segment. This was the best thing Cody's done in a very long time, and Eddie Kingston is someone who I've been high on. I remember when you first got to Ring of Honor, I told you, this guy's great. He throws a great punch. I wonder if he could talk.
Yeah, and remember when once I heard him talk, we put him in the angle with Steen and gave him a pay-per-view match, or an internet pay-per-view match. Same. I don't know if that's one that was even on the air or not. He was with Chikara, just because Kingston, he lives in New York, New Jersey, and so he was with Chikara, and it stood out like a screen door on a submarine. A great old-fashioned, he would have made a beautiful territory wrestler, either babyface, gimmick babyface, or heel. But a guy like this in the middle of all that Chikara bullshit, he was the one that we could fucking do something with. And again, in the NWA, he cuts promos, and he sounds like he looks, and he looks like he should look and sound if he was who he really purports himself to be. And the story's easy to tell. Jim Ross did an excellent job in this match telling the story. But he had to sell his boots for pay his mortgage. He's 18 years. This may be his last chance. He's going to give it all he's got. JR's great at stuff like that. Kingston, like, he's a New York version of the Dream Machine. Like when Dream come out that time on Memphis TV and say, you know who I am. I hang out in places where people get cut and shot. And that was true. And with Kingston, the whole fucking street guy thing. And he would have been a perfect territory wrestler. And he looks like shit physically, and it works because he looks like a big grown guy that has bar fights, but he's got pale arms and a big belly, and it works. And he talks as soon as they went straight into the ring introductions. Cody's already in the ring, and they had teased they're going to have a top independent star. I didn't know who it was, but then when Kingston walks out, from the start, he had the microphone, he had a mean voice, he had a real sound to him. He took over the room, he took over the interview and the microphone. He was shut up, this is my time now. He wasn't fucking out there shitting himself, or, like some of these guys talking about, oh, it's been my dream to be here. Like all the guys in the WWE, it's been my childhood dream to be here and entertain you people. No, Eddie Kingston said, I came here to kick somebody's ass and make some fucking money. That was perfect. And then he asked for no DQ. And then they do a jump start and go right to the floor. And here is where it worked. This is where that works. Start 100 miles an hour, brawl to the floor. If every match didn't do it, imagine when one where it's actually necessary and called for and works like this. Imagine how much better it would have been when you didn't see it all the time. Cody did a dive that actually worked because it looked like he was mad and diving off on the guy, and a big fucking punch. That worked. You could tell there was a clear babyface and heel in this. Clear babyface and heel. Cody gets a big comeback, and then as he takes his weight belt off, like dropping Lawler's strap in Memphis, Kingston gets the belt and whips him with it. And they're back and forth, and what a fight. Then they slow it down in the middle, just like every classic match, with a chin lock so Cody can fight from underneath, so they can settle him down a little bit, so that then they can pick it back up again. Kingston's heeling on him, kept on top of him. Cody did everything that he should have to get Eddie Kingston over as a new talent, a new force, and Kingston carried the ball. And then here comes the bag of thumbtacks. I will explain. Of all the stupid things that have become commonplace in wrestling over the last 20 or 25 years, I think the thumbtacks are the absolute stupidest. It spoiled it. It's freak show bullshit. It took the attention off Eddie Kingston trying to win a championship and possibly win a contract with a sports organization. And they've had this nice fight where all their shit was good and snug, and it made sense. And then the thumbtacks. You can't win a match with thumbtacks. You cannot beat anyone with thumbtacks. You can only throw them in the thumbtacks, and then they roll around like these garbage deathmatch freak show wrestlers for appealing to the lowest common denominator of a bunch of guys who are going to say, oh, ow, that really hurts, because it does really hurt. You can't work it. It's going to hurt, but it cannot incapacitate anyone to where they would lose a fight or a match or a contest. It's just freak show outlaw stupid shit to get the fucking crowd that likes to watch people fall off skateboards to go, ooh. It's always been stupid. It was stupid when Mick Foley did it. It's stupid now. Great people can do stupid things. And this has always been stupid. And it just looks so cheap and low rent. So then, of course, Eddie Kingston powerbombs Cody into the tacks. He powerbombs him into the tacks and fucking goes do something else. And Cody gets up and goes nuts and just fucking bowls over Eddie Kingston, boom, and gets the figure four and boom, tap. 1, 2, not 1, 2, 3, but tap. Done. I was like, what the fuck? If they'd have done the same match, everything they did, but no tacks. Just let Kingston get one good, impressive, close as a cunt hair near fall, and then do something that Cody reverses and goes into a figure four, and there's your finish, and it would have been so much more effective. It would have been a classic debut for a new talent. This was a great match with the perfect length. They didn't overstay their welcome, but they gave it plenty of time. If they could have just resisted the urge to be so stupid and outlaw and low rent and local, and taken the thumbtacks out and just told their physical story, done the same exact thing, it would have been perfect. I couldn't believe it. They were almost there, Brian.
I'll tell you, I love this segment other than the thumbtacks. I'm not a fan of that. I had a thumbtack go into my knee during a siesta. Or a fiesta, excuse me, in 7th grade Spanish. I was about to say,
where are you sleeping?
No, well, this is why I failed Spanish. But during a 7th grade Spanish class, Senora Arias, and it was painful for a second, but it wasn't something that I saw like, oh my God, what if wrestlers started rolling around in this? That would be amazing. I hate the thumbtacks, but I hope they sign Eddie Kingston. Fantastic promo, believable promo when he told Arn Anderson, I swear on my mother's eyes, I'll take your eye out. You believe him? You believe him? I thought he brought out the best in Cody. Cody didn't treat it like, okay, here's another guy I'm going to wrestle. You know, I see some of the criticism for Cody where people compare him to Triple H, where it's basically, I'm taking all the top indie guys and I'm going to beat them on TV. I didn't really see this as that. I saw this as the best of Cody, and it brought out the fire in Cody.
And imagine if the fucking comedy bullshit guys like Sonny Kiss and whoever had not already taken Cody 20 minutes. Imagine this would have had even more impact, which is what we were talking about last week. The reason why new unknown talent gets over by taking a established main event guy to the limit is because it hardly ever happens. And when it happens every week, this was special. It could have been even more special. Which is what we're talking about when we say you don't book week to week. You do if you're a mark. If you're a fan that's gotten the opportunity to become a booker, that's what you do. But if you know anything about the business and what you're trying to do, in your mind, you're booking for months down the road because you have to build your business and keep it. You can't go 100 miles an hour forever, always. So you start out when you got a guy like Cody, nobody comes close to him on TV for the first 6 months or what. And then you have a match like this, and then everybody's going, holy shit, he almost took Cody. That never happens. That's how it gets over. It doesn't get over if you do it every fucking week.
AEW always does something stupid or something unnecessary, so that's baked into the cake. So with that said, I give this segment an A. I thought this was great.
Yeah. If it just not done the thumbtacks. But anyway, but yes, this was, as a matter of fact, if this had been the first segment of the first AEW television program I ever saw, I'd say, holy shit, this shit's as good as fucking Mid-South Wrestling. But unfortunately, they've had a different first impression.
This is a topical one. This was sent in the corny drive-thru at gmail.com from Jacob Cordell. What does Jim think about this quote from Cody Rhodes after he was asked if he was a heel or a babyface?
Oh, boy.
Here's the quote from Twitter. I'm neither. I'm a competitor and a reigning champion. Tired old tropes are even more insulting to the viewer, considering I've been on their TV since I was 20. It ain't black and white. It hasn't been in forever. Circumstances of the match dictate who we cheer for. Beautiful thing. So what are your thoughts on Cody Rhodes? And this is not the first time we've seen it. By the way, another tired old trope is Cody Rhodes using the term tired old trope every time this comes up. But what are your thoughts on Cody Rhodes' opinions?
If it's related to wrestling, shouldn't it be a trope?
That's funny.
I'm just wondering, from now on, if it's wrestling, if it's related to wrestling, it needs to be a tired old trope. You know, there is a glimmer down there in what he's saying of sense and logic, and I'll tell you what it is. In the days when professional wrestling as an industry had all agreed that they were not going to fucking blab about every little fucking secret and not laugh at their own business, and it was treated and presented as a sport, you had the guys, the good workers, the great workers, who could carry either a match as either a babyface or a heel, depending on the circumstance, because they were a champion defending. And those folks were called the NWA World Heavyweight Champion. And whether it was Jack Briscoe or whether it was Dory Funk Jr. or whether it was Pat O'Connor was much more babyface-ish than he was heel. And Buddy Rogers was more heel than he was babyface. And Lou Thez was the epitome of a guy like this, that he was neither heel nor babyface. He was the fucking guy that everybody wanted to take down. And that works. When you have a product that is presented as a sport, when you have one guy with the focus is on as a champion that takes on all comers, that's wrestling in that position and that style. And then you could even open it up a little bit in the old territory days where the whole country didn't see everything that was going on. And you could have another one or two of those guys around as regional champions in different places if they were established. And yes, most of the time they would be honorable, but when they wrestled a really hot babyface, they would do subtle things in the match. They might pull trunks. They might not break quickly. They might give a fucking elbow shot to the fucking side of the head on the break, or they might take a cheap win or a shortcut or whatever because they had to, in that instance, to beat that guy. And that's what he's talking about. We are a long way away from the time, and he is in a company that's a long way away from presenting anything like a sport. That's number one. Number two, it doesn't work when you're the TV champion. If he was the world champion, which I actually think he still should be, Cody should be the champion if it ain't Jericho. I don't know why they got it on fucking Stone Cold Cosplay. But when you're one of a number of champions and they've got bigger booking issues than the fine points of Cody's psychology. The point is, there's things that Cody, even in a situation where what Cody's trying to do by being the Neither. He's a babyface, but he's going to take a few shortcuts when somebody pisses him off or riles him up or he feels put upon. But there's still things that person would never do. Cody would never just full on, for no reason, kick a guy in the balls or fucking steal something from him, unless it was retribution, or assault the guy's wife and dry hump her. That's not something Cody Rhodes would do. That means he is a babyface. He's just a babyface that doesn't mind fucking breaking some rules if he's pissed off, which is basically Hacksaw Jim Duggan. You need fucking baby faces and heels because of the nature of what wrestling is supposed to be. The idea that you are seeing two people have a fight that have a firm dislike for each other, if not an outright hatred, and they're having a fight or a match or a contest or whatever you want to call it, see who's going to win. Therefore, the fans, to be especially interested in it, need to have somebody to cheer for or somebody to root against. There has to be some strong feeling, which is why Vince McMahon Sr. never wanted to do a babyface match. Because what's the upside? Who do they want to see win, Bruno or Pedro? They don't want to see either one of these guys lose, which is why they did a draw. And also business-wise, how the fuck do you do that finish? In those days, your ethnic hero had to be an ethnic hero and undefeated. But also, he didn't think there would be strong interest. And he got proven right, even though it was bad weather, when he went outdoors and drew 2,000 people more than Madison Square Garden would have seated. You got to have somebody to cheer for, and you got to have somebody to boo. You got to have some strong emotional investment. I want to see that guy get his ass kicked, or God, I want to see that guy get even. So, there doesn't have to be a baby face and a heel in every single match. You can have the wrestling matches, although they seldom do. The Timothy Thatcher, Oney Lorcan matches on the card to make wrestling look good. And you can have some nice exhibitions every now and then, but as a general rule, it's easier to have the match, it's easier to enjoy the match, it's easier to understand the match, and it's easier to sell tickets for the match if people give a shit one way or another about who wins or who loses. That it may still, one more thing, it may still be old-fashioned today when nobody gives a shit about that anyway because they're just watching a goddamn, Cirque du Bolshoi routine. But it does help when you actually have a real good match and get the people. And Cody should know that because he's the only one in AEW that consistently has real good matches and gets the people. Go ahead.
Well, I think Cody spends too much time trying to get himself over as the wrestling sage, which is just complete nonsense.
Well, he needs more parsley, rosemary, and thyme.
But you can't look at FTR and AEW and not tell me that if they had come in as strong heels, it wouldn't have been more effective.
Oh, good God! Of course. We'll watch the watch along, and we'll let the people of Houston decide here in a little while. But if you come in as strong anything, it's a positive. They didn't come in as strong. They came in as strong shit, and they got their shit stolen and helped out by their big rivals and fucking blown off when they offered somebody a beer in the first 2 weeks. So fuck you.
All right. Well,
you know what? I don't know what to think when I hear people say these things. I don't, babyface and heels. Cody Rhodes is saying the same thing that Vince Russo was saying 20 years ago. And it didn't make any more sense then when Shitstain said it as it does now. Oh, there's shades of gray. Yeah, shades of gray is shades of don't give a fuck. And all you do and Shitstain was bad at this. I'm not saying that Cody or anybody else is anywhere near this bad. But when you have a guy who is any creation of any creative person, a character in a novel or a character person in a movie, or whatever, or in wrestling, you have to have in mind that they don't do shit that person wouldn't do. Suddenly, if Bruno Sammartino had stood in front of Pedro Morales and instead of shaking hands and saying, okay, now we're going to wrestle, he'd have just hauled off and kicked Pedro in the balls, it would have been shocking, but it wouldn't have got over because nobody would have fucking believed it. People in wrestling, the characters, the gimmicks, whatever in wrestling still have to do things that person, the fans think that person would do that or he wouldn't. When Steve Austin hugged Vince McMahon, that killed the fucking whole deal because people know Steve Austin would not do that. So there's some people you couldn't turn heel, they were so babyface, and it just killed them off, or vice versa. And Shitstain was always big on the swerves by having a bunch of guys that were over, then turning around and doing something that they blatantly would not do. If they were the person that they had been presented as and were purported to be, they wouldn't do that. It was all just for a swerve, and that's where the people tuned out. Because he didn't understand that it's still, the people take you as either a fucking nice guy or a prick, and you have to amplify those fucking qualities to get over strongly in one direction or another. And once you do, if you get over like that, then if you do something that person that you're over as wouldn't do in the fan's mind, then you've just made it fucking bogus and fake, and that don't get over. So everybody has to be a babyface or a heel. It's just whether they're good at it or not. And if you're just in the middle and you do shit back and forth, nobody gives a fuck about you anyway. The TV title was on the line with Cody, with his coach, Arn Anderson, who has to be wondering how he got involved in this, going against Warhorse.
Now I have to laugh. I'm sorry.
Their concept is they're finding all this great independent talent around the country to come in and challenge for the TV title and possibly win and become a star-making performance. Is this legitimately representative of the best unsigned talent in professional wrestling now? Warhorse and the people that they've been putting in his spot, but especially Warhorse? He had horrible music. It was more, everybody has screaming death metal, loud, horrible music. This guy's is he a Native American? Is he an Indian? He's Warhorse. He's got paint on. He's got fringes, but he's bobbing his head like a fucking headbanger. What? He's a heavy metal fucking fan by this goddamn horrible screeching he comes to the ring with, and they said he's a heavy metal fan. He was introduced as 4,000 pounds of heavy metal. He should have been introduced as 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag. Weekly, some indie guy that's in over his head takes Cody to the limit. So after this guy finished bobbing his head up and down like an idiot, he looks 20 years old. He's got a goofy outlaw face paint thing. His physique is horrible, and he's looked the same size as Paul Turner. And Cody goes well over 10 minutes with him, and they just a competitive toe-to-toe. Cody's actually given up ground to this guy. Let me explain something. You can't make talent that can't be made. And this guy, maybe sometime, not now, is not ready to be made. He was just there. If you bring an unknown in, somebody that's never been seen on a national or even a heavy regional basis that most of the audience doesn't know, and you try to make him, you have to have material. If this was 2004 and Cody was the same age as he is right now, Cody's looks the same, he's working the same, he's in the same position, you could have taken a guy off OVW TV that didn't have a contract back then, like a Doug Basham, and you could have made him because he was ripped to the fucking gills, incredible physique, 5% body fat. He had 10 years experience, but he'd never been on any really type of national television. Danny Davis had trained him personally. You saw those matches in OVW had with everybody. You saw him work with Benoit. You saw him work with fucking Angle, I think. He had that match, right? The point is, he could go with anybody. Old-fashioned working. He could cut a promo that could get him by. He was growing into that. And he was a full-sized, grown adult man. You could take a guy like that, and you could make him, but you can't just make somebody just because Cody gives them a good match, because the people at home are looking at this guy going, what the fuck is this? Maybe his Warhorse's immediate family thought this was a good showing. But I wrote, nobody unsigned in today's business looks better, works better, and has a better gimmick than this guy for national TV exposure. They go through the break. They come back in part 2. Cody's got him in a one-legged Boston Crab, but they show the footage where he superplexed him off the top rope during the break. He got a 2 count. I wrote, does the Warhorse ever stop bobbing his fucking head? It's cosplay Ultimate Warrior bullshit. Same reason when I saw fucking Olivier, I knew he was the shits. First time ever. They bob their head and they think they're the Ultimate Warrior. Warhorse did hit a nice elbow off the top rope and got a 2 3/4 count on one of the executive vice presidents and the probably closest thing to a homegrown star this company will produce. Got a few more 2 counts and then jammed his knee and Cody got the figure 4. I like that he's using the figure 4 and I like people are winning with it and winning quick. But Jesus Christ, all these guys taking him to the limit, it's become commonplace now. and this would work if there was legitimate talent being brought in and it was only being done once after Cody was dominant over a series of weeks. Then it would register. Then the Dork Odor hits. Dork Odor hits and gets heat on Cody, and they face off with Arn way too long, which revealed that Arn can't do anything physical. Well, he can, but he's not supposed to. And then explain to me, Brian, somebody runs down and hits the ring and makes a big comeback and saves Cody, and the announcers are screaming, my God, it's Matt Cardona! It's Matt Cardona! Who the fuck is Matt Cardona?
Matt Cardona appears to be a guy very happy he doesn't have a wellness program anymore.
Oh, he looks fantastic. Who the fuck? Why has anybody ever heard the name Matt Cardona?
You know who Zack Ryder is, correct?
Mm-hmm.
He's Zack Ryder.
Okay.
Who was never really the greatest in the ring, but to his credit, a guy that got himself over through his own YouTube videos and through what he was doing in the ring, you know, at least to the fans there for a while. And the WWE always says they want guys to get themselves over. They didn't like the fact that he got himself over, and they spent years just burying him and using him like a jabroni. And he's also, I believe, either best friends or very, very good friends with Cody. So naturally,
they mentioned that they were best friends, because it is all friends wrestling. But you misunderstand my question. Who the fuck is Matt Cardona?
If you mean, did the announcers explain who he is and why he's there? No, nothing was said other than a name that no one had ever heard on national television.
Imagine if you went to a concert and you went to a concert featuring, give me an artist that you would like.
Sebastian Bach.
Okay, well, there you go. Sebastian Bach is singing. And suddenly he introduces his special guest, Reginald Dwight, everybody. When Elton John comes out, they might pop, but they'd be confused why they're calling him Reginald Dwight. What the fuck? The announcers acted like Matt Cardona's name was a household word, and that here's how we've set this up. This guy's big debut. Cody has had a way too close match with a job guy that nobody's ever heard of. Then, once he's won barely, the most egregious of bad underneath tag team gimmicks jumps him and gets less than 30 seconds of heat on him. And then this guy just runs out and makes a save, and the announcers are screaming, "It's Matt Cardona! Matt Cardona's here!" A name that nobody has ever heard of. Without saying, "My God, he doesn't even work here." Well, that's Matt Cardona, but he used to be on TV for another company as Zack Ryder. You can say that. That's reporting facts. Then somebody might fucking know besides the people that already know. You know what? The people that already know, they're already watching. Actually, not even all of them are. Good God. And to debut him this way, well, he's here. We might as well use him.
He just walked out. He just walks out. What the hell was that?
Against job guys. It wasn't like that fucking the goddamn the inner circle, the top heels that they've got were feeding on Cody, and everyone else had been foiled, and there was no one left to make a save, and all the other baby faces were laying around the ring, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, oh fuck. So anyway,
are they gonna do the fucking Shaun Spears thing again, where it's Cody's friend who turns on him?
Well, sure, why not? And it's been 6 months, hasn't it?
As far as Warhorse, who was to Renegade what Renegade was to the Ultimate Warrior.
I was thinking Allin Iron Eagle when I first saw him. And I guess he's a Native American because he has face paint and his name is Warhorse. We ought to call him Whorehouse. Yeah, there you go.
You don't think he's going to be back, do you?
Well, fuck, he fits right in. So Cody defeated Whorehouse, and Matt Cardona showed up.
Have they announced, did Eddie Kingston get signed off last week's show, where he was phenomenal?
Oh, he probably got over way too good for them to sign him. They'll be worried about him.
I was going to say.
Might actually know what he's doing.
Again, nothing against Matt Cardona, but I would take Eddie Kingston over him in a heartbeat. Eddie Kingston does a dynamic promo. He throws a great punch. People get invested in him. Matt Cardona, and it's not his fault, but he's been used like a jerk-off on WWE TV for a decade.
Yeah, so that's the reason why he should now be over here in a top spot. Just to make sure that everybody realizes that's where everybody goes from the WWE goes to die, like the wrestler's graveyard. Anyway, let's pick it up here. I'm getting bored. So the next match was the Dork Odor against Cody Rhodes and his old friend, new talent in the industry here in AEW, Matt Cardona, as in who the fuck is Matt Cardona from last week? And they had AAA in the corner, Double A in the corner, or AAA. Maybe they had fucking, I don't know, goddamn the whole company, AAA, and even
Trent's mother's going to need AAA after the job that Santana and Ortiz did.
So the two more members, this is 2 Dork Order matches, and these two come out with no masks and then put them on. And that was an old heel thing that sometimes the heels would do, loaded headbutts or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But there's no reason for these 2 interchangeable jobbers that nobody knows or cares or gives a shit. Wikipedia says who? What the fuck? Google says you're shitting me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I wrote, if this is a 4-minute TV match to get Cardona, the new talent, and Cody over after after Cody got beat up last week, I'm fine. One of these fucking goofs is barely 5 feet tall. The Dork Order. So somewhere or another, they start having this match. And did you see the part where one of the dorks shot Cody toward the turnbuckle and he did the baseball slide like he was going to slide underneath the bottom rope and evade the turnbuckle, but he slid right into the post on his own and hurt himself? I didn't get it. And then that's how they got the heat on him. And they got heat on selling Cody again, selling for these teeny weeny interchangeable fucking jobbers. To give his partner, the new talent, a tag so he can make a big comeback. Fine. If that's what you want to do, find 2 grown men that look like they may be able to. Once again, is there no legitimate talent out there in wrestling now that the best that a billionaire can do is this? These people on this fucking program? Guys that in the territory days couldn't have done jobs on fucking Saturday morning television, and they're on national TV now? Oh, the match was okay if any other heels were having it. But either put the baby faces over strong or give Cody somebody to sell for and then tag Cardona so he gets the win, which is what this was for. But they had a competitive match with two unknown children, and that does neither thing that I just said. And they went through a break. When did Dusty Rhodes sell for 10 minutes for Wee Willie Wilkins to give Magnum or Nikita that fucking tag? So I fast forwarded a minute. They gave the hot tag to Cardona. I say hot tag. It was the hottest of this fucking show, and it was still big. He made an okay comeback, and then they took over again. The job guys took over again after Matt makes his big comeback. And then Cody suplexes one of them out of the ring, and Cardona hits the other one with his finish. 1, 2, 3. Way too long. 3 times too long. 3 times too long. And my God, they used to have better-looking job guys on Memphis TV that would show up for $25. And I assume they're paying these people more than most wrestlers get paid. Because, did I mention Tony Khan's a billionaire?
No, he's not.
His father is.
His father's a billionaire.
And by the way, at ringside during this, Nyla Rose was in the crowd wearing a T-shirt with her hair pulled back, sunglasses on her head like a fat chick going to Walmart.
Oh, that's uncalled for.
No, it's not. Yes, it is uncalled for to have your fucking big fucking women's division star looking like a goddamn fat chick headed to Walmart on national television. When's the last time you saw Sable or Trish Stratus or pick a fucking WWE female star from the past 30 years that you saw in the crowd, no makeup, hair pulled back, sunglasses on her head, wearing a fucking T-shirt? And this just makes it even more egregious because most of their talent doesn't look like anything anyway. So they don't really, it doesn't matter that they're all sitting out in the audience being fans. But for their top guys, when they have MJF and Wardlow out there, that's fucking insanity. Save your top talent. You got plenty of fucking job guy. Most of the fucking talent on this television program should have been in the fucking stands instead of the ring. Don't put your top people out unless they're in full gimmick and a reason to be there. When they're just seen as fucking schlubs, that's what they come off as. A fat chick going to Walmart.
Actually, let me make a clarification on something that came up on the experience. AEW heels.
Oh, boy. Yeah, here's another reason why you're the hottest heel in the wrestling industry this week instead of me.
I previously said that it was $50. I guess I must have said $50 a month.
You did.
It is actually $50 a year to join the exclusive AEW Heels Women's Brigade.
It's so exclusive, there's hardly anybody in it. That's right. But yeah, you misrepresented the cost, because when you said $50 a month, I popped. I went, what? I'm like, what the fuck? But you misspoke. It's $50 a year. So it's more like $4 and what? 15 cents a month or whatever, but a bargain at half the price, as they used to say. But I've been hearing mixed messages on whether this thing is being well received or not, because I think that, didn't they say that they had about 100, 125? Somebody said that we were wrong when we said there's no female AEW fans. They had between 125 and 150 of them on that call. Okay, they had 900,000 people watch them last week. It's usually between 600 and 900,000, and they got 150 women or less on the. So I still say that qualifies as no female fans. That minute portion. But anyway, so you mea culpa on the price there. But it's still, what's the feedback on the service? Because I'm hearing from a lot of people just saying that Brandy just wants some more attention. And Brandy.
Well, Brandy didn't like the attention she was getting. She quit Twitter.
What? What now? Wait.
Because Brandy's been getting it from a lot of people who say, why are you forcing yourself down everyone's throat? Why are you on the TV show nonstop? Why are you a heel, then a babyface, then a heel? Why are you trying to start this group?
And in both at the same time, by the way, a baby face because you're an executive, but at the same time as you're a heel as a performer. Don't forget that.
Yeah, so Brandy's certainly been hearing it from a lot of people, and apparently it caused her to quit Twitter.
Is there going to be anybody in AEW on Twitter by the end of the year?
Well, previously the Young Bucks had quit Twitter, but I think one of them, Road Warrior Buck returned, someone told me.
Oh, he backslid, huh?
Yeah.
Fell off the wagon, the Twitter wagon?
They just need it. They're addicted to it. They pretend like they don't want the feedback. They're like, oh, I just got to know what people are saying about what I think is brilliant. And then...
Well, as we found out, most of the people on Twitter aren't really legitimate people anyway, but there are some on there. But besides that, I'm not trying to eviscerate Brandy. I met her one time, and she was very friendly for 45 seconds. That's sum total of our personal interaction. But all the things you said are a reason why she's going to get heat with the fans because... Yeah, it's a cute pun, Chief Brandy Officer instead of Branding Officer, but what are her qualifications to do branding for a major sports league? Does she have experience in that endeavor, or just since she was there and they were all getting together talking about what everybody could do, like one of the Bucks' wives in charge of merchandise? Well, it's,
But she's actually done to be fair, she actually handled the Young Bucks merchandise when they were wrestling.
Wait a minute, but she handled the Young Bucks merchandise when they were wrestling. Does that mean that I'm qualified then for the job as the chief merchandise officer of All Elite Wrestling? No, this is why, and this is the Crockett syndrome all over again. This is why that Vince wins all these things in the end. Because say what you want about the rest of his picadillos and the people he chooses to work with in the wrestling end of his operations, but he has some fucking people, knowledgeable, experienced people with badass resumes at what they are expected to do that are hired to work for that company. He gets people that have come from other sports franchises or major Fortune 500 companies, depending on the position, or with these big time degrees and experience in marketing or merchandising or whatever the case may be. It's only the wrestling end that he, just sometimes will listen to any jackleg that walks in the goddamn room. But his company, that's why he's been so together and why he wins all these things in the end, because the company has experienced people, not just, like Greg the Office Boy in Ring of Honor. I said, find somebody that does a real nice fucking sports league's website, and we got the fucking friend of his from college. And that's what they're doing here at All Friends Wrestling. I'm not saying Brandy's a horrible person, but to my knowledge, she has not run branding for a major sports league before, so maybe we should have got somebody who has. And I'm not even knocking the Buck's wife because I've never met her, but maybe we should get somebody that's actually done merchandising at a high level for a fucking one of these giant e-commerce sites. You think? Just an idea. That's what I don't understand about it. He's the son of a billionaire, and they're on a major national cable network, and the infrastructure of this thing was put together like I used to run OVW. Yes, Danny Davis's wife, Julie, ran the concession stand and sold the pizza and the drinks. Because it was a family operation, because we were at a goddamn warehouse in Louisville. Do you get what I'm saying here? Am I over anybody's head here?
No, I agree with what you're saying. If you're going to have a serious organization, you need serious people in serious positions. I have some Brandy news.
More Brandy news.
This was just tweeted to me by a listener named James. He says she's still coming out on top. And what he forwarded to me was something from a Twitter account, Wrestling Figure News Source. Brandy's AEW figure will be coming in replenishment cases. She is more rare and will be more valuable long term. Guarantee yourself one, and has a place, I guess, to order them. So the Brandy action figure is the rare one that you want to try to collect in case it goes up in value. Come on. By the way, that's series 1. Apparently there's a second series of AEW figures. No other women. So Brandy's the only female figure.
Oh my God!
I guess wrestling intergender matches.
Maybe the chief marketing officer of what's her name, Buck, will be the second figure that All Friends Wrestling releases. there's just your level of professionalism has to be determined by your level in society. If like I said, if you're a local promotion, all hands on deck, they were all family operations in one respect or another. But if you're going to try to work at this level and compete at this level, then that Jim Crockett went out of business because he had the same office infrastructure, the same secretaries, the same accountant, the same office that he'd had since he was goddamn a local promoter in 3 states. And that's what the downfall there was.
Well, back to the topic at hand. What do you think about the idea of wrestlers using social media, using Twitter to get attention, but then quitting if it's not the attention they desire?
Well, shit, like anybody in the world gets more horrible things said about them on Twitter than I do. And I drink the tears. I block people who are smartasses because I'm actually going for the world record. As soon as I can find somebody that can show me how to figure out how many people I blocked, I want the world record. Because it's not that I disagree with you. It's not that I am afraid to debate you. I look at people that I block on Twitter like dog shit that I scrape off the bottom of my shoe. I'm not scared of it, but it is annoying and it does smell, and I want to get it away from me because it's filthy and it does not deserve to be near my person. So if I block somebody on Twitter, it's because they don't deserve my knowledge and entertainment. They're too stupid. And they got mouthy and they said something I didn't like. But to take my Twitter down just because people are knocking me when obviously they are mentally fucked up? No. Now, them I can understand because the people that are knocking them are actually correct. So there's that. But what a bunch of fucking pussies. Well, I don't mean to say that about Brandy. The Bucks are pussies. Brandy's too sensitive.
Well, there's another one. A couple people sent this in. I found this pretty funny. Apparently, Jelly Nutella has quit Twitter.
Oh, no!
And I say apparently because he's such an attention starved
whore. He's an attention whore.
That you never...
Even if it's bad, we determined that. That's why we seldom talk about him anymore, because he doesn't care if people notice him as being a complete idiot, a piece of shit, horrible at what he does, or just a jack-off, as long as people pay attention to him and laugh at him. He likes that.
Well, plus we realize people don't care because every time we put him in a video, it underperforms, so we stopped doing that a while ago.
That's true. He doesn't even get fucking people defending him from the cosplay wrestling community.
No, he's one of those people that like unites the AEW fans and the AEW haters that just about everyone agrees he's awful and shouldn't be on any sort of mainstream wrestling television show. And if you think that's what the fans think, you should hear what some of the AEW wrestlers say when they get you on the phone.
Yeah.
But he tweeted out, there was a clip of him that went viral this week. I guess he did these like 2 super kicks to a couple of guys. They looked so bad. It was like the most obvious thigh slapping. Thigh slapping in itself is overdone, but when it's just so obvious, when you just see the hand coming down, it's so bad.
Yeah.
And these guys were like hunched over, and he went to the top rope, and I guess he was going to try to get across the ring to tag Sonny Kiss. And the guys are hunched over. He walks on the one guy's back, then loses his balance and just goes flying off the second guy's back. And then even Taz on commentary is like, oh, he fell on his ass. And I mean, look, he can't, there's not been a match of his where he doesn't fuck something up because he does stuff that he's stupid. He's just a really stupid guy.
So they got on him just a stupid man.
He's just
and imagine guy. How rotten you have to be to where the fucking guys you're in the ring with are hoping you do get to tag Sonny Kiss in. So we don't have to work with you anymore. But so he quit Twitter because they knocked him over it, because he fell off the guy's back.
Here's the tweet that was sent to me. And again, you never know because he is someone that looks to Twitter for justification and validation for his existence. You never know if it's just another cry for attention or if it's legitimate. But the tweet was, hey, I've decided to give up social media. I never botched in my career. I never botched in my career, and I didn't on AEW Dark. At one point, these horrible humans on social media had me at the point of retirement, but I've retracted that decision.
Wait, folks, if it is possible, let's keep it up.
I will be handing my passwords to a management team. Thanks, JJ. I guess he calls himself JJ now. But yeah, apparently he was so close to retirement.
I will be handing my passwords to a management team. What, is he in a mental health facility? Is he being let out? I don't understand that phrase.
No, that is something that actually happens in various entertainment businesses, whether it's the music industry or sports teams, where a player or an actor or a professional wrestler, instead of being active on social media, they'll utilize the power of social media by keeping their account and gaining followers, but have someone else manage the account so that they don't have to do the day-to-day. Usually it's from people who just don't have the time or the desire to do day-to-day social media management. In this case, apparently, it's just because
he's going to hand it over to
like heat.
He probably found some guy on a fucking boardwalk in a cardboard box. Says, "Can you be my manager?" It's not like he's going to pay somebody to do his Twitter. Did he ever get a chance to move out of Mama's basement?
Oh, I don't know.
Because he did admit from his own chicken lips that's where he was living for quite some time, wasn't it? Or he wasn't the homeless one. He was just living in his mama's basement. But anyway, I hate that all these fucking modern wrestlers are so dickless and ballless and gutless they can't even take people knocking them on fucking Twitter. And that's supposed to give you validation that these ignorant fools on Twitter don't like you, so you must be doing something right. But once again, that's my take on it. Whereas I can understand when these people hear that they are shit and it's the truth, it kind of hurts them, but still gutless. Can you imagine 3 or 4 good death threats in the course of a single week? If he's talking about retirement because people were knocking him on Twitter, have the fucking Little Rock Police Department come up to you and say, well, we're going to be keeping an extra eye on you tonight because we've had a few phone calls. Fuck you, you pussy motherfuckers. Yeah, sissy goddamn effeminate bastards.
But again, there's one thing with someone like Brandy, who people are rejecting, but she's not out there like fighting with people. This clown goes on there and tries to act like a little social media tough guy. And then when people give it back to him, puts his tail between his legs and runs, hides.
Wait a minute, he's changed. It's all part of a gimmick change. He's going from the bad boy to the sad boy.
It's going to be the bus boy soon. Tony ain't going to pay you forever. I don't care how many drinks you give him. He ain't going to pay you forever. Boys are already talking in that company about what a nothing you are. Watch what happens. Just watch.
Just hide and watch. Just hide and watch.
Just hide and watch.
That's what we say down south. You just hide and watch. I'll show you what's going to happen. So anyway, up next, I had high hopes for this. The TV title, Scorpio Sky, the challenger, somebody we actually know, not the fucking outlaw mud show goof of the week like Horror House or fucking whoever else Cody's been trying to drag a match out of. Scorpio Sky, great athlete, known talent, against Cody for the TV title. Cody comes out with Arn Anderson, Brandy's action figure, Allie, formerly Bunny, formerly the Butcher, the Baker, and the Candlestick Maker's manager, plus QT Marshall and Dustin, his brother. And now even the announcers are making fun of the size of the entourage. And Brandy was holding her action figure in a very strange way. Almost like she was giving herself the middle finger up between her legs. I don't know what the fuck she was doing.
What?
You go back and look at it. She had her hand, she was holding it like she was splayed out on a goddamn fuck. I don't know what the fuck. And Justin Roberts introducing Scorpio Sky sounded like a leaky balloon. Did you catch that one?
Can I say something?
Please do. I know what it's going to be.
This is the point this week where I want to say Justin Roberts is the worst ring announcer in the history of the wrestling business. He is so bad. He's the worst announcer they have. And they have others, including Brandy, who's standing there apparently fingering her figure. Dasha's there. Dasha's great. Justin Roberts is worse than the announcers on Raw. He's worse than the ring announcer on NXT. He's just so bad. And each time I say this, more and more people write and go, you know what? I've been paying attention. He really is atrocious.
Wait a minute. Scorpio.
How about, did you hear they announced Cody as the Prince of Wrestling?
Yes. And I think that actually was something Justin Roberts added in because it looked like it got a pop from Cody. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it probably got a pop from Kevin Lawler, who's looking for a fight. Right?
Well,
He's the prince.
Oh, God. So Mike Chioda was referee. That was nice to see old Chioda back. He's gained a little weight, but he was on the thin side when he was younger. I was mixed on this because, okay, there's no babyface or heel here either, but at least both guys can work. And I was hyped up for this more than most because both guys can work. I will say this again, until they get their whole thing figured out, that they can't just have these indiscriminate matches between baby faces and heels for no reason. Babyface versus babyface, heel versus heel, whatever the fuck, for no reason, with, or very specious reason, and constantly, they're not going to be able to fucking get anybody over. There has to be clearly delineated baby faces and heels in 90 to 95% of what the fuck you're doing, so the other part would stand out.
See, I think Cody's the clear heel.
Well, but with Arn Anderson, a legend, and his brother, and Allin, nobody gives a flying fuck about, and people hate Brandy.
He's got an entourage of 40. He's got an entourage as big as the Dark Order.
Well, yeah, but there's mixed messaging. Who wants to be mad at Arn Anderson? And besides, if he's going to be the heel, then switch heel and be a heel. Don't be wishy-washy. The only thing worse than a guy who's not a heel or not a babyface is a shade of gray. Because a shade of gray in the middle is another term for bleh. So anyway, the first 45 seconds here would better work than in the first 45 minutes of this program, because they can go. And then they took a big double bump over the top and broke out in a fight and went to the break. And they come back, and then Scorpio was working as a fucking heel. And honestly, that slowed it down. Because Scorpio Sky should not be working as a heel getting heat on a fucking babyface selling. He should be the goddamn babyface selling and fighting back from underneath against a vicious heel, because then everybody's in their right place and we can get over. But until, as I said, they get their babyface and heel straightened out, they're going to have all these issues with most of their matches not meaning anything. Scorpio Sky gave Cody the cutter on the ramp. Flying fucking over the top rope, diamond cutter on the fucking hard ramp, and then they got back in and continued the match. That couldn't have happened right near or at the finish. And then I got to be honest, as bad as I wanted to praise this, you know what sent it in the shitter for me? And I couldn't nip up out of it because Cody should know better. They did the superplex spot. And I see experienced wrestlers doing this because somehow they think it's a cool fucking counter or whatever. It's the stupidest goddamn thing that I've ever seen in my life. Cody superplexes a guy not off the second rope, but off the top rope. And as soon as they land, Scorpio Sky hooks Cody's legs that have fucking, you know what I'm saying. Guy gives a suplex, his legs, when they land, his legs are up in the air. And the guy that just took the suplex uses his legs to hook Cody's legs. 1-2, kick out. And then both of them, go back and watch, immediately within 5 seconds, jump up to their feet and are active, picking each other up and dropping behind each other, with neither one selling. The fall, the superplex off the top rope. If you give a guy a superplex off the top rope and when he lands, he's able to instantly trap your legs, you're a fucking cunt. You're a weak cunt. You're a pussy. You can beat nobody. You pick up garbage. You sleep in the streets. And meanwhile, if you've given the guy this superplex and he's taken it and both of you jump to your feet and begin picking each other up 5 seconds afterwards, fuck. Now Cody's lost me. So then Cody hits his crossroads, gets a 2 count. Then immediately Scorpio Sky hits a false finish, gets a 2 count. And then Cody slips out of a cutter and hits another crossroads 1, 2, 3. Are you out of your fucking mind? Yes, it gets a guy over if you hit him with your finish that usually works and he kicks out. That doesn't mean he has to be able to immediately do a move to you right after that. And then when he does his move, and you kick out, then you are suddenly able to fucking foil him and hit your finish again. What the fuck? To make it worse, boring Brody Lee comes on the screen reciting a promo that he had fucking memorized, and this time he's trying to have some personality, so he yells. He's the only person in wrestling I've ever heard that can yell and still not mean it and be boring. He's yelling in a monotone. And he's yelling at Cody about next Saturday. And then they're gone. Tell me what you thought.
I thought it was disappointing. I had high hopes for this. Despite my criticisms of Cody, he typically ends up having the match on the show that I enjoy the most, or at least has in the past.
Yeah.
I guess one of the problems is Scorpio Sky, who's immensely talented, had a shorter match with Cody than Warhorse.
Then Whorehouse. He beat Scorpio Sky quicker than he beat old Whorehouse. And somebody said, well, I see why they gave fucking Warhorse a spot, because he's got I guess the guy has a bunch of followers on social media. Well, good. Let's go give the fucking bag boy at Kroger that has a lot of followers on social media in his spare time the fucking next TV title match. Let's get to the main event of this massacre. Now the question has been answered. Why did Cody go 20 minutes with Whorehouse and Jelly and all the rest of these schlubs? Because he can't whip anybody. That's why. They've proven it now. What was this? I don't know. This was so wrong on so many levels. Yes, if Cody, and we've been talking about this, if Cody had been dominant over all of these middle card schlubs and outlaw guys that they'd brought in, this would have been shocking. But since guys half his size have taken him 20 minutes, it wasn't that shocking. If any other heel in the business, in any company, was given this push, even Lance Archer, in their own company, instead of the most boring big man in the history of wrestling, he would have gotten over. But you can't get boring Brody over. It's not going to fucking happen. And everybody's going to say, oh, he looked great. He looked great. Yes, he did. If this was the only time I'd ever seen Brody Lee, I would think he was fucking great. Because he did all of his shit the way he wanted to a willing opponent that could take it and had to sell nothing. You can't do this all the time. If this conversely was the first time I'd seen Cody, I'd say, what the fuck? This guy's a champion of what? Brody Lee still can't talk. He proved that at the end of the show. He's still going to have a fucking match with somebody. Most people aren't going to be as good as Cody, and he's not going to be allowed to just steamroller everybody. If he is, they're going to have a bunch of fucking dead talent at the end of it. So they put this much time and effort. It's at this point, it's just to not to prove everybody wrong, because there's no proof here. It's to say fuck you to everybody that says from the start that the Dork Order is a goddamn bullshit bunch of idiots, and that we made a huge mistake with Brody Lee because he's a boring, fucking nothing happening, non-personality, fucking big schlub. So since all those things have been obvious for the past 9 months, we're going to deny them and push this thing harder. Is that what you got out of this?
I certainly think they're doubling down on the Dark Order big time, and that isn't necessarily what I would be doing.
And we've put over in the past how I always think Cody's matches are the best put together. They make the most sense. They're the most logical. They're the most dramatic. They're the most like pro wrestling. His match with Dustin was an epic. One of the greatest matches from anywhere that I've seen in the past several years.
Well, maybe you're giving Cody too much credit for that match.
Well, it's the same time. You just said Dustin looks like $1 million every time I see him, but Cody. I think what it is Cody is trying to book like Dusty, but he doesn't have access to the talent Dusty had access to, and he's not as good at picking it. Because
he's not as good at booking as Dusty was at his best.
Well, no, and it's not fair to, think that anybody should be.
He's booking like Dusty Rhodes 1988.
Well, yeah, it's true. And Dusty had already been booking for fucking 10 or 12 years before that. But this didn't make anybody you've got to pick, not only do the right things, but you got to pick the right talent. And I'm sorry. I apologize to anybody that thinks that Brody Lee's ever going to get over. I'm sorry. I apologize in having to tell you that no, it's not going to fucking happen. This guy is never going to be a major wrestling star in any other company but this one. And so it was just a slaughter. Are they switching Cody heel? Is he going to be upset about this? Are they going to try to explain it like it's a mental thing? And he's going to blow off Arn? I don't fucking know. I'm sure there's a goddamn soap opera behind this.
Did you ever see Rocky 3?
Yes, I did. I saw all the Rockies.
Well, that was what I was thinking here, where Rocky got overconfident, got in there with Mr. T, a young, hungry guy, destroyed Rocky. Rocky's manager has a heart attack and dies.
Well, Arn, stay home.
Rocky has to reinvent himself. He's gotten too cocky. He's resting on his laurels. He needs to pick himself up, train with someone new, and then get his big rematch.
Okay, and that, that might even be okay to rehabilitate Cody out of this. But it's just such a crime to give somebody a push like this and a match like that with a guy that is over for that viewing audience, like Cody, etc., and it be Brody fucking Lee. Just a waste. Just a waste. So anyway, in case anybody doesn't know, Brody Lee just opened up. They opened up fighting, and Cody opened up hot, and Brody stopped him and just beat the piss out of him and beat him flat. 1, 2, 3. Flat as a plate full of piss. And then, as he beat him and was standing there and brought all the dork order in, they went further with it, and they took Cody out on a stretcher. JR forgot where he was and said to a medical facility. Here is where, did you notice, they did the ambulance bit right, or at least you didn't see the ambulance, but the stretcher. They had a real doctor. They took the time. It was real reactions. It was things you would legitimately do, putting somebody on a stretcher and wheeling them out of there. This was done perfectly. The most well-done stretcher bit, realistic and not bullshit. Of course, except for the fact that people take stuff in every match now that looks way worse than what happened to Cody. But accepting that, perfect fucking stretcher job. And then the fucking heels attack Arn gently. Because Arn has the bad neck, and nobody wants to be responsible for hurting Arn. So they did what they could do with Arn physically. And then they fucking bring Cody out and turn the stretcher over and dump him off on the stage. And then they drag Dustin and QT Marshall out too. Guess who we're missing? Brandy had to come out on her own to cover her husband. And then they have the dork order girl choke her out.
If there was a crowd there, that would have gotten the biggest pop of the night.
Yes, they would have turned them babyface.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as Anna Jay put her in the chokehold, the place would have gone nuts.
Absolutely berserk. But they went to these lengths. If they had talent, if they had a legitimate talent group or a squad or a team or a faction or whatever they're calling them these days, if they had 2 or 3 or 4 legitimate talents in a group and they did this, it would be a memorable angle. It would be something people would talk about. They did all the right things to get heels over, except have heels that can get over. This fucking jack-off looking group of job guys and minute, tiny fucking interchangeable white kids in black masks with this black hole of charisma as a leader. This was all wasted because of who it was done with. And then while they were hooking Cody up on the stretcher, Brody Lee had all the time in the world to cut a fucking promo. And what he did was he brought us back to reality. Unfocused, killing time, stopping and starting, bland yelling with no fucking...
He repeated himself. He did.
He repeated himself and hardly said anything and repeated it anyway. You're exactly right. Can you imagine if that had been 1986 and that had been Dusty laying there instead of Cody and that was one of the Horsemen? They wouldn't have fucking shut up until Cody was almost in the fucking ambulance and they were like, oh shit, I got to go turn him over. They would have taken it. I would have taken advantage of the fucking time. I would have told everybody in the goddamn world what they could do and how to do it and how many times to spin on top of it before they shoved it all the way in. This fucking big goof is walking around trying to think of something to say.
But Dusty would have been attacked by the Horsemen, not by Paul Jones's army.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You did all this shit to get somebody over, and you picked probably the only people that it was completely impossible to get over. Even in this company, there'd be a way to get almost anybody over, except for Jelly and fucking, a few of the fucking lesser lights. But all that work. And then if you do it again in the next year, something this heavy, or laying everybody out like that, people just go, oh, they've already done that. So you've lost your chance to make a first impression with talent that can register with this fucking guy and this fucking group and this fucking goofiness. So there's that show started. You know what? Hold on. I'm not tearing them today.
Why not? Is that a lighter?
God damn it.
Stop. You're going to accidentally burn something in your office. Cut it out.
It won't strike. Jimmy, it won't strike. It won't strike.
If only we had a fire starting sponsor right now, it would be perfect.
I can't get the fucking... I need more lighter fluid. You know what that was from? Jimmy, it won't strike. I've told you that story.
Well, no, what is that?
The Iron Sheik.
Oh, that's right.
In Evansville was supposed to burn Lawler. Was supposed to throw the fireball at him, and they'd already cut the promos for the following week when they were come back, where Lawler talked about the way you burned my face last Wednesday night, right? They got all the heels are holding Lawler, and Jimmy Hart's like, burn him, and Sheik has the fucking lighter got wet. He's like, Jimmy, it won't to strike. It won't to strike. So they couldn't do the fucking fireball. So he basically fucking just stuck the bick in Lawler's face and like struck it several times. And Lawler sold like he was being burned in individual places. This show, it won't strike, Jimmy. It won't strike. What'd you think of that last one?
I thought that was the highlight of the show, quite frankly. I agree with you. Brody Lee has not shown me really much of anything since he's been in AEW.
He looked good here because he got to do all his shit to somebody that could take it. But otherwise, fuck, I could have done that.
I gotta be honest, you and I disagree about Cody and Cody's abilities in the ring and what he brings to the table.
I'm starting to lean over to your side of the fence.
Well, we'll see about that. But I thought this was really good. It was impactful.
What?
I thought it was good and impactful because... Look, I disagree with pushing the Dark Order. I get you're going to, because the Young Bucks created it. And I don't like the Dark Order. I think the Dark Order is garbage. I think having Brody Lee with a sea of jobbers is a bad idea, other than Anna Jay. But I thought this was an impactful angle. We'll see where they go with it. They destroyed the Nightmare family. By the way, just point here, too many fucking factions in AEW. Everyone doesn't have to be in a faction. And we've said this before.
Remember when there was only one faction? That's why it stood out and was unusual. There's only one faction in a fucking... That's why the babyface had to have to band together to fight the heel faction.
Despite the fact that I'm not a fan of the Dark Order, I thought this was really well done for what it was. I think maybe this could be something that makes Cody interesting again, because despite the fact he's been the TNT champion, and having these long, extended matches with every indie guy he could find, and then a very short match with Scorpio Sky, the most talented of all those guys that he wrestled, which still makes no sense. Should have dropped it to Scorpio Sky, to be honest with you. But maybe this will make him interesting again. We haven't heard any promos from him in weeks. Now this gives them something to talk about. We'll see where they go with Arn. If this leads to Brandy versus Anna Jay, that's a problem. You fast forward to that women's tag match. I didn't. Brandy Rhodes should not be in a ring. She should not be in a ring. We're not even talking about the idea.
You watched it?
I watched it.
Well, tell us about it.
There's nothing to tell. It sucked. They didn't need a women's tag team division. They have enough problems with their with their women's singles division.
The Wingle division.
The Wingle division sucks. But Brandy shouldn't be in the ring. Brandy, for a wrestler, she shouldn't be in the ring. She's not a wrestler. She's not a wrestler. But that's not going to happen. She's going to be on every single week.
Well, but the point is, you thought it was a good angle. And actually, we're agreeing with each other again, to the consternation of all the listeners out there. We're agreeing with each other. This was so well done and so at such a great angle and a heat angle and impactful that's why my head exploded, that they would do something. They finally do something well. Even the ambulance or the stretcher ride thing, they even did that right after we've been bitching and complaining. They do everything right with the exact wrong heel group to do something like that with, that you will get nothing out of. So they have demolished their nightmare family for no good purpose.
No, I thought
other talented heels could have gotten over in that situation.
I agree. I mean, what would be more impactful, this or if Lance Archer destroyed Cody and then destroyed every one of them while Jake laughed? That would have been more impactful. Yeah. I'm not a fan of Brody Lee in AEW. I thought he looked really good here.
But we found out also from our little bird that Brody Lee is apparently best friends with the guy that works for AEW that's friends with Meltzer because he got him the job in the office. So there you go.
Yeah, but that doesn't say everyone there is friend. It's a company of friends. It's a very happy place to work.
That's why they all hug and kiss and shake hands and pat each other on the back and the butt after they have their matches where they hate each other.
There's nothing else to say.
There's nothing else to say. Well, this is your fucking show. Close it up.
We're not playing any songs this week as a punishment.
Yeah.
We're punishing ourselves because we had to watch these fucking shows. And I didn't even watch SmackDown.
All right, next up was the obligatory. I did it again. 8-man. The Dork Order versus the Nightmare Family. So I know there's 18 of the Dork Order, but they come out ready for their 8-man, and here comes Scorpio Sky, Matt Cardona, Dustin Rhodes, and QT Marshall, and they have to have Bunny and Brandy with them. They just have to. This is such a dangerous thing with these homicidal maniacs in the Dork Order. We have to bring 220-pound girls to the ring with us.
The girls aren't 220 pounds.
220-pound girls.
Okay. That makes sense.
That would be 220-pound girls. 220-pound girls. Anyway, and they jump-started it. And sloppy brawling. And here's the thing. If it's a main event grudge match and the baby faces feel they have been wronged, they come in and jumpstart it and start it hot, that's great. Or if the fucking heels at a main event grudge match want to stop the baby faces from having too much momentum and they jumpstart it once in a while, that's fine. It adds. But when everything is a jumpstart and it's honestly with this outlaw looking fucking band of dorks in the Dork Order, you've just got another fucking match that starts at 100 miles an hour and nobody gives a shit. And go back, kids. You should save these on your DVRs. Go back and watch it. And Dustin Rhodes is still the smoothest and best worker in the company, but that's, as we've said, faint praise. But now every time he touches Brody Lee, every time somebody touches boring Brody, they lose their fucking talent. Go back and watch when Dustin and Brody hook up and do-si-do around at the start, they're pretending to hit each other, but not really doing it. Sloppy punches and it's like Dustin was trying to tell him something and he wasn't listening. I don't fucking know, but they're just swinging their arms at each other's sides. Anytime somebody touches Brody Lee, their talent leaves their body. They settled it down and the faces beat up Pizzeria Uno for a while. By the way, somebody sent me a picture, a link actually of a still frame from a video Pizzeria Uno, you know, he was a member of the Super Smash Brothers. And I've said this guy is like the epitome of a fucking bland white kid, right? Just fucking looks like the mokes that would be working at the concession stand. He had a previous gimmick when he was up there in Canada with the outlaw fucking let's play this shit in our backyard crew that he started with. Guess what his previous gimmick was? His name was Flip D. Burger. Berger. Had a chyron there so I would know. And just fucking scraggly brown hair, unshaven fucking, at the time, because this was probably 15 years ago, young fucking goof-looking guy, and now he's a fat goof-looking guy. Although he's not as fat as he was, because he can't afford as much pizza apparently now. This heel group is not only so rotten at wrestling, but looks so outlaw that Colt Cabana looks like a superstar in the middle of these people. He actually is physically fucking well. Looks like he can move around without falling down. They tried to get some heat on QT, but they didn't really know how, and it was the pace of a snail with too many people in this fucking match. I did make note that Cardona's a good-looking athlete, and he made a nice little comeback, but then they stopped him, and the match came to a screeching halt, and they got heat on Cardona. By that time, I was right, please make this stop. I asked myself a question, how could this match be better? I answered it, don't book it. Then Dustin gets a tag, and he makes the comeback of the night. But then Brody Lee comes in, and did you see that? Stopped him with a kick that wouldn't have broken an egg to the head, and Dustin just fucking falls right over, because that's the spot. And Scorpio Sky tags himself in, and everything comes to a halt again. Every time they get the heat on somebody, they tag a babyface, he makes a comeback, then the whole match comes to a fucking halt, and they start over again. And then this time, the referee turned his back on purpose, obviously, visually on purpose, so that Anna Jay could come in and spin Scorpio Sky around and go to slap him or something, while the referee's standing there admonishing Brody Lee not to stand there and do nothing, because that's what he was doing. Which, of course, was the reason for Brandy to roll in and spear Anna Jay. They shoehorned this spot in with the girls just so Brandy could get something to do when she didn't have anything to do and didn't need anything to do. Because she didn't deserve anything to do, because she shouldn't have been involved in this to begin with. And then, after that, Scorpio Sky gets to make a comeback. Now that Brandy's got her fucking spot out of the way, Scorpio Sky makes a comeback, and then they stop Sky. And suddenly, he just cold tags Cardona. And then suddenly QT tagged himself in when Cardona didn't know about it. So fucking... Cardona did a dive, and then QT did a dive. Because everybody's got to do a dive, one right after another. But then the Dork Order did one of their male cheerleading routines into a shoulder ride, into a finish on QT, and then Colt splashed him off the top, great looking splash, and got a 2 count. And I, at that point, wrote, who cooked this bowl of scrambled eggs? Then Brody Lee made QT tag Dustin back in, and they did more play punches with each other, because everybody was dying to see that confrontation again. And then Brody Lee planted Dustin, but Colt missed the moonsault that he told him to hit Dustin with, and Dustin pinned Colt. So this hot grudge match, because they just hospitalized and carried Cody out on a stretcher. Fuck Cody, we'll just get even for him ourselves. So they fucking... The first match they have, after they hospitalize fucking Cody and he's carried out on a stretcher, the Nightmare Family without Cody gets the revenge on the heels that did it. And then, because Colt lost, Brody yelled at Colt in a mean fashion for losing. And the announcer said, we've never seen Colt treated like this before. Oh, heavens. Oh, what? I'm clutching my pearls now that he spoke meanly to Colt Cabana. Did they just get even? for Cody's assault and battery? Does Cody need to come back now, or can he just hang out at home or wherever he is?
I don't know if anyone's missing Cody right now, but they didn't just attack Cody and knock him off the stretcher and beat him up. They beat up Dustin. They beat up QT. Anna Jay choked out Brandy. Now Brandy's beat up Anna Jay.
Yeah.
Dustin gets the shot against Brody Lee this Wednesday on TV after scoring the pinfall here.
Yeah.
This just seems like backwards booking in terms of why anyone should care about any of this. I will say, I got a kick out of the fact that the Dork Order all comes out, the biggest crew of people since the NWO. There's just so many of them. I don't even know who half of them are. They're all so serious and dour. And Colt Cabana is with him, and he's just still being Colt Cabana, and he's all happy, and I really like that. I thought Colt Cabana was good here. And
that's where we've come. That's how far we've come. Colt Cabana was good here.
I didn't care about the babyface team at all. Obviously, I'm still taken out of the show because since Matt Hardy almost died, we got the women's match. The crowd has started to get to the point where they're either overheated or under-mic'd or not giving a shit. And then we got this match. I did not care about this match at all. And I wasn't the only one.
Well, let's talk about the next match and see if you cared about that. What?
I'm just trying to think, when was the promo with Kip Sabian?
I zipped through that.
Okay.
Why? What did he say?
Kip Sabian announced that, or I guess Penelope announced, they're getting married. And I think they're going to have their wedding on Dynamite.
Oh, good Lord.
And this Wednesday, in order to entice you to watch Dynamite, Kip Sabian is going to announce who will be his best man. And then he held up a sign to follow him on Twitch, and the little shot at the WWE, they said AEW approves of this at the bottom of the screen. Although I don't know if I'd be taking shots at WWE on this pay-per-view event.
Yeah, I wouldn't be taking any shots anywhere at anybody if I was a part of this fucking fiasco, start to finish. The TV title was on the line. I swear, folks, I'm not making this up. They thought that it would be a good idea to have Brody Lee, boring Brody Lee, their new TV champion. Another of these big, giant heels they've stolen away from the WWE that could, if they were only unleashed, then we'd see how great they are. And this guy has stunk the joint out. He has the stench of grisly death on him every time he comes out on television, and he's going to take on Pockets. They started out doing comedy with one of the jobbers because he's got all the Dork Order jobbers with him, the jobbers and Pockets t-shirt. And then Pockets starts the hands in the pockets and does the shin kicks. And Brody Lee fucking hits him with one punch and knocks him goofy. But people say, well, see, Brody Lee didn't sell any of the kicks. And then he hit Pockets and Pockets went down. Yes. Idiots, why would that ever happen? Why would you be standing in front of Brody Lee in a supposed fight or match or contest or anything? And if Brody Lee was any danger at all, if this was in any way really happening, why would you start, whether you don't care or not, and you're just a disgruntled millennial? Why would you start with slow motion shin kicks that don't land? And not expect to get knocked, your dick knocked stiff. It would never happen. That's why the whole gimmick is garbage. It's not a gimmick that was well thought out that appeals to people in some fashion that applies to professional wrestling. It's goofiness that would never actually take place in real life. It's just a guy acting like an ass. And it's stupid. So Brody Lee, by extension, is a complete fucking phony, stupid idiot for being involved in this. That is what the mindset would be of anybody except the AEW fans watching this foolishness. That's why they will not get more viewers, because they can't accept that a lot of people ain't going to fucking buy this horse shit. Pockets did a dive and the jobbers caught him. You see this part. Pockets does one of his dives, but all the jobbers catch him on the floor, and then Brody Lee is in the ring, hits the ropes and does a dive and wipes out Pockets and his own guys. Brian, explain to me why you would do that. Why would that happen?
He doesn't care about his own guys.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, unless you're a complete blithering idiot, the guy that you're fighting that is a foot shorter and 100 pounds lighter than you has just jumped onto your guys, and your guys have caught him, and they have him right where they want him. And all they have to do is throw him back in the ring to you, and you can knock him out without hurting yourself at all. But instead, you decide to run and dive head first on the theory that they might be there when you fucking land. And you take as big a chance as hurting yourself as you do of your opponent, who was in no way a threat to you because your guys already had a hold of him. Now does it make sense?
You may have a point.
All right.
You may have a point.
Then he got some heat, in quotation marks, on Pockets at a glacial pace. He did another flip, one of those sentons, barely hit fucking Pockets. Jobbers got some heat on the outside on Pockets. It looks so embarrassing again. Brody Lee hit a nice Bubba Slam and got a 2 count, and they went to the break. This fucking joke guy is now taking one of the 2 singles champions in the company through 2 segments, and he's going to press him.
Why shouldn't he? No one else can win a match quickly.
Well,
everyone goes through the commercial break. Every match is 20 minutes. Why not him?
They come back, and they're still going, and it's a joke at this point. And Brody's tossing him around at a snail's pace. But then his Pockets playing possum, the announcers ask. Well, it would have been a good idea if they since he was playing possum, they probably shouldn't have said it. But since they did, before that he revealed he was, he was playing possum afterwards. They said, I bet he's playing possum. And then he revealed he was. After he has got the shit kicked out of him for the previous 5 minutes by this giant, he makes an awkward, fake-looking comeback that Brody Lee also plodded through trying to keep up, did 2 dives, beat up the job guys on the floor and Brody Lee. After all the heat they got, now he's just run amok. And I figured something out. Another reason I don't like Pockets. But I couldn't figure out why until I saw it here. I analyzed it. He can't hit the fucking ropes. And he not only does he can't hit it, he looks odd. Visually, whenever he hit the ropes, to me, whenever I've seen him, it looked odd. And sometimes his hands were in his pockets, so I figured, okay, that makes sense because he's hitting the ropes with hands in his pockets. But now he started hitting the ropes with no hands in his pockets. And I don't know how, I'll try to explain this. I've never seen it done like this. I don't know. He obviously didn't learn this from somebody but the reason why he looks so awkward and pity-patty feet whenever he's coming off the fucking ropes and it looks like just a little skinny fuck scampering. When he goes into the ropes, instead of turning and throwing his right arm up over the top and hitting the fucking top ropes and with the meat under his right shoulder with his right foot back and his left in front so that he's going to be springing off into the goddamn stride. Go look at all the top WWE guys that hit the ropes and glide across the ring like goddamn, magic, right? This fucking guy, when he turns to his left. That's what you're supposed to do, but he hits the ropes completely flat of his back, with his right elbow up over the top rope, and I noticed it because I slow-moed it. His left arm is completely down at his side to the point where he actually does this. He grabs the middle rope with his left hand every time he hits the ropes. I've left arm straight at his side, flat backed against the ropes, and grabs the second rope, the middle rope, with his left hand. And his feet are completely parallel to each other, not right foot back, left foot in front into the stride. They're just completely parallel. He's starting completely from scratch on a run every time he comes off the ropes. And that weird thing, and I know it wasn't an accident, because he grabbed the rope with the left hand 3 times in a row when he was hitting the ropes. This is bizarre. This is self-trained bullshit. So no wonder everybody's always off balance or out of control or looks like they got happy feet or just some shit that no wonder they fuck up so many fucking moves. Anyway, Pockets kicked the shit out of Brody Lee and got false finish after false finish until finally Brody Lee caught him and powerbombed him. And I wrote, any investment that they have made in Brody Lee whatsoever has been completely wasted. Just another one of these goofy guys at this point. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, you and I will disagree on one thing, I'll tell you. Brody Lee is growing on me.
What?
In the ring, he's growing on me.
Do you mean like fungus?
I mean like fungus, yeah. I actually have started to enjoy what he does in the ring. I don't agree with the way he's being booked, who he's being booked with, and how those matches go. But ever since the Cody match, which was a squash, I have started to enjoy Brody Lee a little bit. Now, I'm not a fan of Orange Cassidy. I have a big problem with this match going this long, etc. But I don't think Brody Lee was the problem here.
He couldn't save it, I'll tell you that much.
And I don't know. I mean,
I'm just seeing plod. I'm seeing screaming promos where the eyes tell me that he's trying to fucking talk himself into meaning what he's saying.
You see, I think the promos have been all right. I don't like the Dark Order. I mean, Anna Jay's great, but I don't like him.
Maybe she'll have a wardrobe malfunction, cowboy.
Don't do that. They'll cancel you. But I don't like him with a giant team of jobbers. I do like the dynamic with him and Colt Cabana. I've enjoyed Colt Cabana, the last several months or so. But I'm not a fan of the Dark Order, so don't take this as me saying the Dark Order is a great concept, a great idea. But I think Brody Lee's been all right, and I actually thought his promo was pretty good after this. But again, he's with a giant team of jobbers, so I mean, it's...
Okay, well, let's talk about the promo for a second, because here's the thing. After the match, lights go out, come back on. Here's Cody in a suit with jet black hair. And I like it better, to be honest. The blonde's a little but he hits the ring and he beats up 2 of the job guys from the Dark Order. And he keeps one of them and figure fours him and does all kinds of shit. But where did all the other heels just disappeared? I mean, not even, did you even see them running off? Or was it just in passing or whatever? It was a great entrance that Cody made and a great start to a big comeback, but a lousy end where the heels just went poof, disappear, and you got one fucking job guy there and no referees trying to stop it. I don't know what the fuck.
I didn't like the idea that after all this, after a squash and a beatdown of him and his family and friends, that his comeback is, okay, let me get my big introduction and calmly walk through the tunnel with this video and lights and smoke and lasers and whatever else, the music. That I didn't like. Why wouldn't
and then beat up the least important member of the group that hurt me to begin with, and while the other people and should Brody Lee have run off since he had 7 guys with him?
Why? I mean, I would have had Cody come through the crowd and jump the rail and go after them.
Make a huge ass comeback on and bump all the job guys out of the goddamn ring and get face to face and maybe start a 1-2 with Brody Lee and fill the ring up with referees and agents and let Brody Lee take a bump over the top to the floor and land on his fucking feet and all of his guys hold him back. But I don't know where the fuck this all went. And then the interview, the reason I didn't like the interview, and also besides the fact that I just don't see him meaning it and feel him meaning it, but also he got the dog collar and kind of sort of, but didn't challenge for a match. And what does he have to do with a dog collar to begin with? He doesn't have a dog and he hasn't had a collar.
That did come out of nowhere.
It comes out, he just says, here, give me that. He takes a dog collar from somebody off camera and apparently books or challenges for a dog collar match for next week, but it wasn't clear from whatever the fuck he said. That's why I didn't like the interview, because he didn't say anything.
Was it for next week?
Well, who knows? Was sometime? Whatever he mentioned some point. Was it the next pay-per-view or the next week or the next, or I don't know, at some time.
Hey, I want to mention, because I've talked about for a few weeks how Alex Marvez shouldn't be doing it. It should be Dasha. Dasha was on this week's show. I don't know if that's because of the outbreak or for another reason. What did you think of the job Dasha did this week?
Well, she, for what little she got to do, I think a couple times they ran her off pretty much, right? But yes, she's fine, and she's not only more cosmetically pleasing than Officer Barbrady, but she actually is an interviewer, is better as well because she's a little more natural on television. But that, yes, more TV friendly people. Good God. This show is still going. Your favorite man in all of wrestling was up next with his triumphant return interview. Cody did a promo with Dasha doing the Dasha doing the microphone holding. I know Cody likes to dress up and professionally in suits and look like a star, but somebody, maybe Brandy forced this one on him. He was dressed up like he just left a casting call for the part of Frank Nitti in the remake of The Untouchables. What the fuck was that? So
I like the idea too. I'm really mad now, so I'm no longer blonde.
Yeah. There's no way I could calm down enough to bleach my hair the last month. But no, we have had, you and I, discussions in the past, and I've said I like Cody's promos. I see, even though that's not the content of Dusty's as far as the exact verbiage, I see the ebb and the flow and the cadence and the emphasis put on certain lines. I see that coming out in Cody a lot. I like Cody's promos. He's well spoken. He uses a lot of great words. He imparts a naturalness to it. You have said that most of them, for your taste, are too theatrical and movie-like, and it's like he's auditioning for a part in a major motion picture sitcom.
I wouldn't say most of them, but I think it is something that happens a lot.
It's something he goes into.
Where it seems like he's taking whatever he learned in his acting classes and applying it to a wrestling promo, and it just seems completely disingenuous. Usually he'll look down and start moving his hands around, and it looks like, this is what I rehearsed. I got to remember what to say right now. I will say, before we finish this, I thought there were elements of that in this, but by the end of it, that was a fantastic promo by Cody by the end of it.
Well, wonderful, because this was my least favorite, and I was going to put you over for I finally see what you're talking about.
Come on.
But here's the thing. It was all the things that I said. He's well-spoken and it's good material, but it was a big bush that he was beating around at the start. He talked about the TV show that he got a chance to be on, but he was thinking at the same time about him getting beaten 3 minutes and everything else going on. He was beating around the bush. And then when he gets to Brody Lee, and then the dog collar match that we still don't know where this came from. Neither one of these guys are known for their dog collar match. It's not like Dusty and his bull rope match. Nobody was hung by the neck. Nobody is blind where they have to be tied to their opponent so that they can't get away from them because they can't see them. Any explanation for a dog collar match or setup for a dog collar match that have ever been done before? Nothing. It's just Brody Lee on an interview asked somebody off camera to hand him a dog collar, and that was the challenge. And then Cody says, as an executive vice president, no, and walks out. And then actually, I thought I knew the line he was going to say, and he didn't say it when he came back in. I thought he was going to say, but as a wrestler, I say yes. But he did the very downbeat no, walked out, dramatically paused, dramatically turned, came in, and was mad and screaming and ready to pop a vein where he says, I said no to the idea of turning down the match or whatever the fuck. It was unwieldy. But he had a lot of fire when he was back in and hot accepting it, but this was where it hit me what you've been saying, that this was a contrived way for him to have said this. It didn't come naturally to me.
I agree with you, but I do think, I guess because that was the most fired up I've ever seen him during a promo in AEW. And I like that because it stood out. It's like, wow, this is a little different than what he usually does.
Yeah.
You see his eyes bulging a little bit. You know, you can see that he's really getting himself worked up. That part of it I liked. The rest of it, I completely agree with you. It was him doing contrived practice Cody. The leaving and coming back didn't do it for me. But when he came back, that part of the promo I loved.
Well,
because that's how angry he should be at the guy who just fucking took him and everyone else out.
But I was about to say, from the penthouse to the outhouse. Yes, I agree with you. That was the kind of animosity, if you will, that Dusty used to show when he went over the top and he got hot at somebody. And I like that part, yes. But they can't ever leave well enough alone. Here comes Brody Lee out, old boring Brody, for the big fight. And instantly, 25 guys are on his tail to do the pull apart. We've mentioned it a million times. Either somebody is out there being sodomized over and over again with a giant whale phallus, to absolutely no one coming and trying to stop it, to the guys are on somebody's tail and they're in the ring by the time that the fucking instigator is. And horrible punches. Go back and look at Brody Lee's punches. Cody's weren't anything to write home about, but just horrible fake punches they're throwing in the direction of each other because all those guys, nobody showed them how to have a pull apart. Nobody showed them how to stagger the fucking guys running in. They all came in a clump and got in the way of everything. You had too many for a good pull apart. More is not always better unless it's in an orgy. Too many guys for a good pull apart and too many inexperienced green guys that have never been taught how to play their part in a pull apart. And so they got in the way. The break loose spots could have been more spectacular with less people in the way. And if they'd have planned it out a little better, Cody should have broken loose and done if anybody was going to do a dive in the whole show, which everybody else did, Cody should have broken loose and done a fucking dive. This may be where you would have put it. But anyway, the worst thing was...
I already know.
While all this is going on, 25 guys trying to keep Brody Lee and Cody Rhodes from killing each other. Here comes Brandy toddling out, comes out the fucking entranceway, across the stage, across the ring, with expressionless face, not like mad, I'm going to kill the people that are hurting my husband. It's like, I better get to here because my spot's coming up. Goes up to the top rope and cannonballs the entire Dark Order, including Brody Lee, who catch her and make sure she's okay, and then all collapse at the same time. Then Anna Jay comes because she can hit Brandy. She hits Brandy. Brandy no sells that whatsoever, and they have a sloppy girl fight, and they bring out girls, and they have a girls pull apart. And if you think the guys didn't know how to have a pull apart...
Who was Nyla Rose fighting with?
Well, that's, I guess, somebody that owed her some trans.
Who was
apparently,
that?
Because suddenly in the middle of the girls pulling Anna Jay and Brandy apart, Nyla Rose comes over the rail and just starts kicking the shit out of some random girl there for whatever reason. And so the girls are on the floor distracting from the big pull apart and making it all silly and phony because the men's pull apart didn't look that good and the girls pull apart was really bad, and it went on for fucking ever. And Brody Lee was the one that kept coming back. And no, you want the baby face gets held back and the heel starts to leave and the baby face breaks loose and tackles the heel. And then when they get the fucking baby face corralled, the heel goes and takes a fucking cheap shot and tries to run away, but the baby face breaks loose again. This was all goddamn ass backward and fucking toes and ears. Anyway, your thoughts.
I like Cody's fired up promo, like I said before.
Cody and Brody.
And then Brody comes out. You know, if he called himself Brody Rhodes, he probably can get around WWE stopping him from being Cody Rhodes. But anyway. And then the first time they went at it, It was all right. Like you said, the heel's the one who kept coming back in the ring to get more, which made no sense. The Brandy Rhodes thing was fucking ridiculous.
Wow.
We make jokes about the fact that she has to find a way onto every single show. It's one thing standing in the corner while Dustin's in the ring and clapping. It's another thing having to get a spot where she takes out the entire group of undercard heels by doing a slow motion cannonball dive off the top rope to the floor. That was completely ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. There are plenty of guys who've had their wives or girlfriends on TV as their valet or get involved in the wrestling business. This is ridiculous. The fact that they keep shoving her down everyone's throat, and she's a heel, she's a babyface.
Do you remember Wahoo McDaniel taking any bumps for Precious in that feud he had with gorgeous Jimmy Garvin?
No, I don't. Ridiculous. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, though. It's ridiculous. Who has to be the one to say no? Is it Cody? Is it Tony? What are the other EVPs emailing to each other about what they think about Brandy constantly getting involved in this stuff? Inquiring minds want to know.
Get somebody on that. Why don't you? Okay, the highlight of the night, I can't believe I'm saying this, was Brody Lee. And Cody was the highlight. Boring Brody was in there with him. They did a nice job on the package. The history between Cody and Boring Brody, there is still no reason given whatsoever for a dog collar match. There was nothing to set up a dog collar match. There was nobody with a history of a dog collar match. And they even said there hadn't been a goddamn major league dog collar match since of course, that's not true. There were some in all kinds of territories, but since with Valentine and Piper in '83.
And by the way, there was a reason to do the dog collar match because someone obviously booked Greg Valentine to be in the stands.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying here. Yeah, they've spent a plane ticket to fucking pay off for poor Greg, who looked just thrilled, like he usually does, to be there and sit in an empty section and watch this fucking match. And Greg Valentine's specialty was not the dog collar match anyway. Did not Piper fucking force him into it?
That's exactly right.
Nevertheless,
exactly right.
They took the package seriously. It's just the show is schizophrenic. The TV title, dog collar match, Cody versus Boring Brody Lee. They hooked him up in the break, which that's sometimes some of the best stuff involved. But anyway, the first move of the match, explain this to me. Cody rushes across and tries to hit Brody Lee with the chain, but Brody Lee moves and Cody hits Silver, one of the Dork Order job guys, with the chain, and he drops to the floor. And then Cody and Brody Lee started doing shit, and 2 minutes later, Silver comes up with a trickle of blood like a pap smear. My first blade job didn't take 97 seconds.
It wasn't,
and I got a lot more color.
It wasn't 2 minutes, was it?
Somebody go back and time it. He was down on the floor for a while. It must have been drilling for oil. I don't fucking know. There was a nasty bump where Cody went for that springboard cutter and Brody jerked him off the top rope and beat him up on the floor. I was thinking at this point, this would have been a classic match if it was Cody against Dustin. These are the only two guys in this company that could have done a dog collar match. It would have been a classic with Cody against Dustin. Brody Lee has obviously never had a dog collar match, and he had the same amount of oomph in this match he has every other match.
Neither was Cody. Cody's never had a dog collar match either. I didn't think Brody was a problem here. I thought he did pretty good.
Well, but Cody, it gets better at the end, but Cody's got, at least not only in his genes, Dusty with the bull rope matches and all that stuff, but he's a student. He could go back and watch some shit and understand it. I think Brody Lee could watch shit, but I don't know if he could understand it.
If he could understand it, he would have known you don't just throw a dog collar match for no good reason into the middle of a program.
Well, I'm pretty sure that was Tony Khan, because if he wanted to book Greg Valentine to sit in the audience. And he's like shit stain now. He remember, a guy got hit in the head with a coconut. That's all he remembered from Piper's Pit, shit stain. He just remembered the highlights. Once they got the color, it helped greatly. Cody got the juice from a DDT on a chain. It helped give the atmosphere and cover up that Brody Lee is still not aggressive or an animosity-filled person. He's just walking through it. Cody worked his ass off. Brody Lee spent forever with a table, threw some chairs in the ring, and then nothing happened with the table. Cody gave Brody a cutter off the apron. They go to the break again. They come back during the break. Cody did a package pile driver on Brody Lee off the apron, through a table to the floor in the break.
Picture in picture.
Well, they replayed it I never watched the picture in picture because nobody watches the picture in
I was watching for this match.
It's fucking minute.
For this match, because it was this match, I was watching the picture in picture. It is minute. And I said, I can't believe they're doing this spot in the middle of the commercial break. Why would they do that?
This is the kind of shit that used to happen in low-budget television tapings when we'd lose communication with the referee and guys didn't know we were in a break. But now Brody Lee's bleeding, and Cody's whipping him with the chain. Now it's picking up. It's picking up a little bit. I said on the last show, I think, nobody in the business today, I said with O'Reilly and Finn Balor, they have actually improved the competitive, scientific, technical wrestling match from the territory days, but nobody in the business can do a believable double juice territory days grudge match fight. And I was right, at least halfway. I think Cody could pull it off with somebody that actually had experience with this. Brody Lee could not. But then again, I said, how is this not going on last on the double juice dog collar? And they're in the middle of the fucking program. Brody Lee threw a chair at Arn. Arn came in the ring. One of the jobbers ran out. Arn gave him a spine buster, and I swear to God, I was thinking that Arn might not fucking be able to get back to his feet. Because and I love Arn Anderson, and what a tremendous talent, and just a great personality. But please, Arn, go on a diet. You're too heavy for your age. And if all those years, I was 250 30 years ago, and Arn was telling me to go on a diet. Now I weigh 202, and he's 300. What the fuck's happened here to the world? Brody Lee nailed Arn with the chain, but that caused Cody to lose his shit and made a big comeback and a moonsault block off the top. This is and was a lot better than what you normally see on this program. I will admit that. I just can't see Brody Lee. Anyway, Cody wrapped the chain all around his face, hit the crossroads, 1, 2, 3. And the jobbers came out to get Brody, and the dream team came out to get Cody. And Cody cut a really good babyface promo, which he normally does. And, had emotion and had passion, and it looked like something, and said he was going to defend the title next week. And then out walks Pockets. What the now Cody's in this with this fucking clown. Now Cody's lost his fucking mind. Besides that, they're both baby faces. Believe I've mentioned this. Cody just cut a great babyface promo. Pockets is allegedly a babyface. He's not a wrestler at all. That's where they've pigeonholed him as a babyface. But I wrote, what fresh hell is this? That now Cody is being infected with this fucking disease from this fucking clown. And it doesn't even make any sense. Why would Cody wrestle Pockets? Because Pockets is friends of the fucking Money Mark, his father bought him a fucking wrestling promotion, apparently. If he doesn't like me saying these things, make it look like something different. You fucking four-eyed fucking freak. You look like a seal peering through a block of ice. Rick Moranis with fucking extra curly hair.
Hey, Rick Moranis is awesome. Don't do that.
Wrap up your comments on the chain match.
I thought it was all right. It got better as it went on. There were some really weak elbow drops from Brody onto Cody early in the match. I was happy that Brandy didn't get involved in the middle of the match. I thought maybe she would come out there and give Brody a Hurricane Rana or something. Luckily, that didn't happen. I thought it was a good match. I guess Cody just dropped the title so he could record that TV show. And then
he came right back and picked it up.
And then he came right back with new hair and new outfit and won it. His promo was interesting. He was kind of a little defensive, I guess, against the people that thought he's a little bit pretentious. But he is a whole lot pretentious. And when it happens once, it's one thing. When it happens twice, this is the third time at least I've heard him do a promo where it's like it's almost like he's going to tear up, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
To the point where,
but you know what? It was good babyface, and it works because nobody.
It was all right. It was all right for a babyface promo, but the whole thing.
I was about to say most people don't write things down and take notes like we do, but now the fans do. Yes, they all do.
But the whole thing, professional wrestling has been my life since I was 15. How did anyone who says anything different is wrong? Well, no, pro wrestling became your life when you didn't make it as an actor. Then it became, I'll go into the family business. Let's be honest about things. But anyway.
Well, but he had dreams.
He had dreams. He had a big dream right in the house, in the master bedroom. But Cody versus Pockets, I'm sure it'll be technically all right if you get past Pockets' gimmick.
You can't get past Pockets' gimmick. There's some things that just can't be palatable under any circumstances. And this is one of them. Nobody has gotten anything sensible out of Pockets. Nothing. It's all been caca.
Is that the end of the Brody Lee Cody feud, you think?
Well, goddamn. Why wouldn't it be? He beat the guy flat in the middle of the ring, got his title back, and ran him off. His jobbers had to carry him or help him out.
Colt Cabana wasn't out there to help.
Well, there you go. That would have made all the difference in the world. Moving on. Officer Bar Brady interviewed Twinkle Toes McFingerbang in the back. Simpering voice, lots of finger pointing, fake enthusiasm, weird faces, and he stuttered, stammered, and beat around the bush about how excited he is to be a singles wrestler again now that he's gotten that just terrible, awful, rude Adam Page out of his life. And then Big Swole took on Serena Deeb. You know what we put into effect here, don't you?
I believe it's the tooth and nail rule.
The tooth and nail rule. There will be no watching of anything involving Big Swole, Britt Baker, or Reba ever again after the tooth and nail match. And I hate that because I loved Britt Baker and Reba's bullshit. And they were funny in a heelish way and in the middle of the card, so it didn't fucking make the whole show suck. But no, and I hate to miss Serena Deeb, a real talent. But, of course, I would have been mad because Big Swole won this, and she couldn't fucking lace or tie Serena Deeb's boots on her best day in the world. Jon Moxley was both in the desert and at the bar. He couldn't find a fence or a boiler room. He cut a promo on Lance Archer for the title match next week. It was a good promo. I wish his matches made sense and he looked like a star instead of a homeless bum. Any comments about those efforts before we go to the main event?
Omega's awful on the mic. Really glad that we have Alex Marvez, the worst interviewer on this program, back on the show. He's recovered also from the super kick.
Yeah, they can't even fucking put the old men down, much less the fucking professional athlete. Why would any wrestler ever sell the double super kick again when Tony Schiavone, the 62-year-old announcer, came back and didn't even harbor a grudge after 7 days?
I watched the Serena Deeb Big Swole match, mainly because of Serena Deeb, who was great. I mean, you watch her in there, and she's obviously a step above everyone in that company in terms of just the basics. And looked
wonder
really
where
good.
she trained.
Yeah, and I wonder if Rip Rogers had a hand in that.
Rip at OVW? No.
But she was really good. Big Swole is awful.
Just rotten. If she was any good in the ring, I wouldn't, after the entrance and the music, I wouldn't want to fucking see any more of it.
The music sucks, the entrance and the dancing, but she's not good in the ring. I got mad that she beat Serena Deeb, and I guess that's Serena's role there, which is wrong. I get that she did some training.
But here's the thing. You're not supposed to get mad because the heel wins because they suck as a wrestler. You're supposed to get mad that the heel cheated and won. Well, you're not supposed to say, I hate that guy because he's rotten.
And then the Moxley promo, I thought Moxley, it was a good promo. I don't agree with you that he looks like a homeless guy or anything. I don't think the look is the problem. I don't think the promos are the problem. For me, it's the in-ring that's the problem. But I thought it was another good promo. Stylized, of course. Yeah. He's in the bar. I do want to see him buy a fence one more time. That whole package, I kept saying, is he going to be buying a fence?
I bet this whole roster doesn't drink as much alcohol in a week combined as Flair used to drink at a night at Bennigan's, and they're always in the bar or drinking on TV.
That is true. We have seen a lot of scenes in bars.
I've looked in bars. I've looked in cars.
Oh, my God.
And here you are.
You know, someone the other day tweeted out, I don't know if you saw it, the interview you were doing with David Crockett. I guess it would have been on
Big
Worldwide.
Mama came out and tweeted me up under my chin.
I forgot just how bad she was on the mic.
Poor Felicia. I knew her so long. I remember when she was flat chested. Anyway, that was some of that fucking heavy Crockett money that bought that chest.
Let's kick the questions off with a couple from Charlie in Starkville, Mississippi.
Oh, God damn. It goes from fucking ridiculous to ludicrous. All right, here we go.
Here's a question from Charlie in Starkville, Mississippi.
You said it again.
What are your thoughts on the reports that Kevin Steen was the one that recommended Cody reach out to the Young Bucks after he was released from the WWE? How much more do you dislike Steen for making the introduction?
Well, no, actually, I can believe that happened. And that's been one of the bright spots. I mean, say what you want about a few of the things that we have been disturbed that Cody has done. Cody has been a bright spot on that television program. And even you, great Brian Last, with your somewhat anti-Cody bias that you started out with, baby. Who's been more consistent in having good matches or good promos or being serious and getting the proper fucking feeling out of what he's been doing than Cody on AEW?
By and large, his segments are the ones that you could rely on for being the closest to what I would want in professional wrestling. Now, I wish he wouldn't get his wife into every single thing he does.
Yeah, except for that. And Brandy. That's me.
But no, I agree. Look, I have issues with some of Cody's work and some of his promos, but compared to everyone else in AEW, he has just as good a batting average as anyone does.
Yeah, so as far as am I mad because Steen directed Cody to talk to the Bucks? No, that's probably one of the nicest things that anybody's ever done for him. As far as Steen goes, hey, sooner or later, even a blind squirrel will find a nut. Speaking of time, I'll pick it up because we can pick up some time here. Britt Baker and Tony Schiavone were at a spa. And once again, I hate to do this, but because I liked Britt Baker and Reba. Of course, from what I saw of Speed Search on this, it was silly. And if this was the only silly thing on the show, then it might have been good. But since the whole show's silly, I didn't need any more silly. So I invoked the tooth and nail rule and zipped ahead.
I watched the first 30 seconds of it and I realized just how silly it was going to be. And I said, you know what? After that last segment, there's no way I'm watching another segment of AEW comedy back to back. No way. So I fast forwarded. I didn't see it.
But then we fast forwarded right into for the TV title on their anniversary show where all the titles are defended. Sounded like a Nick Goulas Night of Champions where he'd grab belts out of his fucking dresser drawer and say, the Mid-America Tag Team title. We haven't, yeah, anyway. Cody against Pockets. And Cody's blonde again now. I like the dark hair. God damn, he looks like
he got past the Dark Order, so now he had to dye his hair again. It's so stupid. Come on.
But I wrote, now Cody is going to stooge for this idiot. Nobody will tell Tony Khan that his favorite wrestler is a joke and will bury all of his top talent. They will. I thought Cody had some pride. This right here, this is why I would not take money to be a consultant. If I got paid one time to do anything related to this television program and then I watched this on it, I would fucking get mad and I would quit. Because I wouldn't want my name associated with something of this nature. So they started to have a match. Pockets turned his back to him. Wouldn't acknowledge him, ducked a lockup, put his hands in his pockets. And already the whole thing's a joke because why would you turn your back on Cody? and didn't put him over. It was just blowing him off. And then they locked up. And the announcers made a big deal out of Orange Cassidy locks up. Fuck. Cody got to go behind. Pocket slipped his arms in and put his hands in his pockets. And I wrote at that point, because everybody was waiting for me to just take this thing apart. And I hate to disappoint everybody, but here is what I wrote. I have too much respect for Dusty Rhodes to watch his son stooge for this fake fucking idiot half his size. It's a complete disgrace to the wrestling business. Good day. And I fast forwarded. And I fast forwarded to the end of the fucking match, and I'm going to spoil the finish now. They went 20 minutes Broadway, and Pockets had Cody down for a 2 count at the bell. This was worse than Harley Race having to go an hour with George Goulas in Nashville. That if Cody wanted to do this, the owner of the company should have talked him out of it. If the owner of the company wanted Cody to do this, Cody should have told him he was out of his mind. Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard, one of the many veterans, somebody should intervene and stage an intervention. This was insulting. It was worse than Tony said sell to Pockets Goulas. Did you watch this whole thing?
For the most part. I looked away a few times, but I didn't.
Was there anything that I missed that I should have seen to change my opinion of my little dog Pockets?
I don't think so. I mean, at this point, we've seen the entire act. I know you don't like that word, but I'm sorry, it works here.
Well, no, it works here. We've seen everybody's act because it's all just the same shit they do. Because they came from a world where they just went from rec center to rec center doing shit for different people and not on television. So they didn't have to do anything else.
Yeah, we've seen his whole act. He's nonchalant, he puts his hands in his pockets, he doesn't take things seriously, and then all of a sudden, middle of the match, he shows you he can do something. It's not special. It's not special anymore to me. I don't know what other people think.
He still looks like he looks like. So whether he can do shit or not, just because you can cut your own ear off doesn't mean you're Van Gogh. Just because he can do something doesn't mean he should. Immediately after this, Moxley and Archer are in another stagey fake backstage pull apart. And that's where I wrote, good God, this show is booked in a state home. People are fucking put away for the good of themselves and others in homes that are financed by the state. And they sit around and come up with shit like this. Poor old Tony Schiavone tried to interview Pockets, and he said 2 or 3 words. It's not even worth talking about. Dasha is in the parking lot when Cody and Arn pull up. They are actually rematching Cody with Pockets next week. Oh, joy. Oh, bliss. Oh, be still, my fluttering heart. But Dasha talks to Cody. Cody's talking about Pockets, saying he has to beat me. I'm the champion. Like that Cody might have trouble beating him. But I guess since he went 20 minutes last week, he might. And Arn Anderson says nothing except hello to Dasha. So now we've got Cody, wasting his time fucking around with this piece of shit.
Is Arn Anderson Cody's Edge Strangler Lewis?
Apparently.
I was looking at some pictures of Thez and Edge Strangler Lewis. I tweeted some out earlier, and I'm thinking, hey, that kind of reminds me of Arn. Just standing there, doesn't really say anything, doesn't really do anything.
Because at the time, Strangler Lewis was broken blind.
And blind, yeah, that's right.
So you've got Cody Rhodes and Arn Anderson doing an interview. Cody's the only one that speaks, and he's having to act like fucking Pockets is a legitimate threat to him in any way. Physically, as far as being a star, as far as anything.
And by the way, a couple other notes. She called him Cody. His name on the show is Cody. I saw the commercial for that variety show, whatever it is that he's on TNT. In the commercial for it, they call him Cody Rhodes.
Because it's not wrestling.
Ridiculous. Also,
he can be Cody Rhodes if it ain't wrestling. As a matter of fact, then they ought to just call him Cody Rhodes on AEW because that ain't wrestling either.
Look, if you were going to make these guys executive vice presidents, isn't what I would do, but more power to you. But I hate bringing it up on camera. This guy who's involved in a feud with someone else. This guy who's a champion in this company, he's not here today to be involved in wrestling, just to be an executive vice president. I don't know. I don't think that's a productive
Just to go in and tell all the people who work for me what to do, that I'll be wrestling in the near future.
Yeah.
Once again, if I had advised someone, what I would have said was, yes, make it a wrestler-friendly company. Have a guy that you appoint as the head of the wrestlers union or players league or whatever, and that you take their input seriously. And it's a wrestler-friendly environment, not like some of these evil corporations. So what happened? He made 5 of them real executive vice presidents. Fucking hell. Kingston rebutted Moxley. It was a great promo from Eddie Kingston. I wrote, I would love to see him on a wrestling program sometime. He was the only thing that was worth a shit in Chikara. When we did the Ring of Honor crossover, that brief period of time, I didn't like the guys in the pajamas playing wrestler and playing luchador. It was ridiculous, and that's where a lot of these fucking vermin come from. But for whatever reason, Eddie Kingston was working there. I mean, he was local to the area, but that somebody didn't pick him up back then because I heard his promos and he could fucking fight and throw the punch. We had him come in and do a fucking match with Steen for the Ring of Honor title just because he could cut a good promo. I don't know why he was wasting his time with the fucking play wrestlers. Maybe he would have got further if he had not been saddled with that reputation. But good promo.
Our next question, Jim, sent to cornydrive-thru@gmail.com from Brian in Massachusetts. I recently heard an interview with Colt Cabana and Scorpio Sky, where it was mentioned that one of Cody Rhodes' mottos is basically, quote, spend all the money now, you'll make more.
What?
What is the worst advice you've heard someone in management or an executive vice president tell a wrestler?
Oh my! Give me that line again.
Spend all the money now, you'll make more.
This can't have been said. They were joking. They had to be joking. That's probably maybe because is Cody possibly careful with a dollar and like Owen Hart or Mick Foley used to be, and that's why they're joking about it, because nobody would actually say that in the wrestling business, would they?
He obviously idolizes Ric Flair based on his gimmick. Was Ric Flair careful with a dollar?
Well, no, but no.
Was Dusty Rhodes careful with a dollar?
Well, no. Remember one time Dusty was in I think it was still Florida Championship Wrestling before they made it NXT, and he was working with some of the guys, and he just made the comment, baby, Vince better be glad I never saved my money. I wouldn't be here. I don't know what to say to that. What is the worst advice? I'll tell you, not in a mainstream, not in a major league way, but that idiot Sal Correnti that was running the Wrestle Reunions for a while, that it would have been a wonderful thing if he'd actually try. He wasn't using his own money. He was using somebody else's. But I told him one time, I said, it'd probably be a real good idea if you tried to make some of this money back so the guy will give you some more to continue this. Right? Because he would bring in like 100 or more guys and fly them in and pay them or whatever. And of course, it didn't last but a couple of them. Right? But I said, shouldn't you try to make some of this money back so that they'll give you more to continue doing this? He said, Jim, we're going to fail our way to success. We're going to fail our way to success. I know we're doing some things that we might not should do, but we're going to find that out. We're going to figure out what works, and we're not going to do what doesn't work anymore. We're going to fail our way to success. He failed his way to failure. So that's probably some of the screwiest advice I've ever heard. But that has to be a joke. For anybody in the wrestling business to say, spend all the money now, we'll make more. That actually would have got a huge pop in the fucking locker room at one point in time. From guys who would know that that's crazy in the wrestling business. That's what a lot of people do, but it doesn't make it any less crazy. Was he talking about the company? Or just the individual guys?
I didn't hear the actual comment based on the wording of the email. I think he was speaking about a specific motto for his own life and a credo for other wrestlers to follow?
I don't. Well, the company seems to be following it because they've signed up every unwanted redheaded stepchild outlaw wrestler in the world. Like they're just going to make infinite amounts of money from now till the end of time. But I don't know if I'd give that advice. What do we got going on, Brian?
Well, Jim, I did want to bring something up to you that normally we would save for the drive-thru, and although I'm sure we'll get some questions on the drive-thru, because we are reviewing AEW Full Gear on the drive-thru this week, we're not going to have as many questions, so if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question or two here today on The Experience.
Well, I guess, because we want to give the people their money's worth, and they certainly won't get it out of Full Gear. Possibly our review, maybe, but anyway, go ahead.
Well, this question was sent to cornydrivethru@gmail.com. From Sam in Toronto. What are your thoughts on Cody Rhodes getting his name back?
Oh, okay. Short question. To the point. We like it here. We like it like that. To the point. I'm happy for him. I mean, it's his. It should be his name. He of all people should be able to call himself Cody Rhodes. And I couldn't believe that they didn't consider that loophole when he didn't start working somewhere somehow under that name before the contract or whatever. But regardless of what I think about the program that he's currently on, he's one of the high spots on it normally. But yeah, he deserves it. Dusty created it, and he's Dusty's son. But now, did I see that? Is there a loophole? He's not going to use it in wrestling, but he's going to use it in TV or entertainment or whatever. Maybe that's the settlement. Maybe that's. I didn't see that. I didn't know about that. I read something about that he said, well, maybe I still won't use it in wrestling. Like maybe that might have been part of the settlement, which I think is pretty damn shitty on the WWE's part if that is. But for fuck's sake, everybody knows he's Dusty's son and it should be his name.
Meanwhile, he's been saying forever that he could use it whenever he wants and he chose not to, which it turns out may or may not be true.
Well, I always thought that he couldn't use it, which is why he wasn't using it. So, I don't know. Conflicting reports.
You got to admit, I mean, some guys could pull off the single name thing. Cody Rhodes versus Steve Austin. Or Cody versus Steve Austin. To me, it doesn't pass the name test.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's not a single name. That of all, most times single names are not names unless it's the something. Just unless you're Liberace or Cher.
Toya Nobori.
See what I mean? But I'm happy for Cody. And hopefully he'll use it wrestling because once again, geez, the name test. Or maybe he could change it to Tits McGee. Who knows? Just at least have two names. I don't know.
I heard WWE agreed to drop their claim on Rhodes and let him be Cody Rhodes if Brandy agreed to never call herself a Rhodes ever again. And maybe just a rumor. I don't know. But no, Cody dropped his claims. He was trying to trademark anything his father had anything to do with. Like the Match Beyond and Slamboree. I just saw that he dropped those because WWE was contesting those.
Well, but I don't blame him.
I got to admit, I don't think he has any rights to those.
Well, but here's the thing. Maybe that was part of the day. Drop trying to trademark everything and we'll just let you have this thing. I don't know. Have no idea. No inner knowledge of this. But if they were Dusty's ideas, which they were, and he just never trademarked them because you didn't do that back then. Even Jim Crockett didn't. Jim Crockett Promotions could have trademarked them because he was their booker.
See,
but
that's the thing. Jim Crockett Promotions or WCW would have had those under their umbrella as intellectual property because Dusty was being paid to contribute that to them. It wasn't something Dusty had independent of the executive position he had for Jim Crockett Promotions and then later WCW.
But they never trademarked them.
I don't know. I don't know if Slamboree
no, Jim Crockett Promotions never trademarked
Jim Crockett
anything,
Promotions, but Slamboree wasn't until 1993.
Okay, but I'm just saying, for all the Crockett stuff, and then actually, if WCW didn't trademark the things then or let the trademark expire, then they're not in business anymore. If WWE bought we might have to get Stephen P. New on the phone. If WWE bought WCW, they got everything, all their intellectual property, everything they owned, had ownership of or trademark on at the time. But then, if they didn't trademark those things or didn't keep them up, then that wouldn't have been part of the deal. And in that case, then, I say that Cody Rhodes has as much right as anybody to go establish a trademark on those things that his father created. Prove me wrong.
You know, he's now calling himself the Prince of Wrestling. I don't think that passes the name test either. The King of Wrestling. Wow, this guy thinks he's the king. Who the hell is he? The Prince of Wrestling. I don't know.
Hey, at least it's better than the Duke of Dorchester.
Is it? But is it?
No, actually, I don't know. No, the Prince of Wrestling sounds a little hoity-toity. Hey, we're by the way, before we get back on this, hold that thought. We're doing stand-up interviews in Memphis at the Coliseum one night, right? And Lance we get there at 6:00 and we do interviews for an hour and a half for the local towns. And Lance is in front of a black sheet with a microphone. Randy West is running the camera. And we all sit there and Dundee tells us who's going to pop up. And Lance reads the card and then we go in and do the promo on our match. But Lance is reading the cards. I'm managing Duke Myers, your Calgary standout, was a big star in Tennessee years ago. And also at the time, Tommy Gilbert was under a hood, a mask, as the Ace of Spades.
That's right.
And so Lance is running down the card and he says, and Bobby Fulton faces the Ace of Spades. Terry Taylor takes on the Duke of Myers. And so I came in singing, Duke, 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 Duke of Myers, Duke, Duke. Terry Taylor, you're going to feel those Dukes. And we didn't have a lot of time for retakes.
That reminds me, I have a promo somewhere that I love. It's from 83 Mid-Atlantic. It's Bill Ward doing the promos, and he brings in Dick Slater and Bob Orton Jr., who were, a great heel tag team at various points from the mid-'70s on. And he says, come on in, Dick Slater, Dory Funk Jr., and Dick Slater's talking. The whole time, Bob Orton's just standing there, his arms are crossed, doesn't say a word, and then finally at the end he goes, Bill Ward, do I look asleep? He said, no. Says, don't call me Dory Funk Jr. He walks off. But what I was going to say before with Cody, we keep seeing these commercials for whatever this show was, the reason he dropped the TNT title and dyed his hair black for 2 weeks, because he went off to film this show. Is it airing yet? When does this show air? We've been seeing commercials for like 2 months, it seems like.
I'm not into that particular department.
He's Cody Rhodes in those commercials.
Well, good, because he can be now. So that's the kind of questions we have on the drive-thru, folks.
Oh, it's a great show. Check it out.
But our main event was still to come. This was the main event, ladies and gentlemen. That, you know what I said about NXT earlier, that they've given up on a ratings war and they're just doing their own show? I think maybe they gave up on the ratings war here also. The main event was Colt Cabana and the Dork Jobbers against Billy and Austin Gunn and Cody. I know what they were going for here. They could have put it in the middle of the show and give us a main event with marquee talent to accomplish the same thing. I'm sure that's why the experienced and knowledgeable booker Tony Khan put Cody in this match to give it some name value, some star power, and also so that he could close it up with a promo. But still, why not let Billy and Austin Gunn make their debut against the Dork Jobbers and do the same thing with Austin Gunn that they did? It's the first time I've seen him. And surprise, surprise, no surprise here. He's a good-looking athlete that can work and didn't do any indie lucha bullshit. Because Billy Gunn would have probably disowned him. I'm not saying he's ready to be the next AEW champion, but you can tell he's got potential. And he's learning some things the right way. Billy Gunn is amazing at his age, that he even wants to associate with these people at his age, much less he's in that condition and can do that shit. But how was this a main event? It was a main event so Cody could do the promo at the end. Billy made a nice comeback. Did Cody ever get tagged in? Or did he just basically run across the ring and dive out on Colt Cabana for no reason as the spectacular spot to justify his presence?
I don't remember.
He just, at one point when Billy made the comeback after he did his thing, Cody ran across the ring, jumped up on the top and dove out on Colt. Probably the only one he could trust to catch him. And then Austin Gunn beat a dork jobber. And that was fine. Get Austin Gunn over. Get new talent over. Establish it. Nothing wrong with that at all. Then the other jobber got a chair, and he was trying to sneak in. There literally is Billy and Austin Gunn and Cody Rhodes and Arn Anderson in the ring with no heels in the ring because they've got their hands in the air. They've won the match. One of the little dork jobbers is sneaking in with a chair like he's going to lay waste to all four of those fucking guys. And Pockets comes out and KOs him with a Superman, actually a super pocket punch. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. Because then the announcers could say, oh, and Pockets is facing Long John Silver, whatever the fucking dork jobber's name is, Saturday on pay-per-view also. They just stuck that in. A match that didn't even need any promotion. A match didn't need booking to begin with on a pay-per-view. But they're going to have this, once again, amateur chair booking, armchair booking. Oh, well, makes that match mean something too. No, it looks stupid. The guy with the chair wasn't going to come in and do anything against four top guys like that have already won the fucking match to begin with. Pockets coming out just to get him on TV again and snatch the chair away from the guy and knock him out. Well, good. Then we don't need to have that match on Saturday. Put a hat on a hat, fucking dipshits. And then Cody cut a promo on Darby and said he wasn't going to be the face of TNT, and he's a liar. So here the preeminent babyface in the company is calling one of their gimmick character babyfaces a liar because they can't figure out how to just figure out who's the babyface and who's the heel. So that's the way it went off the air. What did I miss about that spectacular contest?
Nothing. I fast forwarded through most of it. I can't believe that was the main event they put on there. They announced, I guess, that Cody has now accepted new members into the Nightmare Collective, including Austin and Billy Gunn. And I
understand they're going to be selling timeshares if you want to be in the Nightmare Collective just over the holidays. They've got a deal coming up.
In Jacksonville. And I believe Red Velvet is also now in the Nightmare Family, if I said Nightmare Collective before. The Nightmare Family, everyone's in a group. I mean, Darby's one of the only guys not in a group. It's just, there are no baby faces, there are no heels. There are just little gangs that all hate each other for no reason.
And knock each other and tear each other down verbally. When a babyface says something about another babyface, such as they are a liar or they're dishonest or they can't be trusted, that hurts, and not in a good way.
And he's sitting there. They're showing him in the crowd sitting there listening to this guy calling him a piece of crap. And he just doesn't flinch. He just watches.
Well, there you have that programming, that fine programming. All right, do you remember chronologically what came next?
I think it may have been the TNT Championship match.
It may have been the only reason to spend any time on this sorry journey through hysteria that they called a show. It was the best match of the night. It wasn't even close. And then they still screwed it up at the end, but we'll get to that. But here's what okay, let me walk you through this as it happened. Darby Allen came out into the arena with his painted car and broke the windshield with his skateboard. How the heck is he going to get home when he keeps breaking his own windshield? Why is he mad at his own car? I mean, I've done that. Remember, in Atlantic City, I took the baseball bat to my car, but that was after they'd already broken the windshield.
I'm guessing this may have been a rental. He lives in Washington.
Where are you going to rent a car that looks like that?
I don't know. He's not. You think he's driving it across the country?
That's what I'm saying. This doesn't make any sense. If it was his car because it's painted up like him, then it would mean something. Why would he break his own face? It does not make sense. If Chewbacca, never mind. Here comes Cody, and Cody is announced. What?
Here comes Cody with a group that's somewhere between 17 and 6,000 people.
Well, I wrote down, there's Brandy, and there's Dustin, and there's Arn, and there's the Guns, and there's about 4 or 5 other people, and there's Winkin', Blinkin', and Nod, and Happy, Dopey, Sleepy, Doc, Grumpy. But then Arn stays because he's the coach, and the rest of them walk back because they just came out for moral support. I was wondering a few things during the introductions. Why does Darby Allen look so miserable and dejected all the time? And I figured, does he have to watch these shows too? I thought it was just us.
Maybe he's thinking, what did I just do to my car?
Well, there you go. You know, because goddamn, I don't have the fucking no fault engine. Darby Allen is now announced at 173 pounds. A few months ago, was it not 155? And we commented on that.
Well, he's made some money. Usually when people start making money, they enjoy some better meals.
He ain't a goddamn ounce bigger. But 173 sounds better than 155 when he's fighting Cody. And it was nice to hear Cody get his name back. Cody Rhodes. As far as this match, I sat back and thoroughly enjoyed it. Cody was doing the old-fashioned subtle heel thing. Hey, kid, young kid, inexperienced. I'm going to play with you a little bit. Don't get too fucking froggy and start hopping. He didn't come out and cheat, but he was the old NWA title style subtle heel. When even the babyface champion, when he'd go in against a local kid, he would have to rough it up a little bit to get the sympathy behind the underdog. And Darby Allen is a great little underdog. You can tell that Cody put this together. It made perfect sense. Nothing looked stupid or ballet-like with the footwork, happy feet taking you out of the moment. I thought Cody tossing Darby Allen over the top rope to the ramp flat back on his arm was a little goofy, but that's Darby Allen. But then Cody worked the arm the rest of the fucking match. He got the obnoxious heat. Darby Allen had to fight for his comeback in the middle there. He blew a nice false comeback in the middle, and that worked. Because Darby Allen can sell, and he was there for everything physically. Kids got mentally, for whatever reason, even though he's apparently a lunatic in every other way, kid can work. I like they did the spot where they exposed the turnbuckle, but they did a false finish with it to Cody's chest, not his fucking head. That gave me the thought, well, maybe they'll use that later on. But nevertheless, I thought, again, the crossroads off the top rope into a rope break, I thought was a little much. The goddamn, I love that Cody's trying to get the kid over, and he's doing a wonderful job of it. But Jesus Christ, some moves should be at least a finish, if not a hospitalization. Such as when Darby was on Cody's back and Cody climbed up the top rope and fell back off the top rope. But Darby rolled to the floor, so there was no count. Thank God there wasn't a 2 count there. I like it when Cody got frustrated that Darby wouldn't die and gave him multiple body slams, but was taking his time in the middle. He'd pick him up and he'd slam him like a sack of shit. So it wasn't like he was constantly beating him up because Darby has to fucking come back here in a minute. When they milked the belt thing, I don't know, but then Darby foils him and trips him up and does a couple of moves and hits the coffin drop. And I'm like, yes, and it was a 2 count. And I'm saying, well, where the fuck are they going now? Because I thought as much as I figured this was going to be a Hail Mary win for Darby after he got manhandled and mistreated to this extent during the match, right? But after the coffin drop, now they've jumped the fucking shark, to borrow a Fonzie. Darby then suddenly he escapes the crossroads. They do the series of reversals of the roll-up. And then Darby suddenly wins. He was going to win anyway. Why not the coffin drop? That's his finish. If you're going to put the guy over, and Cody, I'm just saying, I think you were genuine in your want to put the guy over. But if you go back and watch that match, and when you get to that point where bing, 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 and he hit that coffin drop, if he's winning the match anyway, that was the finish. That's his finish. It'd get it over. Cody's going to do a job anyway, and the rolling around with the fucking reversals, was that a hat on a hat, Brian Last?
I thought it was okay. I didn't have a problem with the finish.
Well, what else did you have a problem with?
I can't really complain about anything with this match. I thought it was a really good match. I thought it was the right finish. I thought Darby had to go over. I guess the only thing I can't complain about, and this is an AEW-wide problem, it is one that has inflicted Cody matches before, either be a heel or be a face. You can't be a face before the match and a face after the match and then a complete heel during the match. I was thinking after Darby won, there was a moment there where I'm thinking, okay, Cody's now going to do a full heel turn, and it'll be great. He's been acting like a heel this whole match, and I've been buying it. I've been buying Cody the heel. And then, of course, he becomes Gracious Cody and just presents him with the belt.
Gracious Cody.
Leading into the angle after the match. But I guess that's my only thing is just, and Cody's been the guy more than anyone else who constantly defends the idea that there's no baby faces and no heels. We don't need the tired wrestling tropes of the past.
But
you need a lot of tired old wrestling tropes in AEW.
You know what? Well, yes, many more. But you know what? Here's I see what he's doing, and maybe I see where he's at, and he just doesn't recognize he's the only one that can get away with that because he's the only one that knows how to do it. Everybody else is trying to do it too, and it just comes off like shit. With Cody, and I agree, he goes back to the smiling promos, and everybody's happy, but he wasn't. He was a good old-style heel in this match that still didn't do anything morally that a babyface would not do. He was rough. He was a little obnoxious. He toyed with the kid, and then he got mad when he got pressed. But he didn't kick the guy in the balls behind the referee's back. He didn't steal anything. The problem is Cody's good at doing that type of match. And like I said, maybe think Dory Funk Jr. when he was always a babyface when he was NWA champion, but when he would come in and work with a babyface, he'd get rough and he'd take advantage because he was better and he was more experienced. That kind of when the Briscoes turned heel and in the Carolinas, they actually had heel matches on television by just out wrestling the guys legally in such a obnoxious, prickish way. There's different ways to get heat. Cody can do it. I see what he's trying to do, and he does it well, but because he's on a show with a bunch of people who are doing the same thing and can't, it fucking makes it, imagine this, mean less.
Well, the other thing is, based on the way he was working, based on his facial expressions, based on everything I see, even with MJF there and anyone else there, I think Cody has the potential to be the best heel in the company.
Well, in the ring, I mean, MJF is just the prodigy speaking, and we'll get to that.
Hey, listen, you've seen Cody's promos. If Cody went full heel, I bet you there'd be better promos. I bet you he'd be fantastic just letting the fans have it. And
I can see that.
I think he has the potential to be the best heel in the entire company.
But where I was going, but he instantly would be in the ring because he knows what to do either way. He's the best worker. Mentally, I'm not talking about physical. Well, sometimes physical, but I'm talking about mentally. He's the best worker. He knows what to fucking do. But here the problem is, apparently even though he's an EVP, he's still saddled with the same booker because I assume that Cody put this match together, and I assume that the amateur booker put the angle afterwards together. So Taz, who he and Starks and Cage were mad because they weren't on the show. They said they'd be there somewhere or another, right? And they've had an issue with Cody. I understand all this. But Taz comes out, starts cutting a promo on their bitch asses, distracts them so Starks and Cage attack from behind. Boom. And they beat up Cody and Darby. And they take the TV title belt, and Cage carries Darby into the arena, quite a ways away from the ring, and throws him through one of the lighting fixtures. Everything has to be a movie stunt. There's no reason that this... Anyway, then they try to slam Darby's arm in the door of his own car. But guess who makes the... Because Cody tries to get there, but he's beaten down. Guess who makes the save? Will Hobbs. Wonderful Willie Hobbs, baby. What the fuck? They jumped these guys. They beat shit out of them in the ring. One guy carried the other one out back, out in the arena. Cody had time to get there and try to save him again. They threw him through the light fixture. Then they got him positioned in the door. Finally, Will Hobbs comes out. Brian, where were Cody's 47 seconds trainers and assistants that walked to the ring with him 15 minutes before this?
That was my exact thought.
If it was such an important match to them that they had to come out and get introduced and be seen on television, wouldn't they be watching the monitor at the closest available position? But yet none of them came out. No referees tried to stop this. Nothing was tried to, except the guys that were getting beat up tried to fire back a little bit until here came Will Hobbs, because we got to get Will Hobbs over now. Because that's booking 101. He's got to save the baby faces.
Well, even better than that, the Gun Club, Billy Club. I don't even know if he's allowed to be Billy Gunn. Maybe he is Billy Club now.
No, he's Billy Club and Austin Gunn. That's going to be what we call him now on. I love you, Billy.
Billy Club and Austin Gunn, they were out there as part of the Nightmare family. When they weren't out there with the Nightmare family, I guess they went right back to their ringside seats for the rest of the night. They've been sitting ringside the whole show before and after this match. They couldn't run out there and help. Dustin and QT couldn't run out there and help. The other guy, I don't even know who he was. He couldn't run out there and help. I mean, it's just so ridiculous.
Didn't get a pony. Any other guy didn't get a pony. So that was my favorite match on the show. An excellent piece of business that did pretty much what they wanted it to do. And then these two guys getting this other fucking fiasco and everybody's going, what the fuck? So even when they get something, they can't leave it alone. Their finishes last too long. Their matches go too long. They have too many steps in their angles where it just gets beaten into powder and then becomes bleh.
Jim, let's get at least a few questions in. We've gone a while, and I don't know how much longer we're going to go here today.
We did what AEW did. We went too long.
This first question was sent to CourtneyDriveThru@gmail.com from Fred Bucks. Happy holidays. This is Fred from the Fred Bucks WWE 2K YouTube channel.
Headlined by Penta L0OM Zorro's Revenge.
Love the shows you guys put out every week. It's the best thing going. You guys kill it consistently. Quick question. Did you hear during the AEW Full Gear media call at the 12:30 timestamp, Cody Rhodes backpedaling on his statement about AEW being a sports-based product, and now stating that what he actually meant was that only his matches would be sports-based? By the way,
that's not what Tony Khan said, was it?
No. No,
okay, I'm glad we answered it. Well, thank you for your question. That's pretty much the answer. Bullshit. Bullshit.
What do you think Cody thinks about the direction things have gone?
I'm sure he's trying to save what's left of his integrity by saying, well, no, I didn't mean all these other yahoos. I meant me, because I actually do treat this seriously. But it's too late. If you come out of the clown car, you're one of the clowns, right? So Tony Khan said sports-based presentation. I know everybody's beaten that to death, but that was what we were promised. The cable guide here said, I haven't looked at it lately, but for months it said, a new series bringing analytics and statistics into the sport. Sports-based presentation. We're not going to do gaga goofy shit like you've been sick of in the WWE. And that was from the owner. That was supposed to be the mission statement, the vision of the thing. Now, a year later, it's become such a dog and pony show, as Ole Anderson would say, that one of its top stars has to try to divorce himself from the insanity and just say, well, just look at my stuff. I'm a real sportsman in the middle of a goddamn Benny Hill sketch. So, as Ole Anderson, his favorite phrase, dog and pony show. Well, remember when somebody sent me this clip on Twitter? What was Brian, you've got a photographic memory. What was the event or the incident or the reason why that they were all together where Vince McMahon tried to introduce Linda to Ole Anderson?
That was, I believe, when the lawsuit was going on.
That's right.
Because Ole tried to prevent Vince from being able to take over Georgia Championship Wrestling. And Vince would go down there. And the first time Vince went up to him and Ole told him, whatever, go fuck yourself.
No, that's where I was going with that.
That was the first time when it was just Vince. And then Vince came down like the second time.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's where I was going. The first time he met Vince, Ole said, yeah, Vince, go fuck yourself. And then the second time, that's what the clip was. He was telling the story that Vince came up to him and said, I'd like you to meet my wife, Linda. And Ole said, well, fuck her and fuck you.
And it's very similar to you in AEW. From what I had read, that's where Vince said, you will never work for the WWE. You would have gotten a deal to come in. He would have. He wanted Ole to come work there. And Ole's like, I'm not working for you.
Ole had never in his life had that ambition to work for Vince McMahon, and he just saw the guy that screwed him out of his fucking company. And the thing is, Ole, the two things you can say a lot of things about Ole. He was a grumpy old man, and he did fuck that booking up in 1990, and we've gone over that a large part because he didn't want to die on a bunch of Jim Herd's hills. But two things you can say about him. He saved his money, and he didn't fucking compromise his principles. He was not about to do fucking goofy bullshit, and he wasn't about to put up with people that fucked him around. So you got to admire that in a guy. What was the question?
It was about sports-based presentation.
Well, Cody, that horse has left the barn, cowboy.
It's funny. Have you seen Tony Khan lately?
No, I've seen enough. Thank you. Has he changed?
What I was going to say is I saw an image from the post-event, post-pay-per-view. I guess they did a Zoom conference call, so it's like a video, so you see him there. And we read that letter earlier about him running around all excited in his hoodie. When AEW first started, the only images you saw of Tony Khan were him in a suit, him with a tie, and he's like degenerated since then.
They've all just given, they're all a bunch of fucking bums hanging out at the goddamn playground now.
Except Cody.
I'll
give him credit, except Cody.
I wonder if he has some buyer's remorse about it. Jeez, he found the dream scenario where he had a guy that could finance a wrestling company as good as anybody in the world, but the problem is he has to look around him and he's the meat in an idiot sandwich.
Well, on the topic of Cody, this next question Jim sent to cornydrivethrough@gmail.com is from DJ in Toronto. I saw this pop up on my news feed, and we all know Jim's political ideologies, but Cody Rhodes said in a recent interview he is likely to retire from wrestling in another 5 years and run for the Senate in his home state of Georgia.
Oh, boy.
Quote, I'm 35, and I said I only wanted to wrestle for 5 more years, said Cody. I have political aspirations.
Oh, boy.
I would love to run for the Senate in the great state of Georgia. I want to help with the sphere of influence that I've created. What does Jim think of this? Thank you and keep up the good work.
Please don't. Please don't. That's the only thing I can think about that. Please don't. I don't know whether he's a Democrat or Republican. I don't know what he thinks about politics. Just please don't. County commissioner. Don't try to be the state senator. They're about to spend $500 million for the Senate race, the 2 runoffs in January for our international listeners, because that will determine control of the Senate. So both parties and everybody in them are going to be trying to run these 2 Democratic senators across the finish line in Georgia, and that's big shit. And you can change the world when you get in positions like that. And I think Cody is the best wrestler in AEW. Please don't try to become a fucking senator. Jesus Christ. Can anybody just stick with their area of expertise, please?
How do you think Cody would do with a stump speech?
Well, he'd do great. That's the problem. Is sometimes the people that can talk, or the people that the folks perceive can talk, get elected instead of the people can actually do the fucking job. I don't know that Cody has been immersed in politics. Isn't that like my first job in politics? I want to be state senator. Isn't that like I like basketball, watching it on television, so I think I'll play for the Celtics?
I think he should go for governor, not senator, because I'm sure Brandy would love to be the first woman of Georgia.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Georgia with Cody Rhodes and Brandy. That's me. Well, you just want to get to the next segment because it was your all-time favorite.
Let me just say, I'm going to say something before we get going. This next segment is one of the greatest things I've ever seen. This is the best segment in the history of AEW. You get every emotion, every feeling you would get from AEW in this one segment. It starts off and you're like, all right, let's see where this goes. And then you're like, what the hell is this? And then you're like, oh my God, this is awful. And then it's, holy shit, where did that come from? This is awesome. And then it goes right back to, it's AEW. There is so much that happens here. I rewound and watched this 3 times. I watched this live. I had to do something at 8:30. So I only had a half-hour window I could watch one of these shows live. I chose AEW. So I watched this live as it happened. I sat at my desk. I was howling with laughter. I thought this was the greatest thing ever. I couldn't believe it. At first, I thought they were going to do a Cody's having an affair angle. And I was like, oh, this is going to be the greatest thing ever. This is the greatest. But then it went in a completely different direction. And it was one of the most beautiful train wrecks I've ever seen. And at its peak, at its greatest moments, it was fantastic. And at its worst moments, it was something I could just be entertained by.
It didn't have the shock appeal, no pun intended, of the Shockmaster, but it was really spectacularly bad television in the same vein.
It was beautifully bad television. I couldn't look away. I laughed. I covered my mouth and said, oh my God. It was perfection. In the world of AEW, it was perfection. This is the greatest segment in the history of AEW.
Well, let's explain for the folks who didn't watch the program or don't watch until we talk about it so you know what to look out for. Cody has his big entrance. He's dressed in a suit. He looks professional except for the neck tattoo, but he's coming out and the music and the cheers and everything. And I thought this was going to be some kind of serious interview segment or something involving Cody. And the first thing that I wrote down was that I know we've talked about this before. I like Cody's promos, even if you think sometimes they veer into, and I agreed with you a time or two, the theatrical or maybe too grandiose in their soliloquy. He delivers things easily. He likes being out there. He's relaxed. I hear Dusty in his cadence, if not in the actual verbiage. And by the time that I said that, he's talking and a woman walks into the ring that we've never seen before from behind him. And, he realizes that she's there. And he turns around and he says, can I help you? And
I was dying by this point. I was like, what is going on here? This is amazing.
Because this woman, she's a tall, striking-looking black woman with blonde hair and a red outfit, and she's got abs. As a matter of fact, at first I thought, oh my God, it's Linda Miles. She's back.
Oh, don't say that.
Well, and now I don't want to besmirch the name of Linda Miles after I heard this promo. And this woman starts trying to talk to Cody Rhodes. And as Mama Cornette used to say, she couldn't say suey if the hogs had her. She couldn't say shit if she had a mouthful. It was Big Mama 85 Jim Crockett level bad. I wrote, oh my God. She's like, Cody, I've looked for you, or I've tried to find you, or I've wanted to confront you, or whatever. I've looked in bars. I've looked in cars.
You see, that's why at the beginning I thought it was going to be, Cody, we've been having an affair. I was like, oh my God, where are they going with this?
Well, I didn't even think that, because I thought my God, I don't know what I thought, but this girl was awkward. She was gangly and nervous, had no idea what she was doing, had no business being on national television. She had memorized some shit she was supposed to say. She couldn't get her name out. Is it Jane Cargill? Well, might as well have given her, fucking Eustace McFingermang McGee. Give her something else even harder to pronounce.
Von Hepper Trepper.
Von Hepper Trepper. And she was trying to lay out some kind of story, and Cody kept standing there, and you could tell by mental telepathy he was trying to will her to get this out. And I wrote, why is this happening? It sounded like the fucking county fair speech by Don Knotts in The Ghost and Mr. Chicken. What do you know about giants? Who are giants? What are giants? Let me clarify this. I know a giant. And Cody's looking at his watch, right? And JR says, well, this has been riveting. She has, in a monotonous, like machine-like delivery, beating around the bush. Then she finishes apparently what she's saying and leaves the ring. But then when she gets to the stage, she turns around and there's more, and it starts going longer. And she reveals her giant friend's name, because that's the whole thing. Is Dustin's been saying, or Dustin, Cody's been saying he's a giant killer. Well, you shouldn't say that, because I know a giant. And the giant's name is Shaq. Well, nobody popped, because the last thing that anybody sitting at home or probably in that building was thinking about when they're talking about giants in wrestling is Shaq. I thought she said Shrek. I thought they're doing a crossover with the goddamn Pixar or whatever. And then the announcers had to jump in and say, oh, she means Shaquille O'Neal? Well, now if she'd have said that, everybody'd known who the fuck she was talking about. Even on a wrestling program.
Well, not everyone, if you say Shaq, everyone knows what you're talking about.
I didn't get Shaq in the context of this unknown woman that's never been seen before out on a fucking outlaw wrestling program, and suddenly she's going to be talking about a giant basketball player. It didn't register to me. I bet it didn't register to a lot of people.
Where did she come from?
Jumped in.
Did she hop the rail? Like,
no, she walked out behind the ring down the ramp.
Yeah, where did she come from?
She came from the entranceway.
No, she didn't come from the entranceway. I thought she came up from the floor.
I thought she came from the entranceway.
I like when she would just randomly pose, when she would randomly hit the double bicep.
She would stop talking and just get back and flip her hair and pose because she was lost and couldn't remember what to say. And I bet you Cody was doing some ventriloquism and talk about the giant.
So let me stop you real quick, because she's now on the staging area. Cody's still in the ring. Cody has this look on his face, like you said, like, oh my God, what is going on here?
This has taken a long time.
It has gone on for so long that it went from this is bad to this is amazingly bad. Fantastically bad. And
see, I didn't like it that much at that point, because I've been out there on live TV for some segments when other people shit the bed, and it just seems like forever.
How many times has this happened to Cody, where he gets in the ring, he gets his long entrance with the dramatic music that goes on longer than anyone else's music before you see him, and then he finally gets in the ring, and he's on the mic for 30 seconds, and boom, Jake the Snake Roberts shows up.
Yeah.
Like, this has happened before. So she's now on the entrance ramp area, the entrance way. It's not really a ramp. She's standing there. Cody's in the ring. My first thought after she says Shaq is, thank God they're going to do Shaq and Cody and not Shaq and Jericho. Thank God they didn't let Jericho latch on to this.
Well, but now, do you even think, how old is Shaquille O'Neal now?
He's, I would guess, at least 45. At minimum 45, maybe closer to 50.
And 300 and some pounds easily, and whatever the fuck. Do you think even Cody can get this done?
I don't know. He's been teasing wanting to do something in wrestling forever, and I don't think he's ever actually done anything. But she's on the stage, and I'm like, this is amazing. And then somehow, it got turned up to 10, and it became all-time classic. It became one of the greatest things ever.
And it was easily the best thing in AEW. I didn't expect this.
From an unlikely source.
An unlikely source, and I'm not going to spoil it. I'm going to let you have this. But an unlikely source came out and delivered the promo of a lifetime.
Thank you for the handoff. Ladies and gentlemen, as this Linda Miles-looking woman named Jane Cargill was standing there and had dropped the Shaquille O'Neal bomb, here comes Brandy Rhodes. And she's pissed. And she launches into old Jane with the goddamnedest promo that I've ever heard in my life. She meant every word of it. She was cussing. She was pissed off. She told her everything that she should shove up her ass and exactly which fucking direction to do it in. I mean, it was great. And it was Brandy, and it was great. I mean, her promos go from sounding like Meryl Streep to sounding like Butch Reed.
That was it. It was Butch Reed 85 calling Dark Journey a heifer on Mid-South TV.
Yeah.
It was incredible. Incredible.
Oh,
and where did this come from?
Right then, I wrote Ole, Piper, Foley, CM Punk, Brandy. In the all-time pantheon of promos in pro wrestling. And then, as she basically told her to get her bitch ass out of her building there, that here comes Jerry Lynn to separate.
Oh, no. You're skipping over some of the most important parts.
Okay, well, go ahead.
While Brandy is cutting this, the greatest promo of her life on this woman, and totally believable and great, Cody's never cut a promo this good.
No.
This woman is standing there and she's posing and she's smiling.
You don't know how to sell it.
And she's not selling. So then Brandy says, convincingly, you better get out of here. But then Brandy gets out of there, turns around and starts walking away, and the girl just pats Brandy on the ass. And that caused Jerry Lynn and all the officials to run out.
And that's the thing. If you'll notice, they pick their spots on when to run out. They did it another time on this program, but so Jerry Lynn's separating the women, and then they can't leave well enough alone, because then Cody's still in the ring watching all this go on. Cage attacks Cody from behind and power bombs him, and here comes Starks, and they're kicking the shit out of Cody. Well, then Darby Allen's music starts playing, and they just freak out and stop beating up on Cody, and Darby Allen is 100 feet away.
They stop beating up on Cody when the music hits for this brooding twink to walk as slow as he can down the entire building to get to the ring.
And then he rolls in the ring and they charge at him and he hits him with his thumbtack jacket. He's wearing jackets covered in thumbtacks. Everybody has one of those. They were all the rage back a few years ago, and you got one sitting in your closet. And he hits them with his thumbtack jacket, and then the fucking heels bail out and are leaving Taz and Starks.
Taz is standing on the stage saying, like, okay, all right.
Yeah, Taz, come on back. Because the guy with the 150-pound guy with the thumbtack-covered jacket just beat up my giant bodybuilder, my sexy, Ricky Starks, stroke daddy. And besides the fact that they waited for him to come in the ring, stopped beating up the guy that they were beating up, and waited for him to come in the ring, and then got beat up by him, then, if they hadn't blown enough heat off of these heels already, as the heels are leaving, going down the fucking tube, somebody had told Will Hobbs in the back, hey, Will, go out there and throw a chair at him, because here comes Will Hobbs. The heels are leaving, going down the fucking passageway, and Hobbs comes out and throws a chair at him. You better get out of here. It's like the time that Heyman threw the garbage can at Ric Flair after Flair had already left the room.
And everyone calls him Will Hobbs except for Jim Ross, who keeps calling him Willie Hobbs.
Willie Hobbs, baby. Willie Hobbs, back in here, Dusty saying it. Dusty would call Willie Hobbs the same thing. As a matter of fact, Dusty would have written Willie Hobbs on his lineups. He had nicknames for everybody, either initials or nicknames. Dennis Condrey was DC Cab because that movie came out and Dusty saw it on a fucking pay-per-view channel in the hotel one night. And Dennis Condrey forever after became DC Cab on the lineups.
Oh, awful movie.
Anyway, so that was certainly a segment of renown. We'll remember that one.
That was the greatest segment in AEW history. It hit every, like, if you're someone who enjoyed AEW, there was something for you. For me, it was everything. Like I said, it started out with, okay, let's see where this is going. And then, what the hell is this? And then, oh my God, I can't believe this is still going. And then out of nowhere, this is one of the greatest things ever. And then right back to AEW where just unnecessary stuff is happening that makes no sense. This was my favorite thing in the history of AEW. I love this segment. I wish it would have kept going. I wish it never ended. I wish it was still happening right now. Nothing else on this show was able to stand up to this. It was all downhill from here. And you know what? I got to agree with you. You say it. It's always Cody's segments that are the greatest. This was...
I don't know if they planned it this way, though, that this was be the greatest for this reason.
This was the best segment in modern wrestling in forever. This was so good. I watched it over and over. I'm going to watch it again after we're done recording. I love this segment. I encourage everyone, go out of your way
but Boogie,
to see this.
I've looked in bars. I've looked in cars. Yeah, this... Oh, boy.
The balance of power changed with this segment.
Honestly, I thought this was kind of what it must have been, right? But
no, apparently it wasn't.
Brandy Runnels having the greatest promo in the history of wrestling. Is this equivalent to a rookie golfer hitting a hole-in-one?
It's like when all of a sudden Sonny King would hit like a great promo. Like all of a sudden Sonny King...
That's an interesting comparison.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like all of a sudden, Sonny King, you'd be like captivated by what he said.
Yeah.
And then every other time you'd be like, oh my God, this guy sucks on the mic.
Okay. Next, the moment we all couldn't wait to see more of Jane Cargill. And we saw a little bit more of Jane Cargill, very little. Suddenly they go back in the back somewhere, and Brandy's down on the floor. Brandy's arm is in a metal folding chair, and Jane Cargill, like a baby deer on a frozen pond, wearing platform heels, is trying to Pillmanize Brandy's arm in the chair and stomps it once. And then a bunch of other people run in, including old Big Swole, who gets up in Jane Cargill's face and starts giving her the finger-pointing, head-shaking thing. The heels don't run away. The baby faces don't touch them after they've just been trying to break Brandy's arm. And that was awkward, but I had questions, Brian. The questions immediately flooded my mind. Do you want to hear some of the questions that I had about this?
Sure.
Wasn't Moxley just attacked in the back and laid out by an unseen person 20 minutes before that in this program?
That is correct.
How many times on AEW wrestling are people attacked in the back for no apparent reason and nobody stops it till it's too late? Constantly?
It happens. I mean, the Young Bucks were attacking announcers not too long ago.
Didn't they just do the chair deal, Pillmanizing somebody's limb in the chair to Pieface Buck 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, to the Young Bucks. Yeah.
Does Brandy just have to be on TV, whether there's a reason or not? This was a question that came up in my mind.
I'm going to be honest with you. After last week's show, I was really looking forward to where they're going to go with Jade Cargill and Brandy and this whole thing. And I was let down. I was disappointed that this was what they did.
This was deflating like a fucking frozen fucking jump in a goddamn frozen pond causes shrinkage. And the biggest question now, where is Shaq? They didn't mention Shaq's name, did they, on this program?
Maybe they did on commentary during the Cody match, and I don't remember, but that was another big takeaway. That's a big deal. You get Shaquille O'Neal to do something. The first half of the show, the first 2/3 of the show, if he was mentioned on commentary, went over my head. I didn't hear it.
Well, I figured, and now apparently Jane Cargill has been training to be a wrestler. I thought, okay, they've made a deal with Shaq. Shaq's fucking this girl, and she wants to be in wrestling, or he wants her to be on TV.
I don't think.
Well, yeah, but this has happened millions of times in wrestling in the past. And because that was the only way that I could explain in my mind why anybody would put this girl on television to do that stinky fucking promo, or that she's not ready. She doesn't know what she's doing. And it showed. I figured they're doing this favor, like Joe Pedicino was doing the favor for Olu Oliani, the Nigerian investor, when he found that girl wrestler that he got sweet on, and they were going to try to book her, do something with her, because he was fucking her, and that was keeping him happy. I figured, okay, this girl is fucking Shaq, so to get Shaq, they've got to use this girl, and it's a package deal, and to get the star, they'll do this. Now I find out she's training to be a wrestler. She's probably not even affiliated with Shaq. If this girl ain't fucking Shaq, there's no reason in the world why she ought to be on cable access television, much less national television. So anyway, apparently, all these questions shall remain unanswered, including why they have to do the same fucking thing 2 or 3 times in every show, and why they don't beef up security in the locker room area, because apparently that's where everybody gets hurt. You know what they say, Brian, that old saying, most accidents happen within 5 miles of the home? As soon as I heard that, I fucking moved. Darby Allen was in church, on a church, not in church. He was in it later, but he was sitting on top of it. He was sitting actually on the roof of the church, all the way up on the tippy top of the roof. And then he was walking in the church, and then he set himself on fire. This is one where Stacy was coming through. She was taking Harley out for a walk. I said, okay, you're younger than I am. I said, this guy's got some talent, but the more I see him, the more I dislike him as a person, because he really does this shit on purpose rather than it being a gimmick. I said, he skateboards and he does crazy things. He jumps off bridges now he's in this church, and she watched him set himself on fire. And she said, so this is Jackass with a budget. I said, exactly. And she went to have the dog take a piss. And she did mention, she said, I'm taller than he is. I said, exactly. So let me bring this up. The next match was Cody and Darby Allen against Brian Cage and Ricky Starks, Team Taz. Did you hear the story about Darby Allen sleeping in his car?
I did.
For those of you who have not, he did an interview saying before he was on this most recent pay-per-view, where he's achieved his dream of being in wrestling, etc., he wanted to get he wanted to feel like he used to feel, and he wanted to realize how lucky he was and how happy he's got this far. So before the pay-per-view, he slept in his car like he did in the old days when he didn't have a house or a home or a bed, to remind himself of how happy he should be. What the fuck? Seriously? What the fuck? I've had a lot of miserable experiences in my life, and I never once wanted to do them again on purpose so that I could remember what they felt like and realize how happy I was when I was laying in a goddamn $250 a night hotel room in a big soft bed, remembering when I used to stay at the Alamo Plaza in Shreveport with the bugs and the fucking rats of 2 and 4 legs. I never once wanted to go back and stay at that Alamo Plaza. I wanted to lay in that $250 a night room and go, it sure is a lot more comfortable than that was. I've had a couple of hernia surgeries. I didn't want to relive them either. What kind of idiot on purpose, when he's got a hotel room being provided for him, now that he has become a success, what kind of idiot has to remind himself of when he wasn't successful by going out and sleeping in his car on purpose? And if I was the owner of that company or the booker or somebody in charge, I would have said, hey, you dipshit, we're buying you a fucking hotel room so you can sleep in that bed and show up tomorrow feeling good and have a good match. Don't be all stove up from sleeping in your car because you're an idiot. What do you think?
I mean, he's a goofy guy. I mean, I wasn't as offended as you were, but...
Well, that's just stupid.
It's stupid. And the explanation of it by that announce team is stupid, but it is what it is.
Anyway, Darby Allen and Ricky Starks work well together. I will still say Darby Allen is the one of this bunch that shows the way to be a small flyer and use his speed without it just being stupid-looking gymnastics. It means something. It's a different way of doing it. He doesn't just go whole hog into these cheerleader routines that look so fucking contrived. So he should be the one doing all this shit because he's the one who can get over with it. He's got a natural magnetism and charisma. It's only if you don't know he really is nuts and goofy and stupid, or if you like people like that. That's, he gets heat with me the more I hear about the shit he does on purpose, personally. But anyway, Cage and Cody did some nice pro wrestling. It was going along fairly well. They went to a break. Taz goes to ringside, and they go to the break. Well, of course, when they come back from break, you see during the break, Taz interfered. They always have to do this shit in the break, right? He pulls a leg on Cody, but Arn in the other corner gets mad. Instead of going around after Taz, he grabs a chair and throws it into the ring, and the referee ejects him. That didn't make a lot of sense. If the referee didn't see Taz do his thing, and Arn had got around and got on Taz, that would mean for him to get, but it didn't make Arn look very bright there. As I look at Cage, I would have loved to have had him in OVW for a year or two, not only just me, but working with the guys we had at that time that were experienced at different levels, but had been trained properly from the start. When Danny Davis broke that original class in, whether it's Densmore or Conway or Basham or Damager, he could be a lot farther along as a talent than he is now because he can do moves, but there's not a lot of psychology and there's not a lot of veteran reaction there because he's just worked with people that just do moves. So sometimes, these guys go where it gets too late for them. They're going to learn. But Cage, he needs developmental or something badly because he's got all that potential, and what a physical beast. But the match, the second part of the match, to me, it fell after all the heat they got on Cody. He just cold tagged Darby with neither heel trying to stop him. Just there was no question that was going to happen. And then they did a bunch of back and forth stuff, a bunch of false finishes, and it kind of fell apart to me because everybody was doing everything. And then they just stopped the pretense of tagging or anybody keeping track of who was legal. It was just guys doing shit. And then finally, they go to the turnbuckles again, and this same shit where they have to help each other up on the turnbuckles, and everybody's cooperating, obviously, not to fall off. And Cage picks Darby Allen up with Darby's help and took forever to set up a big power slam, and it was one of those bumps. Whenever you see a guy's body land in two different stages on a bump, it fucking hurt. It shook you up. And it wasn't a flat bump, it was a bump. 1, 2, 3. Blah. And then the heels start getting the heat afterwards. And here comes wonderful Willie Hobbs with a chair. And he comes in. Didn't we just see a fucking deal with a guy with a chair, and he comes in and then just wonder who's he going to turn on, or is he, or what the fuck? Well, they did the same fucking thing, but this time he really did. He turned on Cody. He picked up the title belt and nails Cody with the title belt. Will Hobbs. Let me ask you some more questions. Isn't he the guy that had the brother that was shot, killed in front of his eyes? Gang violence. They did a package on him. Had a great backstory, wonderful smile, a baby face, backstory of this young kid trying to make it. They've had him come out and save several baby faces. He's had, one match that I recall on television? Do I recall one match?
I think it may have been more than one match, but I believe that is the backstory.
One match since they've been pushing him.
Look, we watch a lot of these. I don't know.
I know, but what I'm saying, it's like, and then he turned and like, oh my God, the most shocking thing ever. We didn't even know who this guy was 2 months ago. It's It's not like he's had this long string of matches where all these baby faces have taken him under their wing because he came out to save them, and they teams with one, he teams with another, he has a match, he gets over as a baby face, people believe in him. Then the shocking turn comes. The shocking turn came after he's had a great backstory. He's saved baby faces a couple times with a chair, and he had one match that I remember that he may have won, I think. And what the fuck? It's just meaningless. It's all it's meaningless sound and motion. I rest my case. I don't know what anybody was doing on either one of these shows, but that's what I took away from that tag match. Did I miss anything that brought it up a level in your eyes?
No, I'll say this. A match like this, Cody, Darby Allen, Ricky Starks, who's great, Brian Cage, Taz. I wish this was in the first half hour of the show, because by this point of the show, I was just ready for it to end.
Yeah. Well,
and I would have liked it more if it was earlier in the show.
It would have been better with a better finish.
Everything. AEW, that's like one of the...
better with a better
It's
finish.
one of the logos of AEW, one of the mottos of AEW. Everything will be better with a better finish.
I got nothing else. I'm disappointed in everybody. I think, as a matter of fact, send Kippelman an email, a memo. I think Jay Sharknado should just erase this whole program we've done here. That was a complete waste of not a Wednesday night because I didn't watch it live, but that was a complete waste of part of my Thursday. So the next match, they actually got the concept of this right. They have a new heel that they're pushing, beat up a young babyface in convincing fashion and beat him. However, it was old Powerhouse Hobbs. We have established, I think, on the program last week when we talked about them switching him heel and joining Taz's team, he's only had one match on television as a babyface, and he had 3 brief saves where in one of them, the heels were already retreating and somebody yelled, "Hey, Will, get out there," and he came out and threw a chair. This is not they've painted the picture of him as a young, up-and-coming babyface. They did a package on him. They gave him a win. I remember one. They're acting like this is a shocking occurrence. He's been a babyface, literally one TV match and a couple of saves. And they told the story that he was training and his brother was shot and killed in a gang deal or whatever the fuck, and this sympathetic backstory, and they act like he was then an established babyface for months and months and suddenly turned heel. And it was shocking. If you missed the week he was on TV, then he was a guy that came out and saved a couple of people. They're just rushing. So anyway, okay, now he's a heel. Okay, let's go with that. So Hobbs beat him up, threw him out on the floor. Both guys spent 45 seconds. I put my watch on it. 45 seconds on the floor while the referee he was counting, and then he just quit counting because they weren't paying any attention. Hobbs was beating him up on the floor. They can't even do squash matches right. There's no reason for him to beat the guy up on the floor because he can beat him up in the ring. Why are you taking job guys to the floor? Because every single match in this company spends half the time on the floor, even when it's not necessary at all. So you got a green guy here with a lot of potential. It's going to be wasted here because, as we've seen, they can't even get stars over, much less green guys from scratch. But they could have established him as a babyface and then switched him, but they didn't because they rush everything. So now you want to establish him as a heel? Okay. But teach him how to fucking get over and have proper matches just with job guys so he can get over. And then they followed that up, and I'll let you comment on this match in a second, but they followed that up with Taz's interview where he sent his guy out. Okay, take time off now. And then spent 10 minutes wanting AEW to acknowledge the FTW belt. Like, A, they don't have enough belts, and B, he's actually out there demanding that somebody from management come out and take his made-up belt seriously. The whole idea of the thing is that he made it up. And in the context of what he did at an ECW 20 years ago, it works. But now it's fucking goofy because it's a made-up belt. If you're going to use a made-up belt, then it needs to be presented as a made-up belt, that you're getting heat on your heel saying, look, he's the FTW champion. Well, that's not recognized by anybody. Yeah, but he's the champion. So then they cut his microphone. He calls for Justin Roberts's, and they cut his microphone, and finally he goads Cody into coming out. The management is Cody. So now we get in this weird, bizarro world where next week the tag team match on the program is Hobbs and Starks against Cody and Darby. They're wrestling, but Cody comes out in this instance as a member of management so that Taz can complain about the FTW belt not being taken serial. And Cody says he'll run it up the flagpole. But finally he told him off and said that if Taz was so tough, why is Taz's son trading with me instead of you? And Taz got pissed and started to walk out and then came from behind and got the Taz mission on Cody. Now, did he get the Taz mission on the guy that one of his guys are wrestling next week? Or did he get his Taz mission on an executive management official from the company? They were trying so hard to make this look like a shoot, but there's so many holes in the logic that it's just gaga. They need somebody to, as we've talked about on the program a few weeks ago, to represent management, not Tony Khan. Somebody that the wrestling fans would take seriously when he made matches or gave rulings or whatever. A legend or somebody with bass in his voice or an intimidating figure. But not one of the active wrestlers. Because the management figure that came out here to confront Taz is also one of the wrestlers that's wrestling his guys next week. So wouldn't you think that Taz would be more worried about the fact that his wrestlers are being put up against a member of management than whether nobody's taking his fucking fake belt seriously? What the fuck is going on here, Brian?
I can't explain what the hell they're thinking here. Let me just say first, I like Will Hobbs' name now being Powerhouse Hobbs. I think that sounds good. It sounds better than Will or Willie Hobbs. Powerhouse Hobbs is a good name.
I liked Willie B. Hurt.
I like the... No, you didn't. I like the match. Good, quick match. Got him over. The post-match was bizarre. Taz is out there. And once again, there's another one of those episodes where multiple segments, everyone has to name drop Tony Khan. As if he's back there jerking off to this, which he may be. Taz comes out there and does this interview, and like you said, and we've talked about this too, how stupid it is, even if these guys are executive vice presidents, them using that as an on-air thing. Because what does that mean? If you're a fan sitting at home watching this casually, I don't know if those fans exist anymore, the casual fan. If you're watching this, and
because of shit like this,
and you've seen Cody wrestle, we're not even talking about the Bucks or Omega. We'll use Cody in this example. You've seen Cody wrestle on TV, and then all of a sudden he comes out in his role as management. What does that mean? So he goes there and he's in charge and he also wrestles? It makes no sense. It makes no sense as being an on-air part of the show with Cody. He goes out there. It was just completely ridiculous. And now they're getting Taz's son into the middle of this. And then Taz chokes him out and runs away from Billy Gunn and his son. I really like Taz, and Taz is one of the best promos they've got. He's one of the best promos in the business right now.
He was having trouble trying to get this out, though, because even he knew he had nothing to work with. He's like, why am I calling this guy out on this made-up reason that I've suddenly got to bitch about?
And by the way, the FTW title has been featured on air more than the TNT title almost.
Actually, yes, you're correct there also.
I don't know. This goes into my whole thing is ADD booking, and that's the problem with Wednesday nights. One show is a guy with ADD, and the other show is a bunch of people on Prozac. And it just creates this awful wrestling energy on both shows. This made no sense.
So you're saying we just need to get the bookers better drugs?
Yeah, actually, I think we need different bookers on better drugs.
Yeah, well, because the bookers that I knew that took drugs, the drugs or the bookers, one or the other made the difference.
But this made no sense. And to go into something we alluded to earlier, I think in the NXT review. Where has been the follow-up on everything with Cody and Shaq and Jade Cargill? We saw Jade Cargill attack Brandy backstage last week for a minute. She towered over everyone. Big Swole, of course, got right in her face. Nothing about Shaq. This was the biggest angle on that show 2 weeks ago. More people were talking about that than the return of Pac. Nothing. I mean, this is where I talk about ADD booking. It happened in that moment, and then it was gone.
Jane Cargill fucked up. Instead of saying Shaq, she was supposed to say Pac.
See, that's funny.
That's what changed the course of wrestling.
And they've kept her off the mic ever since. And even Brandy. Everyone talked about that promo Brandy cut. Brandy hasn't said shit on TV since then. They don't know how to do anything well and then follow up on it. And again, this I don't know what the point of this is. And then next week there's another tag team match with Darby and Cody against Team Taz. We just saw Team Taz, although not with Powerhouse Hobbs, against Cody and Darby, 2 weeks ago? Or was it last? No, was it last week? I don't even remember.
I tore my notes up.
They don't know what they're doing. Nothing makes any sense. The show is just
okay, well, speaking of, to follow up on that point, the next thing in the back, Eddie Kingston's doing a promo. Moxley comes in. Moxley apparently does not know who attacked him last week and left him unconscious laying there in the back during what was supposed to be the contract signing with Olivier. And we've established this in this little thing here. So the amateur armchair booker running this thing is very, very attentive to the facts that he remembers. They're just stupid facts that can't be believed. The next match, actually, I thought I was going to hate.
And that was good, by the way. I just want to say I liked Eddie Kingston and Moxley. Eddie Kingston's, he seems real every time he's on camera. And him and Moxley there for that brief moment, that was really good. I thought it was really good. Except that
he's going to know who beat him up or what. I don't know.
He never said he didn't know. Kingston right away assumed that's why Moxley was getting in his face. And he said, you know me. That's not how I would come at you.
Well, and later on, he beats up Olivier, and I don't think Olivier did it either.
But he said, whoever you had beat me up. So he knows Olivier was behind it, apparently.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute. Anyway, I was trying to get to the meat of the matter here. I wanted to see the big segment. And the big segment was what came up next. Big, no pun intended there, Brian. I wanted to see what they were going to do with Shaquille O'Neal. And I had been led to believe by what has been on television, previously said that there would be some kind of big whoop-de-doo, some kind of come-to-Jesus meeting, some kind of, we're going to sit down here and shuck this ear of corn all the way down to the cob till we get things straight meeting between Shaq and Cody. But instead, we get Tony Schiavone and Shaq in a sit-down with Brandy Rhodes. In a sling, even. Her arm in a sling. Shaq sitting there like he had just recently had a cocktail with Bill Cosby. He was almost comatose.
Oh,
he couldn't have put any less energy in this. And he said he had to refer to, well, Brandy starts out being a heel, being snippy, right? And she's sitting there with her arm in a sling from that phony bullshit with old Jane Cargill. And they've actually, Shaq, he's had some passing affiliation with wrestling a couple of times in the past. Now, I guess he's watched it on TV, but he probably thinks, well, these are the wrestling people. They know what the fuck I'm supposed to be talking about. I'm sure they told him who this Jade Cargill was, right? Because he says, I'm not a fan of Jade, or no, I am a fan of Jade, but like he's a fan of, how can he be a fan of someone that no one has ever seen before? Because all the people watching the program are going, well, goddamn, we never seen her till 3 weeks ago. How can he be a fan of hers? He wants big things to happen for her.
I think from her being a college basketball player was my guess.
Then maybe he could have said that. But on this program, he said he's a fan of Jade, but he didn't appreciate what she did to Brandy's arm. And then, did you get the impression Shaq and Brandy started building Jade versus Brandy and not Shaq versus Cody? Did you get that?
There's a lot to say about this segment.
He actually even said he and Cody were just messing around on social media, but he felt bad about Brandy's arm, but blah, blah, blah. But old Jane or Jade or whatever. Go ahead and you say anything you want to say about this segment, because I can't believe that they got this fucking guy to do this, and this is what they came up with.
You know, when Cody does interviews and he says that they don't believe in the old tropes of the past where you need a babyface or a heel, what I never realized was he was talking about his wife. Because she's back to being a heel.
She's both.
She's back to being a heel because Shaq wasn't a heel at all. He was just a guy being asked to sit down and talk about someone he apparently knows. He didn't act like a heel. He did nothing to build up a match. Who knew that this whole thing really was to build up Jade, who apparently has not ever wrestled, who's in training right now, versus Brandy, who I think we could say, even if you are the biggest Brandy fan, you'll admit she does not belong in the ring. She is not a wrestler. She tries, but I appreciate her desire. She's not a wrestler. She's also not a babyface, it turns out, even though she was a few weeks ago defending her husband, cutting the greatest promo of all time. She's back to being a woman that it's impossible to cheer for. She's being a heel in this sit down with Shaq. She's hamming it up. He looks like he doesn't give a crap. Except at the end when she throws the drink in his face and then he gets comedic. And the camera, the last shot you see is his like selling of the water to the face.
And she called him an asshole.
This girl came out on TV and said, "Oh yeah, by the way, Cody, I have a man. His name is Shaq." And it led to this.
Yeah, and he's a giant. So let's recap. Cody Rhodes comes out on television on his wrestling program and is speaking when suddenly an unknown woman who we've never seen or heard of before or even got mentioned comes out and interrupts him and spends 5 minutes trying to get some shit out that nobody knew what the fuck she was talking about, and it was fucking rotten. And suddenly she mentioned Shaquille O'Neal's name and had some off-brand reason of why that Cody had considered himself a giant, but she knows a real giant. So now they're going to compare dick sizes. But here comes Brandy to chew out this unknown woman verbally, and goddamn, there it is. And then the next week on TV, this unknown woman is standing on Brandy's arm with a chair on it backstage, and a bunch of people are yelling, and now Brandy's got her arm in a sling. But then for the last week, it was never even mentioned, and Shaq wasn't mentioned that week. And then suddenly they announce on social media that Shaquille O'Neal will be on this program. And okay, yes, I understand it's a pandemic and he's a celebrity, and so it's a pre-tape rather than live in the ring or whatever. But my God, has there ever been a flatter use of a celebrity? Has there ever been a more inexplicable trail of incidents that don't go together to get to a point where now apparently they have come to the conclusion that Shaquille O'Neal is not going to do dick about anything, and Brandy's the one that has a problem. So they're having Shaquille O'Neal shed light on the Brandy and Jane Cargill rivalry. Now, here, just off the top of my head, I've promoted a lot of things, and I've promoted stuff with local celebrities. You don't do that this way. You don't do any of this way. Some people are going to say, well, maybe they didn't advertise Shaq because they didn't know that they had the date until a specific time. Then save it a fucking week. If it was taped anyway, nobody knows when you taped it. But if you didn't want to advertise it until you got it on tape it and then advertise it. Don't say 3 days ahead of time, oh, he's going to be on Wednesday night. Wait until you can promote it on your own television, etc. Secondly, if they didn't have this thing down pat to begin with, why did they fucking bandy Shaquille O'Neal's name about at first when Jade Cargill did it? And why was this contrived backstory put in? It could have been real simple. I remember, and this is one thing I've listened to Vince McMahon and Kevin Dunn quite a bit about. They used to love the Sports Center moment when they would get, whether it was Mike Tyson or whether it was some football player or Lawrence Taylor or a celeb, whatever, some athlete that they could get to do something, they'd talk about it's going to be on Sports Center. Kevin, I can't wait to see it on Sports Center. Because that was then doing what they wanted the professional athlete or the celebrity or whatever to do, open them up publicity in new areas, in new venues, in new ways, in front of a new audience. And it worked big time when Austin and Tyson, that made Sports Center. But what were they going to say on Sports Center? Oh, let's recap this, folks. Shaquille O'Neal and a professional wrestler's wife were mad at each other on Wednesday night on TNT because the professional wrestler's wife, or the professional wrestler had an interaction with a friend of Shaquille's that no one has ever heard of, which led to the professional wrestler's wife cussing out Shaquille's friend, and now there's bad blood. What the fuck?
And to go back to the original angle, it's amazing to think all that happened. And it was actually, I mean, I know Brandy stole the show, but it was to build up to Jade versus Brandy. Cody's already doing another thing. He's already now doing whatever he's doing with Sting. By the way, this is the third time I could think of. Jake, Jade, and Sting. Cody comes out for his promo, and all of a sudden, 30 seconds into it, someone else hits the ring to take over the promo. Keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Well, and even besides the fact that apparently there's not going to be a Cody and Shaq match because they're already doing Cody with something else. Well, who knows? Who knows? But here's the thing. The way this shit gets on SportsCenter and the way it crosses over to a new audience and the way that you get your mileage out of your celebrity is not by letting the celebrity play along in your world and become one of the boys and part of the scripted entertainment, but it's that rare interaction where you can have with a couple of guys that people might buy something about it and or at least not insult them because it's plausible. Shaquille O'Neal is a huge NBA legend, right? An NBA on TNT. And Shaq has a show on TBS and Shaq Life or on TNT or whatever. And he's on Inside NBA. And now the new wrestling company. Why didn't they? It doesn't need to be in the ring. This wasn't. Why didn't they just wait until they had worked something out for Shaquille O'Neal to appear in such and such date that they could at least get something on tape and then concoct the story? And it could have been very simple. They're going to give awards to Shaquille O'Neal for his program on TNT and to AEW for his program, the TNT folks. They love awards in television. Shaquille's going to be there. Cody Rhodes, one of the EVPs, is going to be accepting for his promotion or his program. Maybe do one of those press conferences, socially distanced, but it's an announcement. It's an award ceremony. And they both, Shaquille and Cody, make their thank you speeches. And as is sometimes happens, Shaquille O'Neal is a guy who's outside wrestling, but he's an athlete, right? He might say something that rubs some of the wrestling people the wrong way, even though he's just trying to be in the spirit of the thing. Maybe he would say to Cody, hey, too bad I never got into wrestling. I could have give your old man the Shackalizer or something. And Cody, yeah, that'd have been cool. And maybe then Cody could say something like, yeah, me and Dusty Rhodes, we'd have been with him as my sidekick. We'd have been America's team. And then Cody could say, wait a minute, you really think that my dad would have been your sidekick? Well, I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just playing around. No. You really think that if you'd have got into wrestling instead of basketball, that you would have been a bigger star than my dad? Hey, I'm not trying to knock your dad. I was just, no, it's okay. I see what you're saying, but let me tell you something. My dad took me to the Omni in Atlanta to see you play in the NBA when I was a kid, and the building wasn't full. I remember going to see my dad wrestle in the Omni, and that building was full, but you didn't fill it up. And maybe then Shaq could say, hey, I remember seeing your dad wrestle in the Omni. It didn't look like he filled it up. It looked like he ate it. And just getting a goddamn deal and then fucking point some fingers at each other. And there's your SportsCenter moment. The flashes are going off. The wrestler stepping up to the giant basketball player. And then if you don't have a match afterwards, you ain't in any worse position as you were after this fucking four-finger stinker. And if you do have a match, it would be a legitimate starting point for it, and it's something that would play on a non-wrestling program because, hey, it's these two guys getting into a fucking beef. Leave the fucking amateur girl and the wives and girlfriends and this rest of this dramatic ha-ha out of it, and just have two guys have an interaction. That's the same thing they did with Tyson and those guys. Does that make a little more sense? If you've got access to this guy and he's part of the TNT TBS family, even if he doesn't want to do a wrestling match, the people thought that as soon as they did that Shaq thing with old Jane Cargill 3 weeks ago, they started thinking they're going to see Cody against Shaq. Well, they'd still be thinking if they did what I said, but it would have been a more entertaining fucking way to get into it.
I agree with you to a point. The only thing is Cody would never do any of that because, I don't know if you know this, but he won't do anything if it centers around his dad. If you notice, no one's ever done an interview in AEW saying anything about Dusty.
The Rhodes family, he's the American Nightmare, which is a play on the American Dream. He just got his the rights to use his name in wrestling back from the Evil Empire.
Who has ever done a promo in AEW mentioning Dusty? And
you're talking to Shaquille O'Neal, who was one of the biggest basketball players in the world at a concurrent time where Dusty was still one of the biggest wrestlers in the world. You can't make a little exception?
Again, Cody's been in some pretty big feuds. Has anyone ever mentioned Dusty?
All right, I'm just saying. It would have been a little bit more intriguing than Jane Cargill and Brandy getting in a fucking fuss and Shaquille coming over to promote that fight, to me.
How many turns has Brandy done so far? I mean, I don't know if this technically is a turn.
She doesn't turn. She just, whatever side of the bed she wakes up on, either grumpy bitch or, a friendly executive. Or Butch Reed. Cody did his entrance next to come out and speak to Tony Schiavone, who was dressed like he was at his kid's football game in cold weather. Why aren't they even trying like they're professional announcers anymore? And yes, they're outdoors in Florida, and now where it was hot, now it's 40 degrees or whatever. As Frank Morrell told me at a very hot rec center in North Georgia in 1983, when I said, hey, you think I should wear my jacket out there? It's awful hot. He said, if it's too hot to wear your gimmick, it's too hot to work. And since then, if it's too hot or too cold, I still wore my fucking gimmick. Wear a goddamn suit, announcers, for fuck's sake. Look professional, even if the program you're on doesn't give you any backup in that respect. So Tony asks an awkward question of Cody, and before Cody utters a word, blackout, winter video, music, video, snow, it's Sting.
When did snow become part of Sting's?
It did when I guess Tony Khan watches the Game of Thrones, and as we all know, winter's coming. I've quit watching the Game of Thrones 4 seasons ago. You know why? Because it was too many people in it, too hard to keep track of who was on whose side, and too long in between seasons. I'm beginning to see what Tony Khan might be a fan of. And it also, by the way, somebody tweeted, well, all Cornette did was bury Sting when talking about... And I wrote back, I said, I guess you missed the part about where I said, I'm not knocking Sting here and I've always liked him, but the blue light and the snow makes him look even more gray-haired than he may be right now. And he's not doing the full-on, Wahoo McDaniel, Bill Dundee type of jet black dye job. But he comes in the ring, Arn bows out for no reason. They're building this, or they're talking about, well, Arn Anderson and Sting had no love for each other. Yeah, because one was in the Horseman and one was the babyface, but that was 25 years ago, and we actually now theoretically have Tully Blanchard and Arn Anderson on opposite sides of the fence, but they still don't fight with each other. But Arn bows out just so that Sting and Cody can be there all alone in the ring. Because then Tony tries to bow out, but Sting immediately breaks the tension by hugging Tony and turning it into a cheerful reunion. Did we need the tension broken at that point in time, Brian?
Remember what we said last week, I guess on the drive-thru. The biggest point of Sting's career was the point where he didn't talk and he just dropped in and dropped out. Not the point where he was warm and huggable Sting.
Yes. And see, that's what some people misinterpreted what I said. They said, well, I said Sting never loved the business. And somebody said, oh, that's why he was in it for 30 years. No, he was in it for 30 years because people paid him an incredible amount of money to do it from almost the very start. He was never a wrestling fan, and he didn't love the business like other people did. That's not a knock, and that's the truth. But as far as what he will be good at on an ongoing basis, his promos were never, he was never in the upper echelon of promo guys. As you said, he did better when he didn't talk, or when he said few words, or when he just came out and howled and beat his chest. As the babyface, they liked that. But it's not like he's going to manage and speak for someone. He pointed at Darby Allen in the bleachers. Okay, that's a natural. The guy with the painted face, he's a different kind of cat, right? Except Sting was 6'2" and 245 or 50 pounds and built like a bodybuilder and looked like he came off the beach and all the girls wanted to fuck him, whereas Darby Allen is 5'7" and 150 pounds and over there rolling himself off of shelves in body bags and fucking jumping off bridges. And I don't think a lot of people want to fuck him because he does that. But okay, so he could be the mentor of Darby Allen, but that's only going to go so far. You're going to be able to get a couple of matches if you're careful with him. And I think Cody would be the guy for Sting to work with. He'd be the safest and the best match for the same reason we mentioned that Cody would be the best match with anybody else, because he's the one that can actually work. Sting is not a trainer, on camera or off. On camera, he could be a trainer. Off camera, he ain't a trainer. He's not an announcer, but he says he's going to be spending a lot of time around here. And to Cody, he said, see you around, kid. Okay, they're teasing future dissension, but did a lot happen at this point in time, or did Cody and Sting just talk to each other for a little while? Do we want to see anything more than we did before after this segment? Or because Sting broke the tension and hugged Tony and turned it into cheerful, story time, do we want to see shit less? 'Cause I don't understand what happened here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And obviously Sting was the big thing they built up. They didn't build up the Shaq thing until last minute, which probably means they didn't film the Shaq thing until the last minute. But Sting was the one big thing they built up. That and Omega, after whatever he did on Impact. And it was very early in the show. They had him out there. I don't know why Cody has to do his ridiculous entrance for every single appearance. But it's more and more obnoxious each time he does it. And then everyone else has to come out of a separate entranceway. Like Arn Anderson's not with him. Arn Anderson's down the pedestrian entranceway.
Yeah. He's over. He's not for the preferred boarding. He's over there with the marks and the general line.
They could do one of two things with Sting. He could either work a match or he won't. If he's going to work a match, it has to be something ultra safe because of his neck issues. And I don't think Cody's the perfect person for that, but I think Cody's probably the best option. I don't even know if he's the best option in that company, because Dustin may be, actually, now that I think about it. But Cody, amongst the people who mean something.
Well, but then money.
Yeah.
Then, and then here's the thing also, if Sting's going to be aligned with Darby Allen, and then Cody, it's all the baby faces fighting amongst each other, which actually makes sense because all the heels here in this company are mad at each other.
Yeah, everyone hates everyone on air in AEW. It's ridiculous. You're either in a faction, you're either in a gang, or it's like Warriors. Everyone's in a stupid gang that looks stupid. Meanwhile, we just want to get to Coney Island.
Well,
but no, I don't know where they're
thankfully
going with this. I don't know what. I wouldn't have had Sting come out there hugging people.
Yeah, I could. It was some intrigue about what's going on from last week when he stared everybody down. Come on, Tony, give me a hug, bring it in. It's been so long.
Based on the rating last week and the rating this week, I wouldn't be surprised if they have Sting on every episode going forward.
Well, they're doing the same thing. But yeah. Here's one thing I'm happy about. Hook is back where he belongs. They did a Team Taz promo in the back, and surprise, surprise, Taz's son, who has been training with Cody, we found that out last week. Now he's not. He's with them now. Great.
We found that out longer than a week ago, didn't we?
Was it 2 weeks then?
It was a few weeks ago where all of a sudden he announces it, and right away the guy's at ringside to walk back with his dad. What was the point of it?
Well, they should tell us these things beforehand, but then that would be giving things away.
Now, the MJF promo was before this, I think, wasn't it?
No, they were. Hold on here. I'm looking through my goddamn notes here. They are coming up. That's
not they. Him and Wardlow, the solo promo they did.
I may have missed this then.
They did. It was great. And you know why it was great? It was 30 seconds. It was 30 seconds going into a commercial break. It was here I am. Here's what I'm going to do. Commercial. And because it wasn't 2 minutes, it stood out. To me, at least, it was perfect for what it needed to be.
Well, I wish I'd have seen it. Did you see? We got a bit of film footage of the Rhodes family, the Rhodes couple, Cody and Brandy at home. They get a Christmas gift dropped off on their doorstep. They open it up. It wasn't a box of dog shit, flaming box of dog shit. Instead, it was a notice that they're having a baby. This is real and legitimate. Apparently, Brandy Rhodes and Cody Rhodes are having a baby. And I know the last time that there was a wrestling baby, it was Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch, and I enraged the world. I said, this is horrible timing. Becky Lynch is one of the biggest female box office attractions in the business. It's taken her out of high-profile matches. It's taken her out of making a fortune. It's taken her out of appearing on television. This is horrible timing. I couldn't get over it. And now that Brandy is in the same position, I just want to be the first one to say congratulations, Cody. You've done a great job for yourself and for all mankind. Brandy off television, out of angles.
Oh, God.
Do you think she's going to have a fucking match with Jade Cargill when she's fucking 12 months pregnant or whatever?
No, I think all that's out the window, which now makes the whole thing even more puzzling. Because last week, again, it was her confronting Shaquille O'Neal on there. Let me also say congratulations. I think it's a wonderful thing. I'm very happy for them. So
anything that takes Brandy off television, I'm
happy for them beyond that. Beyond that, I'm happy for them. I will say, though, filming this little skit with their announcement, it's like right out of the Dallas Page playbook. You know, like, hey, I got something to say. Let's get a camera crew over here. But beyond that, I'm happy for them. I think it's a wonderful thing. Whenever you can
I'm happy for everybody that Brandy won't be on TV either.
I'm happy for them as human beings and as future parents.
Well, some people like children.
And by the way, she was on TV anyway.
She was on TV announcing that she
was out there later on with her baby bump.
She doesn't have a baby bump yet, does she?
She was rubbing her. I mean, maybe it's a slight bump. It's not big yet.
Oh, well, okay. I forgot. She was out late because the next match was Cody against Angelico. But Angelico did the fucking spastic dance thing that he does to the ring that makes him look like he's fucking having a goddamn epileptic thing. And I decided that Christmas is too special to waste any of the time of the season. And I fast forwarded this whole goddamn match.
Oh, it was good. It was good.
I'm sure it was with Cody in it. He won with a cutter off the ropes, but surprise, Angelico took a horrible bump for the cutter. Cody beat him, which is not a surprise. And I can't watch that fucking gyration stuff that he does. And
I find it funnier each time I see it. Every time I see it, it gets funnier and funnier.
And plus, he's another guy that he needs to run around in the fucking shower to get wet. He could tread water in a garden hose. He's a Cheerio for a hula hoop. When he gets sunburned, he looks like a thermometer. He turns sideways, sticks his tongue out. He looks like a zipper. I could go on. Then Team Taz came out to berate Cody in the afterbirth of this thing, because there always has to be an afterbirth to every match. Darby's sitting in the bleachers. Have you noticed a lot of these guys just sit in the bleachers, hang out, carrying their belt? But Darby's all alone. He ain't got a lot of friends. Taz and the heels are going to come to the ring and beat the shit out of Cody. Blackout, Snow, Video, Sting. Sting comes out on the stage with his black baseball bat. And guess what he does? He stands there and looks at the heels and all 5 heels. At the sight of a 61-year-old man standing stationary looking at them, take off and leave. And Sting then looked at everyone that was still there and then left. They've run out of ideas in the second week. Was this?
They have to somehow prolong this for multiple years. So, I mean,
that's going back to our original topic of what the fuck's Sting going to do full-time, multi-year. He could have at least run at them or swung the bat, or all five heels. Brian Cage, jacked up Brian Cage, Starks, Powerhouse Hobbs, 35 years younger and 100 pounds bigger than Sting. Taz, the human suplex machine, everybody, oh, fuck, we got to get out of here. He's standing there looking at us. We found out that Miro was fined $75,000 for hurting hospitalizing three staff members. $25,000 per person, according to Officer Barb Brady, who was interviewing him.
Let me stop you right now. They had Dasha on this show doing interviews too. Have her do all the interviews.
Of course.
Alex Marvez cannot say anything and have it sound genuine. It's impossible. I'm convinced now it's completely impossible. There's
genetically.
Every time he talks, it sounds like I'm reciting what I was told to recite. Dasha makes it seem natural. She's really good.
Well, Miro's hair is black now, and we're still going to have a wedding. I'd forgotten about that. They hadn't actually had the wedding yet that he came in to be the best man for. But they're going to have one. They're going to have news on that soon. And he said, bah humbug about Christmas. Matt Sydal against Cody Rhodes with Snoop Doggy Dogg in the corner, and Snoop Doggy Dogg got Arn Anderson's clipboard. Boy, howdy, what a great... Cody couldn't even pull this one off. I'm always praising Cody's matches. I don't know what... Did Matt Sydal have pictures of Cody with a donkey? That Cody decided he's going to have a Starrcade main event with Matt Sydal? I'm not knocking Matt Sydal's talent. He's been around for a long time. He does some good stuff. We've also seen him miss some stuff. But he's not been presented as a main event guy here. Cody has been a main event guy since the start, but he did that 3-minute job to Brody Lee. He doesn't need to be going out and having these long, ridiculously competitive matches with guys that have been presented as middle card talents. And I mean, seconds into this match, Sydal hit that crazy double knee thing off the top rope onto Cody on the ramp. Looks like it kills both of them. They were up 5 seconds later and fine. And just doing everything in the world. Cody accidentally hit the mask job guy in the front row. What's his name? Fucking Serpentico. Whatever the fuck. Cornholio. Let's call him Cornholio. Cody accidentally hits Cornholio in the front row, and Uncle Fester gets mad, and then they go back to the match. The match was getting old when they went to a break. They come back. Listen to this. In just the second half of this match, Cody hits a reverse superplex off the top rope, drops Sydal face first in the middle of the ring, 2 count. Sydal goes up, does a shooting star press off the top onto Cody. Cody brings his knees up, boom, hits him and DDTs him, 2 count. Sydal flips and spins into a submission hold, and both bump over the top rope to the floor. And I'm right, when did Sydal become Brock Lesnar? Cody hits the big flying kick, 2 count. Then they go through multiple cheerleading routines where at one point Cody actually did the hup hup and boosted fucking Sydal up onto his shoulders for a shoulder ride like the fucking Chinese acrobats of Taiwan do on the fucking Ed Sullivan show, if you're a kid in the 60s. Then Sydal hit another big sumpin', 2 count, and they're all just jumping back up and trading advantage. Cody knows better than this. And nobody's selling anything. And finally, Cody hits 2 crossroads. He hits him with a crossroads, but then without going for a cover, he gets mad, picks him up, and gives him another one. So we never know whether one would have been enough, but one should have been enough. So Cody needs a hand grenade, apparently, to beat a main event guy, because it was everything he could do to beat Matt Sydal, 6 inches shorter, 20 pounds lighter, and presented as a middle card guy at best. Then here comes Uncle Fester and Cousin It. Cornholio and what's his goddamn name? Larry the Cable Guy, Luther.
Dr. Luther.
Dr. Luther. He's a proctologist. He started at the bottom and stayed there. Dr. Luther and Cornholio jump in and jump on Cody. And did you see Fester bending over to hit Cody, Cody was laying on the ground, and Fester can't get off of his feet or he can't get back up. So he was bending over, hitting him like he was taking a shit in the woods.
He couldn't do stomps. I was watching the way he was stomping. He couldn't even do that.
Well, he's an outlaw, crippled up, over 50, middle-aged fat fuck, leeching a check, I should say, off of a mark because he's friends with people that have a job. That's how everybody works here. He was questionably an independent name for 2 or 3 years, 25 years ago in Japan. Nobody else has ever heard of this fucking guy. He got a job because he's from Winnipeg, and he knows Jericho and Olivier and Callis. And I'm sorry, he may be a nice guy, but seriously, there are goddamn legitimate prospects for pro wrestling stars out there, and this guy is taking up a spot because he's friends with somebody and he's never done a goddamn thing in this business in his life, and he's being paid to sit in the front row and do shit like this instead of guys that have all the talent in the world and a career in front of them, although I don't suggest that any prospects for future stardom go to this company because they'll be buried. But it just shows the fucking amateurishness of their talent picking and positioning. Anyway, the babyfaces come back and dump Uncle Fester out of the ring, and they position the masked midget. I don't know where they find men over the age of 18 that are still this small. And then Snoop Doggy Dogg gets up on the top, says, bring him in closer because he didn't understand physics again. He's so tall to begin with, and he jumps off the top and lands on his feet and then falls forward and splashes Cornholio, and it looked like a cow on ice. And where they had him placed originally, he would have been fine. But Snoop Doggy Dogg didn't understand the fucking physics of the matter, so he had him bring him in closer. And then he jumps, lands on his feet, and then bends over forward over the guy with his ass sticking up in the air. And after that, Tony Schiavone, a white man who's 3 years older than me, said, he's so freaking cool, Snoop Dogg. What the fuck? Tony Schiavone does not believe that Snoop Doggy Dogg is so freaking cool. He can't.
Jericho starts yelling how he hates all these guys, and then Snoop goes over to the announce table, and Jericho starts smiling and shaking his hand and everything.
It wasn't even the heel, I'm going to suck up to this guy while he's in front of me. He dropped all pretense of working his gimmick and just became Chris Jericho, and is just hugging a guy like, yeah, great job, Snoop, whatever the fuck his name is. Because he's so starstruck that this is an actual celebrity, supposedly. And that was that.
Boy, TNT really want this show. Did they push AEW to the level they're pushing this big show or whatever this is?
No, they didn't even, they had Go Big Show fucking ring aprons on AEW. They don't push anything as hard as they're pushing this show.
Arn Anderson's like, okay, Cody, let's go. Arn, hang back tonight. Snoop's going to coach me.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Give him your clipboard too. let him do everything.
So name a Snoop Dogg song.
Oh, Snoop Dogg's great. I'm not going to let you put down Snoop Dogg.
Well, I don't know that I've ever heard one.
Gin and Juice. You know Dr. Dre's The Chronic.
Out of your fucking mind.
The Chronic, one of the great albums of all time.
Is it rap?
Yeah, it's rap. It was Snoop Dogg's debut.
I've tuned it out then. I've heard it and tuned it out because it all sounds exactly the same. Loud fucking nonsense music with somebody fucking saying some shit. So the next segment on this program was getting fast forwarded regardless of what it was after this previous segment and that splash. But fortunately, it was Abaddon against Shida. So I got 2 for 1. I fast forwarded because I was so pissed about Snoop Dogg, and I fast forwarded also something I wouldn't have watched anyway. But as I see Abaddon, the more I see Abaddon, I'm happy to know that Pugsley Addams did get work after the Addams Family show went off the air. What the fuck? This 4'10", flabby, fucking pasty, half-bald, weird horror movie fucking gimmick against a fucking another Do they have if I want to see a Japanese girl wrestler the size of Rhea Ripley, and I will fucking join her fan club. But until then, for fuck's sake,
ridiculous.
Could we find one that weighs enough to make an impression in the snow when they walk across the parking lot?
She weighs just as much as most of the women wrestlers.
Oh, for fuck's sake. So
she weighs more than Britt Baker.
All I know about this match, tooth and nail rule. All I know about this match is that at some point, Abaddon vampired Sheeta and she was bleeding from the neck. And if I'd have been watching it, I would have fast-forwarded from that point. She pulled her under the ring and supposedly bites her on the neck, and she comes out with blood coming out of her mouth, and Sheeta comes out holding her neck and like she's bitten her carotid artery. Fuck you. I wouldn't believe it if guys were doing it that looked like they might, and I've seen some guys. I've managed a few guys in fights that would bite your carotid artery out.
We've only seen the women do it. Only the women. Shayna Baszler last year.
Well, it wasn't any better when she did it either.
No, it was awful.
It's fucking stupid.
Let's get another question here on the show. This one sent in via email, thecornydrivethrough@gmail.com, from Bill in Covington.
Bill! At least you pronounced Covington right this time.
Thank you. I think I said Covington last time, and you lectured me.
You said Covington, and the world laughed at you.
I read that when asked to give a grade for AEW in its first year, Cody gave it an A, with room to be an A+. He said, of course, as part of the company, he was not going to give it a bad grade. So to Jim, do you believe that Cody really thinks they were an A in their first year? And what would Jim grade AEW? And if you wanted them, I have some quotes here from Cody, from wherever this was pulled from.
Well, I will, we can flesh it out here in a second with the quotes. I will start with, the main question was whether he really believes that or not. I would think not, but possibly. Because, you know, you got to, a lot of these guys, I think Cody is more aware of who and what he is and can do and what other people can do and who they are than the, you know, like the Bucks are. And Olivier's just, you know, he's walking around with his head with the one-winged angels. I don't know what, I can't give him credit for knowing anything about wrestling or what's good or what's bad, because he's just a fucking putz that's meandering through life endlessly. But Cody's got a sharp head and a smart mind. He may be taken with the fact that they've been able to sell Tony Khan on this project and get all of their friends a job and get on national TV and get paid a bunch of money. So that to him, you know, that may deserve the A with room for an A+. They may not care that it's a rotten fucking wrestling show, because all wrestling shows are rotten these days, and there's only real glimmers of what it used to be and what the fucking concept of the business is. So, you know, maybe he's just convinced that in the field of shit wannabe wrestling that's out there, they're the best shit wannabe wrestling. I don't see how anybody that's been around the business any time at all can defend the booking, which is putrid. Makes no sense. It's not logical. The guys, you know, in their matches do whatever the fuck they want to do, you know, multiple times in a night. You see the same shit over and over because nobody has any new ideas, and they just can't accept that most of the guys on the roster, their job is just there to have good, solid matches so that the main event money drawing guys can do the spectacular shit. But to even get that far would require an experienced, knowledgeable booker that yanked a lot of people's asses in fucking line, and they don't have that, so it's fruitless anyway. So they've done a great job at starting their own company and getting all of their friends jobs, but what a good wrestling program, an alternative to the WWE, a program from scratch where with a billionaire's money on network, or not network, but national cable, where you have resources could have gone out and signed almost anybody not working for Vince McMahon in the wrestling business, and they've shown they're willing to work with another company, Impact Wrestling. So why wouldn't they have worked with MLW to get Jacob Fatu and Alexander Hammerstone? You know, I mean, they work with a company that I would say Impact's talent is not, anything to write home about, but they got Gallows and Anderson, as we said, at least look like grown men next to the, AEW roster. But, they went to basically the place where fucking people work for Impact because they have no other choice. And they're working with them instead of just signing guys and giving the company a little something and saying, hey, we didn't want to steal your talent, but we will compensate you. But we want this guy, and we're going to put him on national cable. It'll be better for everybody. Here's a fucking payoff for the company. Let's buy him out of his contract. We're going to sign him. We're going to put him on TV, get him over to a national audience on a mainstream television cable network. Instead, they're just letting Impact come in and getting free advertising. So no, they picked horrible talent. They've had a putrid show that makes no sense. So the only thing that they've done is they've accomplished talking a guy with money into starting a company and getting all their friends a job. So that's an A, but he can't legitimately believe that they've done a good job with the actual product, I guess. I don't know. You said there was quotes.
Yeah, and look, they've made money. So as far as being successful and making money and getting a long-term TV contract and having revenue sources, they get an A for that.
They've made money because TNT paid them money to do a program.
But they've also had good live gates when they had fans there. Like, they were able to get fans to come for their indie super show. That can't be denied.
Well, that's the
creative is
that's
atrocious.
The good thing about the pandemic, because they have not been exposed for how many times can the group of fans that was flying around the country to draw those mega gates do that? How many times can they afford to do it?
Well, that's the thing. They were about to have their biggest gate ever in Newark, New Jersey, and I don't think that would have been a lot of fly-ins. I think that would have been a tri-state area audience.
Yeah, it's fucking New York.
But would it have happened a second time and a third time? Like, that's the thing.
Well, yeah, they've had this year they would have had 52 television tapings they'd had to draw a house at. So we would have seen that repeat business wasn't going to work when everything they do looks exactly the same because they let their guys do whatever the fuck they want to do and they didn't pick their talent properly.
Yeah, again, so I think
the talent they picked has bad instincts.
From a business perspective, for a startup wrestling company, I would probably give them an A. For creative, I would not come anywhere close to giving them an A because the booking is atrocious. For the actual wrestling, if you're into those indie style matches, you probably love it. If you're not into them, it's a mixed bag at best. But here's some quotes from Cody.
I will go along with what you just said.
This apparently Cody was on the Chris Jericho show doing an interview because, as we know,
does Cody also believe the earth is flat?
I don't know, but I just saw something that the person that he started his cigar company with was one of the people fucking marching on Washington or whatever.
Well, now we come to find out he's no longer with the cigar company. People also tweeted he left that about 3 months ago. But he's one of these fucking right-wing Trump fucks, so fuck him anyway. He's a fucking traitor to his country and supports people who fucking subvert the Constitution and invite insurrection, so he can go piss up a fucking road.
You know, there is a story there, we're not going to do it now, just about the idea that the whole, we're getting rid of all the carnies in wrestling and we're all inclusive and this and that. They're all MAGA idiots. They're all the exact opposite of what they're pretending to be because they're the carnies. They're the modern carnies. But anyway, a couple quotes from Cody. Somebody asked me, grade it. And of course, as part of the company, I'm not going to give it a bad grade, but I said A. And there's room for an A+. We know where we need to grow. AEW, if this had been its last year, thank gosh it wasn't, it's still been the greatest year of my life. I learned a lot of lessons. I learned some hard lessons about the burdens of management. If you weren't popular before, you're definitely not going to be popular as you enter that space. I still think it's surreal. The numbers. That's why I love the data. And you're great about the data, the demo god. So I was kissing Jericho's ass. I love it when Chris Harrington shows me...
Chris Jericho's a mathematical genius.
I love it when Chris Harrington shows me the spreadsheet and talks about our international deals. We're having these calls. I was on the phone with Microsoft the other day. What am I doing? But I know what I want. I know what we're talking about, excuse me. That blows me away. I told Tony Khan Do not give me this job unless you really want me to do the job, which would probably include pissing you off from time to time, which he's never been pissed at me, at least his version. Maybe he has. That's been the most exciting thing. The brain trust here amongst the talent, the EVPs, the management, the committee that exists that we don't talk about, the committee of thought, which is the Bucks and Kenny, you, being Chris Jericho, and Tony, is more than ever has in his mind. I'm not exactly sure what the hell this is trying to say.
This sounds like when the closed captioning on the hotel TV couldn't decipher Dusty Rhodes' color commentary.
Yeah. But I guess
he's coming out and saying, yeah, you, Jericho, me, and the Bucks and Tony and Olivier think of this horse shit.
That's the brain trust there.
So he's kind of burying himself right there by because his shit ain't that bad, but everybody else's sucks swamp water.
Well, here's an interesting quote here from Cody about how AEW can improve. To me, one of our biggest pros is also our biggest con. No pun intended. He tries so hard to sound smart. We have such freedom. Such freedom sometimes means there are things too similar on the same show. Well, this guy's asking me to join Team FTW. Well, this group, they're asking if he'll join in this. So that's one of the areas where the freedom is fun and pro. They're not worried about the traditional rules. It's punk rock. But also, you have to be disciplined so that it doesn't desensitize the show. By the way, Cody, don't talk about punk rock. You don't know anything about punk rock. This isn't punk rock. Let me just
it's a bunch of punks, but ain't no rock. But so you know what? You can solve the problem that he just talked about in one television show. If the guys are doing the same kind of shit because they have too much freedom and they have the freedom to do their shit and all the shit is alike, shut that shit down, idiot. One guy that knows what he's talking about, that can do this fucking job and manipulate this fucking thing, should be formatting that show and telling everybody what to do. And he should have an assistant or two that are good at giving out his instructions and solving detail problems. And if anybody does shit that somebody else is doing in an important part of the show, whether it be moves or in promo verbiage or whatever the fuck, then those persons need to be called in the office and say, hey, pay attention to the rest of the program. Don't do shit that we're doing in other segments. And if you have any questions, ask me whether you're allowed to do something or not. And I will tell you. And it's over in a week. That's it. That's easy. Next problem. Give me a hard problem. Nobody's telling these fucking guys what to do and what not to do, and that is the obvious problem because it's a goddamn shit show of chaos. Tumbleweeds blowing across the fucking screen in every direction. When you go to one of those puppet shows, Brian...
For the record, I don't go to puppet shows.
When you go to one of those puppet shows, do you go to see the puppets just lay there and say, well, those are some cute little puppets just laying there? Or do you go to see the puppets do something? The booker is the one that has the strings. And if you got good looking puppets and you fucking fiddle their strings good, then you get a nice show. But if you've got a fucking idiot holding the strings and you get a bunch of people smashing into each other, which is what they've got now, and without also anybody pulling the strings, you got a bunch of fucking puppets just laying there. You don't like puppet shows?
I like the Muppets. I love the Muppets.
Those are sock puppets. Those are hand puppets. It doesn't take any art or any talent.
It takes more talent. It takes more talent to operate a Muppet correctly than to do a simple puppet show. That is factually incorrect.
I must admit I am but a simple country lawyer, and I've never manipulated a Muppet correctly or incorrectly. However, I would think that it takes less dexterity to shove your hand up the ass or anal orifice or rear entrance of a hand puppet than it does to manipulate the strings on those old-fashioned marionette type puppets.
No, because you see, the secret of the Muppets is the way they use their hand. You're supposed to use your thumb as the bottom jaw, as opposed to just moving your hand up and down. You're supposed to, when you do it correctly, make it look like the Muppet is actually speaking. If you watch Jim Henson work Kermit the Frog, it's pretty incredible what he's able to do. Frank Oz was maybe the greatest puppeteer of all time. If you watch what he's doing, that's the art. That's incredible. And that's what wrestling needs. AEW needs a Jim Henson who has creative people working for him and could say, nope, this is what we're going to do. Here's my reasoning for it. As opposed to just a bunch of master puppeteers coming up with their own decisions about what they're going to do and no one with a backbone to say, no, we're not doing this.
I must admit that I've had a lot of success with just moving my hand up and down.
Have you now?
I have manipulated that way for many years. And I'll tell you what, you don't need a sock. You don't need any strings. The hand will do it.
I'm not sure exactly where we're going, but sometimes the hand can get caught in a net of cobwebs, but luckily there's Manscaped.
Well, that's right, because I'll tell you, the cobwebs. Now, see what you could have said, but the last thing that you want to do, ladies and gentlemen, is stick your hand in the bushes unless you know what's inside. And now, with the Manscaped products, you can clear away. You can clear away the weeds and the cobwebs, for heaven's sake. That's when we get Swiffer as a sponsor, we'll talk about it. Anyway, you can clear away the weeds and the crops and the all kinds of things around your oak tree and your shrubs so that you can see them better. But folks, Manscaped, as you know, is one of our favorite sponsors. The Manscaped products have kept us slick-shaved, smelling good, soft for this entire pandemic year. Even if you haven't had people's nose in the vicinity of your crotch in a while because of quarantine, you still want to keep it fresh and maintained. Well, now Manscaped has another product. Besides being the best in the world in men's below-the-belt grooming, Manscaped has just released their new cologne, designed to help you feel good and smell good all over and at all times. And I got some. They sent me some. And whoo, this stuff is great. It comes in a cool box and a cool bottle. It looks nice and sleek and masculine. And just one squirt right behind either one of my ears. And I'm in a good mood. It actually put me in a good mood the first time I wore it, Brian, because it's not like, the Axe spray or shit you get at the drugstore where you have to spray a half a gallon on and it'll stick around for 10 minutes or so. A little dab of this on either side of the nape of the neck, and I enjoyed my own presence. It really does smell good. It's hypoallergenic, dye-free, paraben-free, cruelty-free. I don't know how cruelty would figure into this, because unless they're bullwhipping the people that are fucking mailing these things out. And it's 100% vegan, too, but I don't encourage drinking it. It's got a beautifully designed glass bottle that makes a statement and a manly scent, attractive to set the mood. As a matter of fact, can I just read you some of the press clippings on this? One reviewer found this cologne to be light, approachable, and gentlemanly in all the right ways. Think of it as your wingman for the night to keep you fresh and ready for anything. Another reviewer said, calming and inviting, this signature scent introduces a light citrus burst before settling into the anchoring notes of vetiver and a woody masculine finish. I don't know whether I want a woody masculine finish on my face or neck, but I'll guarantee you this, I like the way this stuff smells, folks. So get it. Get it while you can. You're going to smell so good, your significant other will hop your bones and leave no meat on them. And be sure to check out the Perfect Package 3.0 with all the other essentials, including the lawnmower trimmer, the crop formulation, ball deodorants and toners and things. And if you go to manscaped.com and enter the code JCE, 20% off and free shipping. And that's not just for the brand new cologne, That's for anything on the site, manscaped.com. Use the code JCE for 20% off. Your balls and your body will thank you, including that woodsy masculine finish on your face and neck.
Well, that took a turn, but Jim, let's get
what
our next
about
question.
you, Brian? Are you in favor of woodsy masculine finishes?
Not on my face, not behind my ears. I will say no. But they do have a very fine cologne that we could certainly endorse.
It smells wonderful. Stacy was highly impressed.
Whatever gets you away from the Axe body spray is a good thing for society.
Well, you just spray that stuff on like crazy, and it just whiffs away after just minutes. Can't smell it anymore.
Well, let's see if we can get the whiff of this question.
See if we can smell this up any further. There is a tooth and nail rule that we've had in effect for some time. They've now given Dr. Britt Baker her own interview segment called The Waiting Room. And it looks like Stain was involved in this. They've even built a cheap set that somehow resembles a doctor's waiting room. And Reba introed Dr. Britt Baker, and because of the tooth and nail rule, I fast-forwarded it.
No, come on.
Hold on. I started fast-forwarding because I knew this was going to be a complete joke and a waste of my time because they brought Cody out, and there is a tooth and nail rule, but I saw Jane Cargill come through the door. And I said, if Jane Cargill is involved in this, I've got to see it. So I stopped fast-forwarding, and I started watching it.
But you didn't rewind?
I didn't rewind because I didn't give a fuck.
Oh, man. This was the best segment since Jade Cargill's debut. This was such a train wreck.
How could anything that Britt Baker and Cody did be worse than Jane Cargill's debut?
Because remember, Jade Cargill's debut was so brilliant because it was really, really bad and really, really awesome. And this one, I've been waiting for a follow-up on that level. And we finally got it because she is so confident on the mic, despite any talent on the mic. But she's so talented. Let me tell you what you missed. Reba introduces Britt Baker. Apparently, they've been doing this show on their YouTube show for a while. Britt Baker does some jokes, like it's a real talk show. Like she does like a little monologue, like she's Jay Leno.
Oh, boy.
And then Cody comes out, and right away I'm like, okay, I
did see the part about when Reba introduced her, she came out to mute like talk show music, like she's Ellen dancing or whatever. That's why I started fast forward.
It's ridiculous. So then Cody comes out there. I don't even know if Cody got a word out. She's just making jokes at Cody, and she did say how it'll be great the next 9 months, no Brandy on the show. And then when Jade walked through that door, I popped like I did when I was 9 years old and the Ultimate Warrior won back the Intercontinental title.
Well, that's when I started watching again.
Go ahead.
The first thing I wrote, they didn't give up on this. Why is this happening? She's taller than Cody. She looks like Shelton Benjamin in a blonde wig. Her abs look like Alien is coming. Her thighs are bigger than Doug Furness's. She's not just a female bodybuilder, which I personally think is visually fucking off-putting. Let's just say off-putting, female bodybuilders. But her shit don't even match. She's got a fucking teeny tiny waist and big arms, but a little upper body and huge fucking thighs. It's like her steroids didn't settle evenly or whatever the fuck. But my God, this girl has no business speaking on television. And it's not even fair to tear her apart because she's obviously, you said she looks like she's so confident and she's doing such a good job while at the same time she's worse than probably anybody ever on national television because she's awkward and uncomfortable and she's trying not to show it. I think that would seem to me as a talent evaluator from 30, 40 years ago. She's not comfortable. She's not a good promo. She is not an experienced veteran wrestler. You can tell the way she moves on the interviews. Her work has to be the drizzling shits. And she's not really fucking Shaquille O'Neal. So why is she in this? And they bring Shaq back up. Shaq was on the show 2 weeks ago, got a drink thrown in his face by Brandy, didn't do anything about it, had the personality of a fucking coma patient. And that whole business is dead now. Nobody would be interested in seeing Shaq and Cody now after seeing how little it Shaq gave a fuck. But now they're bringing her back into it. She's talking about Shaq again. And why is she involved? They have an NBA superstar and a worldwide known celebrity. Why are they putting this awkward fucking deer on ice, can't talk girl in this unless Shaq specifically said, I'm fucking her, so put her in this thing. That's the way I'll do it if she gets to be on TV. That's happened before. That's understandable. If that is not the case, whoever's idea it was that they should put this girl on television should be taken out in the parking lot, stripped naked, have honey poured all over them, and tied on top of a red anthill. Then she pie faces Cody.
You know, when she came through that door, I said, oh my God, I figured someone would show up and challenge Cody. I said it last week.
She's taller than Cody.
I said, who's Cody working with? What is his program? And we couldn't figure it out. And when she showed up, I said, oh no, they can't be doing this again. Because what's Cody's program? He's not going to work against her.
But they're not, and he's not, because here comes Red Velvet. The only pro wrestler named after a cake, because Brandy can't be there. Here comes Red Velvet, and they stare down for a second, and then they trade slaps, and then they jump each other, and they have a pull apart. Remember, we've talked about this also. Nobody comes to help the guys that are bathed in blood, wrapped up in barbed wire and razor wire and broken glass with hand grenades shoved up their ass. But these two girls get in a fucking fight, and suddenly every outlaw girl in wrestling hits the fucking scene to break it up.
Instantly.
And I mean, they've got to be paying all those fucking girls to be there. Is this guy a madman? Why? And then suddenly, as they pull them apart and they get the fight between Red Velvet and Jane Cargill separated, suddenly there's a jump cut to the screen where you see footage from a couple of months ago of Britt Baker attacking Thunder Rosa. And then Thunder Rosa does a promo, which is half English and half Spanish, and I had trouble understanding both because of their audio and her accent. And this is on the screen after this pull apart. And then Britt Baker, they come back to her on the set, and she's pissed about Thunder Rosa. And fucking, what? Was there a jump cut there? Did they plan this way? Was something off kilter? What the fuck was going on? This was the herkiest jerkiest.
I can't explain it, but all of a sudden, like you didn't even describe how instant it was.
No instant. I'm talking about a jump cut.
Yeah, the brawl's happening, and all of a sudden, for no reason that's explained, they go to footage of Britt and Thunder Rosa. Now, it's Britt's interview show, but Britt's in the middle of an interview with Cody, and all this chaos breaks out.
The fight's going on. Suddenly, the tape starts playing on the screen, and then Britt gets mad because the tape is playing on the screen. It's her show. She didn't know the tape was going to play, and why is the tape playing after the pull apart? We don't. Fuck.
And then after the Thunder Rosa promo, Tony promised me I wouldn't have to wrestle you. Tony said this. Tony said this.
Yeah, she mentioned Tony Khan's name about 17 times. Because apparently that was to cover up for the fact that he's paying 25 of her friend girl wrestlers from the indies to come and get a fucking free ride over here.
This was such a beautiful train wreck, this segment.
Oh.
It was just, this is the kind of train wreck I can enjoy on AEW. And Cody just seems so out of place. Like I said, I don't know if he said one word the entire time.
And then he got out of there once they started fighting. You never saw him again, right?
Oh, of course.
Thanks for coming.
By the way, all the girls that rushed to break up the fight, they came from, like, the camera side.
Yeah.
Why did Red Velvet have to come through the door if she was going to confront her on this makeshift set? Why didn't she just run in from that side?
I used to do promos in TNA where they built my office. The office didn't have one wall, but we had to remind everybody to walk in where the door was supposed to be. Fucking ridiculous. So Cody was up next. His opponent, Pretty Peter Avalon. The former librarian, well, there was two librarians. When they started this fiasco, there was the male librarian and the female librarian, and they would come up and shh each other. That was cutting-edge wrestling gimmickry right there. Well, they've dropped the librarian now. Wonder why? And I guess since they've been paying this idiot for well over a year, they decided to put him on television. He's got to be one of the palest human beings I've ever seen. He can't weigh 190 pounds. And he literally looks like the guy at the resort that thinks he's sexy in Speedos, but is actually looks like an emaciated victim of anorexia. And this was Cody's opponent. And Cody, they said, the announcer said, had made the statement he was going to beat this guy in 1 minute or less. Cody roars out of the fucking blocks, hits his finish, the crossroads, boom, and immediately music, and out on the stage comes Jane Cargill. And all I could think of, Brian, was you.
Let me tell you something. I popped when she deserves her proper name being used. When Jade Cargill came out on that stage, I popped. I said, oh my God, I can't wait to see where this goes. What's she going to do? And it turns out she did barely anything, and she turned around and left.
Well, I froze this, and I yelled at Stace because it was the long shot of her on the stage, and she don't know what's going on in this program. So she comes in from the kitchen. I said, look on the stage at Shelton Benjamin wearing that blonde wig, because she loves Shelton. We've known Shelton 20 years.
That's not nice.
I said, look, and she looked and said, is that Shelton?
That's messed
it's
up.
Close enough.
That's messed up.
Anyway, literally, Jane Cargill walks out on the stage. Cody turns around and looks at her. She turns around and walks off, and he turns around, and Peter Avalon football kicks him right in the nuts. And the referee didn't see it. This is going to be, I wrote, this is going to be competitive. And it was. For the next 10 minutes, Cody proceeded to get the shit kicked out of him by Pretty Peter Avalon. He let a 170-pound job guy superplex him off the top rope. He fought back and let Avalon stop him, and then they went to break. It's a 2-segment match. In the same vein as that incredible match between Stone Cold Steve Austin and Mike Bell that went 20 minutes on Raw. Avalon on the second half of this thing missed a moonsault, and Cody on purpose missed a leapfrog, came down on him so that he could stop himself again. And Peter Avalon did a shitty dive outside, and Cody sold it like he'd been hit with an atomic bomb. Cody made a comeback, got the figure 4 leg lock on this guy, and the guy reversed it. He reversed the figure 4 leg lock on Cody. Do you remember when George South did that to Ric Flair? Every week on. And then Cody turned it back over, and apparently Avalon was supposed to slap Cody Rhodes in the face. Well, he reached over, because you can reach, if you reach good in the figure 4, you can reach the other guy's face if he's sitting up. But he whiffed the slap on Cody, made no noise, barely touched his face. And then Cody dramatically throws his hand up and draws his hand back like he's going to slap Peter Avalon. The guy that has given superplexes off the top rope, that reversed the figure 4, that football kicked this guy in the balls, that has been kicking the shit out of Cody Rhodes for the previous 10 minutes. Cody draws back to slap him, and Avalon goes, oh shit, and taps to avoid being slapped in the face. That was the finish of this match. Am I lying?
Nope.
That was the finish of this match. The guy that had done all this shit for the previous 10 minutes was scared of getting slapped in the face and tapped out like a big pussy. Dusty just vomited someplace.
Look, this whole episode was one of the worst episodes of Dynamite they've ever done, which is saying a lot. This match was ridiculous. Cody's had competitive matches with everyone. And this guy looked worse than almost everyone he's had a competitive match with. There was no reason to do this. Cody has been just directionless for a long period of time. When you really think about it, even the Brody Lee matches, which again, Brody Lee destroys him. The Dark Order beats up the entire Nightmare family. Cody's gone, returns with dark hair, gets the dog collar match, wins the title. He's back to being Cody again. Other than that, he's done like nothing in a year that stands out.
Well, but think about this also, though. They all say, well, you don't understand. This is done so long term, and they specifically didn't put the belts on the Bucks and Olivier for the first year so they could stay away from it, give somebody else a chance. They should have stayed away permanently. But they keep acting like there's this grand, overreaching, long-term, multi-year plan for all of these guys, and the show is literally put together week to week, obviously. You can obviously, week to week, it's fucking put together based on, I guess, what they want to do that week. It doesn't make any sense. So they're really hiding the logic of their long-term planning. And again, I say, I'm sorry. But old Jane, besides the fact that you can just tell that she is in over her head verbally, and as soon as she gets in the ring, will be in over her head physically. And a lot of people on the internet say, oh, she's a great athlete. She was a basketball player. So was Linda fucking Miles. I can tell by the way that she stands in a promo that she is going to be green as a pepper tree in a match, and she's going to suck. And they have there's still going to be more with Shaq. Supposedly Cody, after getting the shit kicked out of him by a fucking grease monkey from the local Exxon station here, next week is going to talk about the comments that Shaq made when his heel wife threw a glass of water in Shaq's face, I guess.
A month ago. Longer, yeah.
The ill feelings have grown since then. But the point is, Jane Cargill, she may be something someday, but she ain't going to be today or tomorrow or any day next week. She's green as grass. She's over her head. It's awkward as fuck to watch. A lot of people are saying she's beautiful. Some people like to have their balls nailed to a step stool also. I think she's got the legs of Rhino and the fucking upper body of goddamn Shelton Benjamin. But nevertheless, the only time I've ever seen anybody this unprepared, any female this unprepared, being pushed into a major spot in the wrestling business is if somebody was currently fucking her or wants to fuck her. And I don't know which of the two that may be applicable here, but I guarantee it's one of them.
I don't know.
Because there's no other reason.
They elevate so many untalented, stupid people on that show. They ran into someone who happens to have an athletic background who's, if she's not on the gas, she looks like she's on the gas. So she has a great build. She has a look. She obviously has a friendship with Shaq. And they're training her in their training school.
No. We established that she doesn't have a friendship with Shaq, didn't we?
No, did we?
Well, it's all been bullshit. Didn't he say something? He's married.
I didn't say he's fucking her. I said
what the? Oh yeah, like Shaquille O'Neal's going to be friends with this girl, just bosom buddies and lifelong pals.
Well, you don't know that.
Basis.
You don't know that. She's a college basketball player. Maybe he got to know her through that because he was a basketball player.
That's like Ric Flair being platonic friends with a woman under the age of 75.
Don't compare people to Ric Flair in that sense. But I'll tell you this.
Shaq wishes he could measure up to.
I'll tell you this. Jade Cargill, she needs a lot of work on a lot of things. But with that said, I want to see her do everything. I want to see her do a tope. I want to see her get in there and lock up with. I want to see it all because I've enjoyed every second she's been on TV since she first debuted. And we've seen a lot of women wrestlers. We've seen a lot of wrestlers overall who are not ready. They are not prepared. They get in the ring. Sometimes it was on this episode of Dynamite. And the basics, they can't get down. And they look lost in a match. I have a feeling she's not going to be very good in the ring. But she will look like she is so confident doing all this stuff badly that I want to see it. I want to be along for the whole ride. I think she is the most captivating character on this show since she has debuted. And you can't disagree with that. Who is more captivating than Jade Cargill on this show?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me just see. American Heritage Dictionary. Captivating.
Captivating.
Captivating. There's catheter. Hold on.
Not that.
Captivate. To attract and hold by charm, beauty, or excellence.
She is captivating.
I don't know. Maybe more like
captivating Jade Cargill.
Maybe more like captive, held as prisoner, kept under restraint or control, restrained by circumstances that prevent free choice. All right, anyway, moving on.
Let's stay on the topic of AEW for our next question. Sent to cornydrivethrough@gmail.com from Grant McKenzie in Dundee, Scotland. I wanted to ask your opinion on Cody Rhodes having his own exclusive entranceway on the AEW stage. It reminds me of Kurt Angle's entrance in TNA, but more specifically, the Triple H WrestleMania entrance, which seems to get grander all the time. Kurt was a huge signing for TNA, so I get this. Triple H is part of the McMahon family, so I get that too, even if it is a bit hubristic. Cody, though...
That may be the first time the word hubristic, as in reeking of hubris, has ever been uttered on this program.
It certainly is. Cody, though, seems a bit over the top, and to me it gives a higher status to him than the rest of the roster. No matter who is world champion, Cody gets the fancy entrance and so is always being presented to the audience as special. I wonder how the other talent would feel about it. What do you think the reaction in the locker room is? And what impact does it have overall, if any? Thanks for the great shows.
I think the reaction of the rest of the locker room is, yeah, Cody's one of the EVPs, so he gets the entrance he wants. And I think they've got so many other problems on that program that this is one of the least of them. I think that maybe subliminally, for people who really pay close attention, it helps get Cody over. But as I said, there are so many other roadblocks on the rest of the program that I think it's kind of a non-issue. It's just he wants his own fucking entrance.
It is a ridiculous over-the-top entrance every week.
But also it doesn't make sense to me that he comes out and then this group of people walks out from the wings and is with him, and he should have Arn with him when he comes out. Arn's his manager. He and Arn should come out. Talent can be in front, manager can be in back, but they should be together. They should come from the same place, and that's all he needs at ringside. He's a babyface to begin with, so just having a manager at ringside is tough, especially when you want the numerical advantage over a heel. But to have his wife and his brother and his training partner and his CPA and the fellow that walks his dog every other Sunday to come out from the wing and then walk him out there, and then half of them leave and some of them stay, and I don't know what the fuck. He's going for the walkout crew, the corner crew, like at a UFC fight, but at the same time, I think you can agree with me on this. There has never been a mainstream professional wrestling promotion or a wrestling promotion that's on any kind of television with any kind of a budget or reaches any amount of people that has been less rooted in reality than AEW. That's fairly a safe statement, right?
You know, I don't want to say for sure because there's been some real suck-ass shows the last 15 years or so, but
I mean, on any kind of mainstream television basis, with any kind of names involved, any kind of budget, and on an ongoing basis, this is the least believable, less rooted in reality, less credible, more obviously showbiz promotion that's ever been. And so why Cody's doing all this, the trainer and the coach and the little he's doing, it'd be perfect what he was doing if he was in a pro wrestling program. But he's not. So he's bringing out a UFC corner crew consisting of, like I said, his brother and his best friend and his wife and his actual manager and whatever. And it just looks goofy because there's glimmers of ideas in everything they're doing, but they're all botched up.
The entrance presents Cody like the biggest star they have. The booking never does.
Yes, exactly. And in all honesty, Cody should have been pushed from day one as the biggest star they have on the babyface side, and Jericho, which he was pushed at day one as the biggest heel, because that's the way it was. And Cody, you could count on Cody to now, unfortunately, you can count on him to have a good match with the fucking parking attendant and the guy fucking putting the cheese sauce on the fucking sausage dogs at the concession stand. But Cody was the best worker. Cody was young enough to be in the generation. He'd had WWF TV exposure, but still he had the genes, he had the name, he had the head. He looks great. You would want to push him as a top babyface from the start. The entrance makes sense. You wanted to push Chris Jericho as the top heel from the start. But Cody's, besides the fact you mentioned, his booking has been, I don't know what the fuck, here and yon and just all over the place. He's kind of, I mean, he had the classic wrestling matches. He had the match with Dustin. He had a good match, as I recall, with Jericho, did he not? He had
that's probably Jericho's best match in AEW.
Cody's big matches were the best things they've still ever done. As far as pro wrestling, his match with Dustin was probably the best pro wrestling match that anybody's done I've seen in the last 2 years. It may be Walter and fucking Ilya, but that's modern pro wrestling. There's different styles. Anyway, the point is, for fuck's sake, it wasn't a stretch to think they would push Cody as the top babyface from the start, but why they didn't do it right and why they've botched it and it started and stopped, and he's had these competitive matches with Peter Avalon and fucking the weird things they've done, and Brandy I would assume would have turned anybody who doesn't like Cody. 75% of it's got to be because he's aligned with Brandy, and she's been so completely insufferable on the entire run of that program. So most of the people that don't like Cody, I'm sure it's because of Brandy. They think, well, if we get rid of Cody, we won't have to look at Brandy anymore. So,
I don't think that's the reason.
Well,
I don't think that's the reason at
anyway,
all.
but I mean, she got a lot of heat on him being in his shit. If she's over somewhere else away from it, that's okay. But when she was with his shit, she was getting heat on him.
She was the opposite. I felt like when she was doing her own thing, people were saying it's only because of Cody. Remember the Nightmare Collective where she was cutting people's hairs and she had the bald woman with her?
Yeah, you misunderstood. Well, I'm not. I see what you're saying. If when she was on her own, they were saying, well, she's only there because of Cody. True. But when she was actually involved in Cody's shit, she was actively making people dislike what Cody was doing at that particular point in time. It was taking it down a notch. Anyway, the problem is apparently, and maybe he's doing a Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels thing. Bret Hart took a year off because he knew that Shawn Michaels would have a mental meltdown as the world champion and wouldn't be able to draw, wouldn't be able to handle it, wouldn't be able to conduct himself in the locker room, and would probably have a nervous breakdown or overdose on drugs, whatever the fuck. Wouldn't you know who won the pony? Bret Hart was gone for a year and Shawn Michaels couldn't fucking handle it. Had a mental meltdown, took a lot of fucking drugs, was an unprofessional prick, and didn't draw. So maybe when Cody first heard this fucking plot that they've actually told in public, where they were specifically not going to put the belts on Olivier and the Young Bucks for the first year because they didn't want to look greedy, but they were going to go for the second year, maybe he realized, okay, in the second year, these fucking morons are going to take all the belts and our company is going to go in the fucking hole. So maybe he's figuring, I'll just fucking back up and be over here and let Olivier be the fucking champion and let the Bucks be the tag team champions, let people get sick and fed up with them, and then I can come back in and save it. Maybe that's what his thought is. I don't know. But getting back to the entrance, yeah, it makes him look special because it should. It's one of the few things that makes anybody on that show look special. He should have been a lot more special because they've shot themselves in the foot because he's one of the only guys that could actually carry this fucking ball if they were doing a wrestling promotion. But they've diminished him from where he was to where he is now, like they have everybody else. Now you got to explain something to me, Brian. Shaquille O'Neal beloved Shaquille O'Neal, sports hero, iconic figure in American society, right? And the last we saw of him on AEW television, Cody's wife threw a glass of water in his face and was just a heel and a bitch to him, and he was just kind of meandering in a monotone way through the whole thing and sat there and got water thrown in his face. Now the next time we see him, he's reading off a teleprompter. You little punk. Calling Cody Rhodes little punk. You want to fight me, little punk? Or whatever. And for 20 seconds, and that was it. And he had to obviously read that off a teleprompter. You could see his fucking eyeballs following it. And then Cody, who's the babyface, gets in the ring with Arn Anderson and actually comes out and basically tells the people in almost so many words when he says, well, now's where I'm supposed to give you the promo and sell you the thing and the best laid plans. It was supposed to be me and my wife against Shaquille and Jane Cargill. That was what we were going to do, but Brandy got pregnant. So now since we had this fake pre-planned publicity stunt match already figured in, we're going to find another girl for me to team with. Oh, and Arn Anderson's got something to say for once. And then Arn, we've said, why don't you, one of the great promos of all time, let Arn talk, let Arn talk. Arn says nothing every week. He doesn't say suey if the hogs have him. It's the longest promo he's ever had, and you could tell as he started it, he couldn't figure out how this fucking thing made sense. And I've been in that position, especially with some of the stuff that Shitstain booked in TNA that I had to explain as the authority figure. He was trying to make something out of it. He was trying to give it the delivery and the vocabulary of Arn Anderson, but you could see behind his eyes as he got in the middle of it. My God, they've explained this to me, and I've got this promo in my head, and it still don't make sense. And he did the best he could. By the way, God damn it, I was going to look up in my record book, but June 29th, 1985, unless I'm mistaken, Jim Crockett had not opened the LA Forum to wrestling at that point. But he said Dusty and Tully were in the ring, and then Dusty flew home to see Cody born.
What was the date?
June 29, 1985. Look that up. I believe I was at the debut of the first Crockett event in the Los Angeles Forum, and it was in 1986.
Actually, June 29th, 1985, at the Olympic Auditorium.
Olympic Auditorium, okay. All right. So Arn was right. He just misrepresented the building. And I didn't know they'd gone to the Olympic. So there you go. Anyway, so yes, so they said that this was a setup match that they had planned, and it would be happening with Brandy, but she's pregnant. So then Arn brings in a girl that's going to be, that's had problems with Jane Cargill. It's Red Velvet or Pumpkin Spice or whatever the fuck. I don't understand. And then Red Velvet gives a high school play rendition of a wrestling promo. And then when Jim Ross said, ooh, she said bitch ass, so you know she's serious. Because it's almost like they've gone to the shit-stained school of wrestling booking. If you cuss, that means it's a shoot. Or say somebody's real name. Why does this make any sense? Why is this a mixed tag team match? Why is it not Cody versus Shaq? If Shaq didn't want to have a single match, or if they didn't think that he could have a single match, couldn't they have a tag team match with two guys involved somehow in this company so that there would be somebody on Shaq's team to be an accomplished professional and take up any slack, but you'd still get him in the match? Why are we now getting one? I assume both these girls are out of wrestling school. Actually, no. Jane Cargill ain't out of wrestling school yet. But I assume Red Velvet has recently graduated wrestling school. So on something that's supposed to get this many eyeballs, this much attention, they're putting in a girl who, as far as we know, has Jane Cargill wrestled in front of people? And no. Shaq's done one thing once? And a green girl on one side and Cody? Why is this a mixed tag match at all? If the girl got pregnant that threw the drink in his face, it doesn't make any sense. Explain this to me, Brian.
No, this has been horribly booked. As much as I get a kick out of all the Jade Cargill segments, from point A to here has made no sense. And it's also been spread out over, 3 months? Where even before Brandy was pregnant.
They don't even go back and show shit. Oh, remember what happened? No, they don't do that either.
And even before Brandy was pregnant, there was the Jade Cargill interview, and then we had to wait for the Shaq response with Brandy, who all of a sudden was a heel again. It's just this whole thing has been handled really, really poorly. I'm assuming Shaq's doing this as a favor to Jade Cargill. Not a favor to her, but just this is his friend.
Why do we assume that this story is everything else they've said is bullshit? How do we know that Shaq has ever met Jane Cargill before?
I had actually read something that they had because she was a collegiate basketball player.
All right, well then wink, wink. So, wink, wink, then.
No wink, wink. I'm not saying they're fucking like you alluding to each week. She's with, someone just sent me, she's with Brandon Phillips, the former second baseman for the Cincinnati Reds, I believe.
Well, I don't know why she's in this thing, then. I have no idea.
Because she needs a career, and she's jacked up. I don't know what kind of hormone she's on, but she has a look. They said, let's train her to be a wrestler. And then they said, hey, let's rush her into the ring. This whole thing has been poorly done. Cody, that promo where he's just, like you said, he's explaining, we were going to do me and Brandy because people just can't get enough of Brandy in the ring. We were going to do me and Brandy against Shaquille O'Neal and Jade Cargill, but I didn't use a condom, so here's Red Velvet. What? And what is this thing Red Velvet does where, I don't even know how to describe it. The only time I've seen this motion being used this way is there used to be a fucking gif of some girl doing a dance and a guy was acting like he was going to eat her ass by doing that, like he's spooning the food back into his mouth. What is she doing?
I don't have any fucking clue what you are rambling about.
What is that motion she does where she's like holding a bowl and she's like spooning the food?
I don't know. Maybe open up the fucking hangar and let the airplane land. I don't know.
But look, I've been negative on Cody at times. I've been positive at times. His stuff tends to be the most serious on the show, even when his promos are really pretentious and he's overly acting. It still usually is better than a lot of the other guys on the show. But the booking of Cody for the last 6 months or so has really, really been bad. It's really been bad. Even the Dark Order thing, it was kind of rushed because it was just so he could film his show. So they had Brody Lee and the Dark Order destroy the Nightmare family. And then Cody was off TV and then he returned and quickly won the title back. It's just, I don't know what they're doing with Cody. And also, it's also interesting that there is a clique. There are different cliques. Jericho, who's not an EVP, but Tony Khan has revealed that Jericho's in there, with the creative ideas. He's doing his own thing. Cody's doing his own thing. And then Omega and the Bucks are doing their own thing. It's almost like you have 3 different sections of the show. The Cody section, the Jericho section, and the Elite section. And they never mix. They never meet in the middle.
It's inexplicable to fit any of this together. Because up next was an incredible all-star match. Cody Rhodes and Lee Johnson with AA Arn Anderson against Peter Avalon and Cesar Romero. What is with this matchmaking? Peter Avalon looks less like a professional wrestler than Jelly does. He's pale, he's skinny, and he looks like a goof. And it's embarrassing. And they put him with Caesar, whose real name is Caesar Bazzini or Benini or whatever. I've seen the name. I've never seen him before. He's giant. He's jacked. What a fucking specimen he is. And so green, he's like chlorophyll. He's glowing fluorescent green. So they've just signed Lee Johnson. And Lee Johnson apparently is a Nightmare Factory student, Nightmare Family, Nightmare Factory with Cody's and QT student. That's fine. He looked best. The best guy in the match was Lee Johnson. But what the fuck is with this matchmaking that you put, again, your best in-ring babyface in the company and one of your executive vice presidents with a guy that he's trained, that is talented, and you want to show him off against a guy who visually looks like he should be embarrassed to fucking be a professional wrestler, and a guy that's so green he can barely grab a hold. There are wrestlers that would love to get booked by a billionaire, and they're using outlaw shits from all over the fucking Northeastern and California indies and wrestling school students that I wouldn't have used on my OVW television because it's not fair to them either. It's not fair to the viewers. And they're putting them on TNT. What is Scissors Banami, or whatever his fucking name is, as I said, he looks great. If he was in a training program for another 6 months or so, I'd put him on television and use him. Lee Johnson was good, but they went through a break with what should have been a 4 to 5 minute bell-to-bell job match where some physically capable underneath tag team of two guys put Lee Johnson and Cody Rhodes over, and then Lee Johnson got a lucky roll-up on Peter Avalon. He didn't hit him with a goddamn finish and pin him 1, 2, 3. He got a lucky roll-up. Who comes up with these fucking finishes? The new rookie, yeah, get a lucky roll-up on a full-time regular guy, but on Peter Avalon, fucking hit your finish and put your foot on his fucking chest for that matter, because it's almost impossible to have a match with some of these guys and beat them without devaluing yourself. And then they did a promo with Lee Johnson and the whole Nightmare family, minus Brandy, Cody and Arn, and QT and Dustin. And there's Lee Johnson doing all these flying moves and all this good-looking shit in that match. And he has some fire, and people got behind him, even though they're mostly paid people, but still. But then they put him out there for an interview, and all he did was put the Rhodes family over for what they've done for him and showed the personality of Cabbage. Give him something to say. Maybe don't do it when he's blowed up. Maybe that was part of it after the match. Let him smile and be happy and talk confidently about what he's going to do without being a prick about it. That's what a new babyface does. Don't thank everybody for letting him in the door. Like he should be looking around going, is anybody going to notice I'm here? They let me in. Oh, I'm so grateful. While at the same time, delivering it in a monotone, if he can't talk, don't make him talk. Just let him stand on the top rope and smile. That's how you get a baby face over. Win, smile. If he can't talk, keep it short and give him something to say. What'd you think of Lee?
Well, I can't add too much to what you just said there, but I will bring up, what did you think this match did for building up Cody and Red Velvet versus Jade, Cargill, and Shaq?
Oh, absolutely nothing.
Was there any mention of Jade and Shaq? Maybe I missed it.
I didn't hear it. I didn't transcribe everything, but I didn't hear it. No, but, well, that's on and off with the wind.
No, right?
Skinner should write the sequel to fucking Tuesday's Gone, Shaq's gone, Jane's gone, the Angle's gone. It's here today, gone tomorrow. That should be it. It's from now on, when somebody disappears, don't say they disappeared, say they shacked. I don't know.
Did you see they announced that Arn Anderson's son was training now?
I saw, and Arn, I saw the shot of him at ringside, and then Arn looking at it. Brock looks like Arn. Brock looks like Bryant. Bryant looked like Ole. They're not even all related. They still all look like each other. But I will be interested to see how Arn's son does. I would hope that he inherits the talent and doesn't get any of these bad habits rubbing off on him by some of the people he's going to be associating with.
And I think Lee Johnson will do really well unless the Bucks and Omega decide they don't want to work with Cody guys.
I just think I had a list of 70 to 100 phone numbers 25 years ago of guys that I could call to come on television that looked like athletes, that knew how to work, that knew what their job was, to get guys over. And in any area of the country. For Smoky Mountain Wrestling, for the WWF, for whatever. Even I started keeping it in WCW. That's how I found Bob Holly and some of those guys. And I never had to resort to putting people that looked as bad as some of these alleged wrestlers do on even local television. Nevertheless, speaking of alleged wrestlers, the Young Bucks and Gallows and Anderson did a backstage promo where they bickered at each other, where they're supposed to be friends, but they're really cranky, and they're continuing this gaga, the fake interplay where they're putting each other over, but it's really backhanded. You know they're eventually going to fucking fight, but you can't, because they're just doing fake interplay with each other. You don't really listen close enough to fucking care, and you really can't discern what their fucking point is to begin with, because they're just nattering at each other. Is that the way it comes off to you, or is it just because I just can't stand these smarmy-faced middle school children standing up in front of Gallows and Anderson?
No, the Bucks are completely unbelievable as promos in the sense that they don't seem to be behaving like real people. It seems like, hey, let's perform as pro wrestlers talking right now. Gallows and Anderson ain't much better. I'm sorry to say this to you, but they come across like goofs in everything they do.
I don't know what they're doing. It's catching, I guess. They do the same thing the Bucks do. They don't have to try to be cute. They're not the fucking little fucking undersized acrobatic gymnastic middle school cheerleaders that suddenly got a rich friend to buy them a wrestling promotion. They're grown adult men and they can work. They don't need to do this cutesy stuff. Speaking of children, Brandy, a Brandy promo. It seemed like just a couple of months ago they said she's pregnant. She looks like she's pregnant with octuplets. What is she, the Octomom? She comes, they show a Brandy pre-tape where she sets up the premise of this. Cody doesn't know what gender their baby is, and so she's going to tell him right now in front of everybody. Then they have an entrance where they come out on the stage, and suddenly on the screen it says, "It's a girl," and they hug and leave.
Well, she leaves.
Well, they leave the stage because now the match is coming up and Cody goes to color, but the point is, that was it. On TV, here, another 3 minutes of national TV time. Why do I give a flying fuck what gender their baby is, and why would anyone else watching a wrestling program? Well, now that I've said that, people watching this wrestling program, they probably get warm cockles in their heart over what sex is the baby?
I don't think anyone was wondering at this point. The thing is, whenever you think that AEW is too focused on Chris Jericho's ego or the Bucks and Omega's ego, never ever forget about Cody and Brandy. Because remember, they did a video package purportedly in their home where they had a cameraman and a crew, like you said before there, to announce she was pregnant. Why? Why? Was there a burning desire of Brandy fans to know what's going on? No. Could they have just said, well, Cody got great news, his wife's pregnant? Yes, that would have been fine. They literally did a little skit where someone dropped off a little package at the door that announced, we're expecting a baby. Then they do this, a gender reveal in the middle of the show. I remind you, even AEW fans hate Brandy. Cody, who's been going nowhere for months and is stuck in the worst built-up feud in AEW, he goes out there, does that, and then just walks over to the commentary table. This is so stupid. This is done to fluff their egos, and there is no one who cares about this.
Okay, and here's another. We've earlier in the program we mentioned another pregnancy, and I'm sure all the women, as I said, and all the feminine men are just pissed off at me. I'm not saying they shouldn't have a baby. That's fine. I love that they want to have a baby. Why should I give a shit about what? Do you know, Brian, have you ever known a grown adult man that would give a shit about the gender of the baby that one of his favorite movie stars or sports stars or whatever was going to have?
Not really, but then again, you're forgetting that Brandy thinks she's like the Eva Perón of AEW. And she's not. Are they gonna film her giving birth? Are they gonna have a camera
good Lord.
in the room while she gives the birth to baby Rhodes?
Maybe they could just show that scene from It's Alive. And the doctor's running, screaming, and fucking...
Every week, are we going to have her in Lamaze class? Are we going to have... I mean, what is the point of this? Other than it makes Brandy and Cody feel good about themselves. This does nothing for the audience.
But the thing is, there's still an owner of this company. And you mean to tell me that somebody came to Tony Khan and said, hey, we want to spend 3 minutes of your national television show to tell the people what sex our child is going to be. And he's, that's a great idea.
Well, they want to illustrate that they are all-inclusive, other than, other than the MAGA stuff and the white supremacists and the people going to marches. Other than that, they're all-inclusive.
And by the way, 5 whole days since the last time that federal agents questioned any member of the AEW roster's family and counting.
That we know of.
But anyway, so Cody goes over to sit on Color where he lamely tries to promote whatever the fuck basketball contest that he's having with Shaq and Jane and etc.
All right. Our next question, Jim, sent to CourtneyDriveThru@gmail.com from Charisse in Michigan City, Indiana. I recently read an article in the New York Post where Cody Rhodes said that he would be interested in a crossover event with WWE. What are your thoughts? Do you think that Vince would ever in a million years allow this to happen? I also have a link to the interview in the Post if you wanted any actual quotes.
Well, go ahead and read me some. But, well, of course. Of course they would like a crossover with the WWE. That would be the ultimate validation. The only outside promotions that WWE has ever even recognized was Smoky Mountain because we were absolutely on purpose no competition. WCW after they bought them and took them over. But a currently running national promotion that WWE would do a cross promotion with, that would be, go ahead and give Cody a golden ticket to fucking Willy Wonka's place while he's at it. Who wouldn't love that?
I'm looking at this interview. It appears to be centered around the match with with Red Velvet against Shaq and Jade Cargill.
Jesus Christ.
And I will say, before I read this, I haven't read this yet, Cody has a tendency to try to sound a lot smarter than he is. There's a reason why I call him the wrestling sage. It's not that he's a wrestling sage. It's that he really tries hard to be the wrestling sage. But let's, this appears to be the question. The question from the New York Post. Dynamite 2 weeks ago had wrestlers from the NWA, Impact, and New Japan. Is there an end goal in your guys' minds of how you want this idea of talent sharing to affect wrestling? It feels like a throwback to the territory days. I'm guessing the interviewer did not know too much about the territory days.
Not too much about the territory days.
Here's Cody's answer. I think of All In itself. All In is a show that Ring of Honor helped us with, that Matt, Nick, and myself did all the work for outside of that initial production element. And the reason it was important that the three of us do it is we were able to let all these old rules go away. There's a very dangerous and powerful precedent to set if you literally do put down all the bridges and you do put down all the doors. Again, this is all hypothetical.
What is he fucking saying?
Again, the wrestling sage. Again, this is all hypothetical, but there is no reason AEW couldn't work with New Japan. We're aware of the world outside. Bullet Club is a big part of our blood in AEW. So there's no reason we couldn't work with New Japan. There's no reason Jacob Fatu couldn't take a step over from MLW and stand across the ring from me. There's no reason that there couldn't be a potential WWE crossover one day. And I don't mean that's a thing that's been discussed or happening, but none of those rules that exist for other places exist for us. Wrestling is really this universal industry. The territory reference that you made, that's fairly accurate. But the part of it that's most accurate was there was a genuine trust. Eddie Graham and Vince Sr., they traded people all the time and made prolific pieces of business out of it. And they did it in a way where they introduced these characters in New York. And the next thing you know, they introduce these characters in Florida. And it keeps things fresh because, above all, Wednesday Night War or not, the main thing we have to do for the fans,
is put a period on it.
For the rest of this run, and I want this company to be around forever, is keep it fresh. It can't get stale. Our doors are open if the business is right, if the moment is right, if the time is right. Our bridges are down. I'll be the one curmudgeon AEW guy to make sure it's all good.
Oh, boy. It's not the same as the territories. Yes, of course, Vince and Eddie Graham traded talent. Everybody else did. They were not all being seen at the same time. This is what they're missing. You'd use fucking a guy in Florida for 6 months, then he'd go to New York for 6 months or whatever. This is not the same type of talent exchange as the territories because this is a national TV show. Having said that, there is no reason why AEW can't work with New Japan or Impact or what big. Let's face it. New Japan is a niche product that's available to a certain diehard audience in this country that seeks it out, and nobody else knows it's around. That's just a fact. And so, of course, New Japan wants to work with a company that has a national TV show on in America. They've been working with Ring of Honor because Ring of Honor had the next best thing with their syndication, but this is in the Japanese minds, even though I still say Ring of Honor with all that syndication and all those broadcast outlets, cumulatively, about the same number of people watch Ring of Honor every week as watches AEW all at one time. Anyway, of course, AEW wants to work with or doesn't mind working with Impact because that's a fucking blessing for Impact because they're the next thing to Invisible as relates to a promotion with television because nobody watches it and they've been through so many different periods of shit that they're never really going to recover. They're going to be that thing that Anthem keeps alive for programming, much like maybe Sinclair's doing with Ring of Honor. All these other people that AEW are working with, there is a benefit to those companies really more than AEW. AEW gets the talent, but they don't know what to do with it. But there would be absolutely no benefit whatsoever. I can't even say that line with a straight face. Let's say it like this. If somebody came to Vince McMahon and suggested that they do a cross promotion with AEW, he would fire them and kick them in the balls, I'm not sure in which order, and rightfully so. Because that's like the brand name, the established company, validating the existence of the upstart outlaw wannabes. Even if AEW was a good show, they wouldn't do it. Especially if AEW was a good show, they wouldn't do it. They'd laugh at it now because the idea of WWE working with them is insane on a business standpoint and to not give, this amateur hour credibility. But if it was a really good show, they wouldn't laugh at it. They just wouldn't do it for more of the reason that it would be a really good show and they wouldn't want to expose guys with a better show or better talent or whatever on their air. Fortunately for them, they don't have to worry about that because AEW hadn't hit the part where it's a good show yet.
There aren't too many examples of Eddie Graham and Vince Sr. sharing talent at the same time. I mean, Bob Backlund was working TV tapings only for a year building up to his title run when he was working Florida.
Yeah, well, you did. You went from one territory to another full time.
When you finished up.
Yeah, unless you were a major star, that was flown from one place to another, the Ernie Lads of the day at the time or whatever, or Dusty then later on, or a handful of guys that would make shots in multiple territories. But yes, they did trade talent, but it wasn't like most of the guys were involved in multiple territories and multiple things at the same time. The way that Jerry Jarrett in Memphis got a chance to get so many big names from the AWA for a period of time when he was working with Vern was that Jarrett's major towns ran on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Memphis, Louisville, Evansville, Lexington, Kentucky. And Vern's big towns all ran on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So a lot of times he didn't even run those days of the week. Vern ran a light schedule. But anyway, the point is, yes, Cody's saying that. He knows that there's not a goddamn snowball's chance in hell that Vince will ever work with AEW in any kind of co-promotion. And nobody will make that happen, ever.
He tries so hard to sound smarter than he is.
That was a long way around your elbow to get to your wrist, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
What he said.
I'm looking through other quotes. I won't do them now because it's all about the Shaq and Jade Cargill match, but...
Well, and here's another thing.
This interview. Oof.
They're talking about it like it's what it is. It's a thing we set up to get publicity, and that's the way that they've referred to it ever since. And did you hear, by the way, Tony Schiavone, my old friend Tony of all people, after they powerbombed Sting, the 62-year-old man with spinal stenosis, on live television last week, Tony does an after-show podcast and reveals to the fans, oh, it's okay, Sting was fine afterwards. It was his idea that he take that.
No.
I swear to God.
No.
Multiple people have reported that. Tony said, no, Sting said he's fine, and it was his idea to take it. They've all just either given up or lost the plot or don't care or just figure, well, it's a different time now. And nobody has any. And Tony knows if he was working for Crockett and did that television and then went to the Charlotte Observer and said, well, it's okay. It was Dusty's idea to have his leg broken by the Horseman and he's fine now. He would have been fired immediately. He would have been fired on the phone and told not to come to the office because guys would be looking for him. But 30 years later, it's like he doesn't even. And yes, I expose everybody's business because it's all a big fucking joke now, and I want to make sure everybody knows I know it. But if you're working for the company and you're putting yourself on television and attempting to call that shit and get it in any way over, and then you immediately fucking counteract that as soon as you get off the air, what the fuck? No wonder nobody cares, because nobody cares. Well, there's an introduction for you to the main event program that they had on over at All Petite Wrestling. Although they did, with Shaquille O'Neal appearing on this one program, they increased the aggregate weight of their entire talent roster by about 38%. Don't you agree? 'Cause he's as big as any three other guys on the roster.
He is massive.
So, I don't know what everybody's been. Oh, what are you going to say about the big mixed tag team match? Cornette, what are you going to say? Some people, I understand, liked this. Is that what you're hearing?
A lot of people liked it. I thought it was all right.
There were some parts of it that were all right if you just viewed it in a vacuum, but the whole psychology of and backstory of and how this came about and what we're supposed to think about it and who were we supposed to cheer for, and I've never seen a celebrity crossover with a person of this magnitude of a mainstream star that was built worse, laid out worse, and more confusing for the viewer to watch than this in my 40 years in wrestling.
I don't disagree with that.
Well, you just said it wasn't that bad.
Again, in a vacuum. Forget about the build-up. The build-up was one of the Hall of Fame bad builds to a match in the history of wrestling. But as an actual match, an actual spectacle, seeing what Jade Cargill could deliver, seeing what Shaq could do, I thought they were good. I thought Red Velvet was good. Cody, I can't stop looking at that neck tattoo, which still looks so stupid a year later. The only part I really, really hated was the stuff on the floor, like Shaq going at it with the fans there. QT must have been there to coach everyone through the match, but
yeah, he was probably QT Marshall was down there at ringside going, the next spot is like Garrett Morris doing the news for the hard of hearing.
And again, I see the benefits. I don't agree with it, but I see the benefits of Shaq going through the tables because that's the spot that you send around to get people to talk about. But the setup of the two tables being there for no reason, Red Velvet having to open a table, that was the worst part of the match.
Let's go through it in order because I'm going to get you to see things my way, that this was an incredibly, this was a wasted opportunity of gargantuan, epic, biblical proportions. Yes, they got some mainstream news for Shaquille going through the fucking tables. Who are we supposed to cheer for? We've got a beloved sports icon and a bitchy bodybuilder against the son of a wrestling legend that's a babyface in the normal program, and his partner's a stand-in because his original partner got pregnant. They showed a video package to explain, as I believe JR, one of the announcers said, the story of how we got there. And it was comprised of a bunch of people slapping each other in the face and throwing water on each other. And when they make the entrances, yes, people are cheering Shaq, but then it's Cody and Cake against Shaq and Flake is what I wrote down, by the way. Flake comes out, good old Jane Cargill, and she's obviously a heel with her attitude and presentation from day one, but Shaq comes out and he's a beloved sports figure, but Cody out there in Red Velvet is happy to be involved. And I would have thought that Cody would be the most impressive person in the match and that he and Shaq would do simple things, but that the match would make sense. Well, they did do simple things, but the match didn't make sense. I thought that Red Velvet would be, as she was probably overall the smoothest thing in this match. I was hoping that Jane would look like a fucking deer on ice. But she's one of these people that she can do the complicated stuff. Like she did the fucking, what was that goddamn awkward, the big chicken, the finish, right? The big double chicken wing like Flair and Steamboat used to do into the face plant. She did that and it looked great, but she can't throw a kick. And I know she's green, so she's better than everybody, including me, probably thought she was, but everybody was saying, wow, it was so great, like it was the greatest debut of all. The girls, especially their first series, obviously they had worked out and gone through, and it was more like modern interpretive dance with strikes. They didn't actually nail most of the strikes, but they got close enough and they didn't completely fall apart, and they did their routine that they had practiced. As it went longer, their shit started to get a little bit more awkward because they're both green, especially Jane, and this is a high profile position. But I just couldn't get over that Shaquille O'Neal finally wrestles, and it's in this. Him and a top babyface versus two hot heels in the WWE, even as recently as 4 or 5 years ago, could have set pay-per-view records. He could have made Tyson money in one night. I'm not talking about Tyson boxing money. I'm talking about the money they paid Mike Tyson in 98. He got what was it, $3 or $4 million? Shaquille O'Neal on a high-profile WWE pay-per-view up until the last 5 years when they just gutted him for the network, could have gotten a easily mid-7-figure payoff if he'd have chosen to do that. And he does this. And even in this atmosphere, and it's him deciding I'm going to do it now and on free television and for much less than $5 million, I'm sure, it couldn't make sense. Can you imagine if Shaquille O'Neal had choke slammed a hot heel through that table? and stood there with those big paws over the top of it. That would have been a Sports Center moment. That would have been played on everything, and it wouldn't have made everybody look like a fucking idiot. Cody and Shaq wasn't bad for the most part. It was easy and basic. Cody worked to put Shaquille's size over. I don't know who taught him how to do that overhand chop, but every time it looked like awkward and it would hurt at the same time because he was making contact, but it looked like his hand he felt was radioactive. He would look at it, hold it up in the air, whack it down on Cody's chest, and then bring it back up like, oh, it's glowing. Shaquille O'Neal did a head palm shoot off. They had to teach him that. A person who's never wrestled before would never do a head palm shoot off. It doesn't make any sense. He head palm shoot off Cody and then backdropped him. That's great. Wrestling 101. You got a big man take a backdrop. You got a big man fucking sell like Cody was selling. And you could tell they had told Shaquille to milk the chops, but I think he thought that meant that he had to stare at his hand like he had just discovered it was attached to his body. And then we're seeing a theme. Jane tags herself in. This is going to be going on all night, not just in this match. But when Jane tagged herself in, when Shaquille had Cody back in the corner and was going to give him another one, Jane just slaps Shaquille on the back, and Cody just looks and walks off. And here comes Red Velvet. I know that not only, besides the fact that the real rules of a real mixed tag team match, when one girl tags in, the other girl's got to get in, vice versa, Shaquille O'Neal was not in any way going to have any interaction where he had anything physical to do with a woman for all of his endorsements and etc. But does that mean Cody just has to walk off and get out of the ring and Red Velvet just comes in? Or couldn't they have done the thing where Cody and fucking Jane stare each other down for a second and the referee gets in and says, Cody, go tag Red Velvet and tag her and bring her in? It just was. Anyway, so the girls did the modern interpretive dance routine with strikes that I mentioned. And I guarantee you they could do that in their sleep move for move because you could tell they had practiced it their entire exchange 1,000 times because there was no spontaneity. And like I said, they were missing some of the stuff, but they were close enough and they kept moving where it didn't fall apart. And there, Jane can do the old SOS, the sack of shit slam Razor Ramon used to do, and do a nip up perfectly, but she kicks like an ostrich. And it's just like the guys, they can do these incredible back and forward flips off the top rope, can't throw a fucking punch. Anyway, so they're having this match. The guys did some shit, then the girls did some shit. Then suddenly Jane goes over and pie faces Cody. And Cody's reaction to that is to jump in the ring and run over and knock Shaquille off the apron on the floor. And then Shaquille is standing there and suddenly the paid fans, the ones on the payroll, all the wrestlers around the ring, why did Billy Gunn's son just hit Shaquille O'Neal in the back with a chair for no apparent reason?
I think in storyline, although I'm not justifying this, because he is a member of the Nightmare family, and he was looking out for the other members of the Nightmare family that Shaquille O'Neal was in the match against. Makes no sense.
Shaquille O'Neal was standing on the apron of the ring when Cody ran across and nailed him off of it to the floor, and Shaquille is standing there going, why'd you do that? And suddenly Cody's friend hits him from behind with a fucking chair. And then a bunch of people jump over there. Well, he grabs the one guy and brings him over the rail, and a bunch of people attack Shaquille O'Neal, and Shaquille beats up 2 or 3 of them, including poor QT Marshall that was apparently there as the ringside coach, as you mentioned. And right after he does this, Red Velvet's up on the top rope suddenly and moonsaults off the top onto Cody, Jane, QT. They all go down. And then they rolled in the ring and started the match again with the girls and Cody and Shaquille out on the apron. What? Can fans just come and attack the participants from behind with a chair and the match goes on? I don't. So they start the match again, and the girls get a little more awkward this time. And Jane gets a figure 4 leg lock on Red Velvet, and Red Velvet reverses it, but Jane gets it back and then lets it go and starts posing. And this was a theme. They've told they've told Jane, pose a lot, flex your biceps. Every time she does anything successfully, including brushing her teeth, she flexes and poses. Then Jane goes out for no reason on the floor and pulls a table out from under the ring and takes forever to set it up. But then Red Velvet comes out and stops her and throws her back in the ring, and then Red Velvet gets another table and takes forever to set it up. Meanwhile, Shaq and Cody are just standing there looking at everybody. QT has to come up and help Red Velvet set up the table while telling her to get back in the ring, supposedly at the same time. Really, he was helping her set it up because it was taking forever. So Red Velvet gets in and promptly nearly fucking decapitates poor Jane Cargill with a potato spin kick to the fucking head. And then Red Velvet tags Cody. So that means Shaq has to get back in. Explain this one to me, Lucy. Shaquille stops Cody and power bombs him. And as he bends over and looks at Cody, Cody just fucking punches him in the face and pops right back up from the power bomb from this 7'1", 365-pound man. And then Shaquille runs at Cody for no apparent reason, and Cody gives him a half a slam. If you were going to slam Shaquille O'Neal, why would you slam him right after he had just power bombed you less than 10 seconds beforehand? That's not rhetorical either.
It doesn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense. And for everyone who thinks Cody is some kind of wizard in the ring, he's not. He never has been.
Cody's the one that I thought knew that much. He's the one that I thought could put this together. Wouldn't it have made more sense if somehow Cody had got a slam on Shaquille and Shaquille powerbombed him? I don't fucking know. But here's the thing. Obviously, Shaquille O'Neal has never been in a ring. Because if they were going to do this much, everything that he did before with Cody, Cody could have verbally instructed him on in the back. And he could have got by with it. But this one, Shaquille O'Neal has never gone up for a slam. You could tell that. And I don't know why, except why that Cody would have wanted Shaquille coming toward him moving, except that he thought that if Shaquille, being that tall, could come forward and jump a little bit, that Cody could get under him enough to turn him and do a slam without. But you've seen people slam Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
Kamala, Harley Race, Hulk Hogan.
El
Connect. Did you ever see anybody slam Andre when he was moving toward him, or was he standing still?
I think he was standing still.
There's a reason for that, because, and Andre weighed more than Shaq. If you know how to take a slam, you can post up enough that not everybody could do it. I still couldn't have slammed Andre, but a guy that's stout enough, it's big enough, and especially it's tall enough to just turn him, Andre could go with it. But with his weight and momentum coming forward, that would have made it almost impossible, even though he would post up, for a guy to turn and slam fully and properly a fucking guy of that weight. That's why he was always blinded or a finger poke in the eye. Oh my God. And he's standing there rocking, but he's in the same place. And then when the guy got under him, he could post up and he could help turn himself. So Cody apparently gave up on Shaquille being able to do any of that and just decided maybe if he's coming, I can get under him and turn him over. It didn't work. And it probably fucking gave Cody a hernia.
It was the worst slam since Luger and Yokozuna.
No, because Luger and Yoko was supposed to be like that. This was not. And Yoko also had 300 pounds on Shaq at the time anyway. But
and Yoko was also moving. He wasn't standing
Yoko
still.
was, yeah. Well, Yoko, see, the thing is, if you go back and watch that, Yoko got a couple of steps and moved, but he went up to turn himself and to post himself. And if Luger almost got under him, it was close enough. So when I say moving, I'm not talking about taking a step into posting up. I'm talking about just coming at you, running from both feet like Shaq was. You can take a step up into it, but not just moving forward with he had no idea of how to fucking, once Cody got him in his arms, of what to do. He was just all dead weight. Anyway, the girls got back in and traded awkward forearms forever. Jane has a nice spine buster. That's another thing. She can't throw a fucking forearm without looking like she, a disconnected fucking bucket of body parts. But she had a beautiful spine buster. Then this again. Cody comes in and makes the save by basically pulling the heel girl off the babyface girl. And so then he runs over and pokes Shaq in the eye. So now Cody's a heel because he's poked Shaq in the eye. And Shaq was trying to get into position for this long before it was ready. And then Cody runs across the ring and crossbody Shaq, and they just fall backwards through the tables. What? So now poor Shaq, for breaking absolutely no rule that I can determine in this match whatsoever, has been attacked by some guy with a chair from behind, assaulted by numerous people not in the match. Cody has poked him in the eyes and now tried to kill him with that move just so they can get on SportsCenter. And then Jane milked the shock for so long, shock in quotation marks, that even the referee was patting her on the back, turn around, because Red Velvet's there ready with Brandy's move, the spear. Brandy still had to get mentioned in this. Jane wouldn't turn around. So the director, it was so obvious, the director goes, well, we'll cut back to the shot of fucking Shaq and Cody on the floor. And that's when they did that. That's when Red Velvet came with the spear, because Jane finally turned around and they missed the spear. And it still wasn't the finish. And now the girls are going to continue working while Shaquille O'Neal, legendary basketball icon, is motionless on the floor. Jane picks Red Velvet up over her shoulder, and Jane is so tall, or let me try that again. Red Velvet picks Jane up over her shoulder, and Jane is so tall that her feet were still touching the mat when Red Velvet had her up, and then Jane reverses it and gives her the big face smash. 1, 2, 3. Jane gets up and starts posing and smiling at the camera again, and now they bother to remind us that Shaquille O'Neal, basketball Hall of Famer, is unconscious and motionless on the floor. This was the most preposterous thing I've ever seen. From the build to the incomprehensible build to this match with people that no one was going to care about, instead of established talent, to get a mainstream celebrity icon involved. A girl in her first match in front of people, an underneath girl that's a fill-in for the pregnant girl, and a baby face that's wrestling like a heel. And then the fucking celebrity, his team wins, but he's unconscious when it happens. And the heel girl that he's teamed with doesn't cheat, but still beats the baby face. And because the girls did some moves right, there's people on Twitter, see, they were great.
Yeah.
And then, as I wrote, this was the most preposterous thing I've ever seen. They out-preposterized themselves. They come back from the break. They load Shaquille in an ambulance. We see Shaquille O'Neal go in the ambulance, and JR blows the cue because he said, well, I think Tony's there, but Tony wasn't there yet. And they slam the doors, and then they go to an arena beauty shot of the lights in the ceiling so that they can take Shaquille out of the thing, because now they go back, and there's Tony standing behind the ambulance. And as you mentioned before in the show, he just decides that he has the power since they're not going anywhere. This guy's been motionless for 10 minutes, but they're not in a hurry to get to the medical facility with Shaquille O'Neal. The lights aren't going. The doors are closed. They're not playing the siren. They're just sitting there. So Tony says, well, I'll just open the thing up and see what's going on and get a word from the EMTs. And he opens the door, and like he would ever be able to do any of this. and Shaquille O'Neal is gone, and the EMT is just with his arms at his sides like, I don't know what happened. Now that was the most preposterous thing I've ever seen. And Shaquille O'Neal was never mentioned again.
Do you agree with this going on first?
At least it got it over with, but then you've blown your fucking... They could have milked this to a big number for their purposes in the last 2 segments, but then that would have been the flattest finish in the history of television. But they probably could have got a bigger number, although maybe Shaq just wanted to get the fuck out of there. Maybe he was double parked. He didn't seem to be in a hurry when he was in the ring, but he doesn't seem like a person who gets in much hurry.
I agree with you. The match layout was a complete mess, but I thought Jade was impressive for a first match. Thank God it was Red Velvet instead of Brandy. I don't think Brandy could have done any of this. I thought Red Velvet looked good. I thought she looked good in there.
No, she was the best one of the 4. It was still, there were awkward moments with her and Jane because Jane's green. Red Velvet's still green, but she was smoother than the rest of this bunch. But
and it continues the trend where every Cody match, you have to have smoke and mirrors. You have to have all sorts of crap happening at ringside to hide the fact that Cody's actually not that good in the ring.
But here's the thing. They did smoke and mirrors with Ronda Rousey's debut, and it was a brilliant pro wrestling match.
Perfect.
A brilliant pro wrestling match, the best debut ever. There was still smoke and mirrors involved, but it was put together well. The build was understandable. Everybody was interested in seeing what was going to happen. They overperformed and out-executed in the actual match, and the fucking finish, the people were throwing babies in the air. The big spot was not the finish. It was done for publicity on non-wrestling programs. The pairing made no sense of any of these people to be together as partners or opponents. There was no focus on any thread in this match that made it make any sense. And why do you fucking carry your goddamn mainstream celebrity out of the building and then have him disappear too? One wasn't bad enough. He couldn't just disappear or just be carried out. He had to be carried out and disappear.
He's the only person I've seen actually sell going through a table.
Yeah,
no one in wrestling does. He actually did it the way you probably should if you want to make it effective.
That horse has left the barn. And by the way, I would love to say that was the last person we see get put through a table on this particular program, but that would be just crazy. Any final thoughts on Shaq and Whack versus Cody and Cake?
The layout was a mess, but the performances by Jade and Red Velvet and even Shaq I thought were really good. Cody, I think, is overrated in the ring, and I always have. It was obvious why QT was at ringside, because he was coaching them live on TV of how to get through the match. And that's all I have to say about it. I thought Jade looked good. For everyone that was waiting for Jade to fail, I thought Jade looked pretty good.
I would use her on OVW television.
Better than Linda Miles, who you compared her to.
She was better than Linda Miles. I would use her on OVW television so she could learn on local TV with limited exposure. National TV, I'm afraid they've, as we've mentioned many times before, in the words of Bill Maher about Donald Trump, we let the fucking alien on the ship and it had eggs. Now she's going to be out there prancing and posing. Anyway, all righty then. Well, the next one was one of my personal favorites, and I'm sure it was one of yours, the 6-man ladder match with the surprise entrant, who turned out not to be the big Hall of Fame-worthy talent, but yet another surprise entrant that nobody ever heard of before. Let me try to explain this for the people lucky enough not to have seen this exhibition. They had a ladder match between Lance Archer, who's a heel with his manager Jake Roberts, and Scorpio Sky, who's a babyface who hadn't been seen in months. Cody, who's another babyface, with his manager, Arn Anderson. Penthouse, one of the Lucha brothers that's not Felix. Max Caster, the rap star. And the sixth entrant that they had milked was going to be a surprise. Out comes All Ego Ethan Page. And everybody says, who? And the best they could do is explain, well, he's been on Impact, which approximately 1/9 of the number of people who watch their national television show watch Impact. And this is not their TV show. This is a pay-per-view. So I guess actually, whatever minute audience is watching this probably would know who All Ego Ethan Page is. But if anybody had bought this thing unawares expecting the big surprise, I expected the big Hall of Fame worthy surprise to be in this ladder match, since they were milking an unknown individual. Did you not?
Oh, I didn't expect that to be in this match. I thought it was just going to be someone with the big show.
Well, why would they bill a surprise entrant and it be somebody over from a fucking outlaw show that nobody knows who the fuck he is?
I can't explain it.
And he enters last after Cody? I don't. So, once again, they were acting like the people at home were going to shit themselves that this guy is in there. But the ladder match is for a TV title match. So you got Page as a heel one. Penthouse, we don't know whether he's a babyface or a heel. Cody's supposed to be a babyface. Sky's supposed to be a babyface. Archer's supposed to be a heel. Caster's supposed to be a heel. But it's 6 guys fighting each other at the same time with ladders, basically fighting over getting a golden hemorrhoid pillow that's hung from the ceiling to symbolize they get a shot at the TV title. And it's the same as all of them. You can't watch them, all these ladder matches. Harley needed a treat at one point, and I forgot about it for a while, but it's basically an amateur fantasy booker playing with real-life action figures, and he could write the names down. Why were the 6 guys, unrelated people, having a ladder match? Did you see the part where Lance Archer got knocked down and was in between the ladder, which was folded up on his back, and he stays there on his hands and knees? Actually, he didn't stay there. He pulled it and himself into the right spot and then stayed there on his hands and knees and watched Ethan Page and Scorpio Sky do spots around him for 22 seconds. I timed it. And then one of them powerbombed the other guy on top of Lance, who was looking at them from his hands and knees. Did you see that?
I did, and there's a GIF of that going around on Twitter, and I want to say to anyone who saw that GIF, it went on longer than that.
Longer. Very long. Jack Evans and a masked Dark Order guy ran out and did a do-si-do spot with a boombox for absolutely no reason. I fast-forwarded for a while. Then there was a spot where there was 2 ladders in the ring and 2 guys on top of each, and Scorpio Sky had it, but he wasn't supposed to win then, so he just didn't grab it. So I fast-forwarded some more. Archer knocked Scorpio Sky off the top rope through a ladder that was bridged from the apron to the railing, and it broke, and he went to the floor. I fast-forwarded. Cody came back out from the back with people running after him. Apparently, he had been taken to the back when I was fast-forwarding, and he was whipping people with his belt. And then Lance Archer superplexes Cody off the ladder. But that's not the finish, because you got to grab the fucking thing. So he just took a superplex. And finally, Scorpio Sky grabbed the donut pillow. It was unwatchable, and here's why. I don't care whether a bunch of guys did a bunch of good moves or not. There was no logic to this. There was no flow. There's no baby faces. There's no heels. There's no heat. There's no comebacks. There's just tricks and stunts. And it's embarrassing. A word I've used and will continue to use in the future on this program today quite a bit. Did I miss any redeeming quality? I don't know. I couldn't watch this.
I'm not a big fan of these matches. I like the first few we saw years ago. But then when it became
with
like an
one
annual
ladder
thing,
and two guys.
well, not even the
reason.
but even when they started doing the tag team ones at WrestleMania with the Dudleys and Edge and Christian and the Hardys, like like every year, oh, there's going to be some crazy spot we've never seen before. But that was like 20 years ago, and now we've just seen it all over and over and over again, and the whole tease of will Cody be able to get back in the match? Meanwhile, you see him and 40 trainers over in one of the tubes. I don't know, this didn't do it for me. But Scorpio Sky now gets a title shot at Darby Allen.
Two baby faces.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Scorpio, maybe he'll turn heel.
Why would you want to see Scorpio Sky beat Darby Allen for the title? Why do you want to see Darby Allen get beat? He's the underdog that everybody's supposed to love.
Because he just won a giant brass ring. And is there any reason to do that except for the fact that Vince McMahon would tell guys you have to get that brass ring?
No, it's all an inside joke. Have you noticed that they can have a 1-minute match or a 20-minute match, but they can't have a 5-minute match? There's no middle ground with these people. Cody came out, the big entrance with Arn to wrestle a fine-looking young athlete that we have never seen or heard of before. And was his name Seth Carcass? I couldn't get his last name.
I forget if it was Gargus or Carcass or
Sounded
Cargus,
like Carcass.
Something.
He wasn't here long. Boom, boom, figure 4. That's it. Which is fine. As we mentioned, they should have been giving all these guys these short squash matches when we first saw them, and then maybe somebody would be a star now. But they started backwards. They had their main events, and now they're doing fucking squash matches. And it would be wonderful if they would get talent that you could tell was not straight out of wrestling school. That's why I like fucking Nemeth's brother, hot young Briley, old Hollywood hunk.
Ryan Nemeth.
Because Ryan Nemeth, I was giving all his nicknames. Because he knows he's a heel, he knows his job, but you can beat him in 5 minutes, and there's something to it there. They need better, more experienced underneath workers that they can have job matches in 5 minutes and not 1 or 20, is all I'm saying. But then Cody starts his promo and he does 3 words again. Why has there ever been a completed interview on this program?
I used to think it was just a Cody problem. Because again, we've had this where all of a sudden Jake Roberts came out. Of course, Jade Cargill came out. Eddie Kingston, isn't it how Eddie Kingston debuted? He just walked out while Cody was out there. Cody can't get a word in without someone wanting to come out. But now it's every promo on the show. It's Sting. Sting has something to say.
Yeah.
Let's get someone out there. The only promos that are ever completed are the ones like the Moxley Kingston one where they're away from the building. Anything can happen at Daly's places.
No, but sometimes when they're back in the back, they get attacked. They don't even get interrupted. They just get attacked. Well,
away from the building.
Okay. Well, and then you're in parts unknown there. You never know what might happen. Anyway, Cody starts promo. He gets a few words out. He's interrupted by Penthouse in the stands with his English interpreter. And I understand why he had the interpreter. When he tried to speak some English, you could barely understand him. This took quite a while. With the telling the interpreter in Spanish, the interpreter tells Cody what Penthouse wants him to know, blah, blah, blah. And Cody's standing there and listening to it. And Cody is the one, he's not a hothead. He's always cool. He's in control of himself. He's professional, right? He's above the fray. And then suddenly Penthouse said, well, I would have hurt your arm even worse where you couldn't hold that new baby girl of yours. And immediately Cody goes ape shit, becomes me, fucking a lunatic with an anger management issue, dives out of the ring, jumps the rail, and tackles this guy. And everybody in the fucking building is immediately trying to get in between them. Is that pretty much the scene that we saw?
Yeah. I knew they had to do something with Cody. This wasn't... I guess they win for the surprise aspect. I didn't think it would be Cody versus Penta.
Well, but did you also... think that was a bit abrupt. It wasn't like I went to Dusty's grave, dug it up, and sodomized him last night. Old Cody went from 0 to 60 pretty immediately, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, well, look, I can understand that. If we're going to go with the idea that the one trigger is don't say something about my kids, even if they're not born yet, I can understand that.
But he didn't say, boy, you got an ugly baby. He said, I'll hurt your arm where you can't hold your baby. Fuck. It wasn't even like I'll blind you, junkyard dog, where you'll never be able to see your baby. It was,
I don't know what happens on the Spanish commentating team there. I guess Penta was doing commentary with them. Apparently on the pay-per-view, they spoiled the Christian Cage surprise because the commentators didn't know any different. And when Ethan Page came out for the ladder match, they announced it as being Christian Cage.
Oh, my God.
Which is pretty funny. But the guy who
how could they mistake that guy for Christian?
Apparently they didn't know who Christian Cage was.
Oh, my God.
But that translator guy, that was the guy that he was the interviewer for, what was it, Lance Archer in Phoenix a couple weeks ago or a week ago, whatever it was.
I can't keep track.
He was kind of healing it up, though, wasn't he?
Oh, well, yeah. He was I thought he was the manager.
I thought he was the commentator. I thought he was just sitting at the desk with Penta. He must have been the commentator. I have no idea.
I didn't know that Penta was doing Spanish language commentary, so I just thought that they got either a Spanish commentator or a interpreter, and the guy's being heelish because he's with Penthouse. But yeah, he was enjoying telling Cody what was wrong with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why didn't Cody hit him?
It was not in his contract.
Where's Hugo Savinovich? He was just in the Observer Awards for Commentator of the Year. Why isn't he there?
Damn it. Poor Hugo. I didn't think he was still going to be alive 20 years ago at this time. And, he had some issues with some substances and lost his voice from all the things that was going on. And that's when he, got let go or whatever from the WWE. But he's still around.
One of those facts that you hear and you're like, really? I can't believe that.
Oh, I know what you're going to say.
That he was married to Wendy Richter.
You are correct.
Like, really? How? I mean, that's even crazier than Baby Doll and Sam Houston.
She went to Puerto Rico right after she got sideways with Vince and spent some time down there working, and stranger things have happened, I guess. Anyway, they're just yanking our chain now. As Bobby Blaze would say, they're just pissing up our leg and telling us it's raining. The next segment, the big challenge from Pockets and Chucklefuck. These guys should have been a traveling vaudeville comedy team. All they would have to do is just walk out and stand there, and they're so funny looking you would laugh. Not at anything they'd actually do on purpose. But Chucklefuck Taylor speaks like a fan doing a wrestling promo in his basement in the mirror. Just as bland and as milquetoast and as hatchet-headed, and the other idiot's completely useless. But did I hear correct that they challenged Miro and Pip and their sidekick, Penelope Pitstop, to a match where the ring is surrounded by video games?
I believe that was what they challenged him to. I was surprised by this because I didn't think anyone was clamoring for more from this feud after Revolution. Not that anyone really enjoyed this feud from the very beginning, and somehow it's continuing.
It's continuing. It goes on. They actually, with a straight face, looked at the camera, said, we want a match with a ring surrounded by video games. And then they come out of the package or the promo, and JR says, strong remarks there. He's got to, at this point, he's just not listening.
I think Tony Schiavone's just happy enough to laugh along with every stupid thing. Excalibur is a complete goof. I would be shocked if Excalibur's ever been laid. I gotta be honest. The more I listen to him, the more I just think this guy's a fucking idiot. Jim Ross.
No, actually, I know for a fact he has been laid. But he always wants his partner on top because the only thing he can do is fuck up.
Very good.
All right.
But Jim Ross, I think, he's gotten to the point where he's not even going to hide it. He's been one of the highlights because when something bad happens, he'll make a little snide remark. And I know it drives AEW, like hardcore fans, crazy. Like, he's not putting over the product because you can't. Because you can't. We'll talk about the Maki Ito segment shortly.
Oh, you're chomping at the bit, giddy boy.
But if you listen to that segment, just listen to it. Excalibur is laughing and giddy. Shivani's losing it. Jim Ross isn't.
No.
He's the only one not outwardly laughing like they are on commentary. He knows what this is.
And by the way, her name is not Maki Ito. It's Maki Oh No, as in, oh no, we're going to see Ito. She's Sonny's illegitimate daughter.
Oh, stop it.
But when that was going on, JR made that, it's live TV, folks, reference.
Yeah. But Orange Cassidy...
Anyway, we're jumping ahead.
But, Orange Cassidy, you're not a fan of him at all. I'm not, but I've at least been, someone who has said, I understand why AEW fans like him. They seem to react to him. I don't agree with it, but I understand why they're pushing him the way they have been. But boy, did they cool him off since that Jericho feud.
Well, the joke was played out. There's nothing else you can do with it. It's reached its conclusion. What else can you do? He fucking does the shit he does, and then he sticks his hands in his pockets, and then he does more shit that he does, and it's always the same shit, and it's the same joke, and it's the same note. Get your fucking bugle and just go toot, 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 over and over, because that's it. There's no music.